Hi guys, it's Shadow. Uploading high-quality audiobooks for you, it's very time-consuming and hard-working process. So please support me so I can keep uploading for you. This is how. You can donate directly through my PayPal or Ko-fi. You will find links in the description. Or you can join our Telegram channel where you will find all paid audiobooks that we provide. Also, you can make requests and you will find proof of payments from our plus 200 paid members. If you can't support me financially, just like and subscribe our videos. Thank you guys, your support means a lot. And as always, enjoy Shadow.
Chapter 101, Executioner. Please donate through Audiobook Novels PayPal to help me keep uploading for you guys. A sharp and menacing mech gained shape. The Executioner and its two copies emanated subtle halo promising the harvesting of lives. As the person standing closest to his newly designed mech, he even had the impression that the Executioners amplified each other's presences. Due to this mutual enhancement, Vez gained a new cognition to what he thought was the X-Factor. Is this the true expression of the X-Factor? Vez wondered silently. He did not dare utter his words loudly. He suspected he inadvertently lifted up a veil to one of the secrets of the X-Factor. If I haven't been watching out for it, I would have brushed this feeling off as being overwhelmed by emotions. The uncertainty still gnawed at him. Without having any opportunity to open the system and read its evaluation, he had no way of determining how far he had progressed. Vez had grown used to the system's reliable and precise feedback. What will happen if I fabricate an entire squad of identical mech? How strong will their united presence become? Such a unit brought with them an unprecedented amount of unity. Vez had no idea how banding together affected the minds of the pilots, but he suspected that their level of cooperation reached new heights. He had to experiment with this later. Right now, Vez had a couple of mech to deliver. With just a few minutes before the generous 10-hour time limit expired, he made a final check before letting the mech go. His role in the third round was over. Now he passed the baton to his pilot. After finishing his mech, he entered the much emptier waiting room where he saw a familiar face. Patricia stood at the side, listening to the commentary gushing about the new mech. How's your design? Are you confident? Her eye swiveled at him as if he was asking if the galaxy was large. Out of 50,000 mech designers, only 24 of us had made it to the final round. Do you think any of us has any reason to lack any confidence? You make a good point. Vez said belatedly. I'm surprised to see you in the finals. You've gone to the same school as you and I've never seen you study something that could propel your skills to this level. I could say the same for you. There's hardly anything in your background that suggests you are capable of matching the graduates from the Lemur Institute of Technology. This place is one of the holy grails of mech design in this star sector. It truly baffles everyone who witnesses your rise. The two reached an unspoken agreement not to pry more into the reasons of their sudden improvements. Vez had no doubt Patricia hid some secrets. Perhaps none so drastic as a system, but still something that could not be spoken aloud. Ah, I see the plebs have gathered together to talk about how much they enjoy rolling in the mud. An incisive voice cut from the side. Vez recognized the approaching man. How nice of you to meet us, Mr. Kurbanov. I was just about to tell my friends how your mech will collapse at the first blow. A fine boast. A pity you can never back it up. Lachlan huffed contemptuously at him. I don't know why the Lee allows third-rate rabble like you to participate in the competition. Designers like you still treat last-gen mech as modern designs. It is a mistake to consider us backward just because we don't have as much access to resources as the Friday Coalition. You might find we are not any worse in terms of spirit and drive. Before Lachlan spat out a retort, Barakovsky approached him from behind and put a hand on his shoulder. There's no need to disgrace yourself, Lachlan. Let your mech prove your strength. You're right as always, dear Cynthia. Lachlan huffed and turned around. My brand mark will easily pound his toy into scrap. Barakovsky shrugged apologetically at Vez before guiding Lachlan to the other side of the waiting room. While Vez did not need any rescuing, he appreciated her concern. Is there anything going on between you and Barakovsky? Nothing at all. We only grouped up together in the third round of the qualifiers. I see. Once the commentators stopped slobbering over the mech, the duels commenced. 12 simultaneous O'Neon duels began in the prepared arenas. The match between his executioner and Lachlan's brand mark took place in a randomized marsh environment. Shallow pools of stale water surrounded modestalized mudhills. Mech that had to traverse over this complex terrain had to worry about unstable footing. Faster mech were at a disadvantage due to the limits placed on their top speed. In contrast, the abundance of water gave heat-dependent mech an ideal environment. Water was a great conductor of heat. Mech that relied on energy-intensive weapons such as laser cannons could fire off their weapons in rapid succession without worrying about melting off their barrels. It just so happened that Lachlan's mech utilized a lot of lasers. Perhaps aware of Cadet Lovejoy's penchant for swords, Lachlan designed a mech based around ranged superiority. His efforts resulted in a fairly robust medium mech adorned with lots of firepower. "That's quite a top-heavy cannoneer," Vez commented as he rubbed his eyes. He did not expect such a model to come from Lachlan's hands. Replacing the arms with cannons is a very risky choice. Patricia hummed with interest as she analyzed the design. His mech obviously isn't meant to resist an opponent with a melee weapon. It makes sense to save weight and optimize systems in favor of a fully dedicated ranged build. That's how frontline models are designed. I can tell Lachlan is preparing for a career in the mech corps. Lachlan's cannoneer mech had done away with humanoid arms. Instead, he replaced them with two large and heavy laser cannons. The straight and ominous-looking barrels were able to rotate and aim at a wide range of angles. If that wasn't enough, his brand mark also sported two smaller laser barrels on its shoulders. Their slim and lightweight design allows them to track moving targets with greater ease than the large and sluggish cannons. As the brand mark sported four incredibly hungry laser weapons, the machine also carried a couple of attachments meant to mitigate their scary energy consumption. The mech wore a strange backpack module that Lachlan must have built from scratch. Vez guessed that it contained a combination of energy cells and heat sinks in order to extend the brand mark's endurance. The wet, marshy environment only provided the cannoneer with another advantage. The pilot, Lisa Kwong, already started to grin as she familiarized herself with the mech and the abundant water in the vicinity. As for Lovejoy, he spent some time on his own with his new mech. Vez designed the executioner as an explicitly different machine from his sword dancer. Lovejoy had to memorize his new mech characteristics and formulate a new game plan that took advantage of its strengths. Now this is more like it. I've always found the sword dancer to be too dainty for my tastes, Lovejoy remarked as he practiced a couple of mighty heaves with the executioner's hefty sword. It's a bit on the slow side, but I can manage. What the executioner lost in agility, it more than made up for it with power. A lesser pilot might consider the extra weight to be baggage. A proper swordsman had ways to take advantage of these properties. After finishing his brief practice, Lovejoy gained enough confidence to set out. His executioner slowly trudged through the muddy terrain. The feet of his mech sunk into the dirty soil like a fatty jumping into a swimming pool. The mud splashed everywhere and the metal dug in deep. Every time the mech raised its foot, a sucking sound emerged as if the mud did not wish to part with a lover. "This is disgusting," Lovejoy spat as his mech awkwardly navigated the swampy terrain. "Hopefully I don't have to crawl everywhere in order to find my opponent." Anyone who reached the top 24 was a force to be reckoned with. He briefly studied the bracket along with the other pilots and knew he faced Lisa Kwong right now. As a top pilot, Cadet Kwong made her name as a marksman. Whether in or out of the cockpit, her ability to shoot on target impressed everyone at the academy. She even went on to represent the school in various competitions. "I'm not going to be able to dodge my way out of this match if I still piloted the sword dancer. This executioner's extra armor is a lot more useful against an expert marksman like Kwong." His strategy was simple. Once he spotted Kwong's mech, he'd simply redirect as much power to his flight systems as possible and close the range without bothering with any fanciful dodging patterns. He had to finish this battle as fast as possible in order to prevent Kwong from exploiting her long-range skills. His sensors pinged it, discovering a contact. Kwong's mech had found a deep pool which allowed her cannoneer to submerge up to its knees. The generous contact with the surrounding water aided the mech in transferring any built-up heat. The brand mark detected the executioner a little bit earlier. As a mech built for medium and long-ranged combat, Its sensors and targeting systems received a lot of attention. Lachlan personally adjusted the targeting system's programming in order to take full advantage of all of its hardware improvements. The first shots landed on the executioner with the speed of light. Both of the laser cannons zeroed in on the executioner with hardly any need for calibration or test firing. The twin impacts struck the medium mech with a gigantic flash of heat and light. Its chest already bore the melted scars from the impact. If the armor hadn't been compressed, the blasts would have certainly turned the armor plates into slag. The second salvo came merely 2 seconds later. Such a rate of fire was highly dangerous, but Kwong had no qualms in pushing a mech to its limits, especially if it was only meant to last a single match. Thus, for various reasons, both pilots sought a quick end to the match. Cadet Lovejoy obliged by making his mech lift off from the forbidding swamp and rocket straight towards the brand mark. "You're dead meat, Lovejoy." Kwong's voice boomed from her speakers as her mech landed another accurate salvo. "This is my ideal environment. Just admit that you've lost. It'll chop up your mech before you empty your energy cells." The executioner's flight system worked as hard as its limited size could sustain. The mech was rather heavy, and it could only do so much. Lovejoy found he had to endure a lot more hits than he first imagined. Even the brand mark's smaller shoulder-mounted lasers fired at him in unison. The simulated temperature in Lovejoy's pod started to heat up. In the meantime, the brand mark turned its legs around 180 degrees and ran backwards, all the while continuing to lay down accurate fire. Cannoneers often sported such modifications, though only at later generations. Lachlan must have spent a lot of time on it in order to make sure his mech remained accurate. 2 pairs of laser beams intermittently impacted his mech with a disturbing amount of accuracy. No matter how Lovejoy juked his mech, the best he could accomplish was to spread out the impact areas so they wouldn't burn through a concentrated area. It worked for now, but his frontal armor still had limits, compressed or not. The executioner crossed its arms and tried to shield its vulnerable chest from further damage. As the armor on the arms were thinner, it only lasted a dozen seconds before Lovejoy had to give it up. He still needed the arms to wield the sword. "There's too much distance. I can't last long enough to get close," Lovejoy determined with a struggling expression. "Too many lasers. Too much distance." Kwong's not even letting up. The water around the fleeing brand mark started to boil as the cannoneer tried to shunt as much heat as possible. The surface of the brand mark was hot enough to fry an egg, but somehow the overheating mech never grew hot to the point its systems started failing. It could barely handle the amount of heat it currently generated, but that was more than enough to shoot down the executioner. Frustration welled up in Lovejoy's heart. Is my path to the finals going to end this quickly? Chapter 102, Cutting-edge mech dedicated to destroying its opponents at range often accomplished their kills if they were willing to pay the price. Lisa Kwong flipped off all the safeties in order to let the brand mark fire off as much lasers as possible. Beams of varying intensity flew through the air in rapid succession. As an engine of destruction, the brand mark revealed no flaws. Its firepower approached the magnitude of a heavy mech, and its heat dispersal was excellent even without the surrounding water. Such a well-built mech had no possibility of breaking down as long as Kwong did not push her mech any further. Cadet Lovejoy tried to figure out a solution. His executioner could not weather this laser storm for long. "I'm still only halfway, but my mech is already approaching the limit. There's nothing in sight that I can use as cover." The marshy terrain was devoid of any distinguishing features to block the lasers. There were no hills, no trees, and hardly any bushes. Considering the power behind the laser cannons, only the sturdiest trees had a chance of dispersing the larger beams. Lacking any other means, Lovejoy could only resort to sacrificing his parts of his mech. He first boosted the power of his flight system before raising the legs of his mech. The lasers burned right through the soles of his mech in short order. Even as the successive beams cooked the legs into slag, it succeeded in shielding the critical parts of the mech. Those who paid attention to this battle showed a lot of appreciation for this drastic move. To keep a mech in flight in this posture required a lot of control in order to maintain this delicate balance. If the executioner got hit by any kinetic projectile, it would immediately lose its balance and fall. Fortunately for Lovejoy, the brand mark sported a dedicated laser loadout. While its laser beams looked intimidating, it essentially consisted of pure electromagnetic radiation. It was like using a flashlight to open a door. The door might melt if the beam was concentrated enough, but it required a stupendous amount of power to open the door through pure kinetic force. Lovejoy took advantage of this basic fact by recklessly flying forward in a highly unstable posture. Even as the feet fell apart, the executioner still possessed a substantial amount of leg armor. It sure is serendipitous for me to face a laser mech with a flight-capable machine. I'd be stuck in a dead end if I only had a pistol. The uncertainty of what a mech pilot might encounter in his next sortie often broke their minds. Many potentates ultimately washed out of the mech pilot academies due to a lack of adaptability. A qualified pilot was ready for combat anywhere and anytime against any opponent imaginable. Even against a ludicrous mech such as the pterodactyl, Lovejoy still insisted up to the very end. Raising the legs mid-flight was an inspired solution that came at a cost. With the slow disintegration of the legs, Lovejoy had to push his piloting skills to the limit in order to maintain his balance. A flying mech could not easily maintain its balance without the ballast provided by the legs. If handled badly, the executioner might end up spinning around like a top. "This is ridiculous," Kwong exclaimed as she kept pumping out laser after laser. "Why won't you fall already? Blame your designer for focusing too much on lasers." The gap closed within moments. At the very last second, Lovejoy spun around his mech and stretched out its sword with both hands. The brandmark attempted to dodge to the side, but Lovejoy had already watched out for that, adjusted his sword grip. The broad and deadly tip sunk right through the right side of the brandmark's torso. Its well-treated armor buckled instantly against the momentum of a flying mech going forth at full speed. Like a melted knife through butter, the sword impaled the brandmark with ease and severed many essential components. The rest of the executioner frame collided against the brandmark, causing both mech to sustain heavy impact damage. Nevertheless, a lot of the force had been channeled into the sword, causing its tip to emerge from the back of the brandmark. Cut! Lovejoy yelled as his damaged mech tried to leverage as much force as possible while still in midair. The executioner's flight system had performed miracles so far by keeping the mech aloft. When Lovejoy cut off all of its power, the remnants of the mech started to fall while maintaining a tight grip on its sword. The edge of the sword ruthlessly sliced down the helpless brandmark like a butcher's knife. The massive sword spliced open its lower torso, cutting straight through the cockpit and engines. The crowd cheered at the brief but intense clash. The commentators briefly showered Lovejoy with praise for his expert piloting before turning back to the other duels. Vez let out a deep breath. He won his first duel. Though the terrain heavily favored his opponent's mech, Lovejoy somehow managed to overturn the odds. If not for his flight system and if not for the brandmark's complete reliance on lasers, this match might have ended differently. This isn't possible. There's so much water. How could my brandmark fail to shoot down that primitive mech? And so fell another darling from Lemur. Lachlan Kurbanov's journey to the top had ended abruptly. The two other copies of the brandmark were destined to be recycled. His loss of composure disgraced his school. Many spectators who stood close to the waiting room pointed out his delirious descent into disbelief. Those who also studied that Lemur simply shook their heads. Though they favored the alumni from their school, it was his fault for being too weak. "Sometimes, I wonder whether the single duel format is flawed," Vez remarked to Patricia as he turned away from Lachlan's display. "It's a complete roll of the dice whether the terrain favors your mech, or whether it is facing its natural counter." Patricia smiled as she kept her eyes glued to her heavy mech. Many of the duels were still starting out. The instance where Lovejoy and Kwong tried to force a quick resolution did not happen elsewhere. The pilots played conservatively whenever they could get away with it. They only started to take risks when their opponents backed them into a corner. The duels are never meant to be fair. They are meant to be decisive. Patricia finally pointed out. The pilot only has to worry about how to use the tools at hand. Tools which you have generously provided them. After all, what are we here for if not designing mech? A mech designer did not fight the enemy on the battlefield. Instead, they worked behind the scenes. They were not omniscient and could not predict the future. All they could do was gather as much information as possible and prepare their designs according to the parameters set by their clients. The first set of duels ended after a few moments of time. Most of the mech faced their equals in terms of design and piloting skill. Every pilot wanted to attain glory, so even the losers fought as if their lives were on the line. Only 12 designs remained. Surprisingly, Patricia's heavy mech also eked out a victory. Together with Vez, they were all that was left of the so-called walkers. Like Barakovsky, the rest of the survivors came from privileged backgrounds. This is interesting. Both of our exotic guests are from the Bright Republic. The female commentator noted with bright eyes. They even shared the same classes in the same school. Might there be something special brewing between the two? Is that the secret to their success? Both Vez and Patricia turned away in embarrassment. They were just acquaintances. Before encountering her at Lemur, he could not even claim to be her friend. After that brief moment of levity, the second duels commenced. According to the bracket, Vez had to face a familiar name. One he did not wish to face at all due to their shared experiences. Looks like fate wants to determine who is better, Barakovsky said with a grin. I'm looking forward to our duel. Your Sinrin might be quick, but my executioner is not a slowpoke. We'll see. Unlike some of the other designers, Barakovsky stuck to a single design whenever she could get away with it. She highly favored light mech and always tried to design a skirmisher or a harasser. With 10 hours of time, she refined her final iteration to an insane degree. Vez had a lot of respect for Barakovsky, so even he refused to guess whether his mech could prevail. When the Sinrin emerged onto the generic urban battlefield, it instantly started to gallop away. The light mech sported a decent amount of speed but carried a luxurious weapon loadout. First of all, its arms sported a pair of wrist-mounted laser cannons, scale 2 light mech. Instead of carrying shoulder mounts, the Sinrin instead wielded a pair of heated knives. Why did you forego the shoulder mounts? Barakovsky nonchalantly shrugged. My mech makes for a great ambusher with a pair of knives. Why would I ruin my mech balance with a pair of shoulder mounts? I might as well hang some rocks on its frame. Her words suggested that the Sinrin was capable of moving faster. His executioner might be capable of flight, but the flight system could not propel the swordsman mech as fast as a dedicated sprinter mech. The executioner carefully navigated the deserted downtown streets. Abandoned air cars and fallen structures made it difficult for Lovejoy to find his opponent quickly. Luckily, despite the clutter, the terrain heavily favored mech like the executioner. With an abundant amount of cover, he could hop from pile to pile if he had to face the brand mark again. He'd never have to sacrifice parts of his mech again. As both mech weren't hiding, they eventually found each other after a few minutes of combing the area. After realizing that the executioner only relied on its sword, the Sinrin engaged aggressively, firing its laser cannons from a medium range. I'm not a sitting duck. Lovejoy yelled as he pumped full power into his mech flight system. The Sinrin was caught off guard, but quickly adjusted by sprinting away. After building up its speed, the mech easily maintained its distance to the furiously pursuing executioner. The pilot deftly navigated past the obstacles in its way, all the while maintaining its harassing fire. Lovejoy gritted his teeth at being bombarded with lasers again. Is that all? Compared to what I endured in my previous duel, your shots are barely scraping my paint. A light mech had no way of matching the firepower of a medium mech. While the wrist mounts maintained a steady rate of fire, its accuracy was not as good. Barakovsky made too many compromises when she went for wrist-mounted lasers. They excelled at carving up a mech over time. The executioner did not intend to become the Sinrin's punching bag. The mech strained its flight system past its conservative settings. The heavier mech started to catch up to the light mech. Still, unlike the brand mark, the Sinrin had a surprise in store. A module opened up from its back and released a fine mist of particles in the air. Vez rose up from his seat. Particle ejector. His iconic Seraphim variant utilized this specific form of active ECM, so he was no stranger to its effects. The executioner lost its sight of the Sinrin. After a few seconds of flight, it exited the cloud of sensor-blinking cloud. Where are you? Lovejoy wondered as he shut down his flight system before it melted down. As his mech started to cool down from the exertion, he kept a close eye on his sensor readings and his surroundings. After finding no trace of the Cinerin, he concluded the mech still hid inside the cloud. The Cinerin purely used the particle cloud as an escape mechanism. If you think blinding me will help, then think again. His executioner resolutely entered the cloud. The particles had already spread out to the entire street, which meant that it was difficult to bump into the Cinerin. Nevertheless, Lovejoy closed his eyes and tried to sense the whereabouts of his opponent with his other sensors. After a few seconds went by, the swordsman mech suddenly raised its sword and struck to the left. The blade struck nothing but empty air. In the meantime, a pair of laser beams just schemed off its head. The Cinerin deliberately aimed at the sensors. This game of cat and mouse continued for over 2 minutes. The Cinerin was equally as blind as the executioner, so it was only able to fire at its target accurately if it came close. This gave Lovejoy a chance to turn the tables. A few times, his sword even scratched the surface of the light mech paper-thin armor. This cloud won't last forever, Lovejoy remarked. He wanted to urge his opponent on. I'm faster than you. The longer you lurk around, the more my flight system cools off. Can you afford to wait all day? The Cinerin came from behind. Just as the executioner swirled around to cut the mech in half, the Cinerin's wrist sparked with lightning. Shit! A massive bolt of lightning landed on the executioner, causing it to halt in its steps. The Cinerin also paid a price for the attack, but it recovered a lot quicker. The Cinerin expertly retrieved its pair of heated knives and dove towards the paralyzed mech, ready to gut it like a pig. Seeing his doom approaching, Lovejoy frantically tried to budge his mech. Move already. Cut. Just as the first knife slipped inside the chest, the executioner burst into life. While the mech lost power to a lot of its systems, they were quite robust. Vez always put a lot of importance in his mech integrity. His diligence paid off as the executioner regained its strength just as the Cinerin was about to deliver its fatal blows. Cut. The sword swung once. Barakovsky closed her eyes. Chapter 103, Only 6. Congratulations for your victory, Vez. You deserve it. Barakovsky finally said as she silently regained her composure. What a resilient mech. Your executioner really awes the crowd. Everyone who attended the duel applauded his work. The executioner shrugged off the effects of the lightning bolt in record time. It was doubtful whether mech designed by others could do the same. Only the most remarkable designers like Carter Gage could reach this level. While Vez lacked the overflowing talent of someone of Gage's caliber, he finally proved his own worth. Nobody badmouthed him anymore in his presence. The other designers, all of whom enjoyed billions of calls worth of investment, regarded him as if he was a hidden tiger. Since Barakovsky lost, a pair of attendants guided her off the stage. Shed returned to the podium at the end, but for now the spotlight only shone on the winners. After waving her goodbye, he walked over to Patricia and looked down on the arena where her mech put up a fierce fight. When he looked at Patricia's dauntless heavy mech launching missile after missile, he couldn't help but feel sorry for the enemy hybrid knight. Its fragile kinetic shoulder mounts had already been obliterated under a rain of high-explosive missiles. Right now, it barely hung on to its tattered shield as salvo after salvo of kinetic missiles struck its surface. That's a very interesting direction you've chosen. Aren't you afraid your mech becomes harmless once it expends all of its missiles? Just as your design commits to a sword, I'm confident my mech can sweep away any opponent with its missiles alone. At a certain point you just have to put your trust in your ability. Vez nodded at her words. A mech designed solely around a single weapon system did not have to make unpalatable compromises. For example, the hybrid knight that was currently taking a pounding tried to combine ranged and melee capabilities in a single package. It wasted a lot of capacity that could have been used to strengthen its armor or its speed. Flexibility had its uses, but strength overcame all. Predictably, the hybrid knight succumbed once its shield fell apart. Its armor lasted quite a bit, but Patricia's heavy mech still carried plenty of reserves. It ultimately finished off the knight with about 20% left. Vez had to admit that Patricia chose a bold design. Her mech only used a single strategy: vomit out as much missiles as possible before the enemy closed in. Most of the other mech designed by the finalists completely disregarded artillery mech due to their scarcity in unknown duels. A regular artillery mech might pose little threat in a duel environment, but one designed by Patricia was different. She obviously tweaked the missile payloads, causing the high explosive missiles to be twice as powerful and the kinetic missiles delivering 3 times the force. Patricia only paid for it by reducing their maximum range, which was not that big of a deal in the small arena. The missiles also lost much of their maneuverability and tracking capabilities. The pilot had to target his missiles carefully in order to ensure they'd hit the target. Faster mechs stood a better chance of prevailing against the missile barrage. After the end of the second duels, only 6 designers remained. Vez looked at those who survived thus far. Besides Patricia, he recognized none of the other 4, but they all represented the best of what the Friday Coalition had to offer. It was no coincidence that the top 3 graduates from the Lemur Institute of Technology had made it this far. They were all eminent geniuses who could almost be placed on par with some of the lower-class graduates from an average first-rate institution. Any casual graduate from a first-rate institution could raise a storm in the industry of a second-rate state, so that was high praise. There's still a distance between me and Edwin McKinney. Vez sighed ruefully as he remembered how utterly dominant the genius displayed his skill. Edwin had truly leaped the dragon gate and shrugged off the shackles of his humble origin, if it was ever humble in the first place. Before the start of the third and final duel, Professor Marshall took to the stage once more. Her eyes swept the gazes of each of the surviving designers with pride. The 6 of you can be proud. No matter who wins or loses, you have all reached the pinnacle of mech design at your age group. She raised a hand, causing a projection to emerge. Nevertheless, our open competition only allows for 3 finalists. I have spoken with the masters and they have all affirmed that the winners will be guaranteed an offer of apprenticeship. The news struck the crowd like a bombshell. Such a statement meant that all of the 6 possessed enough qualifications to study under a renowned master. Outside of that, you must look at your luck. This meant that the losers of this final round might not be chosen, even if they possessed the right qualifications. No one knew why the masters made this decision. Perhaps they simply didn't want to pick up a designer who lost to someone else's apprentice. Same as last time, the final 3 winners will receive a special prize. Behold our latest innovation. The projection finally resolved into a model of a small intersystem spaceship. A couple of specs overlaid the most important parts of the 100-meter-long vessel. The impressive specs quickly roused the interests of those in the shipcraft industry. Our institute has developed a new spaceship ideal for personal travel. The Arkan Mark I is the most advanced ship in the series. She features the latest advancements in FTL precision, so she is able to jump across vast stretches of space. Despite her compact size, her cargo bay can hold up to 4 standard-sized containers or 2 packaged mech. In practice, this meant that the ship could only keep 1 mech on standby. The Arkan had evidently been designed around this feature. Many smaller ships and yachts lack the space to keep a mech on standby. Vez knew a little about ships. A ship like the Arkan incorporated enough exotics to build a dozen mech. The price of this ship could definitely bankrupt most billionaires back in the Bright Republic. Even if I don't have a use for this ship, I can sell her for a fortune. Just imagining the rain of credits he could obtain turned his eyes red with hunger. Losing was not an option. He had to make it to the final 3. The Arkan Mark I possessed both speed, armor, range and comfort. The only downside was that her FTL and regular engines both ran on high-grade fuel. This fuel was extremely powerful, but also expensive. Governments kept a tight grip on the supply of such fuels. Those who wished to use the top-of-the-line model as a courier or a cargo transport shook their heads. Even in a wealthy state like the Friday Coalition, the operating costs was hard to bear, especially in a low-margin business like interstellar cargo transport. Even Vez had to bleed a lot of credits if he wanted to take the ship out for a spin. Considering his future trajectory, obtaining a fast and well-armored ship was no misdemeanor, especially if he could get it for free. After finishing her speech, Professor Marshall receded and made way for the final battles. According to the bracket, Vez faced an elite who originated from another institution under the Carnegie Group. Felix Tremor clawed his way through numerous rivals, including many geniuses from Lemur. His mech, the Handshake, excelled in sniping, but could put up a mean fight in close range as well. His pilot, Zandra Ribeiro, was an all-rounder who could play his mech to its strengths. Lovejoy waited patiently in the simulated cockpit of his now familiar executioner. After undergoing 2 brief but intense struggles, he had developed an intimacy with this model. Even after wrecking 2 identical mech, the third still welcomed his presence like a warhorse reuniting with its knight. While the rewards for mech pilots were not as generous as those received by mech designers, they still received a fair amount of wealth and prestige. If Lovejoy won the next battle, he could leave his mark in history and be celebrated for many years on end. His employment prospects would definitely soar to an unimaginable height. After a moment of adjustment, the final battlefield unfolded into a lifeless moon environment. The low gravity caused his mech to bounce up with each step. Fortunately, it also reduced the load to the flight system, causing the mech to fly around effortlessly. Still, Lovejoy did not dare divert too much power. In this near-vacuum environment, mechs suffered a reduction in their ability to disperse heat. Overall, the terrain highly favored the executioner. If his opponent's mech turned out to be a laser rifleman, he'd have a really hard time. Where is he? Lovejoy wondered as he scoured the silent landscape. This guy sure is patient. He scoured half the battlefield, only to come up with nothing. Just as he considered changing his search pattern, his instinct screamed at him. He flared up his flight system, but his response came too late. A high-powered kinetic projectile tore into the leg of the executioner. Large chunks of armor sprayed into the distance as the slug hammered the affected area. The leg instantly lost all functionality. Zandra! Lovejoy yelled as he honed in on her position. Disregarding the damage, he urged his mech onwards. Sorry Reddy, but it'll be taking the finals. The woman responded as she fired another slug from the Handshake's railgun. Her weapon generated a fair amount of heat, but not as much as a laser. The second slug penetrated glanced off executioner as it kept dodging sideways. A huge furrow emerged from its side armor, exposing the internals to vacuum. The Handshake calmly continued to fire off slugs. Its heavy railgun packed a very huge punch, but it required quite a bit of time to charge up the capacitors. By the time the executioner came close, Zandra only managed to unleash half a dozen slugs. All of the slugs made their mark on the swordsman mech. Despite his best efforts, his dodging only succeeded in preventing a fatal hit. 2 slugs impacted the chest, causing the executioner's power reactor to sputter. If not for the generous amount of armor, the second slug could have killed the mech. Once Lovejoy's mech closed the distance, Zandra decisively threw away the railgun and retrieved a spear. Her medium mech stood ready to receive his charge. Their weapons clashed. The Handshake successfully fended off the executioner's charge. Its prepared stance absorbed a fair portion of the force behind the collision. As for the executioner, the failed strike caused it to fly to the side. Lovejoy fought to stabilize his mech. The crippled leg and reduced gravity made it twice as hard for him to regain his mech balance. Having reactor trouble? Zandra taunted as she noticed the executioner's fluctuating power output. Your mech might shut down at any moment. The intermittent power output was a sign of further trouble. Lovejoy quickly read the damage report and knew his mech was on a time limit. The railgun practically ripped through half the executioner's chest. Only its well-designed internals and abundant redundancies allowed the mech to maintain a modicum of functionality. Even if his mech remained floating on borrowed time, Lovejoy didn't show it. Even if my mech is half as good as yours, I can still tidy you up. Don't forget who tutored you in swordplay. That happened ages ago. You've grown enormously since then. While Lovejoy only briefly branched out before fully immersing himself in swords, Zandra sought to master everything under the sun. She attained a comprehensive proficiency in every category imaginable to a further degree than anyone else in the academy. In truth, her spearplay was not much worse than Lovejoy's swordplay. Yet this tiny gap might as well be as wide as a canyon. As Lovejoy corralled his unstable mech and decisively engaged his opponent, his heavy sword strikes pushed Zandra's mech backwards. He heavily relied on his flight system to push his mech forward and put some weight into his attacks. If not for the sparking power reactor, he could have pushed the Xandra to her limits. Now though, Lovejoy had to keep his distance in case his mech lost control. Xandra even regained the initiative once she noticed his hesitation. She aggressively increased the tempo of the clashes. Chapter 104, Fire in Your Veins. The duel between the executioner and the handshake stretched out over 100 exchanges. While the swordsman mech put a lot of power in its attacks, the spear-wielding medium mech always blocked or deflected the predictable attacks with ease. Sweat trickled from Lovejoy's brow as he desperately tried to figure out a path to victory. His damaged power reactor started to release more smoke as he kept stressing the executioner. For a mech designed in just 10 hours, its relative stability impressed the audience. The armor isn't the best I've seen, but its integrity is top-notch for a designer this young. Who is the designer? Larkinson? Doesn't ring a bell. Bright Republic? What kind of backwater could nurture not one, but two designers who made it to the finals? No one had a clue why both Vez and Patricia came out of the blue and beat countless geniuses nurtured by the most prestigious second-rate institutions. Was there something in the water over at the Bright Republic? Were they secretly cultivating a group of half-alien hybrids? No one knew, but the pair's performances already exceeded their capacity of thought. Still, in the duel between Vez and Felix, most of the crowd favored the latter. Not only did he enjoy a better background, his mech was a marvelous machine. Even Vez wanted to dig into Felix's head in order to find out how he made the handshake specialize in both railguns and spears. Hybrid mech usually favored one weapon or the other. Though it was subtle, Vez recognized that the handshake could break several records with both its marksmanship and spear play. None of the final 6 are weak. Vez concluded with a smile. If his mech lost to Felix's work, then he had nothing to complain. The only downside was that he could not afford to fall short when he almost reached the finish line. Too much was at stake. He already offended plenty of personages. Just thinking about how Gage's pilot mysteriously ended up committing suicide was enough to make Vez sleep uneasily. Only by winning this final duel and apprenticing himself to a master could he avoid the calamities he continually provoked. Thus, he kept rooting for Lovejoy even as the audience peeled off to watch the other duels. The match seemed to lost all suspense. As the designer, Vez knew how much the executioner could take. The swordsman mech was tougher than it looked. As long as his pilot refused to give up, he still had a shot of winning. The executioner slipped up when its power output stuttered for a fraction of a second. Though Lovejoy recovered quickly, Xandra still managed to slip in a spear thrust. The tip of the spear bore a hole through an arm, causing it to be unable to bear the weight of the sword. Lovejoy's mech already accumulated a fair degree of scratches, but this attack went beyond that. With each crippling strike, his mech performance continued to decline. Just moments later, the handshake struck the executioner's chest with the butt of the spear. The kinetic impact failed to cripple the damaged mech, but succeeded in stirring up the vulnerable internals. The problem Lovejoy faced was that he couldn't get past Xandra's guard. The handshake turned into a hedgehog in her hands. He had to worry about getting pricked every time he attempted to strike. There's no point in playing it safe. Lovejoy determined after achieving another fruitless result. I have to bet my mech against hers. The designer of his mech focused on maximizing its power and resilience. Against the control-fused handshake, the executioner could not possibly outmaneuver the spear wielder. An instructor once taught him an important lesson. If you're losing the game, then flip the board. He lost sight of his way. His mech was not meant to poke the handshake like a skittish kitten. Such a tactic only resulted in a gradual defeat. Once Lovejoy adjusted his perspective, his mood improved. He pushed away his fear of losing. He wanted to win instead of trying to avoid defeat. There's no choice but to go, Alan. If her spear hits my mech, then so be it as long as my sword can dish out the hurt. He slowly polished his aggression until it almost boiled over in his mind. His mech subtly amplified his thoughts. Both of their intents aligned. Even Xandra sensed a change. The battered and beaten mech in front of her halted its declining tendency. She upped the pressure in order to interrupt whatever Lovejoy had in mind. Instead of blocking the next spear thrust, the executioner boldly let it scratch the sides of his lower torso. The engine buckled for a bit, But the mech quickly regained its energy. The wounded mech continued to push forward and struck down its sword with a devastating overhand chop. Caught off guard, Xandra acted decisively. Her mech let go of the spear and hopped away, causing the sword to miss its mark. Despite escaping the damage, she felt no better. Without a spear, her mech lost much of its reach and leverage. As for Lovejoy, his mech performance grew even more unsteady. Besides his power reactor, he also had to keep an eye on his engines. Thankfully, the spear did not penetrate deep enough to affect its core functionality. With a slow grip, the executioner pulled out the spear and held it above its shoulder. Meanwhile, having lost its principal weapon, the handshake retreated from the executioner and raced towards its fallen railgun. Just as it reached the weapon, it slowed down in order to pick up the large but fragile weapon. Even if the executioner wanted to stop the handshake, it was too late. That was what Xandra thought until the executioner threw the shortened spear at her mech. The handshake had just started to reach down and could not reorient itself in time. The thrown spear knocked its shoulder but failed to penetrate through its armor. Though the handshake avoided critical damage, the impact threw it off balance and caused its hand to miss the railgun. Lovejoy already pushed his mech forward after it hurled the spear. By the time his mech came close, the handshake belatedly picked up its weapon and charged its capacitors. Xandra knew she couldn't wait for a full charge. Just as the executioner chopped towards her mech, she fired her railgun when it only charged up to 39%. The slug accurately hit the damaged mech power reactor, causing the mech to experience an emergency shutdown. Before his mech lost its power, Lovejoy channeled all of the mech remaining energy in a single, heaven-shaking chop. Propelled by the mech forward momentum, the weight of the sword finally crashed into the handshake's head and sliced down its neck. The massive sword carved up lots of systems and interfered with the mech control systems. For a moment, both mechs stood still. Xandra's mech recovered first. The damage it suffered was severe, but fell short of killing it. Unfortunately, the sword remained stuck in its upper torso. Instead of trying to move away and aggravate its wounds, the handshake raised its railgun. The mech pressed the barrel against its disabled opponent's torso and charged up the weapon. 1%, 2%, 3%. Its charge slowly accumulated. If not for the last attack, the railgun only needed several seconds to accumulate a sufficient charge. Right now, Xandra tried to hurry up the energy transfer. The executioner came to life. The mech might have lost its power reactor, but Lovejoy found a way around the situation by tapping his mech energy cells directly. This was an extremely destructive process, as the power reactor normally moderated the highly active energy. Flooding the contents of the energy cells directly through the mech caused its internals to overheat in seconds. The mech could only last a couple of seconds at best before all of its energy channels melted down. The executioner only needed 2 seconds to twist the sword and push us deeper into the handshake. Its sputtering flight system pushed the mech and its sword forward. At the last moment before the mech burned out, it suddenly leveraged its sword downwards, past the vulnerable power reactor. The tip of the sword tore through the flimsy shell around the cockpit and halved the sophisticated module that allowed the mech to be remote controlled. According to the rule set by Lemur, the destruction of the module represented the death of the pilot. There was no coming back. The executioner lost all of its power right after delivering the fatal blow. Most of the audience had paid attention to the dramatic final moments of the duel. When it became clear that the executioner lasted longer, they rose to their feet and applauded the mech's spectacular performance. Viz, Lovejoy and the executioner had all outdone themselves in achieving such a hard-fought victory. Vez closed his eyes and took in the applause. Though most of the people wanted to show their appreciation to Lovejoy's incredible performance, Vez equally contributed to his mech eventual triumph. While most designers focused on improving their mech armor or weapons, his own was both structurally sound and resilient to damage. Well, part of why I focus so much on the internals is because I don't have any choice. My foundation in alloy compression is still too shallow. That might change in the future. After witnessing and challenging so many of his fellow peers, Vez gained a better understanding of how others develop their skills. He was already satisfied with this harvest alone. After the other duels had come to an end, 3 finalists remained as victors of the Lemur Open competition. Our first victor is Vez Larkinson, from the Bright Republic. His alma mater was the Rittersberg University of Technology. Together with Cadet Reddy Lovejoy, he has reached the summit of this event. Our second winner is Patricia Schneider, who is also a guest from the Bright Republic. She even attended the same class as Mr. Larkinson at Rittersberg. What a coincidence. The pair's common origins was pushed to the forefront again. They both climbed over countless geniuses to reach this point. Still, nobody could figure out a compelling reason. They just happened to beat every opponent in their way. Many of their victories were hard-won, which helped the audience accept their success. If they performed too dazzling, then people might suggest they'd been kidnapped and replaced by someone like Carter Gage. Fortunately for the school, Marcel Westkirk from Lemur snatched the last available slot. After an arduous battle of attrition, Westkirk's mech finally outlasted its opponent. The Lee managed to preserve its honor. Once the clamor died down, the spotlight shone on the masters sitting atop an elevated podium. The 5 masters heatedly discussed among themselves behind a sound-neutralizing barrier. During this time, all of the other mech designers who reached the third round returned to the stage. He nodded at Barakovsky, who looked like she still had a hard time accepting that Vez had reached this point. Almost everyone among the 24 designers waited silently for the masters to make their decisions. They all hoped to leap to the heavens in a single step. Who wouldn't want to receive the personal guidance of someone who had climbed the summit of his profession? Vez looked up at the eminent figures and wondered who might accept him as an apprentice or a disciple. An apprentice mostly only learned under a master. Whether they only learned a few tricks or inherited their master's entire legacy, there would be a time when they spread their own wings. A disciple, on the other hand, also had a right and obligation to represent their master. The relationship between the two was lifelong and they usually forged very deep ties, both business and personal. Vez wasn't concerned with the differences between the two. As long as a master took him in, he could finally get rid of the system's confining mission and get back to building his business. The masters have finished their deliberations. They are ready to announce their decisions. The first master stood up. Master Duchamp's charming voice reached the entire arena complex. "Mr. Devin Loesch, please step forward." The lucky bastard joyfully separated from the others as they burned a hole into his back. Devin's mech got trashed in the second duel. So why him? If Duchamp noted the questioning expressions of the others, he didn't show it. Instead, his gaze fell down upon Devin with a gentle expression. "Devin Loesch, do you wish to be my apprentice?" "Yes." Devin yelled, as if he was afraid the master would doubt him if he did not do his utmost. "I gladly accept." "Then follow me." The master threw out as he turned around and walked up to the ceiling. Devin eagerly followed. He engaged his anti-grav clothes and quickly caught up to the floating master. They eventually reached a floating room. With the first master done with his selection, the elderly Master Nguyen stepped forward. "Mr. Marcel Westkirk, do you wish to acknowledge me as your teacher?" Marcel calmly stepped forward and knelt on the floor. He kowtowed 3 times according to the ancient tradition. "Good. From now on, the galaxy will acknowledge you as my nominal disciple." The pair floated away towards another private room in order to settle all of the formalities. The third master rose up from her graceful sitting posture. Every designer held their breaths, Vez included. There were divisions between masters. While all of them had reached unimaginable heights, some of them were more distinguished than others. Those who made it a hobby to rank the masters considered Master Katzenberg to be the most formidable designer present. Her mature voice cut through everyone's thoughts like a chime. "Miss Alyssa Phil, are you willing to become my apprentice?" This obscure young woman originated from a tiny fourth-rate state, but graduated from another institution in the coalition. Despite her mixed origins, she amply proved her skill even if her mech hadn't lasted very long in the final round. Much of her success could be attributed to snatching the top mech pilot in the first round. Vez applauded Phil's success, though not everyone was glad to see her ascend. The designers from Lemur appeared especially resentful. As anyone could imagine, the offer caught her out of the blue. She enthusiastically accepting this amazing offer. She flew to Master Katzenberg's side as if she reunited with her long-lost mother. Only 2 masters remained. Coincidentally, Both Vez and Patricia had not been selected yet. Unless Lemur went back on their word, their turns came next. Between Master Olson and Master Null, Vez thought it was a given that he'd be handed off to the latter. Someone as noble and graceful as Patricia was a great fit for the sophisticated Master Olson. Reality proved otherwise. When Master Olson stepped forward, her young but stern gaze focused solely on Vez. "Mr. Vez Larkinson, do you wish to become my apprentice?" Everyone was speechless. No one could have predicted that someone from an average background could catch the eye of someone as lofty as Master Olson. She was notoriously elitist and considered everyone with a net worth of less than $1 billion to be a cockroach. Vez even wanted to access his bank account in order to see if some anonymous grandpa deposited a fortune in his bank account. When he realized he held up the ceremony, he quickly walked forward and gave his response. "I accept." Master Olson silently maintained her gaze at him, which made him feel as if he was an ant. She wordlessly turned around and floated towards a room. Before Vez wondered how he could get up there, a silent platform arrived before his feet. After stepping onto its surface, the hovering surface swiftly carried him in the air. Vez barely heard Master Null accepting Patricia as nominal disciple. He still wondered why Master Olson took a fancy for him. Were the rumors wrong? Chapter 105, Meeting. When Vez stepped into the floating room, he encountered a plain white room. Far from the luxuries he imagined in his mind, the room only contained 2 comfortable chairs facing each other. The only other thing that broke up the room's monotony was a floating piece of ore. The mineral must be something interesting to be worthy of display. Vez tried to dig through his head of any exotics that matched the ore's appearance. After a couple of seconds of fruitless searching, he gave up guessing and followed his new master to the chairs. "Please take a seat." Master Olson gestured as she took the seat closest to the floating chunk of ore. Her admiring gaze suggested that she'd sell out her parents in an instant in order to secure it. Sadly for Vez, she felt no need to explain the origins of the ore. After a minute of silence, Olson finally redirected her attention. With an emotionless expression, her eyes ruthlessly scanned his body and his average clothes. Compared to the finely detailed layered dress that Olson wore, he might as well look like a pauper. "Tell me in your words why I have decided to take you on as my apprentice." The master obviously gave him a test. Vez already expected something like this, so he simply answered as honestly as possible without pause. "I have a solid foundation, and while my skills aren't impressive, my highly developed mechanics is most compatible to your specialties." In contrast, most of the other designers chose to specialize in more exciting fields first, which would make them good seeds for a specialization into engine design. Olson idly tapped her chin with the tip of her finger. "You are partially correct. While your foundation is comparable to a top alumni from Lemur, your mathematics is woefully underdeveloped." "No, underdeveloped is putting it lightly. It is abysmal." The master slammed her palm onto her seat wrist, expressing her dissatisfaction quite firmly to Vez. "Math is the true foundation of our profession. Do not think you can get away with outsourcing all of your computing to automated processors. While they may be able to simulate any model, it is you who will have to construct the models in the first place." While Vez could reply that he could hire a mathematician to do all the heavy lifting, he found it prudent to remain silent. In truth, he prioritized the development of skills that provided a more immediate return on investment. "I will provide you a list of recommended textbooks that you can browse in the Clifford Society's virtual portal. As my apprentice, your starting rank in the society will automatically be set to Knight. As a Knight, you are entitled to expanded access to our internal library." Vez silently sighed in relief once Olson referred to him as her apprentice. He hadn't screwed up in any way or made some kind of faux pas that caused the master to reconsider her choice. Right now, he only wished to keep his mouth shut and survive this meeting with his new status intact. "As you can see, your skills and knowledge are insufficient. There are several other young mech designers who can easily outrace you in that aspect. So tell me, what else distinguishes you from those more talented than you? No matter how impressive they are, most of them have lost. I'm one of the only 3 who made it past the finish line. Perhaps I'm lucky, but my decision-making has brought me this far. I might not be the smartest designer, but I'm confident that I can match the best of them in terms of wits." That is a bold statement. Olson nonchalantly replied. Whether it is true or not, it is something you should consider for yourself. Let me ask you another question. How many mech designers are stuck in the novice phase? The MTA kept track of every mech designer and formally provided them with certifications of their proven skill level. Not any designer could claim to be a master. The MTA strictly tested any mech designer who wished to publicly announce their advancement. According to the MTA, over 90% of all mech designers are still novices. Of the remainder, half of them are apprentices while the other half are journeymen or higher. Do you think all of these novices lack the opportunity to advance? Even if they are not involved in any design work, they can still save up their calls and buy the necessary knowledge over time. Perhaps they will not be able to advance their skills in a couple of years, but they will certainly be able to do so in a couple of decades. There are many old designers, but if they take decades when a younger one only needs a couple of years, then it's obvious to masters and employers who they should invest in. Even wealth is not the determining factor, though it surely helps. Even without the calls to buy a textbook, if you were talented enough, you could apply for grants or knock on the doors of a design company. The point I'm making is that a mech designer is more than a vessel of knowledge. We are humans, capable of both irrationality and creativity. Combined, we can create the most wondrous mech. Too much of it, and we can easily lose sight of our basic needs. A qualified mech designer is one that can exercise sound judgment. Viz already held some suspicions about the Lemur Open competition. For an event that attracted tens of thousands of mech designers annually, its rounds were unusually unconventional. They tested the designers in many different ways. Those who fared poorly in just a single aspect were mercilessly eliminated despite their abundant qualifications. Fairness was never an objective. The masters associated with the lit simply wanted to see mech designers suffer. Those who survived the torment have proven themselves to be the most resilient of this year's batch. It was no wonder why even Master Olson paid attention to Vez, if ever so slightly. In truth, among my closest subordinates, you are still unqualified to receive my personal guidance. Unlike my disciples, you are older and you have already found your own way. It is up to you to see it to the end. For now, access to the resources provided by the Clifford Society is sufficient. You can return to me once you have advanced to become journeyman mech designer. Vez expected to be brushed off in some way. A master did not lack for apprentices. Someone at his level was an infant in her eyes. He still needed lots of growing up before he could be of use. Since Vez only sought to become an apprentice in order to finish his damned mission, the result satisfied him as well. He had no desire for someone watching over his shoulders and finding out about the system. I am fine with this arrangement. Vez replied in order to show he wasn't ungrateful or anything. I've set up a small business in the Bright Republic and I don't plan on giving it up. The Republic is my home. That is a good sentiment. A mech designer must always have a home at heart. Master Olson softly praised. It may be difficult to keep in touch across the star sector, but you may always contact me via your comm if it's an emergency. My subordinates should be able to take care of any routine issues. You can get in touch with them through the Clifford Society. In essence, the Clifford Society was a comprehensive club that did more than bring together Lemar's best alumni and contestants. It also provided a reanimate network for newly inducted disciples and apprentices. Master Olson patiently spent the next half hour explaining her expectations on his apprenticeship. Despite the rumors surrounding Master Olson, she had been surprisingly accommodating so far. Though she still appeared cold and aloof, she patiently guided Vez through the formalities of becoming her apprentice. After signing a bunch of digital paperwork, Vez officially gained a new identity as her apprentice. Along with this enviable status, he gained a permanent residency status in the Friday Coalition. No longer would he be considered a total foreigner, which was highly advantageous if he ever decided to do business here. Lemur prizes independence. Though you have not gone through our school's rigorous regime, your independent mech workshop constitutes a real-life test. I do not have the habit of holding the hands of my apprentices. Do not cry for me for help if you've only bomcherto. Make something of yourself and grow from your experiences. In other words, Master Olson wasn't about to hand Vez a boatload of calls. He had to earn his money with his own two hands. Master Olson wouldn't lift a finger if his business went bankrupt. He should only really ask for help if he encountered a life-threatening situation. When the meeting came to an end, Master Olson passed him a couple of gifts. First, she retrieved a secure alloy briefcase from seemingly nowhere. Open it once you are somewhere private. I recommend you do so on your new ship Yav-1. Next, Master Olson extended her hand towards the floating rock. Somehow, palm glowed to life, as if it turned into a hand-sized plasma cutter. With a careful motion, she cut a ball-sized piece from the surface of the rock. She passed the ball to Vez. This is a treasure. You will thank me if you ever find out its use. With those words, she practically shooed him away, leaving her to gaze at the floating ore like it was her husband. A floating platform brought him to an isolated section of the arena, away from the press of the crowd. A mech pilot garbed in a skin-tight suit leaned against a wall. Once Vez stepped from the platform, the pilot came up and energetically shook his hand. Are you Vez Larkinson? Cadet Lovejoy? This was the first time they came face to face. Both of them performed above and beyond their limits in order to make it to the top. They grew closer after a brief chat. Even if they didn't understand each other's fields, they both appreciated their partner's expertise. Now that Yav won this year's competition, what will you do after you finish your studies? You've already received an offer from the Carnegie Group. You'll be entering an exclusive training program for potential expert pilots. That's impressive. I'm sure a major power like the Carnegie Group can polish your talent. Expert pilots enjoyed the same status as a senior mech designer. They were the true elites who piloted the best advanced mech of any mech corps. Along with this offer, Cadet Lovejoy also received numerous privileges. Potentates always enjoyed more rights, and as his worth increased, his benefits grew correspondingly. For once in his life, Vez did not grow jealous. He used to slavishly devote his life to becoming a mech pilot and follow his father's footsteps. After undergoing the past couple of days, his eyes opened to the splendor of his profession. In his heart, he had already moved on from those childish dreams. If you ever visit the Friday Coalition again, be sure to give me a call. If I'm not on duty, I'd be glad to show you around. Thanks a lot. I'll be sure to look you up if I do. Vez left the arena complex and found his way outside. He had to ask a bot for assistance in order to reunite with Dietrich and Lucky. My man Vez. Congratulations on your kicking win. Haha, it wasn't easy, that's for sure. While Vez and Dietrich talked about the competition, Lucky stared hungrily at the chunk of ore that Master Olson gifted him. Vez noticed his gym cat's preoccupation. Whoa there, not yet little buddy. I want to look up the minerals first. If I can't find out its composition, I'll let you have it for dinner. It's a promise. The cat resentfully meowed at him as if it was a given that the ore should end up in his belly. While Vez was convinced the rock should be worth a fortune, he already won plenty of prizes today. Lucky had accompanied him for several months without receiving much in return. Vez thought it was about time he indulged his pet for once. Chapter 106, Advancement. The Arkan Markai was 100 meters of pure craftsmanship. As a mech designer, Vez appreciated mech the most, but he had a decent eye for ships. The Arkan model had a sleek, curving shape. Her outer plating gleamed in white. A predatory pattern of sky blue accents broke up the monotony. If Vez had to describe it, it looked like a fish with its tail chopped off. Massive thrusters at the aft allowed the ship to traverse space with speed, while its stubby wings helped balance the ship if it descended onto a planet. The ship did not come with a name. For now, she merely held a numerical designation. Vez could think up a name for the ship and register it later at any coalition port at any point. Compared to the gigantic but sluggish passenger ships and the smaller but economic transports, the Arkan Markai was built to satisfy the vanity of the rich. The designers of this luxury vessel pretty much picked the most expensive options available. This meant that the Arkan was faster and more resilient than any other ship of her size. In formal terms, the Arkan was classified as a corvette. These vessels ranged from 50 meters to 200 meters. They were built for speed, evasion and sometimes stealth. Compared to a regular corvette, the Arkan featured extensive automation. Lemur even included a complimentary navigator bot, so Vez could theoretically operate the vessel without a single crew member. Not that it's a good idea. A man should never rely on bots. A vessel controlled by bots and programs was highly vulnerable to malicious digital intrusion. Vez intended to hire a human pilot in the future. The luxurious furnishings made up for the cramped interior. Dietrich's eyes widened at the fully stocked bar and instantly swiped a bottle of liquor. Do you realize how much I can sell this bottle of Doomsday No. 8? It's worth at least 150,000 credits back home. While Dietrich slobbered all over the complimentary booze, Vez inspected the 3 decks for any other surprises. The cargo bay was situated at the lower deck. As advertised, it contained enough space to hold 4 standardized containers. The bay came with an integrated lifting system that allowed for effortless loading and unloading of any cargo. For now, Dietrich's refurbished mech took up much of the space, so Vez had no opportunity to test this system. Other supplies took up the rest of the space in this deck. For example, Vez bumped into large barrels that store the ship's water, air and fuel. As the Archon ran on high-density fuel, the designers put a lot of effort into securing the volatile mixture. The protective shell around the fuel tanks could take a dozen hits from a mechanized weapon. A lot of compartments operated out of the middle decks. The all-important engineering compartment regulated both the FTL drive as well as the standard thruster engines. It also regulated the power reactor. Vez could imagine if pirates boarded his ship and wrested control of engineering, they'd practically be in effective command of the entire corvette. Besides some boring systems such as the air and water recyclers, the middle decks also came with a fully furnished lab and miniature workshop. Lemur generously furnished both compartments with state-of-the-art devices. Though Vez lacked the expertise to fully utilize the lab, he handed off the chunk of mineral to the lab's expensive lab bot. While it was fairly stupid compared to a human scientist, it was better than nothing. With the ore in its hands, the bot should be able to find out a couple of things about the ore. While Vez had nothing to do in the workshop area, he still went over all the supplied gear. The workshop enabled him to do some basic maintenance and repair on mech. The ship's engineer could also borrow the workshop's tools to keep the Archon running. What Vez found particularly surprising was that the workshop came with a mini-sized 3D printer. The model was recent and came with many advanced capabilities. Unfortunately, due to its scale, Vez couldn't replace his old 3D printer with this state-of-the-art device. The small printer simply couldn't fabricate anything larger than a person, and if Vez wanted to print something advanced, he had to wait a long time. The mini printer still provided Vez with another tool. If he ever needed to fabricate an advanced component, he could turn to this device instead of seeking outside help. The bridge of the Archon was placed at the bow of the middle deck. Vez had no clue how to pilot the ship, so he entrusted the controls to the expert hands of the navigator bot. The top deck took up less space due to the Archon's sloping form. The deck mainly offered comfort and accommodation to the passengers and crew. The smaller cabins held enough space for 4. The beds could be expanded into double bunks if Vez ever took in more crew. The mess hall offered a comfortable place for people to eat their meals. In its standard setting, the dining area looked like an austere cafeteria. Crew members could eat their meals in peace. When Vez changed the dining area's mode, the normal furnishings receded and the room turned into a classy dining room that could also function as a conference room. The wooden furniture and soft carpets gave the transformed room a sophisticated ambience that would certainly help in impressing any guests. The food preparation system was state-of-the-art. The hall also came with an automated food fabricator that prepared any meals programmed in its systems. The food fabricator took in standardized nutrient packs as input and fabricated natural-looking meals such as spaghetti bolognese or instant noodles. If Vez ever grew tired with fabricated meals, he could hire a cook to man the attached kitchen. The observation chamber came with a retractable roof that allowed the occupants to gaze at the stars. The chamber also functioned as a leisure room. It came with programmable seating that allowed Vez to summon up sofas or bar stools as he needed. Dietrich currently monopolized the bar set to the side while Lucky cautiously sniffed at fish swimming lazily inside the aquarium set on the other end. The final 2 compartments at the bow of the ship turned out to be the ship's best cabins. The staterooms offered enough space for the captain and the owner to take care of some paperwork. One of the extensive secure closets already came with the new set of clothes. Are all of these anti-grav clothes? The freebie certainly came as a surprise. Though all of the sets looked simple, Vez quickly realized there was more under the surface. All of the sets could be reprogrammed, allowing them to change their shape and color. Not that Vez thought to play around with this function. To his underdeveloped fashion sense, the clothes were already miles ahead of his old wardrobe. He quickly changed to a set but left the float function for later. The last thing he needed was to bump his head onto the ceiling. He retrieved another set of anti-grav clothes and left it onto the bed of the spare stateroom. He already received more than enough gifts. Dietrich deserved a share as well. Once he finished his tour, he entered his stateroom. In the privacy of his office, it was time to reactivate the system and retrieve his rewards. The system inundated him with notifications once he ran the program. Vez quickly glanced through most of them, only bothering to pause at the most important messages. He held up the mech evaluation report for the Unicorn, his rushed design for the free-for-all. X Factor, C+. He indeed broke through, though sadly he couldn't replicate the result. His Sword Dancer and Executioner designs only received a middling score of CBY, the stingy system. He wasn't too worried. Once he had a taste of a higher boundary, he could still recall the sensations. After pushing all of the evaluation reports along with a handful of DP the system rewarded, he finally got to the most important messages. Congratulations for upgrading your status to Apprentice Mech Designer. You have taken your first step into the path of a Supreme. The Mech Designer system will now initiate an upgrade. Please stand by. What are you doing? His comm unit physically changed shape. The thin armband-shaped device started to melt in front of his eyes. For a moment, Vez panicked at the sight. Would his wrist melt off? He calmed down a few seconds later once he realized his comm did not melt into a hot piece of metal. Instead, it merely broke down into tiny nanomachines of some sort. It first spread out an ultra-thin layer of metal until it engulfed his entire hand. Vez stood uncomfortably still while the metal constantly poked at his skin. After completing whatever it did, the metal receded into an unobtrusive brace. When Vez poked at it with his fingers, he found the comm to be surprisingly pliable and springy. Smart metal? Whatever its composition, Vez was sure the system massively upgraded his previously average comm unit. He'd dig through the changes later. First, he had to go over the rest of the upgrades. Your access to the store has been expanded. You are now able to exchange more advanced items with design points. Considering that even the cheapest junk in the store cost a fortune, Vez was not that eager to throw more DP in this bottomless pit. You are now able to purchase copper lottery tickets at the lottery at the preferential price of 500 design points. That might be something interesting. Vez remembered he used up 3 of them at the start. While they gave him nothing, the lottery might hide something useful. The question was if he wanted to test this assumption by throwing away lots of DP. The designer module has unlocked the super publish ability. When completing any designs, you are able to super publish them. In exchange for forfeiting all your current and future rewards, the designer will automatically enhance your design by a factor of 10%. You are only able to super publish a design once every standard year. This was a massive reward. 10% might not sound like much, but every percent mattered with regard to designs. The only snag was that giving up all of that DP certainly hurt a lot. The system obviously did not encourage him to use this ability often, given that the cooldown lasted an entire year. I should keep this trump card in reserve. I can learn a lot by watching how the system surpasses my design. The messages ended at that point. It seemed the system did not intend to lavish Vez in Riche for a successful promotion. Vez awkwardly scratched his head. He expected more. Well, I still have my new master's gifts. He received 2 physical presents from Master Olsen. The lab was still busy analyzing the mysterious piece of ore, so Vez turned to the secure suitcase resting on his desk. As an engineer, he recognized its extraordinary construction. The metal surface had been treated with advanced alloy compression. The material worth of the coffer alone exceeded 1 million bright credits. To Master Olsen, such an amount was chump change. Unlocking the case took quite a bit of effort. Lemur somehow got a hold of his biometrics, so he had to let the digital lock scan his retina, sample his blood, measure his breath and read a random article aloud. The lock disengaged after making sure that Vez was not some kind of shape-shifting alien. The padded interior only held 2 distinct items. Vez first picked the item placed on top. He recognized the device as a miniaturized shield generator. A recording of Master Olson's voice popped up from nowhere. "What you are holding is a life-saving treasure. This shield generator possesses enough power to withstand a single large-caliber railgun projectile. Its development is a closely guarded secret and you should never reveal it to anyone. It possesses its own methods of concealment, but for your own good, you should better keep it out of sight." Vez thought such devices were exclusive to the upper crust of first-rate states. Perhaps his cognition of high society needed to be revised. Regardless, such a small and amazing shield must have cost his master a lot. He appreciated her generosity. When Vez turned to the second object, his eyes turned a little weird. After removing the strange foliage, he held a medical injector. The vial inserted in the injector contained a strange, glowing green liquid. The label on the vial only displayed a single code. M21 Initiating Elixir. What you are holding is an even greater secret than the shield generator. The secret is so well kept that you should extinguish any thoughts of leaking it to the public. Vez already had a good idea what the mysterious vial contained. Holding it meant he had finally stepped into the upper ranks of society. Chapter 107, Injection. The contents of the vial turned out to be a freshly synthesized gene boost elixir, tailored to his physique. The conspiracy theories were definitely true. Those in power controlled a method of manipulating a person's genes and improved their attributes. The secret did not affect him as much as others, as he already enjoyed something similar from the canned ease the system handed out. He patiently listened to Master Olson's recording as she extensively warned him of all the ways he could end up dead if he did anything improper. The M21 is an entry-level gene boost designed to reconstruct your body and pave the way for future injections. The series elixirs are particularly suited for scientists and engineers. The first dose has a pronounced effect on your intelligence. Due to their extreme effects, it is recommended that you ingest a premium nutrient pack before you proceed with the injection. Vez ordered a household bot to retrieve a nutrient pack from Arkin's mess hall. After chewing up the mushy bar of essential nutrients, his belly quickly became bloated. Only starving people ate an entire nutrient pack without processing. Without further ado, he placed the business end of the injector against his arm and pressed the button. Goo goo. The elixir burned through his veins and traveled up his arm before spreading out. The fluid somehow engulfed his entire body in seconds. His flesh and bones shook with excitement as the fluid washed over them simultaneously. His brain received special emphasis as up to 30% of the gene boost made their way up. A few indeterminate minutes went by as Vez collapsed to the floor. While his body suffered through the pangs of rebirth, the empty injector silently disintegrated into dust, which slowly broke down into smaller particles that was swept away by the ship's ventilation. After Vez finally recovered, half an hour had already gone by. His bloated stomach had turned into an empty pit. He could certainly grab another bite. Eager to see how he progressed, Vez called up his status. Status. Name, Vez Larkinson. Profession, apprentice mech designer. Specializations, none. Design points, 815. Attributes. Strength, 0.8. Dexterity, 0.7. Endurance, 0.8. Intelligence, 1.3. Creativity, 1. Concentration, 1.7. Neural aptitude, F. Skills. Assembly, apprentice, 3D printer proficiency II, assembler proficiency II. Business, apprentice. Computer science, incompetent. Electrical engineering, novice. Mathematics, incompetent. Mechanics, journeyman, jury rigging II, speed tuning III. Metallurgy, journeyman, alloy compression I. Metaphysics, incompetent. Physics, novice, lightweight armor optimization I, medium weight armor optimization III. Abilities. Super publish, available. Can be activated once a year. Evaluation, an apprentice who has taken a step in the true world of mech design. His status hadn't changed much. Most of his rewards for completing his mission went towards upgrading his privileges. It was as if the system stole all the benefits and left him with a pittance. Regarding his attributes, the M21 gene boost certainly made a difference, though it was not as big as he thought. Both his strength, endurance and intelligence received a small 0.1 bump. Vez could imagine that anyone might faint at the sight. As someone who already ate a couple of candies, he merely noted the bump and wondered what it would take to get the next injection. Something like this should still be out of reach. The Clifford Society should have more information. After taking a brief sonic shower, he dressed himself, exited his bathroom and walked over to the full-sized mirror next to his closet. The shower's drying program even styled his dark brown hair into a neatly combed look. The cut of his suit fit him like a glove. These anti-grav clothes came with the most perfect measuring systems. It even adjusted to his changed physique without having to lift a finger. Wow, that gene boost sure brushed up my appearance, Vez stated admiringly. Even the system didn't offer cosmetic boosts from its store, at least to his knowledge. The gene boost's physique enhancement not only strengthened his muscles, but also smoothed out his physical features. His skin lost all of its blemishes and his face appeared more symmetrical. Though he'd never be called handsome, at least he distanced himself from the skinny nerd look. Should I grow a beard? No matter the era, facial hair always gave men a dignified look if properly groomed. Even if Vez knew little about styling, he could borrow his ship's amazing styling program to groom a sophisticated beard. I'm too young. People will think I'm trying too hard. He just became an apprentice to one of the Friday Coalition's vaunted masters. Even if Master Olson was one of the youngest among their ranks, she had a bright future ahead of her. His new status had turned into his defining characteristic. Even someone as distinguished as Barakovsky fell short. I'll be sure to squeeze my status as often as I need. As a mech designer with ambition, he didn't want to rely on his master's name forever. He had no qualms of borrowing his status to deter anyone who wished him ill. Well, let's get this ship underway. The Archon came fully stocked with enough fuel, food, water and air to travel across the star sector. Vez summoned a tipsy Dietrich to the bridge. Cool bridge man, if a little vulnerable. There's hardly any cover here, so you better pray pirates won't reach this place. Dietrich had a point. The Archon had been designed first and foremost for the rich. While the ship incorporated some defenses, the interior prioritized aesthetics. Retractable defenses were only effective up to a point. I asked you up here to consult you on a couple of matters. First, you're aware that I've offended a couple of people during the competition, right? Haha, you sure kicked a lot of people's butts. Even though Master Olson took me in, I can't be sure that someone is out to get me. I've instructed my navigator bot to plot a circuitous route back to the Bright Republic. Take a look at the map. A projection of the entire star sector appeared in view. A bright red line originated from the Lemur system and reached out to a lightly populated system. The route kept hopping between less crowded systems until it reached the border of the Bright Republic. We have to make 56 stops, but we'll still be back in a month. Unlike passenger ships, our Archon won't be wasting time traveling to the interior of a star system in order to exchange passengers. Our ship will rest at the edge of each star system and leave when her FTL drive has finished cycling. A ship could not hop into FTL immediately upon disengaging it. The FTL drive required at least a couple of hours of cleaning, maintenance and inspection. Military-grade drive cycled faster, but required a seasoned engineer to keep watch. Dietrich stumblingly tried to make sense of the elongated route. I don't have any complaints, but are we really skipping all of the port systems? We're taking a massive detour here. I don't mind if I have to delay my homecoming. What's more important is that my enemies won't be able to predict my schedule. There were too many star systems in the sector. Vez deliberately included uninhabited systems in his planned route in order to mess up anyone's guesses. With the inclusion of these systems, anyone who wanted to track him down had to devote thousands of ships at each hop. He didn't think anyone would be crazy to divert so many ships for a trivial apprentice mech designer. The second thing I'd like your input on is a name for this ship. We won't be visiting any other port systems, so this is our only chance to register a name. Vez wanted to gift his Archon with a dignified name. According to the laws of both the Friday Coalition and the Bright Republic, as long as he didn't come up with something offensive, he could pick any name. A ship is like your personal mech. It's part of your identity. Dietrich sagely explained, as if the liquor made him smarter. The thing is, the Archon is already a beast. You don't have to crack your skull in order to come up with something cool. After throwing a couple of names back and forth, Vez eventually decided upon the Barracuda. The ship already looked like the fish, so the name fit her like a glove. It also sounded cool enough without trying too hard. After passing on the name to Limar's traffic control, Vez quickly received a notification that Theve approved the christening. The sides of his ship shimmered for a moment before they displayed the new name in a bold black font over the vessel's bright white surface. No wonder the rich like to throw good money after bad on these toys, Dietrich remarked with a hint of envy. With a ship like this, you'll never worry about the hassle. The Barracuda's extensive automation was her biggest selling point. Vez was determined to keep this ship in his possession. No matter how much money he had to throw in this money pit, the ship's ease of use allowed him to maintain her without involving too many outsiders. She's a good means of escape if anything happens. In a galaxy full of tension, no planet was safe. Even a quiet and boring state such as the Bright Republic had to face a lot of threats. The ship ascended into the skies. Vez bid farewell to Lemur 2 as the Barracuda effortlessly escaped the planet's gravity well. The archipelagos claimed by the Lemur Institute of Technology slowly faced underneath the clouds and haze of the planet's atmosphere. For the next few hours, Vez observed the navigator bot as it efficiently slipped past the crowded traffic near Lemur 2's orbit. It frequently sent automated requests to the system's traffic control and received updates on its assigned routes that led it to the edge of the star system. As a small and nimble corvette, the Barracuda only required half a day to travel from the inner system to the very edge. Surprisingly, the system's security force approved his departure after only a cursory scan. Their inspectors hadn't even boarded the ship. Looks like flaunting my status as an apprentice is quite useful. The FTL drive transitioned into a different dimension without problem. The Barracuda was on its way. Feeling a bit uncertain, Vez summoned up the diagnostics of the ship. While he couldn't understand the details, the operating system detected no anomalies. His ship wasn't about to explode. Now that I've got some free time on my hand, I might as well take a look at the Clifford Society. Technically, Master Olson was merely a guest professor at Lemur. Despite the short duration of her stay, she made several agreements with Lemur that smoothed over the rights and privileges of her apprentices and disciples. Thus, when he returned to his stateroom and visited the Society's virtual portal, the room's projection came to life. A vivid world came into existence. Highly advanced projectors and other systems simulated a very realistic environment full of sights, sounds and smells. Like a god observing his worshippers, Vez stood on a cloud that overlooked a vast and sparsely populated mountain range. A few moments later, another person warped into view. "Ah, welcome. I was expecting you." The middle-aged man. "Are you enjoying your new ship? We've added a couple of extras once we've learned you've received this prize." The man wore sophisticated Integrav clothes in a much more elaborate style. Custom jewels adorned his suit jacket in an intricate geometric pattern. An emblem of a fist enclosing a blue rose was pasted onto his chest. Vez recognized it as Master Olson personal master mark, an exclusive symbol assigned by the MTA to mark her designs. "Are you my senior?" "That's right. I am Horatio Vecklin. I am Carmen's oldest apprentice and one of her personal assistants. I am in charge with keeping track of her subordinates and managing their needs." Horatio gestured with his hands, throwing his virtual contact details to Vez. "Contact me if you have any questions. You don't want to bother Carmen with a trivial issue. She takes quite a dim view to idiots who waste her time. Only someone close to Master Olson could have the guts to call her by her first name." Vez decided it didn't hurt to get acquainted with Horatio. "Can you introduce me to the Clifford Society?" "Why, certainly. That's why I'm here. If you will follow me, we will descend and tour the virtual facilities. There are a lot of hidden gems down there if you know where to look." Through certain gestures, Vez learned how to descend his virtual body. He followed Horatio downwards. He was looking forward to what this exclusive society of mech designers offered. Chapter 108, Clifford's Society. The virtual structures built on top and around the mountains were remarkably diverse. Some were shaped like ancient temples, while others borrowed from the latest architecture. Are you wondering why nothing matches? The society is not in a habit of imposing firm controls. We're not the Kansu clan after all. Every member above the rank of squire has the right to place a permanent structure in this mountain range. The higher your rank, the larger your personal space. It turned out that the Clifford Society ranked its members in a simple hierarchy. The lowest rung consisted of squires. They formed the largest member group as each year many of the top 500 in the Lemur Open competition chose to join. They only had basic level access to the society's resources, but for the designers with shallow backgrounds, it was an oasis in a desert. They had to earn merits through missions in order to pay for more exclusive services. The next step up were the knights. Only rarely do squires get promoted to this rank. Most of the apprentices, disciples and regular middle-rank mech designers were knights. They formed quite a substantial influence, and enjoyed more extensive access to the society's exclusive libraries, mission hall and restricted lectures. As Vez entered the society with this rank, Horatio gave him a better idea on what to expect with this status. Don't bother mingling with the squires unless you want something done. You can assign a mission at the mission hall and attach a small reward. I can guarantee you that hundreds of the little buggers will flock to your task. It appeared Horatio took a very dim view of squires. Considering the mixed composition of this year's top 500, Vez understood his disdain. Due to the competition's weird format, plenty of unqualified mech designers had slipped through. These lucky bastards probably stagnated later on due to their lack of talent and work ethic. It's best to interact with your peers. Every knight is an exceptional individual who has earned their rank. While you are able to earn merits the boring way through fulfilling missions, it's more convenient to trade for knowledge or assistance with your fellow knights. When Horatio guided him to the mission hall, Vez knew why he dismissed the mission hall. Many of the missions appropriate for knights lasted for months or years. They included missions like tutoring a spoiled brat until he successfully graduated with a degree in mech design. Such a mission rewarded the taker with 50 merits if he succeeded after 5 years. Don't underestimate the value of 50 merits. While there's no direct equivalent in calls, knights like you often treat 1 merit as 1 million calls. This meant that a single merit was worth at least 100 million bright credits. He could fabricate 4 Mark Antony mech with that much money. As a knight, you are entitled to 10 merits per standard year. This is merely plain money to tide you over. To illustrate the value of a merit, let's take a look at the libraries. The Society's library complex took over an entire plateau. Several different Greco-Roman structures offered varying levels of knowledge. The Star Library was meant for squires and contained books and articles that ranged from novice to apprentice level. A knight had unrestricted access to every book. The Moon Library offered deeper knowledge. The books and articles in its catalog were of a higher level than the textbooks that Vez had previously bought from the open market. The vast majority of its books was at the journeyman level, though the highest floor also offered senior level books. Knights like Vez had to exchange merits to gain a virtual copy of a book. He could only receive them onto special secure tablets in order to safeguard the knowledge. These tablets featured an abundance of encryption and other forms of copy protection. The way they worked was very strange. If Vez wanted to read a book, he had to swallow a special neural capsule tailored to his DNA that temporarily reconfigured his optic nerves to read the nonsensical patterns displayed on the tablet. His brain would automatically interpret the squiggly lines and symbols into legible words. The Society provided knights with only 20 neural capsules. This meant that Vez received only 20 attempts to read through an entire textbook. He had to pay more merits if he wanted another batch of neural capsules. As you can see, Vez, the foundational journeyman level books only costs 1 merit for knights. The more advanced books range from 5 to 50 merits. As for the senior level books, don't even think about it until you've accumulated at least 1,000 merits. Even Vez needed to complete a 10-year mission if he wanted to earn 1,000 merits. Some missions paid more or lasted shorter, but they also entailed a lot more dangers. Some of those missions placed the takers in the middle of active conflicts. After leaving the structure, Horatio led Vez to the front of the most magnificent library. The Sun Library is the holy grail of Limar's Mech development faculty. Every professor of the Li has donated at least a single book. Over the years, the amount of knowledge it has accumulated is very terrifying, even if most of it is dated. Have you ever had the opportunity to read a book from this library? Vez curiously asked. Horatio looked rather old. He must have worked under Master Olson for many years. Horatio puffed up his chest. I completed a critical assignment for Master Olson a couple of years ago. I gained the right to access a single book from the Sun Library. Oh, you can't imagine the brilliance seeped into every page. To experience the essence of their specialties is a marvelous chance. Ahem. He awkwardly coughed once he realized his emotions got the better of him. He quickly regained his composure as a friendly senior. The knowledge within this library is extremely dangerous for young mech designers like you. Unless you have gained a lot of experience and tempered your design philosophy to a strong degree, you better not sneak a peek. Vez nodded in agreement, though he reserved some skepticism. How could something as innocent as books break a mech designer's mind? They descended down the mountain range and entered one of the cities. Unlike the eclectic mix on the mountaintops, the city looked like a proper medieval castle settlement. Simulated people added a lot of livelihood to the scene, though all of them ignored the society members as if they didn't exist. This is where the squires can rent a virtual home or storefront. It is not the most harmonic environment, but it is sufficient for most of them if they wish to advertise their services. Many squires had set up stores or stalls offering wares for merits. They also showed off their capabilities in the hopes of getting hired by someone who has merits to spare. Looking at these talented mech designers debasing themselves for a couple of merits showed Vez how brutal the world can be. Squires who joined the Clifford Society started at the bottom and had to claw their way upwards. It reminded him of the harsh circumstances that students of the Lee had to go through in order to survive. These squires make excellent lackeys if you're short on manpower. The society binds us all together. The rules are very strict against those who violate any contracts made within its bounds. They reached the final destination of their tour. Horatio had led Vez onto an upscale bazaar where knights and those of even higher ranks had set up their own storefronts. Almost anything could be exchanged with merits. From completed mech designs to wreckage of highly advanced mech, as long as you had merits, it was yours. Vez widened his eyes when he stopped in front of a store selling fabrication equipment. That's a decent 3D printer, Horatio remarked as he eyed the machine. It was a bog-standard printer common in the coalition. It's nothing to me, but it should be adequate for your needs. The hefty price tag of 500 merits discouraged Vez. There were not many ways in which he could earn so many merits quickly. He reluctantly let go of the shiny toys and followed Horatio as he pointed out the most notable stores. The tour came at an end when they reached a fountain. Horatio reached inside his pocket and retrieved a merit ticket. He threw it into the fountain without hesitation. People say that you can gain some luck if you throw some merits into the fountain. Horatio smirked at Vez when he looked bewildered at the waste. You might think that I'm throwing away a virtual object into a virtual fountain for nothing. If you believe the multiverse is fixed and follows a defined set of physical laws, then you might be right. Vez could guess the point he was making. This might even be a hidden test of sorts. I believe we have only schemed the workings of our reality. There is much we have to learn, he said as he remorselessly tossed a valuable merit ticket into the waters of the fountain. Inwardly, he groaned at the loss. He only had 9 merits left. His guide said nothing and merely watched on. Once the ticket fully submerged, he started to float. That's it for this little tour. Take care of yourself and work hard to become a journeyman mech designer. Once you have reached this level, you will gain access to the Titanium Garden, which is Carmen's exclusive portal. It's not as lively as the Clifford Society, but it offers exclusive resources that will help you advance. The Titanium Garden existed both as a virtual portal and as a physical location on Master Olson's home planet. Master Olson owed her rapid rise to the Vermeer Group, but her true allegiance was more complex. She proactively partnered with masters from other groups within the coalition and maintained a neutral stance in all intra-coalition turf wars. In essence, she was welcome everywhere. While Vez could climb the Clifford Society's hierarchy, It remained a way for the Carnegie Group to exert influence on him. It would become messy if he got involved in the complex politics between the two groups. If he had to make a choice, then he was better off favoring the Vermeer Group. Still, as a foreigner, Vez hoped to stay out of this cesspool and develop his mech quietly in the Bright Republic. For now, try to take advantage of what the Clifford Society has to offer. Horatio advised Vez in a sincere manner. The resources they offer to lower-ranked mech designers is quite comprehensive. Make sure to develop a solid foundation and develop your specialties one step at a time. While you shouldn't be in a hurry, I expect you to reach journeyman in a decade at most. Vez didn't have to ask what would happen if he failed to meet that request. As a disgrace to his master, he'd be stripped of his apprenticeship and kicked away like a piece of trash. Understood. I'll be sure to work as hard as possible. One more thing. If you are stuck in your studies, feel free to contact me if you need some guidance. Do note that my time is also scarce, so you better have some merits on hand. That left him with a way out if he absolutely got stuck. Vez did not expect to consult Horatio often due to his reliance on the system to advance his skills. Cramming books like a human lost its charm when he could simply spend some DP and gain complete mastery over a new skill. Well, I'll probably give this book learning a thing since I'm short on DP. Once Horatio left, Vez exited the simulated environment as well. He could borrow some books later. First he had to finish the ones he purchased previously. After going through so many battles at Lemur, Vez felt the need to consolidate his new gains by revisiting some theories he didn't completely understand. It was a good way to pass the time while the Barracuda made her way to the Bright Republic. Chapter 109, Making Plans. The Barracuda quietly traversed the stars. By visiting out-of-the-way star systems, the Barracuda avoided most of the bustle. This led to a quiet series of hops as the Barracuda kept engaging her FTL drive with just a few hours of downtime. While Dietrich was steadily sampling the ship's alcohol, Vez consolidated his gains from Lemur. The pressure and the lack of time during the competition caused him to unleash his potential. In his inspired state, he made several risky design choices that gave him a new perspective on design and implementation. Even if the system stuffs an entire library of knowledge in my brain, I still have much to learn. I thought I thoroughly mastered journeyman mechanics once I upgraded it through the system, but now I've found out it's just the start. Books remained useful to him even if he still relied on the system. Different sources of knowledge provided contrasting perspectives. Some shined a light on issues that others neglected. Vez could never read too many books, though in practice he still needed to work for a living. He sighed when he thought what he might face when he returned home. While the industry insiders from the coalition only raised an eyebrow to his status, the hicks from the Republic might start treating him like the Vision King. No matter what, Vez was certain he could milk his status into increasing his sales. Brand and reputation mattered the most in the mech industry. They also hung on his neck like shackles. Any designs he sold had to meet a minimum standard of excellence. Anything he released that turned out to be lacking would affect not only him but also his master. He didn't want to wait until the Barracuda arrived at her destination. Vez raised his cum and summoned up his list of contacts. His finger hovered over Carlos Shaw's name. Compared to the squires of the Clifford Society who were begging to be hired, Carlos fell awfully short. After a few minutes of consideration, Vez decided he'd rather have someone he trusted over someone who's only in it for the merits. My first employee should be someone I can treat as a partner. I'll be far too busy coming up with new designs to bother with managing my future subordinates. With Carlos on hand, he could act as my Horatio by keeping an eye on his expanding business. Vez had been ambivalent about expanding the scale of his business. Not to mention the cost of equipment, he simply couldn't afford to split his focus. After his ordeal in Lemur, he gained a different perspective. Every great mech designer needed a mountain of resources in order to advance. Designing and fabricating one mech at a time took too much time and earned only a limited amount of revenue. If Vez wanted to accelerate his timetable, then he had to let go of his need for absolute control and delegate responsibilities. Though he hadn't started to expand his workshop yet, he wanted to bring in Carlos early. His finger pressed the name, causing his comp to connect to the galactic net and route his call across the star sector. The Barracuda's quantum entanglement node allowed him to connect successfully to the galactic net without any shenanigans happening due to the ship traveling in FTL mode. Vez. His eyes brightened with hope. It's good to see you again. Eve watched your performance at home. Patricia and you have really made our little republic famous. The two of you are heroes now. That's great news, but I didn't call you to rest on my laurels. He briefly explained his future expansion plans to Carlos. Though he warned his friend that it might take a year or two to get the ball rolling, Carlos won't be sitting idle in between. That's a great offer. Carlos replied with emotion. I can finally say goodbye to my stupid quality control job. I'm not hiring you to be a full-time mech designer, so don't get your hopes up yet. For now, I'd like you to polish your assembly and fabrication capabilities. You'll be taking over my machines whenever I receive a routine order. Don't worry, Vez. After working in quality control, Eve learned all the ways the fabrication process could go wrong. I can guarantee you that I won't be sloppy. After finishing his talk with Carlos, Vez hung up and called his cousin Melinda. Hi Melinda, did I call it a bad time? I'm still on duty, but my boss doesn't mind a short break. Melinda said as she was fiddling with her planetary guard uniform. You're a big deal now back at home. Eve heard. I called you up because I want to ask you if I'm still under investigation. One of his mech had been used to commit atrocities in Bentham. Last he heard, the Republic's investigators wanted to bring in Vez for a very firm talk. All inquiries involving you have stopped. Melinda responded with a smile. Your impressive achievement gave the investigators a scare. They changed their stance overnight and quietly pulled back their feelers. The influence of a master mech designer was so dreadful that people proactively bowed out of his way. He didn't even have to say anything for others to accommodate his needs. What does the family think? Grandpa is proud of you, as ever. As for the rest, well, we know the importance of mech, but they think you're still too young to exert any meaningful influence on behalf of the Larkin sons. Melinda's assessment rang true. Just because he became an apprentice did not mean he wielded a lot of personal influence. Master Olson had her own dignity. She wouldn't direct her attention to the small and weak Republic and start to meddle in their affairs. After exchanging some small talk, Vez ended the call so Melinda could return to her duties. He made a final call to his broker. Marcella Bollinger's stocky face stared at Vez with an intriguing expression. You've made quite a leap. I didn't think you were capable of stealing the show at Lemur. As a dealer of mech, Marcella knew far more about mech than the typical mech pilot. The Vez who designed the Mark Antony could never match up to the geniuses from Lemur. The sudden leap in strength was perplexing. I've recently come across a chance. I considerably improved my skills. Vez stated simply, deciding to leave Marcella guessing. How is the demand for my designs? She adopted a greedy grin. They've been barging at my door for days. While I suspect that much of the enthusiasm will die down over the week, you won't be lacking customers anymore. Your name recognition alone has broken through the roof. Marcella sent Vez a marketing report that detailed his increased brand value. Even if he only fabricated 2 physical mech, the value of his brand far surpassed the small-time mech manufacturers from Bentham. In fact, his value came close to matching the brand of a medium-sized mech manufacturer. The problem is that while your brand is bigger, your scale is still too small. What are your plans? First, I intend to halt my sales. My Mark Antony variant is too outdated, so I intend to update its design. You can expect a substantial improvements in its specs once I'm done. That's good. The Mark Antony's main selling point is that it's cheap. For an advanced mech, its performance falls woefully short. If you can close the gap to the most dominant models in the market, then I'm sure you'll attract a steady stream of orders. Vez nodded in agreement. They both knew that the Mark Antony could never match the current gen designs that maintained a stranglehold on the market. By increasing his variant's performance, they both hoped that his meteoric rise in fame was sufficient to divert a portion of the customer base. I've also revised my pricing and labeling scheme. Vez added as he sent over a single-page document outlining 3 distinct labels. Since I'm planning to expand my workshop, I'll be handing off the fabrication to my employees. The mech they make won't be as solid as my own, but I will make sure they will meet the specifications set by the design. This is your silver label, I see. A good choice of name. Silver is traditionally associated with valuable but affordable products. It fits well with your mass-market products. Your clients won't hold unrealistic expectations for your cheapest products. The next step up is the gold label. These are the Mech I've fabricated personally. As you know, I don't want to do this too often. Since my brand value has increased, I think a premium of 50% compared to the silver label is viable. Do you agree? Marcella hummed in thought. This is a difficult question. I can do some market research for you, but it's better to implement it directly and see how many clients are willing to pay. I can see the appeal, but the price is very close to the maximum acceptable ceiling. If Vez proved mistaken, they could always adjust the price. Marcella determined the final sale price in any case, so she only treated his suggestions as guidelines. Her expression turned into a frown when she addressed the third label. While the market will easily accept previous two labels, this ruby label of yours breaks the mold. Not only will you charge 75% above the base price, you also set the minimum order amount to 4 Mech. I don't know if you're aware, but we regularly offer discounts when clients order multiple Mech. I know that you're bewildered, but my ruby label is absolutely worth the price. It's an exclusive service meant to meet the needs of squads and close-knit mercenary corps. Just like what I've done for Vincent Ricklin, much of my time is spent on getting to know my clients and customizing my design to fit their profile. It's not worth it to go through all of that effort only to fabricate a single Mech. By setting a minimum amount, I can make the most effective use of my time. Left unspoken was that Vez wanted to develop his X factor. In the final round of the Lemur Open competition, he became struck by how a handful of identical mechs strengthened each other's auras. He wanted to explore this phenomenon and turn it into a commercially viable benefit. If his speculations were true, his ruby label might turn into his biggest treasure. I'll put the word out, but don't expect any takers. Marcella replied with a hint of hesitation. For now, you have to strike while the iron is hot. The market has a short-term memory. Before you fade away completely, you should find some way to solidify your reputation. I already plan to revise the Mark Antony. Once I've sold enough gold and silver labeled Mech, I intend to purchase an alloy compressor. Those things cost quite a bit of credits. You can get a second-hand one for about 300 million credits, but I don't recommend you take this route. Alloy compressors often deal with extreme pressures. They wear out faster than any other machine in a Mech workshop. This is true, but the profit margin of the Mark Antony is too limited. There are two ways I can increase my earnings. First, I can expand my production scale. The problem with it is that it costs even more to do so. I'd rather take the second option and make a smaller upgrade to my workshop so that I can produce a higher quality Mech. You want to design and sell a Caesar Augustus variant, right? That's the only choice I have. Vez nodded his head. I've advanced a lot, so I'm confident that I can tackle this design. I've already prepared the groundwork and have a new design ready in a couple of months. The profit margin of Mark Antony paled in comparison to the Caesar Augustus. The faster Vez started to incorporate alloy compression in his designs, the faster he'd accumulate enough credits to fund the development of a completely original design. Marcella looked intrigued. She thought over his words before formulating a response. You should build a track record first. Once you've proven that you can earn a steady income, you should apply for another loan in order to purchase a brand new alloy compressor. What? Vez rose up from his seat. I still have to pay off my existing debt. Your debt ceased to be a burden a long time ago. Tell me, how much effort do you have to make in order to pay off your annual interest payment? I can cover the payment with a couple of sales. This means your business is under-leveraged. Debt is not a scary monster, Vez. It is a tool that you can use to fund the rapid expansion you have always dreamed about. You don't have to be patient and slowly save up the required amount of credits. You can take a shortcut by maximizing your leverage. I own all the shares of my business. If I screw up, all the consequences are borne solely by me. What's a bankruptcy or two among entrepreneurs? You're still young. And are you so insecure that you lack the confidence to take the next step? I thought you are a genius. Marcella also had a point. Vez gained a lot of confidence recently. He had high hopes for his future earning potential. If he could successfully sway the bank in giving him a couple of 100 million credits, then he'd be able to accelerate his timetable by at least a year. He'll do it. He'll make an appointment with the bank once I return, Vez said with conviction. Even if the bank remained skeptical, Vez was not above using his status to apply some pressure. As Vez closed the call with Marcella, he thought about what else he should be acquiring. The Caesar Augustus utilized an amazing armor system, one that required more than an alloy compressor in order to fabricate. He'll have to procure a chemical treatment machine as well. The armor plates have to be processed by a patented chemical formula first before they undergo compression. Without access to the CTM, I won't be able to ensure the chemicals will penetrate the alloys. Armor compressors could still be bought from the open market. As for the CTM, they were usually in the hands of the big boys. Getting a hold of one required good connections. Fortunately for Vez, the Clifford Society provided him with a channel. He found several stores in the Society's market that sold affordable CTMs. I just have to save up 50 merits. Even as a knight, Vez had to work for his merits. The most lucrative missions either tied him down for years or sent him straight into a battlefield. He had no stomach for either, so he waited patiently for other opportunities. Vez learned that the Society's mission hall sometimes issued time-sensitive missions. Those who took the missions often had to handle difficult situations. The rewards were ample and the risks were manageable. Hopefully I can grab a suitable mission in the coming months. Chapter 110, Cramming Session. Lucky playfully twisted his tail as he followed Vez into the lab. The Barracuda's lab bot finished analyzing Master Olson's present. Depending on the results, he'd either feed it to his cat or reserve it for another purpose. When the lab bot presented the data, Vez looked intrigued for a moment. Disappointment set in right after. The miniaturized equipment of the lab ultimately lacked the power to break the veil surrounding the ore. The lab bot ineptness also couldn't be helped. I know its size, mass, hardness, and other basic attributes. As for its composition, I still have no clue. Unless Vez entrusted the ore to a materials science institute, he could get nothing else out of this piece of rock. It wasn't worth the hassle. He turned his attention to Lucky, who sat next to Vez looking pleadingly at him. The cat even stretched his paws in a grabbing manner, as if it was a starving kitten. Are you sure this thing won't poison you or something? Meow. Then have at it. He nonchalantly threw the ore onto the floor. The chunk rolled a short distance before stopping. The gem cat pounced on the rock without mercy. Lucky gnawed at its surface with his alloy teeth, which surprisingly bounced off. The cat appeared indignant and employed his energy claws to break up the rock. The claws only managed to scratch tiny chunks out of the rock. The resilience of Master Olson's ore was something else. Lucky's most powerful weapon easily sliced through exoskeleton armor had to admit defeat. Lucky eagerly gobbled up the tiny chunks before beginning to slice again. Vez could tell his cat could take a while to digest the entire rock, so he left his cat to enjoy his buffet in peace and went back to work. During the Barracuda's uneventful journey across the border of the Friday Coalition, the ship encountered nothing unusual. Perhaps no one had pursued them, or perhaps their strategy of traveling through uninhabited systems worked. The Barracuda successfully evaded pursuit, if there was any in the first place. Everyone relaxed after a few days. Dietrich finally had his fill of the bar and slowly explored the rest of the ship. Lucky kept slicing his new toy, swallowing piece after piece. As for Vez, he started to work on improving his mathematics. He recognized that his poor math dragged his designs down. It might not have manifested during the competition due to its incredibly short time limits. When it came to regular designs, a good foundation in math could absolutely increase its optimization. The key use of math was to create and adjust complicated models that could test out different design choices. For example, if he wanted to make a mech run faster, he could shave off armor from different spots. If he wanted to minimize the impact on the mech, he should lighten the area which would be least affected by the change. How could he determine such a thing on his own? Up until now, he always used his judgment and intuition. For example, the chest was usually the most heavily protected portion of a mech. If he shaved off half a layer, it might not impact the mech a lot. In truth, he was merely guessing. He might think he only diminished the armor's effectiveness by 5%, when in reality it was 10%. Vez risked introducing a fatal flaw in his design if he was not aware of this discrepancy. The only way to make sure was to construct a mathematical model simulating the armor's performance. While the mech designer system came with a large amount of ready-made models, Vez ultimately didn't understand the essence of most of the math behind their complicated programming. Using a model was like using a firearm. He only had to pull the trigger if he was content to shoot at someone. If he wanted to modify the firearm and achieve more penetration or a higher firing rate, then he had to thoroughly know the ins and outs. Instead of using the system to forcefully upgrade his mathematics skill, Vez tried to do the hard work himself. His mathematics remained at an incompetent level, which was quite disgraceful. While it only took 500 DP to upgrade it to Novice, Vez did not wish to waste the valuable points. As his intelligence received a minor boost, Vez did not encounter too many roadblocks during his cramming sessions. He borrowed quite a few low-level textbooks from the Clifford Society's Star Library. These bottom-level books were so worthless that the Society didn't bother with any elaborate security restrictions. As a knight, Vez could directly study the content of the books inside the premises of the virtual library. Vez made for a remarkable sight. A knight not only stayed at the Star Library, but he was solving problems that others have mastered in their sleep. The squires and knights who visited the library couldn't help but pause at the sight of a solemn knight cracking his head over basic college-level math. Haven't these people seen enough? He complained inwardly as his cheeks grew hot. He wanted to find a hole to burrow into. While the library offered to rent private rooms, Vez had to pay a merit in order to reserve one for a month. Considering his stingy nature, he refused to waste his valuable merits again. He already regretted tossing a merit into the virtual fountain. Despite the embarrassment, Vez quickly learned to tune out the distractions and focus on his studies. His progress picked up and he quickly devoured every book he borrowed. In truth, Vez was capable of advancing his math long ago as he utilized a lot of elements already in his other skills. His increased intelligence helped him in grasping new concepts. The content wasn't especially challenging, but there were hardly any shortcuts in improving his math. He had to study and master different kinds of math. His laser-focused concentration allowed him to persevere far longer than all but the most dedicated math fanatics. All of that hard work eventually paid off. It took merely 5 days to raise his mathematics skill from incompetent to novice, and another 2 weeks to raise it from novice to apprentice. Vez saved 1,500 DP, which he could use to buy something shiny. He studied his status and confirmed that the system acknowledged his efforts. Status: Name, Vez Larkinson. Profession, Apprentice Mech Designer. Specializations, none. Design points, 1,223. Attributes: Strength, 0.8. Dexterity, 0.7. Endurance, 0.8. Intelligence, 1.3. Creativity, 1. Concentration, 1.7. Neural aptitude, F. Skills: Assembly, Apprentice, 3D Printer Proficiency II, Assembler Proficiency II. Business, Apprentice. Computer Science, Incompetent. Electrical Engineering, Novice. Mathematics, Apprentice. Mechanics, Journeyman, Jury Rigging II, Speed Tuning III. Metallurgy, Journeyman, Alloy Compression I. Metaphysics, Incompetent. Physics, Novice. Lightweight Armor Optimization I. Medium Weight Armor Optimization III. Abilities: Super Publish, available. Can be activated once a year. Evaluation: an apprentice who has taken a step in the true world of mech design. He also took note of his DP. His public efforts and Marcella's promotion caused his virtual mech sales to spike up for a short time. Due to their low specs and primitive design, his sales hadn't reached a significant height, but the boost was welcome. If I have 2,000 DP, I can upgrade my mathematics skill to Journeyman. Once I reach that point, my overall ability to optimize my design will achieve a comprehensive transformation. With a solid foundation in math, he wouldn't get lost when he used the system's more advanced mathematical models. With these tools in hand, his ability to correct hidden flaws in his design improved to a point where he could even be of assistance to more senior mech designers. Too bad it will take months for me to raise my skill level to journeyman. I also have to pay a lot of merits to borrow a decent book. The value of a merit outweighed the value of DP. The former had to be earned through lots of effort or risk. The latter could be earned casually if he pumped out a couple of new designs. Hey system, if I update an existing design, will I earn any DP from its creation? Any design that is similar to an existing design by the user will not reward any design points upon creation. This includes the act of improving an existing design. This limitation does not affect the design points granted through selling a design. The system's caustic words shut down the easiest way for Vez to earn a large amount of DP. Sure, he could update his designs in order to improve his running sales, but what was the point? Modeling his designs took a lot of time. He might as well design something new. He made an exception for his Mark Antony design. As the only product of his workshop, Vez needed to make it as attractive as possible in order to lure over customers. When Vez last designed the Mark Antony, none of his skills reached journeyman. It could desperately use a tune-up. Still, it's a waste if I work on it now. I still need to bump my mathematics to journeyman level and physics to apprentice level. That was the absolute minimum Vez had set. The Mark II version of his first commercial design should be a competitive product. If his improved Mark Antony still fell too far behind, he'd be making a mockery out of his status as an apprentice mech designer. I can't be as sloppy as those amateurs who are stuck at the novice level. With no solution in sight, Vez put the problem aside. He revisited the star library and started working on improving both his physics and electrical engineering skills. By now, most of the society members had gotten used to his cramming sessions. Meanwhile, the Barracuda discreetly made her way across the Komodo star sector. Past the central territories of the second-rate states, the amount of traffic vastly decreased. Most ships ignored this region due to the lack of wealth, development and exotic resources. Occasionally, the spaceship detected light activity in the inner system. They usually turned out to be scouts or small-time mining outfits. No one bothered to station a significant force in these empty systems, so the Barracuda ignored the paltry presences. As they were crossing the territory of yet another trivial third-rate state, the ship suddenly detected unusual activity. When Dietrich investigated the issue, he deemed it serious enough to interrupt Vez. Irritated at being pulled away from his studies, Vez followed Dietrich to the bridge. So what's the alarm? The sensors detected the remains of a raid. Some secret base got invaded and destroyed. Dietrich explained as he summoned a projection compiled by the Barracuda's long-range sensors. Whoever attacked the base succeeded in wiping out the opposition. They obviously salvaged the fallen mech, but they didn't take everything. The ship detected signs of the battle on a mundane rocky planet. The boring planet was as dry as a bag of salt. It lacked both water and an atmosphere. 2 tiny moons orbited around the planet at a fair distance. Vez studied the exterior scans of this fallen base or outpost. It did not bear any insignia, which was usually mandated by galactic laws. This meant that the base was an illegal operation. Who built this base? Was it pirates? Shady mercenary gangs? An intelligence agency? Vez failed to puzzle out the clues. As for his companion, he had a much better eye for battlefields. Both the attackers and the defenders tried to erase all of their marks. I can't be sure of my guesses. Dietrich stated up front. My instincts tell me this is a fight between 2 corporations. That certainly came as a surprise. Any corporation usually preferred to avoid getting their hands dirty. Oh, I don't mean to say that their security departments went into action directly. This is likely the case of one corporation employing shady mercenaries attacking a hidden base protected by other mercenaries. The traces on the battlefield are a bit too varied on both sides. They both employed individualized mech with their own unique loadouts. Though not an ironclad rule, corporations and the military usually employed a uniform force of mech with no more than a handful of different types. Excessive individuality increased the amount of maintenance and complexity an organization had to deal with. Only a sloppy organization went into battle with dozens of different models. Do you have any indication on what this base was up to? This star system is quite desolate. There shouldn't be any exotics here. What company wanted to build a base so far out in the middle of nowhere? Why not find out? Dietrich grinned and cracked his neck. I've been dying to make myself useful. Let's get close and explore the site. The battle should have ended at least a month ago, or else there won't be so much erosion. It should be completely deserted. Should they explore the fallen base? The notion excited him. What kind of treasures could he find from these abandoned ruins? Certainly, the attackers must have salvaged anything valuable, but if they were merely mercenaries, then they might have only reached out to the obvious. Depending on the purpose of the base, it might hold lots of specialized equipment that mech pilots might casually dismiss. If the base turned out to be some kind of mech research facility, then he might even stumble upon an alloy compressor or a chemical treatment machine. Greed almost overtook him before a note of caution doused his enthusiasm. Just because the invaders had left didn't mean the risks were gone. Who knows if the aggressors left behind a guard? What Vez worried about the most is if either party came running with a quick response ship if he tripped an alarm. Was he contemplating adventure or disaster? Could he afford to take this risk when home was just a few leaps away? Let's do it. Navigator bot, please approach the designated planet carefully but maintain a low profile. Dietrich already rubbed his hands. He loved treasure hunts like this. As for Vez, the only reason why he dared to approach the base was because he thought it was unlikely anyone had left a ship behind. What was the harm in taking a look? Chapter 111, Exploration. The star system was as quiet as a haunted house. Nothing popped up from the gas giants, asteroid fields and the other junk that orbited quietly through space. Besides the fallen base, the Barracuda detected no other signs of human habitation. Even if no threats had popped up, the ship still traveled cautiously, keeping its defenses on standby. The name of the game is caution. Vez explained to Dietrich as he tweaked the Harrier mech with the tools the Barracuda had in stock. I don't want to step into a trap. I'd rather retreat and miss out on an opportunity than go in recklessly and gamble our lives. Dietrich checked his own gear. While the Barracuda lacked an armory, the pilot brought his own gear. His main job was to pilot the Harrier, so he prepared to loan his spare pistol to Vez. The light ballistic pistol fired smart projectiles that automatically changed their profile depending on what they encountered. In the case of encountering armor, the bullet entered penetration mode, allowing it to punch through obstacles. When facing flesh, the bullet entered fragmentation mode, which ensured unarmored targets suffered massive damage. While the pistol was adaptable, its magazines only carried 15 rounds. Dietrich customized the pistol and its bullets for accuracy. Due to his excellent marksmanship, he disabled the automatic tracking system that helped shooters aim on target. Before handing over the pistol, he reactivated the system so an amateur like Vez could actually hit something. The Barracuda finally entered the barren planet's orbit after a day of travel. After a round of focus scanning, the ship found no imminent threats. Though risky, Vez decided to let the Barracuda descend a kilometer away from the base. The ship smoothly sank into the ultra-thin atmosphere of the planet and used her powerful thrusters and anti-grav modules to moderate her descent. A ship as light as a corvette had no trouble entering or exiting the gravity well of an average planet. Once the Barracuda extended her landing struts and landed on a somewhat level surface, the ship extended her powerful short-range sensors. A small hatch opened up and released a couple of tiny observation bots that spread out in a widening circle. Vez stood on the bridge and studied the data gathered by the ship's extensive scanning. The topography of the map filled out in even greater detail. The map even showed what was buried underneath. There's no traces of traps nearby. It's safe to step out. The Harrier stepped out of the Barracuda's cargo bay and engaged its flight module. The mech carefully lifted up in the air and patrolled the surroundings in a vigilant stance. Its ballistic rifle pointed at various rocks and other suspicious terrain features. After 10 minutes of elaborate scanning, a handful of observation bots finally approached the base. From its makeup, the scarred and ruined structure built along a cliff only served as the entrance to an underground complex. The bots carefully scanned the exterior before plunging into the gaping maw of the base. In the meantime, Both Vez and the Harrier approached the entrance of the base. Vez rode a small floating platform to the site with a curious Lucky clinging atop his shoulder. Bringing in anything else risked getting traced or hacked. He already broke convention by employing observation bots. Vez prepared a crude standalone receiver that could interpret the data transmitted by the bots without exposing any other system. While it was not a foolproof method, it should delay any lingering defense mechanisms left behind. The observation bots took their sweet time in mapping out the underground corridors. A lot of miscellaneous debris was strewn about. Many armored doors had been forced open. None of the scans detected any bodies or equipment. Only traces remained that told a story of a desperate defense. Dietrich grew grim as he read the data from his cockpit. The defenders went down fighting. If they are mercenaries, then they shouldn't have fought to the last man. This is strange. Perhaps you guessed wrong. The defenders might have disguised themselves as mercenaries. It could be that the people who hired these mercs compelled them to fight. It's not unusual for a shady corporation to keep their families as hostages. Whatever the truth, the only way to find out was to step inside. Vez recalled the observation bots and sent them back to the ship. The Barracuda automatically corralled them into patrols. With their escape route secured, a mech and a suited human stepped inside the darkness. The Harrier activated its powerful searchlights, illuminating the immediate area. Vez held a pistol in one hand and a hand-sized multiscanner in the other. The little device worked hard to make sense out of the clean-it-up battle site. My scanner estimates that up to 75 to 90 mech exchanged fire from the traces left by the battle. The attackers came with the strength of an entire mech regiment. That's about 50 to 60 mech. The defenders should have an equivalent strength. If they were caught with their pants down, then only those on shift were ready to respond. As the pair entered the tunnel, they reached a broken elevator shaft. With the Harrier's flight system and Vez floating platform, they cautiously descended to the floor below. Outside the wide, mechanized corridors, they encountered several gaping caverns. Even without the scanner, Vez could tell the space functioned as a warehouse. The spaces are divided into two sections. My guess is that incoming goods are stored in the left cavern while the finished products are stored in the right cavern. Too bad that everything's gone. The raiders haven't even let off the loading equipment. All the signs pointed out that the base functioned as a production facility. This ignited their enthusiasm. Vez sniffed a chance to salvage valuable production equipment. Dietrich hoped the attackers missed out on a few stashes that he could sell for a fortune. Lucky proved to be of use when Vez let the mechanical cat roam the emptied caverns. It managed to find scraps of ores and metals. None of the traces were exotic, so Vez quickly lost his interest. They exited the warehouse section and floated down to the second underground floor. The gray reinforced metal walls made way for a warmer green tint. From the looks of it, the barracks and mech stables are on this floor. They encountered empty beds, ruined leisure rooms and half-destroyed mech stables. The fighting here had been hard, but the defenders were already doomed. The Harrier carefully shoved some of the debris aside while Vez poked around the mech stables. The scavengers left a lot of gear behind. Tools like wrenches, cutters and various batteries were strewn about. Vez picked up a cutter and inserted a spare battery. The tool lit up with a flare of focused heat and light. This thing's only worth a couple of thousand credits, Vez said and turned off the cutter before tossing it away. Nothing here is worth our time. The real valuables should be the mech and any spare parts. Whoever emptied out the stables had done a thorough job. Despite the desolation, Vez wasn't about to give up. He constantly stretched out his multiscanner and began to search the areas where the mech technicians stored their gear. Lucky sniffed around as well and quickly meowed in excitement. "What's up, buddy? Did you find anything?" The cat scratched at his paws against a typical metal floor panel. Vez deep-skinned the location with his multiscanner. The machine found signs of a hidden compartment. "What have you found, Vez?" "There should be something valuable underneath." After a few minutes of fumbling, Vez failed to find any triggers. "Do you want me to pry it open?" "No. We don't want to ruin what's inside. If my guess is right, we could be looking at a small fortune. Let me handle it." He picked up another random plasma cutter and proceeded to cut a hole in the floor. The last time he operated a full-powered plasma cutter was back when he studied at Rittersberg. He held the cutter with care and made sure he followed all of the safety guidelines he could still dredge up from his mind. The last thing he wanted to do was to splash his legs with heated plasma. A couple of minutes later, he finished cutting a man-sized hole. He carefully shut off the plasma cutter and removed its battery. With the help of a magnetizing tool, he lifted the metal cutout and placed it to the side. Just as Vez took a step inside, a laser beam seared against his torso. At the very last moment, his master's shield generator flickered to life, expending 5% of its charge in an instant. "Get back!" Dietrich boomed from his mech as he pointed his ballistic rifle. Vez jumped to the side, breaking the line of fire. He stretched out his palm. "Don't shoot. You'll blow up everything inside." The Harrier held back not just due to the warning, but also because Vez was too close. The kinetic energy of a single mechanized rifle could easily kill a human by proximity. "As far as I know, there's only a single anti-infantry defense measure inside. Do you think it's a survivor?" Dietrich asked. He succeeded in pushing down his instinctive aggression once he saw that Vez mysteriously came off the attack without a single scorch mark. "It's possible, but I doubt it. Whoever dug this out did it behind the backs of their bosses. They won't be using it to stash something as worthless as food and air. Let's call up an observation bot." "No need. Just stretch out your Harrier's finger in the opening. Well, use your arm-mounted sensors to take a peek." The fingers of a humanoid mech boasted very little armor, but they could easily withstand a single infantry-scale laser beam. As Dietrich did as Vez suggested, they both got a good look inside. A small mounted light from the finger illuminated a hidden compartment. For a moment, both Vez and Dietrich were taken aback at the sight. Someone managed to stuff a whole container's worth of spare parts inside. The crude sensor-blinking wall panels added proof that it was an Audiobooks operation. "Let's take care of that defense bot first." A single stationary defense bot remained active among the neatly stacked parts. Without any central direction, the cheap bot defaulted to its standard programming. Dietrich delicately flicked a Harrier's finger at the stupid bot, causing it to crunch and splash against the wall in a broken heap. Just as Vez wanted to enter the compartment in order to finish off the bot, Lucky entered first and sliced the bot into pieces. "Haha." Dietrich laughed. "Looks like your pet did kind of pissed. It almost killed its main source of food." Lucky had also been caught flat-footed by the surprise attack. Despite his deadly armament, his body only packed a limited amount of functionality. The cat's sensors were not as good as those carried by dedicated reconnaissance bots. While Lucky vented his anger, Vez followed after his cat and scanned the compartment for any threats. Besides the broken bot, the compartment did not have any other surprises in store. "That's a lot of spare parts," Dietrich noted as his sensors noted that all of the parts were in pristine condition. "We're looking at a mountain of credits. How did you know you'd find something like that?" "It's a common scam among mech technicians," Vez responded as he rapped his knuckle against the surface of a packaged engine. "They're probably contractors or attached to the mercenary corps. It's a simple enough trick that only works if there's insufficient supervision. Since this base is supposed to be hidden, the real owners of the base kept their exposure limited. This left a hole in which the mech technicians are able to report a higher incidence of wear and tear than is actually the case." A light dawned on Dietrich's face. "I get it now. The owners sent them their replacement parts, unaware that the old ones are still in working condition. Since the replacements are all freshly fabricated parts, you can sell them for quite a sum in the black market. I bet the mercenary corps was in on this scam as well. Maybe they never even performed the live-fire exercises they reported to their bosses. This slowed down the wear and tear of their mech even further, but it also lowered the readiness of their pilots. The consequences of losing their edge was obvious. All signs pointed out that the base had fallen fairly quickly. As Vez inventoried the parts, he let out a whistle. The great thing about this cache is that the mech technicians knew what to pick. Most of what they stored consists of engines or power reactors. They're not as valuable as armor plating, but much of their composition is made out of exotics. This meant that the goods were easier to smuggle out. Since the Barracuda only had limited storage space, this was ideal. Let's finish exploring the rest of the base before emptying out this cache. Until they fully explored the base, Vez did not intend to take anything away. Danger might still be around the corner. After failing to detect any other caches, the group entered the elevator shaft and entered the next floor downwards. The observation bots encountered a lot of issues trying to parse the third floor. Far more wreckage than anywhere else still littered the entire floor. Most of it turned out to be ruined industrial fabrication equipment. Vez held his breath once he entered a large production hall. He imagined how many industrial-grade 3D printers worked side by side churning out the same parts. There were 3 halls in total, and each of them hosted 3 identical production lines. Lucky pounced on some wreckage, trying to claw his way inside. The entire place was a treasure house for a pet that fed on rare materials. Man, some crazy mech has gone to town in here. All the fancy stuff is wrecked. Dietrich noted as his mech idly kicked the outer cover of a valuable 3D printer. I'd say the defenders destroyed these machines once they realized they were going down. His guess came close to the truth. There was no reason why the aggressors would be so destructive when they robbed everything else down to their bones. A defending mech had methodically sabotaged each machine by slicing them with a sword. Vez noted that 2 spaces had been cleared. They must have hosted the most intact 3D printers, ones that could be fixed up and sold for a very tidy sum. He approached one of the brutally slashed printers and tried to find some markings. He eventually noted the model. Dortmund V3B Industrial 3D Printer. It's a Dortmund. Vez exclaimed. His greedy eyes ran over the wrecked printer like it was a pile of credits. This is one of the fastest 3D printer available in the local market. Its speed and precision is miles ahead of a regular commercial model and can even rival the machines from the Friday Coalition. Only the most established megacorporations are able to afford this machine. That's interesting and all, but how much money are we talking about? A brand new 3rd-generation Dortmund is worth at least 3 billion bright credits. Even Dietrich's heart skipped a beat when he heard that figure. He quickly lost his excitement once he took a closer look at the state of the printers. They're all chopped up now. Even the raiders didn't bother to salvage these leftovers. They're worthless. That's not entirely true. Vez retorted as his eyes practically turned into credit symbols as they carefully inspected the damage. Originally there's 9 identical Dortmunds. The raiders took 2, leaving us with 7 broken machines. What do you think about salvaging everything that's still intact and piece together a single working module? Is that possible? It's worth a try. Both of them thought about the pros and cons about this action. If Vez was lucky, he might be able to replace his rickety old 3D printer with one that could keep up with his future needs. The only problem was salvaging and reconstructing a printer took a lot of time and expertise, both of which were in short supply. Can we afford to stick around? I know you're serious about this, Vez, but whoever took a bite here might be coming back for seconds. I can puzzle together the printer back at home, so we only need to gather all the scraps. Vez decided. He didn't want to stay in this system any longer than necessary. This was the find of the decade for him. Now that he glimpsed a chance to acquire an expensive machine for free, he was not about to let it go. There's one final floor left for us to explore, Vez remarked as he firmly pulled Lucky to his side. Let's quickly go and clear the rest of this place. We can start taking apart these beauties once we're done. Chapter 112, Treasure Hunt. The 4th underground floor was the best defended one. The observation bots painted a gruesome picture of a desperate last stand. The reinforced walls and plentiful fixed emplacements suggested that this was a very important part of the base. Once Vez and Dietrich's Harrier stepped past the ruined vault doors, they came across the remnants of a massacre. While the invading force spent some effort in cleaning up their tracks, they didn't put too much effort in wiping out the bloodstains. Whoever attacked this base has been very thorough so far. They're experienced in covering up their tracks. You'd think they do a better job on this floor. Vez nodded in agreement. Maybe they ran out of time. If the attackers were in a hurry, they might have missed a couple of gems. The possibility fueled their anticipation. The abundant fortification suggested that this floor certainly held a lot of value to the former owners of the base. This also meant that the odds of encountering a lingering threat had risen by quite a bit. The observation bots found nothing active, but who knew what kind of booby traps remained. Lucky, can you scout ahead? The mechanical cat hissed at Vez. Oh, Come on, I've gifted you that unknown chunk of ore. Can't you at least return the favor? After a brief back and forth, Vez convinced Lucky to act as their scout. In return, Vez promised Lucky 1,000,000 credits worth of minerals when they returned home. The expenditure took out a big chunk of his savings, but considering his current gains, he could spare the money. Motivated by piles of delicious food, the cat went about his role with gusto. The cat moved swiftly if a bit recklessly. Vez had to warn the cat to slow down several times. They combed over the administrative department first. Not a single record remained. A scavenging party meticulously cleaned out all the terminals, processors and backups. Vez wasn't stupid enough to think they missed a spare. Instead, he banked on the suspicion that the scavengers were in a bit of a hurry. He meticulously scanned the walls, floor and ceiling. Lucky helped out by employing his sensitive nose. The mechanical cat's nose handedly outclassed the multiscanner. Vez borrowed the device from the Barracuda's lab, so that spoke volumes of Lucky's ability to distinguish smells. The excited cat led him to a maintenance closet of all things. Lucky put a specific section of the wall. When Vez came close, he held out his scanner. Nothing. Almost nothing. The only thing he registered was a faint rise in temperature. The difference was minimal. If Vez wasn't so close, he'd missed the signs. After interpreting the data, Vez threw out a guess. An active system is generating heat behind this wall. There's a box-sized area in front of us that's blocking out the rest of my scans. Sounds like we're dealing with a safe. In a place like this, it's bound to trigger an alarm or a self-destruct mechanism. That's quite possible. Even I'm not confident in disarming this trap. He obtained a good impression of the build quality of this facility. This was the work of experts, not a bunch of pirates with too much free time on their hands. If it wasn't for Lucky, we'd be clueless. For now, let's leave this safe for last. They didn't want to trip any alarms. For now, Vez prioritized the recovery of the parts for the Dortmund. In his eyes, the utility of a functioning high-quality 3D printer trumped any other possible gains. After sweeping the administration department, they crossed the corridors and reached an even larger fortification. The size and thickness of the broken vault doors showed that it wasn't easy cracking this last part open. The attackers came prepared. Dietrich noted as he tried to puzzle out the sequence of battle from the remaining traces. They brought enough mech to overrun this base. It took a while for them to crack open this barrier, but they came prepared. With Lucky taking the lead, they entered what used to be a highly secure research complex. Different from the rest of the base, only the main corridor and a couple of chambers were large enough to accommodate mech. They swept these giant chambers first. Everything had been swept clean. Only empty furniture and useless markings remained. Despite Lucky's best efforts, the cat failed to sniff out anything the scavengers had missed. Clearly the research labs was one of their main targets. The Harrier bumped its feet against a wall. The lack of atmosphere dampened any noise, but the impact spread vibrations through the mechanized chamber. I wonder what kind of research was done that requires this kind of elaborate setup. Dietrich idly wondered. Someone spent around 5 billion credits to set this place up. Vez estimated from what he saw. The extravagant production lines alone points to a major commitment. If a corporation wanted to mass-produce a line of mech, they were better off doing it open and above board. After exploring the mechanized chambers, Vez and Lucky proceeded to clear the smaller rooms alone. Dietrich remained in his cockpit in order to guard against major threats. The remaining rooms differed little from their larger counterparts. Large amounts of servers, lab equipment and more had been completely swept away. The scavengers even dug out a couple of hidden stashes. Instead of feeling despondent at the sight, Vez found cause for hope. Another stash might be left. Vez informed his cat. Go and take a sniff of these hollows. Perhaps you might encounter a similar smell. Lucky hopped inside the hollowed-out stashes and memorized the smells. After an affirmative meow, the cat hopped back to the floor and slowly sauntered across the empty rooms. The cat found one more possible stash. The cat indicated that a large, broken piece of machinery blocked the way to the potential treasure. This must have been the reason why the scavengers missed this find. How's it look like, Vez? It's larger than the suspected safe we found at administration. My scanner tells me that there's a room-sized hollow hidden behind this wall. I found no traces of heat or energy, so there shouldn't be a trap, but I can't tell for sure. This final find marked the end of their exploration trip. Now they needed to decide how much longer they should stay and what to recover during that time. Dietrich wanted to leave as fast as possible. This place is creepy. If you tell me, we should empty the smuggler's cache first. It will only take half a day for the bots to load the goods into our ship. May I remind you that the Barracuda is my ship? Vez firmly asserted. It was important for him to remind his friend that he was in charge. The broken Dortmunds are worth 1,000 times more than a random collection of parts. Yeah, says you. It's all well and good for you to drool over a stupid printer, but even if you finally kludge something together, it only benefits you. I don't get anything out of this. Vez did not want to argue too much with Dietrich. As the owner of the ship that brought them here, he should possess most of the rights to the salvage. He held back because he was armed with only a single pistol while Dietrich currently piloted a very deadly mech. After a brief argument, the two hammered out a compromise. They would stay as long as required for Vez to salvage the necessary Dortmund parts. Anything concerning the printer belonged solely to Vez. After that, Vez would crack open the remaining 2 stashes. If he hadn't screwed up and triggered a self-destruct, they'd retrieve the treasures and split them up, with Vez claiming 80% of their value while leaving Dietrich with the remaining 20%. There was no guarantee that they'd get anything useful from the caches. Vez might also inadvertently trigger an alarm. In that case, they'd bug out as fast as possible and leave this star system. The base still held a lot of value even after they emptied all of the caches. Dietrich had the option to turn in his 20% share for the sole right to exploit the ruins on behalf of Walter's whalers. Dietrich was confident that his father's gang would send a couple of transports to this star system and strip it down to the bone. This naturally included the smuggler's cache. Due to the Barracuda's limited cargo space, the ship did not have any room left after taking in the Dortmund parts and the Harrier. The terms of the agreement heavily favored Vez. He was able to secure the prize Dortmund parts. As for Dietrich, as long as the base remained abandoned, he could earn massive amounts of credits from the remaining salvage. The defenses, vault door and debris all consisted of high-quality alloys. Dietrich intended to get his gang to strip them down and melt the pieces in order to extract the exotic materials. The mech pilot estimated that the whalers could earn as much as 500 million credits from the recovery effort. That's an optimistic assessment. You'll need a lot of ships to bring back the salvage. The defenses here are tough, so you'll also need a lot of time to break up this base. The longer they lingered in this system, the greater the risk of discovery. Walter's whalers had to invest in lots of transports and manpower to salvage the base. A major movement like that was bound to leak. Dietrich didn't look worried. If anyone comes looking for a fight, well, kick their asses. If you say so. Vez shrugged. It was his problem to deal with. Let's begin with the salvage operation. Now that they've cleared the base, the Barracuda lifted off from the outskirts and approached the entrance of the base. After touching down, the cargo bay opened up and released a small fleet of cargo handling bots along with a couple of observation bots. Vez directed the observation bots to thoroughly scan the internals of all the Dortmunds. He tasked the cargo bots with collecting the loose junk scattered around the 3rd floor. Meanwhile, Dietrich patrolled the perimeter, making sure that no one sneaked up on their vulnerable operation. Lucky, on the other hand, ran off to feast on the many wrecks left behind. While the observation bots did their work, Vez was not assured he could piece together a single functioning machine. I should get a detailed schematic. If Vez tried to reconstruct the Dortmund without preparation, he was bound to screw up. In order to assure the reconstructed machine worked properly, he had to get his hands on an official blueprint. He returned to the Barracuda and booted up his terminal. He searched for any leaks on the galactic net but came up empty. It's too good to be true if the blueprint of the latest Dortmund is leaked. In the past, Vez would end his inquiry at this point. I'm not a nobody anymore. I've got connections now. Vez logged into the Clifford Society. His virtual avatar spawned in the clouds. He looked down and located the city at the foot of the mountains. His form descended from above. Once he landed on the streets, he walked to the market district and browsed every store. Many stores sold only mech or designs relating to mech. Only a couple of squires sold equipment related to fabricating mech, and none of them possessed any blueprints. Just as Vez threw in the towel, he finally found a place that traded in blueprints. Surprisingly, a knight opened up this storefront. Since the knight was absent, the store only offered Vez a projection of a catalog. The knight sold hundreds of thousands of blueprints. Vez couldn't imagine how he was able to get his hands on so many detailed schematics. For now, it didn't matter. Vez selected the 3D printer subcategory and found a listing of the Dortmund V3B. The knight charged only 5 merits for the blueprint along with a repair manual for internal use. Vez instantly bought the files. 5 merits was a lot for just a blueprint, especially considering that it was impossible to use an existing 3D printer to build another 3D printer. The developers and manufacturers of these expensive machines weren't stupid. The last thing they wanted to see was someone printing their own printers at home. The commercial 3D printers available on the market were designed to incorporate many complex components that could never be printed into existence. Therefore, these leaked and stolen blueprints were of little use. Only someone like Vez who managed to come across a pile of broken printers could make full use of these schematics. Vez grinned once he exited the society's virtual portal. With these plans in hand, he might be able to piece together a working industrial-class printer. Chapter 113, Discoveries. The salvage operation proceeded on schedule. Vez downloaded a popular scavengers app and loaded in the blueprint and the scans of the Dortmunds. Every time the observation bot scanned a section of the Dortmund, a section of the blueprint turned from red to green. A brighter color meant that there were more of those parts available. In this way, Vez slowly found out whether his reconstruction effort was feasible. At the end of the day, the entire blueprint turned green. There's enough working parts available. Whoever sabotaged the Dortmunds did a sloppy job. The mech was evidently in a hurry as each machine only endured a couple of sword attacks. The observation bots already marked out all of the green parts. With some careful disassembly, Vez could retrieve them intact. The only problem was that the blueprint radiated a couple of glaring red spots. Some consisted of inconsequential parts like the exterior casing or some unimportant cables. Others presented a bigger problem. He'll have to scavenge all of the broken parts and figure something out. Having marked the additional parts, Vez began his disassembly. Despite his lack of experience, he made up for it with patience and focus. His recent augmentation left him with a steadier grip, which aided him in utilizing his tools with precision. A Dortmund was a beast of a printer. If Vez did lack both a blueprint and a repair manual, he was liable to break something. The valuable information procured from the society allowed him to avoid many pitfalls and handle the most important components with care. The work proceeded slowly as Vez took care of the entire disassembly himself. None of the Barracuda's plentiful bots could help with this delicate operation. The best they could do was to bring them back to the ship and store them in secure containers freshly fabricated for this very purpose. The entire operation lasted almost an entire week. Vez worked with excessive care, and this led to quite a few delays. His partner might have grumbled a couple of times, but he dutifully patrolled the area with hardly any pause. Both of their nerves were fraught with tension. When Vez sent off the last shipment of parts, he finally relaxed a little. The most crucial part of this salvage operation is done. The Barracuda already swelled with printer parts. While her cargo bay possessed enough space to accommodate them all, in order to leave enough room for the Harrier, Vez was forced to store them elsewhere. He repurposed the dormant compartments in the middle and upper decks as emergency storage rooms. It made his ship a bit less safe, but Vez could deal with it. The Barracuda could not fit much more without throwing away some supplies. Let's go back to the bottom floor of this base and open up the final stashes. Dietrich, Lucky and Vez all floated down the elevator shaft and reached the 4th underground floor. While Dietrich kept watch from the corridor inside his mech, Vez entered the marked-out maintenance closet and prepared to crack open a suspected safe. First, he removed the armored wall panels. Then, he cut through the structural composites that make up most of the walls. In order to avoid any disruptions, he used a more sophisticated plasma cutter from the Barracuda's inventory. After reaching close to the safe, He turned it off and chiseled off the rest of the wall with a specialized tool that kept vibrations to a minimum. He eventually hollowed out a corridor to the front of the hidden object. It turned out to be a simple armored box rather than a fully featured safe. This must be a later addition. Whoever installed the box likely fabricated it with the materials on hand. That's a good thing, right? Dietrich asked. The safe is made by an amateur, but it's still generating heat. I can't be too sure about what's inside. Let me take some scans. While the sensor-looking exterior hindered most of his efforts, the proximity made it easier for the multiscanner to return some readings. There's a trigger attached to the hinges. Any use of force will trigger some sort of mechanism that will ignite a block of flammable high-density fuel. Is there any way you can stop that from happening? Not yet, but I'm working on it. Vez replied as he turned his brain for solutions. His jury-rigging skill applied primarily to mech, but it also came in handy in situations like this. He knew what type of fuel was inside. If he froze the section close to the fuel block, he could prevent its ignition even if the trigger went off. It might not be able to prevent anything else, but Vez was hopeful he could retrieve the contents. He picked up a specialized freezing tool from the floor of the mech stables and got ready to freeze the flammable fuel block. He first dug out a wider channel to the top of the armored box. He pressed the semi-flexible nozzle against the top and started the freezing process. The box frosted over rapidly as the cold spread out quickly. After estimating that had done enough, he turned off the freezing tool and threw it aside. He quickly picked up a miniature plasma cutter and started cutting through the front of the safe. He was racing against time. He had to finish cutting and retrieve the contents of the safe before the fuel block unfroze. Vez carefully operated the cutter in order to prevent its localized heat from spilling too far outward. The box clanked as Vez successfully cut a hole in the front. He turned off the cutter and pulled away the circular piece. This time he covered his hands with a thick pair of gloves which he also borrowed from the deceased techs. With remarkable speed, he dug out a handful of objects that turned out to be a pile of data chips. He finished the job by throwing in a prepared explosive before running outside. The blast ripped apart the entire wall setting. Vez deliberately strengthened the explosion in order to interrupt any other surprises. The scanners he placed around the closet failed to register any follow-ups. He was fairly certain it did not trigger any alarms. Are you certain no one has a clue we're here? Dietrich asked again. The sensors and scanners that I have at my disposal are state-of-the-art. I haven't detected any outbound signals. I also haven't found any signs of an active quantum entanglement node. The latter was difficult to stop, but those things were large, expensive and power-hungry. They had to be in order to establish instant communication with the rest of the galaxy at a decent bandwidth. Vez suspected that the raiding force prioritized their destruction. Before Vez tackled the larger stash, he wanted to take a look at the contents of the data chips he painstakingly retrieved. He grabbed a secure datapad and inserted one of the chips. No viruses or hacks popped up when the datapad accessed the chip. To no one's surprise, he encountered nothing but encrypted files. He had an answer for that. Barracuda, please connect to this datapad and decrypt these files. Disable any precautions in the chip while you're at it. His ship featured basic electronic warfare capabilities. By basic, it meant the systems paled in comparison to those installed by warships. Compared to the dismal technological standard of a third-rate state, the Barracuda only took 4.7 seconds to decrypt all of the files. That was considered to be fairly slow for a modern corvette. The datapad revealed reams of unlocked files. Vez opened up a document and briefly tried to make sense of it. He nodded and switched to another file, only to encounter something similar. When he removed the data chip and put in another one, he encountered the same sort of data. So what did you get? Top secret research? Some juicy intel? Nope. Looks like we've stumbled upon a financial ledger. It logs all external transactions, from import to export. The amount of revenue this base has earned is astounding. So are our suspicions correct? I can think of no other reason why this base is so circumspect. The massive profits from these sales is enough to make any medium-sized corporation lose their morals. From the clues they gathered beforehand, they concluded that this facility was an illegal operation. Vez had also recovered some of the logs from the Dortmunds to support this verdict. Vez gathered up the data chips and put them into a secure container. This facility was set up to mass-produce unlicensed mech. It's not difficult to get a hold of a couple of excellent designs without paying for the license. The real challenge consists of producing mech from these pirated designs without getting caught by the MTA. As the self-proclaimed regulators of the mech industry, the Mech Trade Association took a dim view on anyone who broke the rules. The MTA's dreaded enforcement division came down hard on anyone who violated the rights of intellectual property holders. Forget about getting sued and sent to jail. The division always went in guns blazing. Any corporation who went ahead and still produced mech had to be very circumspect. This was the reason why a base had been constructed in the middle of nowhere. The Barracuda only detected its presence due to its fall. Otherwise, no scan should have been able to penetrate its camouflage. The files use specific codes to obscure the identity of this organization and its trading partners. It's very likely that the manufacturer shipped their mech to pirates. Proof of that alone is enough to hang the entire corporation's board of directors. Everyone hated pirates. Those who overtly supported their activities deserved no mercy. Due to the Komodo star sector's remoteness, the scourge of the galaxy was less of a threat in this region. Nevertheless, their mere presence endangered trade routes and depressed economic growth. Dietrich expressed a lot of interest for the data chips. This is great blackmail material. I know a data analyst who can make sense of these transactions. He'll be able to figure out which corporation is colluding with pirates. That's dangerous talk. Vez replied with caution. Even if you figure out who has made a killing with this trade. Relax, I'm not stupid. Me and my boys might be small time, but I know just the place to sell the data chips. I can get you a lot of credits if you pass me the goods. We won't be able to earn as much if we don't do the blackmailing ourselves, but it's better to cut ties. Due to the enormous risk involved with this transaction, Vez and Dietrich amended their agreement. They agreed to split their earnings 50-50 from the sale of the blackmail material. Now that they handled the smaller stash, they got ready to crack open the larger one in the research department. Vez had high hopes for this stash due to its proximity to the labs. His cargo bots already removed the debris blocking the wall. The unobstructed access allowed Vez to deploy his scanners closer to the suspected stash. There's a bathroom-sized space behind this wall. It's even better hidden than the previous stash due to the lack of any active systems. It's not leaking any signals or energy. That doesn't mean it's devoid of traps. You'll have to get closer in order to make sure. Similar to last time, Vez methodically broke down the wall in front of him until he reached the sensor-looking exterior of the hidden compartment. He removed a generous amount of material around the compartment and deployed his scanners almost right next to the surface. His efforts picked up nothing that suggested any active systems. That still said nothing about any traps, but the likelihood of tripping anything decreased. It's a little suspicious, but the only way to find out is to crack this place open. Do you want to risk it? Despite their apprehension, both men were greedy for treasures. They already brought in a good haul. If they had to cut and run, they still earned a substantial profit. Vez decided to crack it open directly without wasting too much time. He took a heavy-duty plasma cutter and separated the vault door from the wall. A large hiss of air escaped from the enclosed chamber, causing his plasma cutter to sputter a bit. Once he created a large opening, he carefully sent an observation bot inside. The two men kept their eyes peeled on their monitors. When the observation bot illuminated the interior, they both looked up in surprise. Those are dead bodies. Besides a large stack of boxes, the compartment held 3 different corpses. They all wore the standard white lab coats that revealed their former status as researchers. The most notable observation about their state was that none of them wore any vacuum suits. Dietrich figured out the story from the awful state of their bodies. They suffocated when they expended all of their oxygen. This stash is just a place to hide some valuables. It isn't meant to be a panic room. No air, no food, no water. The researchers never stood a chance of survival. Even if they wanted to surrender, they likely couldn't exit the compartment due to the debris blocking their exit. The blockage also prevented the scavengers from discovering their bodies. It's an awful way to die. The least we can do is bury their bodies with respect. Vez tasked a couple of cargo bots to carefully bring the bodies up to the surface. He tasked some other bots with digging a couple of graves. Before he let the bots take away the bodies, he searched their clothes and removed all their comms and other possessions. When he studied the comms, he knew he couldn't get anything out of them. These models were provided by the lab themselves, and came with a host of security features. In the event of their owner's death, they automatically wiped the memory chips and fried them into melted slag. The large boxes turned out to store the components of a disassembled weapon. Surprisingly, Dietrich was the first to recognize the weapon. It's a mechanized laser rifle, but it looks a little weird. Certain parts look larger than others. It's not a regular rifle for sure. If the boxes contain parts, then they should also include a schematic. Vez did a little digging and finally found a couple of data chips inside a smaller box. The decryption proceeded slowly. The lab put a lot more effort into protecting the contents of these chips. Despite this setback, the encryption method was dated, and stood no chance against the might of the Barracuda's electronic warfare module. When Vez took a peek at the files, he found a couple of schematics along with lots of notes documenting the lab's developments. The logs included in the data chip spanned a period of 3 months. Once Vez opened up a schematic, he finally got to know why this lab operated audiobooks. The researchers were developing a grazer rifle. No, they already developed a working module. According to this schematic, they were working on their 3rd iteration. Dietrich banged his fist against his cockpit. If the MTA found out that they recovered the schematics of a viable grazer rifle, they could get in a lot of trouble. A grazer stood short for gamma ray laser. Grazers could be considered as the hyperactive offshoot of a regular laser. A grazer beam fared poorly in most atmospheric conditions due to their tendency to ignite air into plasma. A grazer had a number of special attributes that made the MTA take a dim view on this weapon type. First, they packed a ridiculous amount of energy. A mech-grade grazer consumed a substantial amount of power in order to make them practical on the battlefield. A grazer beam passed right through obstacles or blew them up if it came across something dense. The more insidious use of a grazer was to take advantage of its penetrative properties. A strong enough grazer always succeeded in passing some of its gamma rays through an obstacle. Grazers were capable of irradiating people who thought themselves safe inside the cockpit of a mech. It only took a fraction of the energy emitted by a grazer to consign a human being to death. Anyone who received a lethal dose of radiation in this manner had little chance of survival unless they had access to superior medical services. Only the best hospitals were equipped to respond to radiation poisoning. Vez was certain this base developed and sold the grazer rifles to pirates. In turn, the pirates used the grazer rifles as a convenient means to irradiate the crew of a spaceship. This killed off the people but left the goods intact. Certainly, the pirates had to clean up the residual radiation. This was not a big problem as gamma rays were not as bad as alpha or beta rays in that regard. In short, Vez could not make use of this research, let alone attempt to sell it. Producing pirated mech was one thing. Producing an outlawed weapon was an entirely different matter. Let's destroy the disassembled rifle, Vez suggested after a moment's consideration. It's a bad idea to get involved. Let's not even mention taboo weapons when you sell the blackmail material. Dietrich paused in his harrier as he weighed the benefits in his head. You haven't mentioned what you will do with the files you recovered. Are you thinking about keeping them? Yes. I know it might doom me, but I can't let go of this valuable collection of research. Vez replied with hunger in his eyes. Before you call the MTA, let me assure you that I have no intention of breaking any taboos. I can use the data to increase my understanding of conventional laser weapons. Vez was playing with fire, they both knew it. Perhaps Dietrich didn't care, but he only objected briefly before he turned his thoughts to other matters. The fact that Dietrich knew Vez kept the research gave the pilot some leverage. Anytime he felt like it, he could report Vez to the MTA, or hold it over his head as blackmail. What Dietrich didn't know was that Vez intended to transfer all of the files to the Mech Designer system. With the system's recent upgrade, it gained the capability to camouflage its programming so that it would look like a harmless designer app. Even the MTA couldn't do anything to Vez if they lacked compelling evidence. For now, Vez didn't expect their relationship to deteriorate. The journey brought them closer, and the earnings from this trip alone was enough to satisfy the pilot. Let's pack up and go home. Chapter 114, Pursuit Laden with Treasures. The Barracuda exited the lifeless star system and followed the route back home. Both Vez and Dietrich were satisfied with their gains. Lucky was content with the promise of food and went back to chewing Master Olsen's gift. During the rest of the trip, Vez went back to improving his physics and electrical engineering skills. The Society Star Library offered many books that Vez could borrow for free. He liberally made use of this privilege to rapidly expand his knowledge base. In order to puzzle a Dortmund back together, it was essential that he knew what he was dealing with. Improving his electrical engineering skill helped him in making sense of the Dortmund's blueprint. This allowed him to refine his tentative reconstruction plan and avoid some elementary mistakes. Shortly after he upgraded both skills to apprentice level, the ship sounded an alarm. Vez immediately shut down the projection of the Dortmund's blueprint and raced down to the bridge. Lucky and Dietrich arrived seconds later. "What's up, Vez?" Dietrich asked as he scratched his loose blonde hair. "I thought this was supposed to be a lightly inhabited system." Lightly inhabited or not, but the Barracuda detected a lot of dormant engine signatures coming to life. The Barracuda arrived at the edge of this system only 15 minutes earlier. The coordinated response that followed their entry originated from a nearby asteroid belt. "The ships are refusing to respond to our hails," Vez stated grimly. "It's safe to say they aren't coming with good intention." "Pirates," Dietrich spat. Normally, he enjoyed a scrap or two, but the ships and mech they carried grossly outnumbered them. "Is there any way we can get away without a fight?" Vez seated himself behind a console and ran the numbers. "Assuming that the pirate vessels are accelerating at their maximum rate, they won't be able to catch up to us if we start running. My ship is a lot faster than theirs." Vez ordered the Barracuda to flip around and run past the edge of the star system. Her engines started boosting with substantial power. As a modern corvette, his ship was capable of outperforming any rust bucket in the hands of scum. These pirates are rather tricky. Even with our engine superiority, we don't have much of a lead. The pirate vessels already followed a ballistic trajectory before our arrival. "What does that mean?" "That means that the pirates have a running start. If my ship is just a standard third-rate corvette, then they might be able to overtake our ship before we can transition into FTL. The Barracuda's FTL engine only took 2 hours to finish its cycling process. A regular corvette might take at least 3 hours to do the same. The pirates shouldn't be aware of this discrepancy. While they are still thinking of getting close, we'll already be waving them goodbye." Even as he explained their situation, Vez was not quite reassured. As a mech designer, he knew very little about ships. For example, the pirate vessels might be keeping powerful short-range boosters in reserve. He also had to consider their mech contingent. With the relative speeds we are working with, there is no chance the pirate ships can catch up if they aren't hiding any surprises. What we'll likely see is mech joining the pursuit. The ships won't be able to catch up to us, right? What about their mech? Vez inputted some new numbers to the calculator. "We don't have to worry about medium mech or heavier. The only light mechs stand a chance of overtaking the Barracuda, and that's only when they are geared for speed." This was good news. They could disregard most of the hardware and focus on fending off the light mech. While the amount of speed-focused light mech in pursuit was still up in the air, Vez doubted he'd face more than half a dozen of them. A pirate gang of this size shouldn't be carrying too many light mech. Haha, if those flies want to catch up, then they'll be easy targets. Dietrich exclaimed once he realized he only had to deal with a handful of chasing light mech. "I finally get to put my marksmanship to good use." The situation at the moment devolved in a slow and drawn-out chase. The sensor plot showed that the Barracuda was vastly outnumbered, but if the ship could keep her systems running, she could make it out of the system. The key was to stall the impending light mech without sustaining damage. The Barracuda was a corvette, which meant it mainly focused on speed. Her designers never prioritized her armor. A concentrated barrage by a couple of pursuing mech could easily damage her vulnerable rear. Vez and Dietrich wanted to prevent a situation where the corvette was forced to stop accelerating due to suffering too much damage. If the pirates managed to inflict critical damage on the thrusters, then the Barracuda would be hamstrung. Both men descended onto the hangar bay. Dietrich entered the cockpit and optimized his Harrier settings for deep space action. He already had some experience with fighting in zero gravity. Meanwhile, Vez ran some checks over the Harrier's exterior and made sure the aerial mech performed up to spec in vacuum. There were many nuances involved in space combat. Vez only scratched the surface in this area. He applied only a limited amount of fixes. Lucky remained at his owner's side. As a gem cat, his role in the upcoming battle was to keep Vez safe. As the ship's chief security officer, Lucky did not appreciate being taken away from his favorite food. Due to its extensive rework back in Lemur, the Harrier was in its best shape in years. Vez had already inspected the mech a few weeks ago, so the mech was structurally sound. "There's nothing else I can do for your mech," Vez finally said as he pulled back from the mech. "I'll return to the bridge and manage the ship from the captain's seat. Good luck." The Harrier gently slapped the butt of its ballistic rifle. "Huh? I'll be back in no time. Just make sure I still have a ship to return to." Vez left the cargo bay with Lucky in tow and returned to the middle deck. After reaching the bridge, he forced the navigator bot off the captain's chair and claimed the seat for himself. He summoned a projection of the pirates and studied them in detail. The corvettes and light transports in pursuit looked ramshackle. A lack of maintenance and patchwork repairs gave Vez the mistaken impression that these vessels were about to fall apart. In truth, the pirate ships exhibited lots of creative engineering. Most of the ships in pursuit sported additional thrusters that gave them an extra kick. These aren't professional mercenaries moonlighting as pirates, Vez informed Dietrich over the comm after scanning each ship's construction. Their quality fell short, which indicated that this gang lacked access to a legitimate market. They aren't well funded either if the ships are only capable of accelerating so much. A speaker flared to life as Dietrich connected to the bridge. "How many mech are they carrying?" "They've only brought 5 light transports which they are likely using as mech carriers. They should each have space for about 4 to 6 mech, so they've brought 30 mech at maximum. Only a couple of them were speed-focused light mech, but the numbers still mattered if the ship suffered a slowdown." Vez was able to guess the pirate gang's origin from this information. "These are regional pirates. I don't think anyone is supporting them from behind, much less someone if offended at Lemur. Those snobs are well aware of the Ark and Mark's amazing specs. Any force they send in my way should at least include faster ships. They could be sent by the shady corporation which used to sell those grazer rifles we found. I don't think so. If they assumed we're aware of their illicit dealings, then they should have thrown more pirates at us. CEOs with a guilty conscience have a habit of overreacting when someone finds out they've broken one of the big taboos. I guess we'll know for sure once the mech show up. If they're armed with grassers, we're screwed." Vez believed that wasn't the case. They just happened to bump into a random pirate fleet by sheer dumb luck. They seemed to be everywhere you least expected them. That they happened to lay in wait right next to the Barracuda's emergence from FTL could be attributed to chance. Due to the nature of space, it was impossible to eradicate the scourge of piracy. The rats fled to the vast space between star systems each time someone in power wanted to wipe them out. His console beeped an alert. The pirates finally hailed his ship. Vez had no idea what to expect when the pirate captain came into view. The interior of his grimy bridge had seen better days. The mech designer even detected patches of mold, something which should horrify any decent engineer. "Hey, who are you, kid?" the bearded pirate asked as he scratched his scarred face. "I don't have time to play with juniors. Get your captain on the line right now. My name is Vez Larkinson. You are speaking to the captain and the owner of the Barracuda." "You?" The pirate took a good look at the Barracuda's bridge. "Oh, I see, you're one of those rich brats gallivanting in the big bed universe. Well, let your granddaddy teach you a lesson how you're supposed to react to the astral wolves. First, shut off your blasted engines right this instant." Vez hyped up his own status in order to stiffen his nerves and hopefully deter the pirates. "The likes of you don't have the right to order me around. Have you watched the news lately? Do you know who I am? I am the apprentice of Master Carmen Olsen, a master mech designer from the Friday Coalition. Touch me and you won't even know when you will die." His relative youth and shaking voice betrayed his lack of experience. "Ha ha ha ha. Look at the little brat calling out for his parents. Well, Granddaddy is here and I'll be sure to comfort you. So you're one of those nerdy mech designers, huh? I could use a new one after I splattered the brains of my last one. The pirate captain kept laughing like a pig and cut the connection. Lawless pirates truly feared no threats. Their confidence came from their ability to scurry back to the depths of interstellar space where the nearest star was light years away. No conventional force could track them down. Only the Mech Trade Association and the Common Fleet Alliance possessed the technology to track down these rats. In practice, neither organizations bothered to chase after petty criminals. They only roused their mighty fleets and mech once someone violated one of the big taboos. The Astral Wolves launched their Spaceborne mech once the pirate transports came close enough to the Barracuda. 27 mech appeared all at once and rocketed forward. Mech optimized for space usually incorporated powerful flight systems. While they could not compare to a spaceship in endurance, their relatively high thrust-to-mass ratio allowed them to sprint short distances as long as their fuel and heat capacity lasted. The pursuing pirate mech separated in two different groups. The majority consisted of slower mech in for the long haul. Despite the distance, those armed with lasers started to fire at the Barracuda. Due to the distance, the mech vibrations and the inherent flaws of their weapons, the laser beams weren't able to hit the fleeing corvette. Yet as long as they kept firing their lasers, they might get a lucky hit. Our ride is under fire. At this range they're barely able to hit us. Vez reassured Dietrich, though he squeezed his fist in frustration. Our corvette can't withstand a sustained attack, but it hasn't gotten to that point yet. Ignore the lasers for now. Since Dietrich's Harrier carried a ballistic rifle, he wasn't able to retaliate. As light-speed weapons, lasers were able to attack at very extreme ranges out in the vacuum of space. Projectile weapons lost their effectiveness due to their relatively placid muzzle velocity. It's a shame we don't have a railgun or gauze rifle. These kinds of advanced projectile weapons packed a formidable amount of punch and muzzle velocity. They were a lot more expensive than conventional weapons due to their high power consumption and their strict material needs. Even second-rate states employ these weapons occasionally. Vez stuck to the plan for now. He saw 5 brilliant flares of light gaining in on his ship. He knew they represented the light mech that formed the actual threat. There was no need to sortie Dietrich early and let his Harrier build up its heat in vain. Now that the pirates revealed their full capabilities, Vez updated his model and gained some additional numbers. Dietrich, if the light mech maintain their current speed, they'll reach extreme effective range in about half an hour. All we need is 23 minutes. Don't let them get land and attack on my ship. That's too long. I can fend them off for about 10 minutes, but it'll run out of magazines sooner or later. I need to go back and resupply at least once. That will endanger the ship. The cargo bay's hatch is placed at the bottom aft of the ship. Once I open it, a single laser can devastate the valuable Dortmund parts I've stashed in there. Unless you can speed up your ship, there's no other choice. Either your printer goes down or we lose the entire ship. The pirate attack put all of their gains at risk. The Barracuda's spare rooms were already stuffed with plundered parts, though the cargo bay held the majority of the spoils. Vez stored them in simple boxes secured to the deck with reinforced cables. It was only one step up from leaving them in a messy pile. Eventually, Vez was forced to relent and prepared additional reloads for the Harrier's ballistic rifle. Without the Harrier's deterrent, a light mech would be free to take potshots at a ship. Shortly after, the pirates managed to score their first hit. A laser beam only happened to scorch a rear panel of the Barracuda, but more was yet to come. Navigator bot, please start dodging. The Barracuda adjusted her course. Instead of flying straight, she started weaving in 4 directions. This threw off the predictive targeting of the pirates, forcing them to work a little harder in achieving a hit. Vez hoped he bought enough time for his ship. Chapter 115, Astral Wolves. One of the worst dangers an interstellar ship has to deal with is pirates. Space was big, so the chances of bumping into them should be negligible. In reality, pirate fleets worked together with observers stationed in neighboring star systems. They observed all traffic going in and out, and whenever a ship intended to transition to the pirate fleet's system, they informed their masters through the galactic net. This allowed the pirate fleet at the other end to prepare a reception for their unsuspecting victims. This didn't always work due to the inherent uncertainties involved with FTL travel. Sometimes, the arriving ships ended up millions of kilometers away from the pirates. Considering the odds, Vez could have ended up worse. The Astral Wolves accurately plotted his destination and even took the telemetry from their observer to predict his entry point in this remote star system. The trick with the running start further emphasized the capabilities of his pursuers. We're not dealing with amateurs here. These wolves are seasoned robbers. I don't believe we've seen the full extent of their moves. The aft of the Barracuda was taking a beating. The enemy pilots appeared to adjust to the circumstances and increased their fire rate to the maximum sustainable limit. While this did no favors to their accuracy, the sheer volume of fire inevitably worked their charm. The odds of throwing a dice and getting a 6 was small. The pirates knew that, so they threw the dice faster. Nothing in the Barracuda's arsenal could slow them down or mitigate their shots. While ships operating inside human space were not allowed to carry weapons, Vez wished his ship came with several defense measures such as security screens or after boosters. Even if they used up a horrible amount of energy, it was better than letting pirates get their hands on his ship. As the clock ran down, his ship accumulated more stress. The Barracuda held on so far due to boasting thick armor. No matter the ship, even a heavy mech paled in comparison to the amount of absolute protection they enjoyed. This was the intrinsic difference between a bipedal war machine and a self-contained ecosystem built to traverse the stars. Still, there were limits to a spaceship's integrity. While the long-range laser fire wasn't capable of dealing critical damage due to their wide dispersal, they softened up the Barracuda's aft section. If the light mech came into range and were allowed to focus their fire, the ship could easily suffer an engine breakdown. Vez desperately tried to figure out what he could do to repel the pirates from his end, but came up short. His ship was essentially a glorified pleasure yacht, a souped-up sports shuttle with interstellar range. 3 minutes to go until the light mech are in range. Are you ready to swat some flies? You've been ready ever since we arrived at this stupid star system. Good. I'm opening up the cargo bay hatch in 30 seconds. Please sortie out as fast as possible. I don't want to expose the interior any longer than necessary. Dietrich wasn't looking forward to the upcoming fight. His Harrier worked best as mobile fire support and normally relied on steadier mech to hold the line. He did not look forward to trying to defend his buddy's ship while outnumbered 5-2. The mech designer might think himself clever for navigating through remote and inhabited star system, but it came to bite them back with a vengeance. Now the mech pilot had to clean up after the mess. Fortunately, his Harrier received an extensive overhaul back in Lemur. His mech might not be able to exceed its specifications, but it won't fall apart from under him after receiving a couple of shots. I'm depressurizing the cargo bay. Get ready. The air disappeared from the chamber before the imminent opening. Letting all of the air escape from the ship when the hatch slid down was not only wasteful, but also dangerous. 10 seconds left. With just seconds to go, Dietrich grumbled about his friend's propensity to stumble into pirate attacks. This was the second time they encountered one so far, and they only made a single round trip. It shouldn't be so easy to bump into pirates. The hatch slid open once the ventilators completely sucked away the air. A black expanse of stars came into view. Dietrich suppressed his instinct to admire the view and flew out of the ship in an instant. The hatch closed behind him as he positioned his mech below the constantly accelerating Barracuda. The Harrier had to adopt an awkward horizontal posture with its rifle pressed against its torso in order to keep up with the ship. The mech modest flight system kept up with the Corvette for now. What the hell? You could have mentioned the rain of laser beams. Relax. It's not as bad as it looks like. If you manage to draw away their fire, then that would be best. You're a much smaller target, so you will make a great decoy. Some of the distant mech indeed shifted their aim to the Harrier. Dietrich already introduced some randomness in his flight path in order to cope with the barrage. Vez might had a point about their accuracy, but the pilot took no chances. He already kept his eye on the approaching light mech. Their flight systems flared up as bright as a star as they expended substantial amounts of energy or fuel to catch up to their fleeing prey. Detachable radiator panels extended from their backs in order to cope with their enormous heat generation. The pirate mech unleashed their weapons once they passed a certain threshold. A light volley of solid kinetic projectiles and explosive shells impacted the Barracuda's vulnerable rear. Dietrich. We just suffered as much damage as 5 minutes of sporadic laser fire. Will only last a couple of minutes if this keeps up. Get them off my back. The pilot didn't need his partner's nagging to know what to do. He already engaged his sharpshooting module and prepared to fire on all 5 mech. He shot a volley of 3 projectiles at the closest aerial mech. The pirate panicked at the incoming kinetic slugs even though they did not land anywhere close to the target. Dietrich already shifted his aim. His rifle barked another 2 shots at a seesawing mech. The pirate's lazy and predictable dodging pattern allowed the young pilot to land a glancing shot at its legs. While the damage was negligible, it frightened the pirate into pulling back. He sent a couple of shots in the direction of the other 3 mech in turn. All of them paused their aggression in order to regain their composure. He succeeded in halting their relentless assault and disrupted their efforts to cripple the Barracuda. The Astral Wolves adjusted their strategy. The distant medium mech maintained their fire on the Barracuda. They were confident it was only a matter of time before the lasers crippled the ship. As for the light mech, they split their attention. 2 of them kept up their fire against the Barracuda while the other 3 shifted their targeting systems to the Harrier. Dietrich had to overload his flight system in order to keep his hide intact. You're doing a great job, but it's not enough. Get the other 2 mech off my tail. I'm kind of busy here, Vez. The pilot spat back as he worked his controls. He increased his rate of fire in order to keep the enemy mech on their toes. How's the ship? Her engine nozzles are accumulating too much heat. The shells landing on her hull isn't helping either. In the meantime, the Harrier only suffered from scratches and glancing blows so far due to the deplorable skill level of the pirates. The typical scum who resort to piracy didn't have much choice. Even if they were potentates, their neural aptitudes ranked near the bottom. No decent mercenary corps was desperate enough to offer them a place in their ranks. A potentate often grew up with an inflated sense of importance. Those with disappointing aptitudes, lazy work ethics or severe attitude problems might not be resigned to living life as a norm. Why respect the laws that held them back when they could use force to indulge in their desires? Hedonists and degenerates like these never spent much time in polishing their skills. Even as he came under constant fire, Dietrich adopted a dodging pattern that worked well against riflemen who relied too much on their targeting systems. It decreased the odds of getting hit, but the irregular movements also affected his marksmanship. He ignored the mech who shot at him and instead fired at the machines who persisted in harassing the Barracuda. 1 or 2 shots hardly worked, so Dietrich increased his fire rate in order to put more pressure on the persistent bastards. His ammunition depleted at an alarming rate, but the pilot had no choice. He achieved his first breakthrough almost accidentally. He shot a casual volley at the furthest light mech, intending to scare it back before shifting his attention to another opponent. By some coincidence, 2 slugs managed to hit the unsuspecting mech square in the center. The stricken mech breakneck speed worked against its favor by amplifying the damage. 1 slug crunched right through the frontal armor, crushing the flimsy plates. The second slug that followed after landed close enough to slip through the cracks and apart its sides. To Dietrich's regret, his shots failed to disable the mech, though it halted its chase. The damaged mech sputtered as its flight system lost power. Whether the mech actually lost power or the pilot simply lost his nerve, nobody knew. In any case, it made Dietrich's job easier. The pirates responded by firing missiles. Over 50 individual missiles launched from the medium mech which held back so far. Due to the need to chase and catch up to the Barracuda, the missiles weren't actually traveling very fast. They still presented a very real threat. Those missiles need to be shot down. There's too many missiles. Dietrich growled as he kept distracting the light mech, who flew much more circumspect at the sudden loss of a fellow pirate. Then empty your magazines if you have to. Those missiles are not only high explosive, they're also capable of homing in on a specific section of my ship. If you ask me, I'd rather get shot at by pirates who failed their marksmanship class than let those homing missiles chew up my thrusters. Dietrich faced a difficult choice. If he relented on the light mech, they might recover their poise and begin to fight back more aggressively. Still, Vez had a point about the missiles. The mech pilot lamented that his mech lacked the capacity to incorporate a machine gun that was perfect for anti-missile duty. He shifted his targeting settings and started to fire mechanized slugs at the missiles. Despite their nimbleness, the homing projectiles had to swim against the current, so to speak, which allowed Dietrich to land most of his shots. While the Harrier methodically destroyed the missile swarm, the other mech grew bold and focused their fire on the ship again. The pilot couldn't do anything about their opportunistic attacks besides speeding up the destruction of the missiles. Once he intercepted the last missiles, the Harrier flew back to the ship. "Open up, Vez. I need a resupply." The battered hatch lowered quicker than normal. Vez had overridden the safety protocols. The Harrier flew back inside even as sporadic shots landed close to the vulnerable opening. One laser managed to scorch the interior bulkhead of the ship before the hatch closed up again. Vez tiredly spoke again from the bridge. "I need you back out of there as fast as possible. The aft section is almost out of armor and the thrusters aren't looking too good either." "I know. I'm doing the best I can already," Dietrich replied as he quickly shook off his spent magazines. The empty cases landed onto the deck with a soundless thud due to the absence of air. Midway through the resupply, the Barracuda shuddered for a second. "What's that?" "That's the result of a malfunctioning thruster. It forced the faulty component to keep working, but it won't do any favors for its longevity. Get back out there, please." Dietrich didn't bother with picking up the last magazines. "Open the hatch. I'm going out." The Harrier exited the hatch and fired aggressively at the pursuing pirates. He changed his strategy. His previous act of suppressing all of the mech at the same time did not do much in deterring them. Only when he disabled a mech did the enemy pilots pull back a bit. "You guys want to see blood? Then let me show you what this whaler can do." Chapter 116, Distance. With about 10 minutes left to go before the FTL drive finished cycling, the pirates already came close to immobilizing their prey. Though unaware that the Barracuda was able to jump in just 2 hours after arriving at the star system, their ceaseless aggression made it clear these pirates were out for blood. The passage of time allowed the light mech to close the distance to their prey. Their mech were at the brink of overheating, but their pilots exerted enough control to stay under the limit. Their awful accuracy improved quite a bit now that their target grew bigger on their targeting screens. "You're not the only pilots who benefit from this ship," Dietrich muttered with a focused snarl. "I've taken a lot of crap from you guys. It's time for payback." Dietrich specialized in both aerial maneuvering and marksmanship. Armed with a ballistic rifle, he excelled in picking off enemy mech from medium range. Now that his main targets approached his optimal range, he could finally dish out the hurt. Taking advantage of their lack of attention on him, Dietrich took his time and aimed at the nearest light mech. He calmly lined up his shots and released 3 kinetic slugs in succession. His aim held true. The first kinetic slug landed off the light mech arm, stripping a decent chunk of armor plating. The following round flew past the mech head, missing it entirely. The third one accidentally crashed against the rifle stock, tearing the weapon from the still-reeking mech hands. The weapon helplessly flew off into deep space, leaving the lightly armored mech with no means to continue the fight. Like the Harrier, the pirate mech only carried one main weapon in order to save weight. Realizing his predicament, the pilot of the disarmed mech pulled back and tried to join the second wave following from behind. He wanted to borrow a spare weapon from his comrades in order to resume the chase. 2 down, 3 to go. The sudden attack left the remaining light mech stunned. They hesitated for a couple of seconds before focusing their attacks on the Harrier. In their eyes, the toothless Barracuda was a sitting duck they could slaughter at their leisure. Vez encouragingly praised Dietrich's performance. "Whatever you're doing, keep it up. The integrity of the thrusters have reached a critical point. They're resistant to heat so the lasers don't bother them much, but they absolutely can't take any more shells. How much longer do I have to stall them?" 7 minutes. "We're almost home." Those 7 minutes were hard-fought. Dietrich dueled with a 3 mech. Due to his recent resupply, he liberally emptied his magazines like a drunkard binging at the bar. Previously, he had to take his time to line up his shots. Not anymore. He bracketed his target in an inescapable net of projectiles. No matter where the hapless pirate dodged, he couldn't escape. To his credit, The pilot of the light mech spun around and let its relatively useless feet take the impact. Dietrich commended the pirate's split-second decision-making even as he realized he was dealing with a tough cookie. Fine, I'll leave you for last. For now, he had to remove as much sources of danger as possible. Even as his mech shook from the increasingly accurate incoming shots, he trusted his Harrier to hold together. Unlike the flimsy light mech in front of him, his mech boasted actual armor. In contrast, his immediate opponents emphasized speed at the cost of both armor and firepower. Their ballistic rifles only shot juvenile versions of what his own weapon unleashed. Despite being outnumbered, Dietrich leveraged his advantages in such a dominant way that the remaining light mech stood no chance. Like the flies they represented, Dietrich swatted them out of contention with only a bit of effort. It took a generous amount of kinetic slugs, but he inflicted serious damage to the flight systems of 2 of them. The remaining pirate decisively gave up once he stood alone and pulled back to join his mates. "Yeah. Run away, you coward," Dietrich yelled as he realized he successfully beat back the pirates and saved his friend's ship from certain doom. They came with 5 but none made it to the end. "I am the best." The Astral Wolves obviously hadn't given up. They merely stopped throwing mech at a closer range where the Harrier held all the advantages. The constant laser fire from the extremely distant medium mech never ceased. While the Barracuda had been built to withstand a lot of heat, the cracks in her hull did not bode well for the ship. "Get back to the ship," Vez commanded from the bridge, breaking Dietrich's high. "We're jumping out in 2 minutes." "Roger that." Now that Dietrich turned around, he finally saw how close they made it past this hurdle. The light mech had done a number on the aft section. Their light projectiles might not pack a punch, but against a target as large as a ship, they chewed up the armor like a swarm of 1,000 bees. The plating was marred by so many pits and holes that it resembled the surface of a barren moon. "Is the ship still functional?" he idly questioned as he quickly snuck his mech inside the opened hatch. Whoever designed the Archon class deserves a lot of credit. They've incorporated an ingenious buffer layout that mitigates any damage that goes past the armor belt. All our critical systems besides the thrusters are intact. The damage to the thrusters was severe, but it mattered little when Vez spooled up the FTL drive. Engaging the drive immediately after finishing the cycle degraded its hardware, but nobody cared about maintenance problems right now. The pirate vessels detected the unique fluctuations coming out of their prey. With impotent rage, the Astral Wolves had no means of preventing the corvette's escape. With a swirling whoosh, the ship transitioned into an entirely different mode of existence. The Barracuda finally let go of her highest alert state. Repair bots of all kinds scurried out of their holes and patched up whatever internal damage the ship received. Air returned inside the cargo bay as Dietrich slowly shut down his battered mech. Due to maintaining a flat fighting posture in the previous battle, the Harrier's legs blocked most of the incoming fire. The damage was so severe that the mech could not stand on its own 2 feet anymore under standard gravity conditions. With no other choice, Dietrich awkwardly collapsed the mech to a sitting position. He made sure to avoid bumping into the boxes strapped down to the deck. He met Vez when he exited the cockpit. Sweat suffused his entire body though his pilot suit absorbed most of the moisture. There was nothing like snatching victory from the jaws of defeat. "You fought good." Vez congratulated him even as he stared at his Harrier's wretched state. "We'll have to pay for the bills, but we could have lost it all." "Vez?" "Yes, Dietrich? You owe me a mech." "Hey, I'm the one who invited you to this trip." Vez immediately responded with his palms held up. "I'll cover your repair costs but I'm not in the position to gift you a new mech. Besides, I'm not capable of designing a rifleman mech at this moment. TCH, I don't need your money to fix my mech. I can easily cover the cost once I send my dad to the abandoned base." "No, I want you to personally build a mech for me. I can wait for it, but you better deliver. Don't forget who saved your billion coal ship." The blonde mech pilot had a point. Vez eventually promised to tailor a mech for him once he had the means. If Dietrich's gang got a good haul from stripping the underground base, then he'd even cover the cost. It was an equitable arrangement for both men. After Dietrich left for the showers, Vez looked at the Harrier once again and sighed. "We've really cut it close. I'm lucky to have brought you along. The galaxy is a lot more dangerous than I thought." I won't be making the same mistake twice. The Barracuda sustained no damage to her FTL drive, so the remaining leg of the journey occurred without glitches or breakdowns. Vez made sure to inspect each of her systems in person, but there was only so much a mech designer like him could understand. Vez stroked his chin with his palm as he gazed at the damage report. His ship got off lightly, all considered. She lost very little functionality and could still be used to traverse the stars. The bad news came when Vez considered how much it cost to fix the damage. The Barracuda used a proprietary armor plating system that could only be produced at the most advanced production facilities back in the Friday Coalition. If Vez wanted to fix the holes in his ship, he'd have to leave her at a repair yard and arrange imports of most of the exclusive materials. The total cost amounted to at least 20 million credits. For now, he couldn't spare the money to repair a ship that wasn't essential to his daily operations. Better to leave the ship behind and focus on building his core business first. He planned to revisit the matter of repairs once he enhanced his earnings. After making sure his ship wasn't about to fall apart, Vez went back to his studies. He only had a limited amount of time and he wanted to hit the ground running once he arrived at his workshop. The recent attack once more reinforced how easy it was for him to die. Without strength, one had no right to speak. Even a mech designer was able to accrue power if everyone wanted you to design their mech. His first priority was to advance his skills. His latest brush of death pushed Vez to accelerate his learning. He wanted to advance his electrical engineering and physics skills to apprentice level with just weeks to go. In order to keep up with his brutal schedule, he kept his daily interaction with Dietrich and Lucky to a minimum. Fortunately, both Cat and Pilot had other concerns in mind. Lucky almost finished gnawing Master Olsen's oar. When Vez stroked his gym cat's back, he always got the feeling he was touching an overstuffed energy cell. Meanwhile, Dietrich helped plan his father's upcoming salvage expedition. Walter's whalers were already in the process of commissioning a convoy of transports and corvettes. By the time the Barracuda transitioned into the Bentheme system, Vez finished upgrading both of his targeted skills. The improvements bolstered his fundamental mech design skills by plugging his weaknesses. They also eased his attempt to reconstruct the Dortmund. The new insights he received from his studies allowed him to understand the blueprint and repair manual a little better. He understood some of the subtler nuances of the 3D printer's design. All right, system. Show me my status. Status. Name, Vez Larkinson. Profession, apprentice mech designer. Specializations, none. Design points, 1,307. Attributes. Strength, 0.8. Dexterity, 0.7. Endurance, 0.8. Intelligence, 1.3. Creativity, 1. Concentration, 1.7. Neural aptitude, F. Skills. Assembly, apprentice, 3D printer proficiency II, assembler proficiency II. Business, apprentice. Computer science, incompetent. Electrical engineering, apprentice. Mathematics, apprentice. Mechanics, journeyman, jury rigging II, speed tuning III. Metallurgy, journeyman, alloy compression I. Metaphysics, incompetent. Physics, apprentice, lightweight armor optimization I. Medium weight armor optimization III. Abilities. Super Publish, available. Can be activated once a year. Evaluation, a well-rounded apprentice at the start of his real career. Even the system complimented him for working on his weakest skills. He shouldn't let his designs be dragged down by a critical shortcoming. My DP barely grew. It's still a long way until I reach 2000 DP. His current plan called for earning enough DP to advance his mathematics skill to journeyman level. Without this upgrade, Vez wasn't willing to release a second iteration of the Mark Antony. As his primary moneymaker, Vez wanted to make the updated variant last. Vez had a lot on his plate when he finally returned. He was already looking forward to it all. Chapter 117, Back in Business. The Prodigal Son returns. Marcella Bollinger greeted Vez with open arms as he arrived at her office. Does that make you my mom? You wish. Jokes aside, thank you for granting the Barracuda a berth in your private docking space. If there's one thing brokers don't lack, it's space. He'll be sure to keep your new toy secure. The two sat down and began to discuss how the Bright Republic fared in his absence. The mech broker employed an entire department of analysts who kept track of the political and economic trends of their state. Marcella freely shared some of her insights. Everyone is smelling a war is brewing, but this time is different, she said grimly. She obviously predicted dark tidings. We expect the visions to stir the pot a little, but the uprisings and terrorist attacks are much more severe than the Republic has anticipated. Every state in the star sector is suffering from some source of instability. Vez scratched his head. Even the visions were dealing with their fair share of terrorists? Could it be another star sector is having designs on our territory? No, that doesn't make sense. The Komodo star sector ranks near the bottom in both exotic resource deposits and economic development. There's something bigger brewing behind the scenes. We won't know what's going on until they spring their plan on us. That doesn't sound reassuring. You're right, this isn't something we should stick our hands into. Better let the politicians from Rittersburg earn their pay for once. Your old friend Vincent is gaining prominence, Marcella added with a smirk. He's one of the spokesmen for the so-called Bentham independence movement. They want to secede Bentham and its surrounding influence from the Republic, with violence if necessary. That's crazy. If Bentham is our only port system. Without it, the Bright Republic is finished. Bentham won't be better off either. Without the population and support from the rest of the Republic, the newly independent movement will only amount to a fourth-rate state at most. Don't underestimate their appeal. Benthamers always consider themselves superior to the rest of the Republic. They resent the fact that they have to take their marching orders from Rittersburg. It doesn't help that much of Bentham's wealth is used to subsidize the development of other planets and star systems. The issue turned out to be quite the wedge between the people of Bentham and the rest of the Republic. While Cloudy Curtain fell under Bentham's sphere of influence, Vez had little sympathy for these delusions. So how's the mech industry faring these days? Marcella gave Vez an ambivalent smile. The attacks are straining our industry's supply chains. Shipments get hijacked, factories get blown up, or certain businesses get persuaded to cancel their long-standing contracts. It might only happen here and there, but each disruption has a ripple effect that affects all other companies down the supply chains. In other words, the saboteurs are trying to achieve maximum disruption with minimum effort. They shouldn't be part of a powerful group, then. Maybe they don't have a scary backing. Surprisingly, the chaos has only led to greater sales. The Mech Corps has expanded their orders by 15%. Many mercenary leaders decided that they'd rather expand their arsenal immediately than to wait for the transition to the next generation of mech. Looks like it's already high season for the industry. It's too bad I'm missing out. Are you sure you want to reconsider fabricating your current model? I already said I had a big order in store for you. It's easy money. The Mark Antony doesn't conform to my standards anymore. I can't allow any detractors to make an example out of it to convince the public that I'm not worthy to be an apprentice. Marcella shrugged. It's your call. Let me warn you that it won't do your credibility any good if you are halting your sales for an extended time. A mech designer that was all talk and no show didn't go far in the business. Vez knew he risked squandering the goodwill he gained from becoming Master Olson's apprentice. Vez asked for some tips on applying for a loan. Marcella briefly explained the procedure and what he should watch out for. She had a very daring suggestion when it came to collateral. You should put up your Corvette as collateral if you're in need of a large amount of money. A genuine luxury Corvette from the Friday Coalition is worth as much as a medium-sized company here. It's the best way to make use of a shiny but non-essential asset. No. Vez shook his head. Absolutely not. I don't want to risk the ownership of the Barracuda. Besides, I'd be drowning in credits if I put up my ship for collateral. I can't grow my company that quickly without losing grip. Marcella dropped the subject once Vez refused to budge on this matter. Take a look at last month's national sales figures. Most of the skirmishes that have taken place are mainly hit-and-run attacks. Sales of light mech have gone through the roof. After discussing some minor issues, Vez ended his talk with his broker and left her office. He returned to the spaceport and met up with awaiting Dietrich and Lucky. Finally, you're back. The board pilot spoke as he rose from his chair. Are we done with this place? I've finished all of my arrangements, yes. Your mech and my cargo are already being shipped back home. We've got a transport to catch. They boarded the transport and took their seats without issue. The modest, utilitarian decor of the local spaceship contrasted sharply with the classier ships from the Coalition. This was the first time in months that he felt as if he finally felt at home. He didn't have to worry about class differences or watch his step in case of bumping into a powerful bigwig. After 2 days of placid travel, their transport landed at Cloudy Curtain Spaceport. Their journey together finally came at an end. Vez held Lucky close to his chest while making sure his floating luggage followed him out of the ship. He turned around and said goodbye to Dietrich. It's been a wild ride. We've cut it close, but we made it through. I'd rather take a break from all the action. Dietrich smiled helplessly as he no offense, but you're a dangerous man to be around. After a friendly pat on the shoulder, the exuberant mech pilot returned to the embrace of Walter's whalers. The entire spaceport was a hive of activity as the gang finished their preparations for their upcoming scavenging expedition. Vez had no further involvement in their proceedings. In exchange for forsaking all of his claims on the abandoned base, had received the full sale value of the blackmail material they recovered from a stash. Let's go home, Lucky. When the aircar arrived in front of his workshop, Vez sighed in relief. Nothing happened to his workshop. A lone security bot vigilantly patrolled the perimeter and the electric fencing sparkled ominously. Household bots neatly trimmed the grass and swept up any dust in their way. A familiar face waited by the entrance. Carlos Shaw resolutely quit his job arranged by his father's connections. His friend severed his only opportunity to climb the ladder of a major mech manufacturer. Hey Vez. Look at you. Last time we met, you were just a fellow buddy. Now you've become an unreachable existence. You even look handsomer. Vez did change a lot since he left the Bright Republic. His mentality matured after winning the Lemur Open competition and surviving 2 different pirate attacks. His appearance grew smoother due to the changes brought by the gene boost. Finally, he set aside most of his normal clothes and started donning his gifted Antigrav clothes all the time. The malleable high-tech clothes came pre-programmed with an entire library of stylish outfits. Even a fashion-illiterate boor like Vez could not go wrong once he took advantage of this function. Let's step inside before we discuss your employment. Vez calmly spoke and led his friend past the security measures and into his shabby workshop. Lucky escaped from his grasp and ran to his private little bed. The cat had grown less active over the past few days. Vez suspected his pet was about to undergo a fundamental transformation. Once Vez finished arranging his luggage, he returned to the living room and stared at his friend. Carlos sat at the dining table with a data pad in front. The pad showed his employment contract. My broker arranged this cookie-cutter employment contract. I've modified a couple of terms in order to suit my purposes better. You will work for my company in a full-time capacity as a mech fabricator. I'm not hiring you to be my designer, but you are free to use my licenses and facilities to play around if you finished your daily tasks. You will receive a modest pay of 10,000 credits a month before taxes. Do you have any questions? Carlos scrunched his face. Yeah, it says here you will own all the rights for any commercial designs I register at the MTA. Isn't that a little overboard? I don't think this is an unreasonable demand. Vez retorted with a firm voice. Mech designers usually don't allow their subordinates to borrow their facilities in the first place. If you are taking advantage of my hard-earned equipment and licenses, then your designs should also belong to me. Don't worry, the contract states that you'll receive appropriate credit as well as a cut from any sales. It might not be entirely fair to Carlos, but Vez wanted to make it clear who was in charge. He knew that Carlos wanted to work under Vez in order to develop his own mech designer career. Vez didn't want to invest in Carlos without getting anything in return. If Carlos thought he was going to be a selfless chump, then he was sorely mistaken. Okay, I can accept that. Carlos said and dropped his objection. The next page states that I have to sign an MTA-administered disclosure agreement. You know the penalties for breaking a contract under the purview of the MTA, right? In the worst case, I can even get executed. I trust you, but I've made quite a few enemies. Vez crossed his arms. Who knows if someone offers you a couple of billion credits to pass on some information? I would never do that. Even if you are inhuman enough to resist becoming an instant billionaire, perhaps you'll receive threats. No one is infallible, Carlos. I don't want to consider the option of you betraying me. I can be assured you won't do anything stupid if I bring in the MTA. It will also send a signal to my enemies that there's no use trying to use their means on you. Since it was a matter of life and death, Vez gave Carlos time to weigh the issue. If his friend insisted on change, then he would withdraw the employment contract. He had a lot of secrets in his closet. While Vez didn't intend to inform his employee about the system or the X factor, it never hurt to prepare beforehand. Okay. I don't know what you're hiding, but if you think it's serious enough to bring in the MTA, then so be it. You'll sign your darned NDA. After going past these hurdles, Carlos brought up a range of minor issues. Vez patiently explained his thoughts, even showed a little flexibility by changing some minor clauses. He hardly cared about when Carlos would claim his vacation days, or how much of a bonus he earned if he worked overtime. If that's all, then let's visit the local branch of the MTA to finalize the contract and sign the NDA. You'll start your work tomorrow. I'll arrange a spare design terminal and some other amenities in order to accommodate your presence. After a firm handshake, Carlos left the workshop and went back to his new home. In preparation for his new job, he already rented a nearby home in the nearby suburbs of Friesland. Vez returned to his workshop. He had to arrange the storage of his salvaged Dortmund parts. He considered taking another loan in order to fund the purchase of an alloy compressor. He also wanted to earn some very precious DP by designing a couple of virtual mech. In short, he was back in business. Chapter 118, First Employee. The next day, Vez stared at a glowing blue ball. He remembered that Lucky settled into his bed here. Overnight, he somehow turned into a dangerous-looking ball of energy. After stretching out his hand, he noted that the ball did not emit any kind of heat. Lucky should have warned me if he was up to something dangerous. I'd better leave this ball alone for now. He remembered that he promised Lucky 1,000,000 credits worth of minerals. Despite his apprehension at spending so much money, Vez still wanted to keep his promise. He went to his terminal and opened the MTA's internal market. After ordering a bunch of shiny-looking ores, he confirmed his order. He expected Lucky's present to arrive within the week. He walked to his backyard and stared at the large containers that arrived in the morning. Vez summoned up his workshop's cargo box and brought its contents to a secure storage room. He handled the boxes of Dortmund parts carefully. As Vez did not plan to reconstruct the Dortmund immediately, he left the boxes unopened. Before he started work on reconstructing the industrial-scale 3D printer, he wanted to accumulate more skills. It would be foolish to ruin the reconstructed printer due to underestimating the difficulty involved in putting it back together. It's all about the skills, he said ruefully. I'm never ready to do anything if I constantly chase after upgrades. He couldn't help it. Reconstructing the Dortmund and updating the Mark Antony variant both required him to exert his utmost. Both were critical projects that Vez could not afford to screw up. The extra office equipment he ordered yesterday arrived as well. Vez received the extra terminal, chair, drinks dispenser and other amenities and set them up in his workspace. He reconfigured the workroom into an office space that complied with the local codes. He installed several privacy screens into basic cubicles that ensured a worker's privacy without isolating them completely. Vez also activated the setting that prevented sounds from spreading. He had a tendency to talk to himself, and didn't want to bother Carlos with his ramblings. Some of the work might not be entirely necessary at the moment. Vez wanted to prepare for the future. Speaking of expansion, I don't think I've thought up a proper name for my business yet. It's still registered as a sole proprietorship. That's fine when I'm just starting out, but now that I'm thinking of increasing my scale, I really should get around to registering a corporation. A sole proprietorship basically meant that Vez and his business were one and the same. Any losses the business made reflected directly on him. This might be fine for small-time street corner stores, but for a company that dealt with goods worth millions of credits, it was wholly inadequate. A limited liability corporation was a separate legal entity in the eyes of the Bright Republic and most other states. If his business somehow screwed up and incurred a loss of 1 billion credits, then Vez wouldn't be liable if the company declared bankruptcy. Naturally, things weren't so simple, and Vez still had to deal with some of the consequences. Registering a corporation was not a simple task at all. He had to set up a charter and enumerate every owner's rights. I'll take care of it later. Vez waved his hand, adding it to his increasingly growing to-do list. First, he'll have to bring in Carlos to the fold. His friend arrived at his doorstep at noon. Vez met him outside and hailed a high-speed air car for them both. After boarding the vehicle, they were on their way to Orinoco, the planetary capital on the other side of the planet. On the way, Vez explained his expectations for his new fabricator. Once you're officially employed by me, you'll have to brush up your assembly. It's of prime importance that you can assemble one of my designs without my supervision. If I have to look over your shoulder every time you bump into trouble, then what's the point of hiring you in the first place? I understand. Carlos dutifully nodded. In the time I've been waiting for you to return, I dove into my old textbooks. I've got a solid grasp on theory. That's insufficient for my purposes. My first and only commercial design so far is a very complex advanced mech. Its maze-like internal layout alone is prone to faults. Just one mistake could set me back millions of credits. No, you need lots of practice before you can even think of using my machines for real. You'll register and pay for an Iron Spirit Mech developer account in your name. What? You want me to play a game? Hey, don't knock on the game. The realism is sufficiently close enough that you'll be able to master almost all of the fundamental steps to fabrication in a safe, virtual environment. Doesn't it cost a lot of money to start fabricating a virtual mech? Don't worry, I'll cover the costs. With my current savings, I can afford to splurge a little. Consider it an investment. Just don't expect a raise anytime soon. According to the current rates, it cost about 18,000 credits to fund the fabrication of a virtual Mark Antony. As a notoriously overstuffed advanced 5-star mech, Vez considered that Carlos needed at least a month of practice before he mastered the basics. That was with the old version of the design. When Vez introduced the second generation of the variant, Carlos most likely had to do things over again. Carlos smiled in appreciation. I don't have time to be greedy when you've given me these opportunities. Thank you for taking care of me. I really appreciate all you've done. Then repay me by helping me grow my business. I need a trustworthy man by my side. They spent the rest of the ride discussing the ins and outs of fabricating the Mark Antony. Vez did not have any notes about his insights, so all he could do was to pass them using his own words. After a couple of hours, the air car arrived at the MTA's local branch. Vez already scheduled an appointment, so they were led into an elegant meeting room by a low-level representative. Both Vez and Carlos confirmed their identities through numerous tests before signing a bevy of digital documents. After leaving the MTA, Vez decided to stick around the capital. As they walked through Orinoco's modest shopping streets, Carlos whistled in appreciation. I can actually walk around without bumping into people all the time. You've got to say that it's a nice change of scenery. The only downside is that I still haven't gotten used to the constant cloud cover. It's even more disconcerting when the clouds adopt a rainbow sheen. Blame the original settlers for leaving the terraforming to the lowest bidder, Vez amiably said. When you get used to it, you'll realize our sky is an endless canvas. Folks like to gaze endlessly at the clouds, taking inspiration from its infinite varieties. It sounded incredibly boring to Carlos, but he kept his opinion to himself. Instead, he pointed at a nearby sculpture. What's that? Vez did not answer his question immediately. Instead, he led his new employee to the foot of a thin but tall statue. It had been shaped into an archaic candle that reached above the tallest office buildings in the city. A narrow trail of smoldering black smoke ascended from the top of the candle. Somehow, the smoke did not disperse, but maintained cohesion as it climbed its way into the clouds. Both men looked up atop of the candle where its tip ceaselessly smoldered. Compared to the many monuments they once toured in Rittersburg, a lone stone candle hardly matched up. Do you remember the founding story of the Bright Republic? Vez suddenly asked. Sure I do. A bunch of marginalized idealists and pacifists from the New Rubarth Empire banded together and funded a colonization expedition to the galactic rim. They chafed at the stifling, militaristic culture of the Empire and wanted to create a paradise in the most remote corner of the galaxy. In their eyes, they wished to preserve the light of civilization in an unforgiving galaxy. Every Republican citizen knew the story, and what followed after. The ancestors of the Bright Republic eventually reached the Komodo star sector, only to find the juiciest star systems claimed by expeditions funded by their more warlike rivals. The few times the Bright Republic tried to wrest control of them ended badly, as pacifists did not make for very good soldiers. Carlos continued the story. After losing so many ships, supplies and men, they eventually came across a habitable world. They settled down on the planet and called it Rittersburg, the last refuge of a noble venture. The Bright Republic was founded there and then, and over time the colonists expanded and claimed the surrounding stars. And what happened to their dreams? Vez asked in a tone that indicated he already knew the answer. Over time, the Bright Republic shed its pacifists' roots. They had to in order to fend off aggression from aliens and regional rivals like the Vija Kingdom. Still, in order to commemorate their origins, they built the Eternal Lighthouse at the spot where the first colonists stepped foot on Rittersburg. Vez gestured his arm at the giant smoldering candle. The descendants of hardcore pacifists consider the Eternal Lighthouse to be a farce. When the Bright Republic slowly increased its militarization, the most dissatisfied pacifists scrounged up their meager savings and founded the planet that would eventually become Cloudy Curtain. So they built this candle as a middle finger to the Eternal Lighthouse? Yup. The smoldering candle is supposed to remind the people of this planet that the rest of the Republic has forgotten their ideals. The light is snuffed, and only a smoldering tip remains. Huh. Don't you feel strange about basing your mech workshop on this planet of pacifists? It's already been hundreds of years since the founding of this planet. Vez replied without a note of concern. Time has wiped away our roots. These days, the locals drink their beer and watch the mech arena duels like any regular Republican citizen. The bureaucrats hardly raised an eyebrow when my father and I registered my business. Nothing was eternal. Dreams only lasted until the people woke up. Life eventually must go on. After touring the streets and showing off the local sights, the pair decided to return. They took another air car back to the outskirts of Freslin and returned at the workshop by evening. Carlo said his goodbyes. It's been great hanging out with you. It brings me back to our days at Rittersburg. Be thankful for the break, because your work starts tomorrow. You need to master your new role as a fabricator as soon as possible. I won't allow you to be a drain on my resources forever. I understand. You won't regret hiring me. After a good night's sleep, Vez woke up the next day and started working on some administrative details. He keyed Carlos into the security system and granted him limited access to the facilities. He also prepared a new Mech Designer account for him and granted it access to the designs under his Chasing Clouds account. When Carlos arrived at the workshop, Vez led him to the office room and pointed at the second terminal. That's your new workstation. You've already configured it to allow you to log into Iron Spirit and practice your skills. Can I make use of your design software as well? It will help me out a lot if I can flex my other mech design skills. It's already done. Vez replied and drew his employee's attention to a grayed out icon in the starting menu. You've set the terminal up to unlock the design software after working hours is over. You can stay over after you finish your shift if you want to play around with designing your own mech. That's very generous of you. Thank you again. No problem. Once Carlos finished registering a developer account, Vez went back to his terminal and logged into his own game account. He put off work for several days now. I'm still missing about 700 DP. If I want to upgrade my mathematics to journeyman, then he'll have to publish a new virtual design. The problem was that he couldn't afford to waste too much time. He had to get back to selling actual mech in order to keep up with his timetable. Rather than designing a whole bunch of virtual mech, I should focus on perfecting a single machine. With the attention he gained from the entire star sector, Vez knew he was being watched. Many industry insiders kept tabs on him. He didn't want to squander all of this initial interest by releasing a sloppy design. The first impression was the most important one to make. His last two virtual designs consisted of octagon variants. His Mist Prowler acted as a capable ambush predator, while his Speed Demon excelled in chasing down light mech. Both were competent designs for a novice mech designer, but they fell short to his current standards. After advancing to an apprentice mech designer, Vez felt it was time to move on to 3-star designs. He already had a taste of these designs when he competed at Lemur. He only held back due to the cost. My spending account has nothing left. I spent way too much money. Vez took note as he checked his bank accounts. I've already started dipping into my piggy bank. With only 22 million credits left in liquid funds, can I afford to splurge on virtual licenses? Vez decided to take a look at the catalog. Most of the licenses for the mech averaged around 1 million credits. This was a steep price that put most amateur mech designers out of play. The lack of clutter appealed to Vez, though he also had to compete against professionals with too much time on their hands. Even if I'm young, I can still stand firm, he concluded after taking a look at the best-selling variants. It helped that he did not intend to top the sales charts. Vez was content if he earned 700 DP. With this modest goal in mind, Vez considered the type of mech he wanted to design. The ongoing tension has caused people to feel less safe. The game is experiencing an upsurge of players. In tumultuous times, they can only rely on themselves. Many potentates intensified their training. They left behind the simple, generalist mech and focused instead on mastering specialized mech. Marcella already explained this ongoing trend during his last visit to her office. Vez already had a plan in mind. In order to prepare for his upcoming redesign project, he wanted to work on a medium knight. The Mark Antony was actually an overburdened hybrid knight. By working on this variant so early in his design career, Vez was actually putting the cart before the horse. He could gain more insight on hybrid knights by starting with the basic form of a regular knight. In mech terms, knights referred to mech armed with a single-handed weapon and a shield. Usually knights were armed with swords due to their versatility and popularity, though some relied on spears or axes. A normal knight never wielded ranged weapons. Sometimes they carried a pistol, but never anything larger. Mech focused on melee combat, optimized their limbs for power. Ranged weapons did not make use of this. Instead, they demanded precision. A knight which tried to juggle both power and precision were called hybrid knights for that reason. Regardless of their loadout, knights formed a bulwark of defense. They generally fared poorly when operating alone, but excelled in team fights. With a knight holding down a position, any enemy had to go through a painful ordeal in order to dislodge the defender. They also took on other roles if needed. For example, they made use of their tough exteriors to break through enemy lines. They also escorted vulnerable artillery mech or any other kind of sharpshooter mech. The synergy between a knight and a ranged mech was well known. You'll have to design a knight that is able to work in a team. Previously at Lemur, Vez designed mech that operated alone. This was different. While he could still design a knight which excelled in solo duels, it had to seamlessly integrate into a team. He settled a couple of parameters for his upcoming design. The knight must be able to take a beating, so it will weigh at the top end of the medium weight class. It's going to be slow, but it should still be within the limits of a medium mech. The knight should also be a sufficient threat at close range, which means it is going to need strong arms and legs. Most knights already took these factors in account. Certain designs fulfill the basic requirements, but also emphasized some other aspects in order to distinguish themselves. What Vez sought in particular was a design with a powerful short-range dash. After an hour of browsing through the catalog, Vez finally narrowed down his choice. Chapter 119, Hoplite. Many mech manufacturers boldly entered the market with the superstar designs. Only a few companies demonstrated enough staying power to persist until today. The Lindholm Armament Company outgrew its modest roots to become a giant transgalactic corporation. Lindholm was a household brand name in the mech market, to the point where loyal customers brainlessly bought their latest products. Vez normally disdain mainstream mech, but their introductory model deserved a look. The story of Lindholm started with their first commercially available design, the Hoplite HPL 100P. 200 years ago, the introduction of the hoplite propelled a small and obscure company to galactic prominence. Its design deviated significantly from convention. First, the hoplite used a spear instead of a sword as its main armament. Lindholm was not content with a simple spear. Instead, they introduced an innovative weapon capable of adjusting its own length. Through a sturdy layered tube design, the hoplite could extend or shorten the length of the spear at will. The only downside to this structure was that the spear could not withstand as much force. It's still a daring innovation, Vez said admiringly. True, the weapon had flaws, but it worked out for the model. It proved a design didn't have to be flawless in an engineering perspective in order to sell well. The hoplite also made use of an unconventional heavy shield. Its large round shield sported a flat, broad spike in the center, allowing it to pierce through armor when used as a weapon. Lindholm expressly designed the shield for offensive use by adding a couple of unconventional augments. First, they attached miniature boosters to rear of the shield. They automatically ignited their charges when the hoplite initiated a bashing motion. The boosters only burned for a quarter of a second, but that was sufficient to magnify the impact by up to 50%. If that wasn't enough, the Lindholm designers also stuffed in an inertial manipulator. Normally, it remained inactive. The module only took effect when the hoplite started to bash. It only reduced the shield's weight by 30%, which sped up the bash. At the last instant before impact, the module reversed its settings, making the shield 30% heavier. This slowed down the bash, but that hardly mattered when the shield impacted its target an instant later. The extra weight gave the bash more momentum, making the shield harder to fend off. Hoplite pilots usually followed up by striking their target with an extended spear. This was the hoplite staple combo, one that propelled the design to prominence. There were downsides to the augments. While Lindholm reinforced the boosters and inertial manipulator against shocks, they were still prone to malfunction. The augments also only carried a limited amount of charges, enough for 3 times. The critics called it a gimmick. The mech pilots who performed the move professed their love for it. Despite the controversy, Lindholm aggressively marketed the ridiculous move and sold hundreds of thousands of hoplites. The hype eventually faded out, but by that time Lindholm earned enough of a killing to fund the development of better designs. If that was it, then the model should be forgotten by now. Instead, the hoplite enjoyed enduring popularity in Iron Spirit due to its final feature. Lindholm wanted to design a knight with offensive prowess. Upgrading the weapons wasn't enough. They also wanted to give their mech the ability to rush forward at high speeds. To do that, they extensively modified the hoplite without relying on boosters. Installing boosters was the conventional way of enhancing a mech's short-range boost. While powerful, they also imposed many limits on the design. Instead of dealing with issues such as fuel storage and heat management, Lindholm instead augmented the legs. While the legs still appeared humanoid, the designers massively strengthened the artificial muscles. No one knew how they did it, but they introduced an original muscle scheme that allowed mech to push off the ground in an extremely powerful burst. Extendable claws embedded in the feet helped maximize the hoplite's grip, which prevented it from slipping. Overall, Vez admired the original developers of the hoplite. They were not afraid to implement their own vision onto the state-old knight archetype. The work done on the spear, shield and legs all complemented each other's strength, amplifying their effects when combined together. The designers succeeded in turning their outlandish vision into a practical product. The hoplite is a masterpiece. In design terms, the model was difficult to improve but easy to ruin. Many mech designers tried and failed to develop variants that significantly improved upon its performance. Vez did not fear a challenge. He wanted to prove he could handle a difficult model like the hoplite. The way to that was to succeed in creating a new variant that was not some minor rehash of the base model. Lindholm Armament Company Hoplite HPL 100p. 1.2 million bright credits. He winced at the price. While he still possessed a substantial amount of savings, he hadn't been earning any money lately. I still need to make another purchase. Vez had a very simple plan in mind. He wanted to design that took advantage of the current trend. Many teenage potentates were currently flocking to Iron Spirit in order to polish their piloting skills. Mastering a Knight was one of the basic classes offered by mech academies and mech institutions. It was the simplest mech type and one that offered beginners an excellent starting point in piloting mech. One reason the base model only enjoyed a limited amount of popularity was that it was built around the spear. Trainee pilots only practiced with sword-wielding knights. He intended to meet their needs by designing a sword-wielding hoplite variant. While several such variants could already be found in the catalog, Vez thought he could put his own spin on the concept. After browsing the catalog, Vez found an appropriate weapon and added it to his shopping cart. JJV. Limited Imperial Sword ISX-34. 250.000 bright credits. The so-called Imperial Sword sounded fancy, but shared the same shape as the weapons used by trainees. The unhunted sword was not too long, not too short, not too heavy, not too light, and so on. It had no distinguishing features due to the need to accommodate every possible mech pilot, at least at the start of their training. Vez chose the Imperial Sword because it was a well-designed upgrade from the cheap and substandard training swords. JJV Limited poured a lot of research into improving the simplistic sword design, from changing its composition to adjusting its shape and center of mass. It led to a weapon that many recruits love to use at the start of their careers. It's not a very exciting sword, but it is a time-tested design. It's sharp, tough, and not too expensive. That's good enough for most mech pilots. After confirming his purchase, his savings shrank. He now owned 2 3-star licenses, enough to design a decent variant. Sat back in his chair and thought about what kind of vision he wanted to imprint onto his design. As always, he tried to seek an example from ancient history. A gladiator? No, I don't want to create a showboater. A Viking? Too aggressive and undisciplined. A medieval knight? That might work, but I still feel it comes up short. After a couple of minutes of fruitless digging, Vez gave up on referencing history. Do I even need to draw on reality in the first place to form a coherent picture? He thought about his designs so far. Vez always let his mind drift to dramatic actions when he tried to form his intent. When he thought back on designs like the Mark Antony or the Mist Prowler, Vez automatically constrained his imagination to obey reality. What if he broke this rule? The X factor is something that is alive but intangible. Something that isn't anchored in the physical plane has no obligation to be bound by its rules. It sounded simple, but how could an engineer like Vez ignore the laws of the universe so easily? A mech was a machine. Their structure and composition was nothing magical. So long as mech designer obtained its blueprint, they could replicate the mech without problem. All except for the metaphysical. The apparent existence of the X factor had long since convinced Vez that mech might have a proto-spiritual presence. He never explored the full implications of this premise. A spiritual existence can take any shape. Vez recalled the time when he achieved a minor breakthrough in the X factor. Back then, he was competing in front of the entire star sector for the first time. He had to design a mech as fast as possible in order to claim a higher-ranking mech pilot in the free-for-all stage. The mech that resulted from his heated efforts was the Unicorn. Despite the frame's many technical flaws, Vez imagined its design as a proud and inviolate mech that wielded its spear like the horn of its namesake. To be honest, he had no time to consider its fantastical background. A unicorn is a mythical creature. Everyone has their own ideas about what a unicorn looks like and what kind of powers it possesses. In this case, the only perspective that matters is the one held by the mech designer. If the X factor needed to be grounded by reality, then a fantastical image should be detrimental. Somehow, Vez did not believe the uniform suffered any ill effects. It performed exceptionally well in Lovejoy's hands and slightly exceeded the limits of its shoddy construction. Is it really so simple? A single example did not prove his assumptions. Yet Vez instinctively believed he was on the right track. The question is, am I willing to test it out? He strongly wished to test this new approach. The risks were great. If he screwed up his first new design after winning the Lemur Open competition, then he might not be able to drum up enough sales. Yet what if he failed anyway? Nobody knew how to observe and measure something as ethereal as the X factor. At most, those who entered the cockpit had to endure an unpleasant vibe. Vez was in an exuberant mood. Like a child stepping out of the house for the first time, He wanted to explore this new world. He was only limited by his own imagination. He did not even need to reference an existing myth. Why not make up something on his own? Something that meshed with the components he had to work, instead of trying to stuff a pre-existing image into a mold that didn't entirely fit. Let's go with something strong but not too complex. His active imagination branched off numerous possibilities. Some were thinly veiled derivatives of existing myths, while others sounded too radical to be useful. He chose to base his design around the image of an immortal known as the Instructor. He used to be a daring knight and swordsman in the past, having distinguished himself in battle against man and beast alike. He gained strength from every victory and refined his swordsmanship to greater heights. In his quest to be the pinnacle, he even sought to learn different styles from other masters of the art. The Instructor finally achieved enlightenment. The warrior grasped the secrets of immortality and joined the ranks of the exalted among men. The years went by and the wars died down. Eventually, the Instructor shed the passion of his youth. He settled down as a guard for an esteemed emperor who granted him with a sort of office. He wielded his blade not to kill, but to protect. As the empire he served reigned supreme, the Instructor lacked the opportunity to prove his worth. With nothing else to do, he started instructing the younger generation in swordsmanship. Slowly, he became known for his teaching. The Instructor not only excelled at explaining the essence of swordsmanship, he also gained many insights in the process. He slowly cast off all the flair and excessive moves in his repertoire, and distilled his swordsmanship into a pure form. "Am I being a bit too vague?" Vez suddenly asked. He was very satisfied with the story he built up, but he did not wish to waste too much time fleshing out the setting. He might as well become a novelist if that was the case. "I didn't think too much when I designed the unicorn, so it's probably okay." The details probably didn't matter too much. What Vez actually needed was a myth to support the shaping of his intent. With a strong and distinct image, it became easier to hold on to the main points and maintain a cohesive intent for hours. A complicated backstory made it harder to keep the threads together. The story was not without purpose. Vez hoped to accomplish multiple goals with this specific myth. First, the Instructor was old. He experienced much in his life and fought in many battlefields. He mellowed out in his later years but still retained his edge for battle. Hopefully the trait translated to cool-headedness in the heat of battle. Vez also wanted to pass on the Instructor's love and obsession for swordsmanship. He did not make the Instructor a master of a single style, but instead exposed him to many different forms. While flexible, the Instructor thoroughly mastered the fundamentals due to his extensive teaching experience. What Vez wanted to accomplish with this was to make his customers more susceptible to breakthroughs. He did not expect to create a miracle. Just a gentle push was enough. "This is all too vague. I don't even know if I'm deluding myself with all these assumptions." Vez chuckled a bit. Fantasy or not, it doesn't hurt to try. Chapter 120, Iterating. Vez approached his latest design process like a project. Gone were the days where he haphazardly designed a mech ad hoc in week-long sessions. His improved skills gave him much more possibilities and opened his eyes to many factors he previously missed. When he previously competed at Lemur, Vez had no time to double-check his work. The brutal time limits imposed by the rules forced him to follow his previous methodology of trusting his intuition that he got it right. His latest project called for a cycle of design followed by testing and back to design. With his increased base of knowledge, he was able to wield the system's many mathematical models without acting like a caveman. With every design choice, he could verify the results through rigorous testing. He could find better solutions and avoid mistakes as long as he spent enough time crunching the numbers. Certainly, it took time. Despite the system's prodigious processing power, Vez could only draw a portion of its awesome capabilities. More than that, Vez might frequently resort to tweaking the models in order to simulate many different conditions. He did not intend to lose sight of his initial goal. Before he began to design, he created a simple schedule. Let's see. 3 weeks should be plenty of time to come up with a decent design. Any more than that and it's not worth the effort. I'll spend 1 week on shaping the design, and 2 weeks on refining it through modeling and simulations. Vez also split the project up into different phases that corresponded to the parts he modified. He preferred to start from interior and work his way out, so the first phases dealt with the internal frame and the various internal components. Each time he finished modifying the relevant components, he'd test them vigorously until he became satisfied or ran out of time. He'd go through each phase in this manner until he combed over every part of his design. At the end, he reserved a decent chunk of time to testing out his new mech in a holistic manner. Let's start with the internal frame. The skeleton of the base model disproportionately favored the waist and legs. The hoplite put an enormous amount of stress on the legs when it initiated its powerful dash. Vez decided not to mess around too much with the internal frame. Any minor change he made here cascaded into a ton of follow-up effects. The basic design of the frame already worked okay. He merely updated the 200-year-old design to modern standards and rigorously tested its changes. The frame's upper portion resisted heavy impacts a little better. He turned to the core components next. He did not swap out any of the core parts, but trimmed their design in order to fit its current use. A real mech needed to be robust and last for years. A virtual mech only had to last a couple of team battles at most. The hoplite offered a lot of redundancies at the cost of putting on a lot of weight. Due to their self-contained nature, the modifications he made to the power reactor, engine and other parts required little time to test. Lindholm obviously licensed these components from specialist equipment manufacturers, so Vez found very few instances where he could optimize the design even further. Those manufacturers and research institutes make their living off licensing their products. They must have spent years in optimizing their builds. The lack of faults prevented Vez from making gains without losses with regards to these components. Thus, he mainly exchanged robustness for reduced mass in a proportional relationship. Vez considered the trade-offs he made to be worth the cost. After that, he moved on to the next phase. He devoted a lot of time on reworking the internal layout of the mech from the ground up. With his journeyman-level mechanics and apprentice-level electrical engineering, Vez chose to focus on increasing the mech range of motion. Among all mech types, the Knight had the most restrictive range of movements. It didn't need any more due to its plentiful armor and sluggish motions. This also made Knights an ideal mech for trainee pilots to start with, because they didn't have to master many maneuvers in order to become proficient in piloting this type. The original hoplite mainly uses its spear to thrust forward with incredible momentum. Lindholm didn't design the hoplite to fare well at a closer range. They even included an augmented shield in order to knock back any mech who came into knife fighting range. This presented a big problem to any mech designer who wanted to turn the hoplite into a sword wielder. The mech lacked the responsiveness and range of motion to keep up with a serious clash. Vez did not wish to compete directly with more experienced designers who tackled the same problem. He only wished to transform the hoplite into a proficient sword wielder while retaining much of the internal integrity of the knight. He did not directly reference the old layout. Instead, he built up his own internal layout first before comparing it to the original version, spending a lot of time in the process. Due to the need to maintain a focused intent, Vez required frequent breaks in order to finish this boring hurdle. When he finally finished his own layout, he compared the new one with the old. The differences were immense. He reconciled the two by adopting the best parts of both, and put the new scheme through a barrage of tests. With each iteration of tests and tweaks, the resulting design scheme reached a new equilibrium. Vez succeeded in shaving off bits and pieces while keeping enough redundancies in place. The extra space allowed him to improve the range of motion of its arms. At this point, Vez reached the halfway mark of his project schedule. He spent a significant amount of time doing tests, but gained better results than before. Along the way, Vez frequently paused his work when he couldn't maintain his concentration. Since he cared deeply about imprinting the instructor to his new design, Vez did not dare continue working when his mind started to fray. In order to distract himself, Vez devoted the majority of his free time to tutoring his new employee. Carlos also worked hard in trying to understand the assembly process, but achieved little success so far. "This mech is a nightmare," Carlos moaned during an evening after work. "It's like someone stuffed two different mech in a single frame." Vez took a sip of a can of beer. "The Mark Antony iced pretty once you look past the armor. I did my best to simplify the mess, but there's only so much I could do at the time. I have some more ideas now. I'll try them out once I finish my current project. You're planning to update your only real product, right? I've been thinking about it while I've practiced fabricating it. Don't you think the missile launchers are kind of redundant? Even the Caesar Augustus rarely finds an opportunity to make effective use of it. There's not enough capacity or firepower behind the missiles to achieve anything meaningful alone. To be honest, Vez did not like the shoulder launchers either. They added unnecessary bulk for just 2 salvos worth of missiles. The mounts were troublesome to detach and even harder to put them back. Yet Vez never considered removing them entirely. His ongoing work on the hoplite variant gave him a better appreciation of the Knight class. He gained a better understanding of what Jason Kozlowski wanted to achieve when he initially came up with the design. The missile launchers are an essential part of the Caesar Augustus series. There are many hybrid knights that combine laser cannons with swords and shields, but very few of them dare to add a third weapon to the mix. The launchers can hold a variety of missile types and add much-needed flexibility to an inflexible mech. Inflexible is an understatement. The Caesar Augustus is as stiff as a board. It never tries to excel in this aspect in the first place. The Caesar Augustus is still a capable knight up close. Any mech pilot that has received advanced knight training should be capable of working around its weaknesses. An advanced mech required an advanced mech pilot to make full use out of its capabilities. The normal rank-and-file pilots did not normally touch sophisticated models like the Caesar Augustus. The Mark Antony was basically the bargain bin version, but it still retained much of the advanced characteristics that made it difficult to master. I doubt most advanced pilots even care about the missile launchers. Carlos had a point, but Vez still insisted on the missile launchers. Removing them turned his variant into a regular hybrid knight that competed directly against a large number of mature designs. The next day, Vez went back to work. He finished the insides of the mech. Now he had to work on the most important part of a knight. The hoplite is similar to the Caesar Augustus in that both designs are clad in as much armor as possible. If they carried anything more, then they'd lose too much speed to be of any use when dodging enemy fire. His main goal in redesigning the armor scheme was to complement his previous work. He had to accommodate the mech's increased range of motion without compromising its defense. First, Vez stripped off the old armor scheme and designed the broad strokes of the new one. His knowledge in metallurgy allowed him to leverage the properties of the alloys used in the hoplite's armor system in a modern fashion. Too bad the old armor has already benefited from armor compression. The only thing I can do is apply the existing formula to any existing plates. With the help of medium armor optimization II, he refined the sketch into a precise shape. Once he started modeling his work, he realized the true value of this subskill. It did not merely give him better ideas on how to shape a mech armor. No, the true worth of the armor optimization skills was to help him understand the more advanced simulations. More than that, he could also fine-tune the mathematical models to achieve a preferred outcome. Furthermore, he saved quite a bit of time by skipping redundant calculations and combining several models together. Vez made full use of the extra time he bought by refining the armor incrementally. The improvements were marginal but welcome. More than that, he caught 2 minor flaws and eliminated them before they could act as potential weak points. The end product deviated quite a bit from the base model's armor scheme. Vez basically broke up the largest, stiffest portions of the armor in favor of smaller segmented plates. This increased the armor's flexibility at the affected part without giving up too much defense. To offset the vulnerabilities that came with the increased amount of moving parts, Vez thickened many critical sections. He kept this to a minimum by modeling the result of every potential reinforcement. He decisively rolled back the changes when it hardly brought any benefits. Now that he finished redesigning the frame of the mech, Vez turned to his variant equipment. He left the Imperial Sword alone, since he lacked the expertise to know what he was doing. He was already satisfied with its current specifications. As for the shield, Vez saw an opportunity to increase the reliability of its active systems. The number one complaint the hoplite received was that the augments often malfunctioned when put under pressure. It's a 200-year-old experiment. Even if I'm not allowed to use more modern components, I can still see plenty of ways to strengthen the augments. It wasn't as if Lindholm knew any better. 200 years of progress in the age of mech hadn't birthed a technological revolution. Only a couple of high-end inventions caused a stir. The lower-end technologies only received incremental improvements. Iron Spirit did not allow Vez to introduce any innovations that broke the 3-star limit. Much like he did elsewhere, he only implemented optimizations that could still have been achieved 200 years ago. Naturally, he didn't limit himself to replicating the obvious. He sought to refine the augments even further by building an improved shock-absorbing shell around the fragile components. It took a lot finicking and testing before Vez tentatively accepted the latest iteration as the best he could do. Only a specialist or a much more experienced mech designer can do better. Now that he finished going over the sword and shield, Vez put the entire package through a myriad of simulations. He measured its performance in a variety of environments such as deserts and snow plains. He simulated combat against a host of different mech. He tested how the mech fared in a duel as well as in the large-scale battle. Though the simulations had their limits, they all proved useful in catching weaknesses that only showed up under very specific circumstances. For example, in an extremely hot environment, the mech channeled an excessive amount of heat through a specific spot near the mech arm joints. This degraded the performance of the arms and increased its susceptibility to heat-based damage such as lasers. Vez modified the internal structure and the armor plating at those sections in order to plug the leaks. After pushing through thousands of near-identical simulations, Vez finally had enough and called it a day. I'm almost at the end of my 3-week deadline. It should be about time to wrap up this design. Vez was very proud of his design so far. The variant exceeded the original hoplite in many aspects. Its specs easily reached the standard of what an apprentice mech designer should achieve. If he approached the project in a casual manner, then the resulting design might only be 80% as good. Though he needed to spend a lot of time to achieve that extra 20% performance boost, it was well worth the time. Now he only needed to put the finishing touches to his design. Wait a minute. I think I forgot something. Vez suddenly halted. He stood still for several minutes until he realized he forgot an old friend. How could I forget about the festive cloud generator? Chapter 121, Vibrant. Vez completely forgot about the festive cloud generator. The quick forge system he used in Lemur didn't include the decorative component in its catalog. Even if it did, he didn't want to waste any time trying to incorporate a component with next to zero combat application. Even if it's useless, it still looks cool. Local mech culture out here in the Rim frowned upon a lack of professionalism. Mech were vital weapons of war and their exterior should reflect their bloody purpose. That was why Vincent Rickland's codpiece sporting mech had been so widely derided. Somehow, his frequent use of the festive cloud generator got a pass. In most mock-ups, his mech were usually displayed with the generator turned off. This made his mech appear more sober than they actually were. Only when a pilot bought the mech did they realize their mech emitted colored smoke from various parts of their mech. Since the smoke only made them look cooler, hardly anyone complained. Before he incorporated the generator, Vez first had to define his mech. An imaginary character called the instructor acted as his inspiration. He thought about bestowing his variant with the same name. No, that won't work. He shook his head. It not only sounds boring, it will give my customers the mistaken impression that it is a mech meant to be piloted by teachers instead of students. How could he come up with a name that reflected the instructor's values while making his mech attractive to the young? The instructor fed the flames of passion in his youth, using it to accomplish many feats. Though age has tempered the fire, it continued to kindle, ready to flare up when called to battle. The man was old in temperament but young in heart. Young blood. The name came out of nowhere, but it described the instructor's drive. Even after achieving immortality, he never stopped advancing his swordsmanship. Besides conforming nicely with his mental image, the name should also appeal to the target segment. As a business owner, Vez knew the importance of a good name. Great marketing began with an attractive product. Many potential customers might only ever encounter his products when they stumble upon their names. Having a great name made it a little more likely that they clicked on it in order to learn more. From there, Vez could employ many other methods in order to increase his sales. By mentioning blood, Vez was obliged to incorporate its color to his mech. He did it in an understated way by coating the young blood in a plain metallic color which was traditional to knights. He merely sneaked in a subtle reflective sheen in red. In order to break up the monotonous appearance, Vez added golden decorative streaks around the torso. He was careful not to overdo it. The only part he spent more effort on was the variant's large, round shield. He painted a stylized lotus flower in yellow onto its surface. Why a lotus? Vez imagined the instructor loved to watch over the lotus flowers in the Imperial Palace's gardens. The flower stood for serenity, which might be a strange thing to include onto a shield meant to bash enemy mech. Vez merely wanted to add something that looked good. The meaning wasn't important. With this addition, Vez picked 2 different locations to include a festive cloud generator. He attached a small-sized module to the shield. After rearranging its rim, Vez programmed the shield to emit a large quantity of yellow smoke whenever the young blood enhanced its shield bash. By limiting the emission to the moment of impact, Vez was able to drastically reduce the size of the additional module. He did not want to go through another round of testing and simulation in order to properly integrate the generator. He also installed a pair of cloud generators in the legs. Just like the shield, the generators only activated when the mech was about to perform a burst dash. He dyed the smoke in red this time in order to give his mech an impressive streak from behind. After finishing the aesthetics of his design, Vez finally put down all of his work. It's time to face the piper. Go ahead, system. Hit me with your report. Design evaluation, Young Blood. Variant name, HPL 100S Youngblood. Base model, Hoplite HPL 100P. Original manufacturer, Lindholm Armament Company. Weight classification, medium heavy. Recommended role, Knight. Armor, A. Carrying capacity, C. Aesthetics, B. Endurance, A. Energy efficiency, B. Flexibility, C+. Firepower, D. Integrity, B. Mobility, D. Spotting, E. X Factor, C. Deviance, 70%. Performance improvement, 23%. Cost efficiency, plus 7%. Overall evaluation, the Youngblood is an affordable variant that retains much of its durability while benefiting from increased flexibility. A comprehensive rework of all of its systems has raised many of its parameters. A largely coherent thread of X Factor suffuses the entire design. This is all the more impressive when the inspiration to the X Factor consists of a single mech designer's idle fantasy. You have received 100 design points for completing an original design with a performance improvement of over 10%. You have received 500 design points for designing a mech with a moderate presence of X Factor. Yes. Vez rose from his chair. I succeeded. My X Factor has reached the score of C. Though it fell short of the C+ that Vez had reached with the Mark Antony and the Unicorn, those mech came about in very special circumstances. It wasn't easy for Vez to feel all fired up. He was content with finding the way to reach the range of Cs when working on routine designs. The relatively high score also validated his assumption that the X Factor was not limited to physical constraints. At least, up to this point. Vez still consciously limited his imagination to myths that were larger than men, but less than gods. I don't want to find out what will happen if I take the old Christian God as my inspiration. I really don't want to open that particular can of worms. Vez also achieved a 20% performance improvement without making use of expensive gadgets. He only brought in a reanimate sword to replace the spear. This was an incredible milestone, and one that Vez expected to surpass in the future. The 600 DP reward came at a very nice time. The 3 weeks of slogging and maintaining his focus handsomely paid off. Vez only lamented that he was only a couple of DP short of reaching 2000 DP. Come on system, don't be such a tease. I deserve a treat. 2/3 of your design's improvements is attributed to updating an outdated mech with modern techniques. The performance increase that can be traced to your own original solutions is significantly smaller. Remember, you must study hard, but the only way to reach the pinnacle is to walk your own road. He bent over his head in defeat. The system was heartless as ever. It's true that I copied and pasted from many other sources. I shouldn't be too proud with my design. After regaining some of his mood, He logged into Iron Spirit. Vez imported the design to Iron Spirit and started fabricating a copy in the game's virtual workshop. Due to his extensive familiarity with his own design, Vez had no trouble with building up the virtual mech, even while maintaining his concentration. He imagined bringing an incarnation of the instructor to life. How will he react to coming into life in a virtual game simulation? Will he be happy to experience new things? Will he be sad that he will give up control over his own body? Perhaps he might find joy in guiding the young and eager pilot to enter his cockpit. Unlike his previous inspirations, the instructor was his sole creation. He became invested in its myth to the point of treating it like a living person. For a time, the line between reality and fantasy seemed blurred. Only when Vez finally finished the fabrication process did he wake from his fugue. That's a little weird. What was I thinking? He spent less time fabricating the mech than he thought. It only took a full day instead of the 2 days he originally budgeted. Despite the expedited process, the game did not detect any faults when Vez finalized its build. He didn't forget to add a gold label inside the cockpit before he did so. He configured the design settings so that it would turn into silver when he let Iron Spirit sell a duplicated copy of the variant. Vez did not want the gold label to proliferate too much. Vez entered the market interface and set the prices to both the gold label and silver label mech. Different from last time, he did not use the minimum possible floor price but instead added a small profit margin to both products. It didn't matter to the gold label because only one existed, but it represented a fairly different positioning to the silver label mech. Basically, Vez thought his young blood was good enough to deserve such a price. It also made more sense to charge this much. If he continued to hold on to bargain bin pricing, then his customers would subconsciously assume his mech only performed as good as all the other trash mech in this price segment. He still wanted to earn as much DP as possible. That hadn't changed at all. Vez merely followed good business sense by managing the perception of his products. Just as he was about to release his variant to the virtual market, he paused. This isn't a casual product. This is my first public design since coming back from Lemur. There should be some fanfare involved with the debut of this design. Vez turned away from the market interface and instead pulled up his comm. He placed a call to his mech broker. Vez? Marcella yawned as she looked up from her digital paperwork. Have you finished the rework? No, I haven't started yet on updating the Mark Antony. I'm calling you because I want your help in publicizing my latest virtual design. Vez sent over the young blood's spec sheet along with some other data. He briefly explained why he spent time on a virtual design to begin with. Of course, he only limited his reasons to familiarizing himself with the knight archetype and to follow the current market trend for practice mech. Marcella did not need to know about his need to earn design points. I see. While it isn't conventional, I can see how we can spin it in a positive direction. However, you should be aware that marketing your variant comes at a significant cost. How much? Give me an estimate, please. The woman tapped her finger against her firm lips. For a knight variant with this level of performance, it's best if you hold a local advertising campaign. You don't have the specs to attract a lot of customers outside the Republic. The only thing you have going for is sympathy for local entrepreneurs. How much? Vez repeated, feeling a bit uneasy with the way Marcella prefaced her explanation. The short answer? Around 20 million credits for a week-long exposure campaign in Bentheme. Anything less will only get drowned by the bulk of other messages floating constantly in the air. 1 week just to push out the name of his variant? No. Can't you offer anything cheaper? Well, you can also make use of Iron Spirit's internal advertising channels. Again, if you want to penetrate past the noise, you will need to put up a significant upfront investment, say 5 million credits a day. No wonder Vez achieved nothing the last time he used the game's internal advertising function. He might as well be throwing money into an ocean. Ahem, if you aren't aware, my earnings won't be very much even if I sell thousands of virtual mech. Vez patiently explained. To say nothing of earning useless in-game gold currency. I don't see any reason why I should spend millions of credits on some overblown ads that will only last a week at most. Marcella shrugged, as if she didn't care. Advertising works a lot better than you think, but I can understand your reluctance. Considering your current finances, it's better if you hold off on any mass marketing. Do you have a more affordable alternative? I only need to put the word out for my design. It doesn't need to be anything fancy. The mech broker paused for a bit. Her eyes brightened as she found a good solution. I got it. You're a newsworthy mech designer, you know that? Do you know what that means? The news sites want to interview you. Vez hadn't thought of that at all. She had a point. As one of the 3 extremely rare winners of the Lemur Open competition, the Republic should be curious about his story. All right, that's a good idea, and also costs nothing on my end. I don't know the best news organizations, so can you arrange a couple of interviews on my behalf? I can do that easily, but it's best you only pick one venue to do your interview. These news sites are rather attached to exclusivity. It's the only way they can own the competition. In exchange, the news sites will push the interview to a more prominent place on their pages and broadcasts. Since Vez had no clue how the news industry worked, he followed her recommendation. She had never steered him wrong so far. All right, Marcella. Let's go with an exclusive if you think that's best. Right now, I mainly want to establish my brand. I'll go make some calls and come back to you within a day. Goodbye. Chapter 122, Interview. While Vez waited for Marcella to arrange an interview, he met up with Dietrich. The mech pilot finally sent him a subtle message that he succeeded in finding a buyer for the blackmail material they dug up at the abandoned base. Dietrich embraced Vez in a hearty hug with almost crushing force. Vez. Good to see you again. Let's go inside. They entered a dingy little restaurant in downtown Freslin owned by the Whalers. Vez was leery of discussing sensitive matters in the middle of the city, but Dietrich insisted. The cloud burgers here are the best on the planet, he said as he vigorously ordered a couple of burgers for them both. And I'm not saying that because we own the property. After a minute of settling down, Dietrich reported his results. I've been putting the word out in the black market. It's been a little slow in spreading due to the need of staying discreet. I've finally found a single buyer who expressed interest in buying what we have on hand. That's good, right? What kind of price are they offering? The mech pilot pressed his lips. The anonymous buyer is offering 35 million credits. Considering the extremely expensive gear they found in the abandoned base, that was a remarkably low price. Whoever built that base must be swimming in money. Extorting 1 billion credits was not out of the realm of possibility. There aren't any other takers? Dietrich shook his head. It's a matter of credibility. Anonymous sellers don't have much credibility in the black market. It's all about building a rep or getting to know someone who already has a rep. I'm just a fish in a pond of sharks. There's also the fact that only one of those sharks have taken the bait. He's basically setting the price. I don't know if the big boys are colluding to press down the price, but yeah, that's basically what's going on. No one else has expressed any interest in our data even after weeks had passed. We either take the existing offer or leave it. The only upside to the trade is that the buyer wants to remain anonymous as much as us. They weren't obliged to accept a lowball offer. Yet Vez did not wish to hang on to dangerous material any longer than necessary. Our safety is our highest priority. Getting rid of the dirty ledgers will deflect any potential attention away from us. The buyer might be offering peanuts, but he's also taking over all of the risks. Let's accept the offer. Since Dietrich didn't benefit from the sale, he merely shrugged and promised to finish the transaction within the week. As they ate their burgers, Vez asked how his gang had fared so far in their salvage operation. My father's staked a solid claim on the site. There's been a few opportunists who've tried to dislodge the Whalers, but they all backed off when they saw our numbers. The mercs didn't expect us to bring over half our entire manpower. We entrenched the hell out of the surrounding area. If the Whalers managed to strip down the base and extract every piece of scrap, they stood poised to earn an enormous windfall. Vez predicted that the Whalers would quickly invest their money in mech and fortifications. The recent unrest has made every local power wary. They gathered their strength and waited for the other shoe to drop. After finishing their burgers, which Vez admitted tasted pretty good, they went their separate ways. Recent troubles prompted Vez to visit the branch office of Senile Upland Security Services. Miss Robbins' exotic beauty greeted him with a professional smile. Good afternoon, Mr. Larkinson. Are you here to talk about your security arrangement with us? Yes. While I don't have the funds to pay for additional services on hand, I still wish to upgrade my current security setup. I am sure a man of your status has no problem paying the bill. Robin replied and summoned up a projection that displayed a selection of security services. We have an internal assessment of the likely threats you and your assets may face. From this, we have generated a number of optimized security packages at different price points. Please take a look. Vez currently contracted their Cyber Robo service for just 500.000 credits a month. This might be adequate to a low-value local business, but for an up-and-coming mech workshop it was wholly inadequate. He planned to spend most of his upcoming windfall on comprehensively upgrading his security. He skipped the cheapest package worth 5 million credits and the most expensive one at 50 million credits. He settled instead for the middle option valued at 25 million credits a year. Tell me more about the Strategic Reserve Service. This package is a great and cost-effective security solution tailored to facilities of strategic importance in the event of a raid. While it is not meant to clash head-on against a committed invasion force, it is nonetheless capable of fending off opportunistic raids. We do this by placing enough deterrents around your premises to scare off any would-be robbers. SAS mainly accomplished this by installing a number of fixed defenses, from anti-air turrets to anti-mech cannons. A permanent detachment of 3 security officers managed the entire security grid. A bolstered force of security bots handled all of the regular patrols, both indoors and outdoors. A dedicated guard officer from SAS kept an eye on bots in case they glitched or got hacked. His workshop cybersecurity also received a comprehensive upgrade. SAS would take the initiative to dig a secure hardwire connection deep underground that connected his workshop to the security company's planetary mainframe. As long as the connection stayed intact, his digital assets benefited from the personal attention to the best cybersecurity professionals in the Republic. Overall, the security package checked almost every box. Vez only missed an actual mech standing guard. The company only started offering mech patrols at much higher price points. With no other choice, Vez signed on to the plan and promised to transfer the 25 million credits within the month. In the meantime, Robin arranged the upcoming upgrades and construction work to his workshop. You should start seeing some of our men by tomorrow. They'll be measuring the land and planning the placements of our turrets. The real work will start as soon as we ship in the required materials from Bentham, which may take up to 5 days. While Vez spent as much as the price of a commercial mech, he got a lot in return. He did not have to worry about any assassins or sabotage for at least a year. Hopefully no one found out he still harbored forbidden research in his comm. He returned to his workshop and took a much-needed break. He checked his hibernating pet and thought Lucky should almost be done with his transformation. The glowing blue ball had grown him. Vez looked forward to the day he reunited with his lazy cat. Later that day, Marcella finally called back. She sure worked fast. I threw your name into the lake and reeled in some nosy fish. I've got a selection of 3 different news organizations that have expressed interest in conducting an exclusive interview with you. That sounded pretty good to Vez. Tell me about them all. The first to respond is the Bentley Mech Affairs. It's the 3rd largest news portal in our local area, though its influence is minimal elsewhere. It's a strong local organization that I've got a good relationship with. If you're willing to, donate to a particular charity, I'm sure they will portray you in a good light. How much of a donation are we talking about here? If you want a softball interview, then 1 million credits is sufficient. If you want to set your own questions, then you'll have to pay up to 10 million credits. Vez shook his head. I've visited their virtual portal once in a while. No wonder all of their articles read like infomercials. It won't do my credibility any good if I hold my interview with these types of organizations. Their influence is also somewhat disappointing. Don't look down upon BMA and their like. They serve their own purposes. Marcella patiently explained before introducing the next organization. The Junior Mech Hero is the Bright Republic's most popular news and entertainment portal for kids and teenagers. They wield a lot influence and they're interested in hearing the story of your new mech. That sounds pretty good. They fit nicely with the young blood's target audience. There's a catch. The JMH is a large organization that publishes hundreds of articles a week. Your interview will only be posted in a subsite and not on the main page. The manager I spoke to isn't convinced you're newsworthy enough to warrant better treatment. That sounded disappointing, but Vez understood their thoughts. He was not exactly a renowned mech designer. I'm fine with the JMH's conditions. I used to read their news digest when I was young. What's the last option? This one came as a surprise. The Rimward Star-Herald is one of the most influential neutral news portal among the third-rate states in the Komodo Star sector. It doesn't have much reach in the Friday Coalition, of course, but outside of that they have a very wide following, especially from the business community. The Herald is not a news organization that revolves around mech. Vez pointed out. People read the Herald if they want to find out which company they should invest in. It's not a news portal that allows me to reach my target audience. Marcella spread her arms and shrugged. The RSH is the most credible news outlet by far. A successful interview will certainly boost your prestige, which is helpful once you expand your business. They did warn me that they won't be gentle when they interview you. The RSH is one of the few organizations that prides itself on its journalism. Expect to face some pointed questions. All of the organizations had their pros and cons. The Bentley Mech Affairs ensured he had sufficient positive coverage. The Junior Mech Hero allowed him to reach directly to his target audience. The Rimward Star-Herald boosted his reputation significantly if he survived the interrogation. What did he need the most? Customers? Vez almost reached his targeted amount of DP. He could always use more, but he wasn't thirsting for DP at the moment. Right now, Vez rather wished to be taken seriously by the mech industry. Raising his reputation didn't bring him any immediate benefits, but it could open doors that previously remained closed. One aspect he always wanted to fix was to seek dedicated suppliers of raw materials. If he stopped being a no-name wannabe, he might be able to meet with their executives. Let's go with the Rimward Star-Herald. There's no use in trying to market my virtual mech. It's enough if I can get a mention out of it. What I should really be doing is paving the way for the sales of my real mech. Marcella did not disagree with his choice. She gave him a small booklet of tips on how handle interviews and ended the call in order to arrange the interview with the Herald. He didn't know if he made a mistake. Perhaps his ego grew too big. In any case, even if he failed the interview, he only risked his reputation. He could always regain what he lost by achieving a great feat. This should not be a problem with the benefit of the system. 2 days later, a reporter from the Rimward Star-Herald arrived at Cloudy Curtain. Vez assumed the Herald wanted to conduct the interview over comm, but surprisingly they went for a personal touch. They even booked a suite in the best hotel in Freslin to record the session. Vez arrived at the suite in his best clothes. He showed his appearance beforehand to Carlos, who merely shook his head and adjusted his look. Garbed in a rich formal suit of black and red, Vez cut a very mature look. When he knocked at the door, it instantly slid open to reveal a chamber already prepared for the interview. Various bots finished placing the props and lights while a stately-looking woman sat on a furnished seat. Ah, Mr. Larkinson. My name is Just Montefiore. Just call me Just. You are just in time. Please take a seat. I'd like to finish this interview as soon as possible so I can get away from this depressing planet. She certainly sounded lovely. Vez apprehensively approached the set and took a seat placed at an angle facing Just. First, let's touch up your appearance. Please don't move while the makeup bots do their work. A handful of floating balls zipped in front of him and began to wash his face and apply the makeup to him. Vez wanted to ask if a man like him even needed makeup, but the bots kept crowding his face. They flew out of sight a couple of minutes later, leaving Vez to deal with his dizziness. A score of high-quality recorders turned on, and Just quickly fixed an authentic-looking smile on her face. Good day, our dear viewers, or if you are reading the transcripts, my readers. Today I'm visiting a quaint little planet called Cloudy Curtain, the home of its first and only mech designer. Vez Larkinson here is a scion of the Bright Republic's renowned Larkinson military family. Just did a good job describing his basic background, though Vez suspected she was reading a script from an ocular implant. She quickly wrapped up her obligatory introduction and served her first question to Vez. As a son of the Larkinson family, you surely wish to follow your family's tradition. How disappointed are you when you found out you do not possess the aptitude to pilot a mech? The question contained a number of traps. Vez paused and refrained from answering immediately. Every kid likes to become a mech pilot. Few of them ever do, and that might not be so bad. Our society revolves around more than piloting. I have found a great calling in designing the mech that pilots rely on to earn a living. You are the first and only Larkinson to study and choose a career in mech design. By all accounts, you have received no substantial support from the other Larkinsons. Have you already cut ties with your family? That isn't true. We believe that a man or woman should stand by himself and make an honest living. The Larkinsons might be great pilots, but we do not have much in the way of wealth. The family is already doing enough to support the relatives of our fallen. I do not wish to burden the family's finances even more. The woman nodded and flipped her fingers, likely calling up some kind of info sheet or something. Let's talk about the start of your career. You've graduated from Rittersberg with average grades after 5 years of uneventful study. What happened in the months between your graduation and your success at Lemur that has turned you into a prodigy? This was a major gap in his personal records. Vez expected this difficult question to come up and already prepared an answer in order to obscure the system's intervention. I had help. Before he went missing, my father left me some resources and contacts that I could make use of to kickstart my career. Your father's disappearance is a rather perplexing case. Reinkel Larkinson is a seasoned pilot who has seen much action in the border wars against our neighboring aliens. Could he be involved with something murky? I do not believe so. Vez laughed as he tried to cover up his own mounting panic. My father is by all accounts a straight shooter. You can ask any of his friends who still serve at the base how he has little ambition except to serve the Republic and raise his son. I do not know why he left me at the time, but he has given me so much help throughout the years. I still miss him. Just raised an eyebrow and looked at him pointedly, as if she wanted him to know that she wasn't fooled. Your straight shooter of a father sure has interesting contacts. A local mech pilot from a remote corner of the galaxy is somehow able to refer you to a secretive grant institution operating out of the new Rubarth Empire. How could he possibly be involved with the Future Sons Technology Institution? Do you think I know? Vez threw up his hands as if he didn't have a clue. It's a surprise to me, but so far I have only been contacted by them once, when they passed me a couple of aged production licenses. Frankly, they only did me a small favor, which they probably forgot the next day. After a few follow-up questions, Vez did his best to deflect the suspicious woman's inquiry. Eventually, Just stopped her digging and turned to another topic. Seeing as you've improved enormously since you received your father's gifts, participating in Lemur was a given. Did you travel to Lemur with the expectation that you'd triumph over all of the geniuses in your way? We are all mech designers. I never took it as a given that I could prevail against any competitor. I merely came with the confidence that I could achieve a good showing. It was out of my expectation that I ended up at the very top. They spent the next 10 minutes discussing the competition, from the qualifiers that happened behind closed doors to the main event broadcasted to the entire sector. Just repeatedly brought up the most notable opponents Vez had personally defeated, like Carter Gage and Cynthia Barakovsky. Vez always spoke of them in a respectful manner, careful not to ruffle anyone's toes. Their influence extended far beyond their immediate circles. After asking a couple of tame questions that Vez answered easily, James changed her tack and went for the throat. Now, the most interesting outcome of the competition is that 2 out of 3 of the finalists comes from the Republic. Many people happen to know that both you and Miss Patricia Schneider are in the same class in school. There must be something you're sharing with each other in order to keep up with each other. So tell me, are the 2 of you involved? For a moment, Vez considered if he was speaking to the wrong reporter. Did Just work for one of the gossip rags those grannies always followed? How could a reporter from the sober and business-centric Herald ask such a question? Chapter 123, Publicity. Vez had to be careful in answering this question. If he said something sensational, his words might be splattered all over the galactic net. It might even get back to Patricia herself, who doubtlessly had little appreciation for controversy. He employed the most important trick Marcella's notes had taught him: evasion. I am only casually acquainted with Miss Schneider. She is a talented mech designer who excelled in her studies since day one at Rittersberg. We walk in different circles and it's a complete coincidence that we both reached the finals at Lemur. I see. Just said, her tone colored with skepticism. The two of you make a natural pair. Have you expressed any interest in pursuing your rival? I'm devoting all of my effort to growing my nascent business. Running a workshop and designing mech on my own eats up all of my available time. I hardly have a moment of rest. Fortunately for Vez, the questions that followed turned into a decidedly neutral direction. Just began to ask the questions Vez expected a business reporter to ask. He answered questions concerning whether he was committed to doing business in the Bright Republic, whether he sold mech to foreigners, if he planned to scale up production, and more. No, Master Olsen has not involved herself in my business activities in any way except for gifting me with some goodies. All of the assets that I'm in possession of is in my own name. I have not given her any shares to my business. She is an incredibly busy mech designer and has no time to hover over my shoulders. Just paused for a bit as she checked her internal notes again. Vez sat patiently, waiting for the questioning to resume. So far, Vez did a decent job in portraying himself in a decent light. Certainly, he could have navigated through the suspicions more elegantly. He might suffer from repercussions to his clumsy answers. In any case, Vez rather preferred that others thought he was a Rubarthan or coalition planned. It beat people getting ideas that Vez possessed a piece of reality-defying technology. The mech designer system had to be kept secret at all costs. Let's talk about your product. Just resumed her questioning. Most of your mech designs are early works that already seem dated. Your sole production mech is an underperforming variant of a last-gen mech. Why have you decided to release a virtual mech instead of updating your physical mech line? Come now, Just. You know as well as I do that Iron Spirit is the biggest battlefield in the galaxy. Certainly, it's all virtual, but plenty of pilots have polished their skills in these kinds of immersive games. I do not share the disdain that most professionals have for taking part in this active ecosystem. Ah, your latest virtual release appears to be a variant based off the famous hoplite. Please tell me what prompted you to design a plain sword-wielding knight. Vez repeated the standard marketing spiel Marcella originally prepared for him. He emphasized that the young blood possessed characteristics that made it a great training mech for the younger crowd. Some might say that the young blood's special features act as cheats. The strength on dash gives the knight more mobility than it ought to, while the enhanced shield bash allows it to easily push away mech that come too close. When trainee pilots begin to rely too much these crutches, that can certainly happen, but I think you underestimate their resolve. The young still have to pass their courses with their boring academy-assigned models. The young blood is explicitly designed as an offensive knight, allowing it to keep up with its compatriots in fast-paced battles. The extra mobility and flexibility also allows the knight to take the initiative, which provides pilots with many more options. When we compared your variant to the best-selling sword-wielding knights, we found its specs are rather underwhelming. Why should players even consider buying your mech when numerous amounts of better models are available in the game? Vez coughed a little and tried to maintain a smile. My mech has its own merits. A dry list of numbers can't fully express a mech capabilities. You've already mentioned the augmented dash and shield bash. There's also the fact that I've spent a lot of effort improving the young blood's ergonomics. Piloting my mech should feel significantly more comfortable. Do ergonomics even matter when you're talking about a virtual mech? Oh, it should be. I'm talking about more than a comfy seat. My mech features many internal adjustments that makes it smoother to move its limbs. The X factor also played a large role, but Vez left that out. Your rebuttal hardly sounds convincing. All of the amenities you've mentioned are luxuries that does not substantially affect the core performance of your model. The young blood simply can't stand on an equal stage to the bestsellers. It has never been my intention to compete against the top models in the first place. If you look at the bottom of the spec sheet, you'll find that my mech charges a good chunk less than the mainstream designs. Indeed, the young blood held its own when placed in the budget segment. Vez had purposely schemed a small amount of mass from its design in order to lower its cost. After asking a few more questions about the virtual mech, Just turned to the future. Now that you have finished a virtual design, do you intend to continue exploring this market or do you have some other projects in mind? Vez anticipated this question. It was a good opportunity to pimp his soon-to-be-redesigned mech. As you know, I only own 2 production licenses. I have not yet plowed the depths of these 2 fascinating licenses. Preparations for a rework of my Mark Antony design is already underway. He kept the details mum, only hinting that the redesign was going to be a sea of change. Even the price will see a bump due to the expected increase in performance. The journalist did her best to tease out the pros and cons of his first and only production mech. The cheap mass production armor remained a sore spot, but customers could easily afford 2 Mark Antony mech instead of a single Caesar Augustus. Just closed the interview with a question whether he had any plans of moving to the Friday Coalition. While I am officially apprenticed to a mech designer from the Vermeer Group, I repeat that my relationship with her does not extend beyond matters of teaching. Any assistance Master Olson throws in my way will come with no strings attached. So you have no intention of moving to a larger state with a highly developed mech infrastructure? It is customary for talents like you who emerge from a third-rate state to move up to a better environment. Why not do the same? The Friday Coalition is not my home. It's as simple as that. My father brought me up in the Bright Republic and taught me to respect and reciprocate the care and love I received from my state. I am still a Larkin son at heart, and we have always served the Republic with unswerving devotion. There you have it, folks. Straight from the mouth of one of the youngest stars of the mech industry. Just closed the interview and smoothly summarized the interview in a couple of sound bites. His latest virtual mech is on sale starting tomorrow. Be sure to check out Iron Spirit's catalog if you are interested in piloting an affordable night. Vez left the hotel and returned to his workshop wondering whether he did okay. Marcella hadn't lied when she stated that the RSH wanted to poke into his closet. He underestimated the amount of mystique he inadvertently accumulated with his sudden rise to prominence. The next day, the Youngblood variant officially went on sale. Instead of sitting behind his terminal checking his real-time sales figures like an obsessive recluse, Vez very firmly stayed away. He only briefly entered the Galactic Net to check on the Rimward Star Herald's news portal. The Herald worked quick. They already edited the interview and published both a recording and an article embellished with supplementary information. The news organization filed the interview under their financial section, though the military affairs section also hosts a copy. In order to avoid fretting about his design, Vez distracted himself with work. He read through the dense repair manual of the Dortmund industrial printer. He taught Carlos how to overcome the most difficult hurdles in his way to mastering the Mark Antony. He accompanied the consultants from SAS and agreed with most of their upcoming construction plans. He went to bed with a fretful cloud hanging over his head and woke up the next day with hardly any rest. He scratched his messy dark hair and finally had enough. Okay, all right. I'll go and check my numbers. After washing up and putting on his anti-grav clothes, he approached his terminal and logged into his Chasing Clouds account. He slowly summoned up his sales tracker. HPL 100S Youngblood Silver Label, amount sold. 2,194. HPL 100S Youngblood Gold Label, amount sold. 1. Vez blinked his eyes. He rubbed them gently then saw as the figure changed to 2,195. To a mainstream virtual mech model, a sales volume of 12,000 mech in the first day represented a flop. To a solo mech designer in the early stages in his career, his current sales blew his previous efforts out of the water. Vez did not yet call up his status. If he knew how much DP he already earned, he might go crazy. The game sales tracker allowed Vez to glean more insights from his customers. According to the model's sales history, the initial buyers of his mech all ranked fairly high in the game. Most of the players who bought the model shortly after its release qualified for the Gold or Platinum League. Half of the buyers came from the Friday Coalition. A smaller proportion originated from the Bright Republic. The remainder of the sales came from the rest of the Komodo Star sector. These are probably professional mech pilots in the service of industry insiders who are keeping an eye on me. The interview also helped attract a lot of attention. A very strange marketing effect occurred when 500 highly ranked players bought the model upon release. Iron Spirit's automatic market systems designated the recently released Youngblood as a hot property and a trending product in the star sector. Players who were already predisposed to buying a new mech got saddled with the image of the Youngblood. While not everyone wished to purchase a knight, those that did eventually gave his mech some serious consideration. Reviews and comments already poured in from the casual players who picked up the variant. Vez couldn't help but smile when he read how many players appreciated the feel of his mech. Even if the game's automated production system degraded a copy's X factor, much of it still stuck to the duplicated mech. Some renowned influencers even bought the mech to showcase it on their online streams. This led to a growing interest in his design, to the point that mech portals started to review the quaint little hoplite variant that appeared out of nowhere. Vez called Marcella in order to hear her perspective. The mech broker praised him for a successful debut, but warned him not to expect too much. The virtual mech market is oversaturated in designs. The Youngblood is a decent mech, but it will only peak in the first week, and only in the local star sector. Once the game pulls your product from its recommendation page, your sales will likely plummet. You can expect a constant trickle of sales from that point, but not enough to get excited about. Her realistic outlook on the situation sobered Vez into regaining his calm. While he indeed struck gold by releasing a good design, in the end he was still an apprentice mech designer. His skills could not compare to the established crowd of designers who released superior mech in their sleep. "I understand," he replied. "The virtual community is not my primary market. It is merely a means to an end. My true purpose remains selling physical mech." "That's good. For a moment, I was worried whether I made a mistake in contracting you. How soon will you finish your redesign?" "I'll start working on it next week," Vez responded after a moment. He wanted to milk the DP streaming in from his ongoing sales bonanza as long as it lasted. "I'm still in the preparation phase. The longer I wait, the better the end product. Don't turn your delay in an endless hiatus. You know what happens to designers who constantly put off their work." Vez already knew the dangers of such behavior. Lemur spent a lot of effort hammering the lesson into him. "My timetable hasn't changed too much. I can afford the extra week." After discussing some business, Vez ended the call and proceeded to plan his schedule for the week. "There's not much I can do to prepare for the Dortmund project without further documentation. Perhaps I can check into the Clifford Society. It's been a long time since I visited their mission hall." He still sought to obtain an alloy compressor and a chemical treatment machine. Besides taking another costly credit loan, he could also exchange them for merits. Unfortunately for Vez, merits were rather hard to come by. Chapter 124, Streamer. His mech broker's prediction came true, once again proving that she knew her business. At the end of the week, Vez sold more than 20,000 virtual mech. Most of his customers came from the Republic, curious to see what a mech designed by a fancy apprentice to a mystical master looked like. Overall, his customers appreciated the Youngblood. They called it a hidden gem and an underrated mech. His sales received a second boost when a variants-only gold label mech got resold someone else, who proceeded to donate the machine to a fairly popular streamer. Emily Norford, known online as Emster, made a living out of streaming her performance in games like Iron Spirit. Though she was a potentate, her aptitude scores placed her on the lower end of the scale. No one except pirates wanted to sign her on as a mech pilot, so she turned to Iron Spirit to satisfy her mech cravings. Due to her inconsistent controls, her performance dilly-dallied between Gold and Silver League, which was rather low for a girl in her early 20s. She nonetheless attracted a major following of viewers and fans. Each time she streamed from her personalized simulator pod from home, she earned thousands of credits in donations. This came on top of the generous subscription fee she charged for extra benefits such as exclusive interviews. The reason why Emily attracted so many viewers was simple. She was hot. Her genetic aptitude for piloting mech might come up short, but she certainly won the lottery when it came to looks. Even without any makeup, she always attracted everyone's eyes. She ruthlessly took advantage of this and invested into gaming. Nowadays, Emster consistently ranked in the top 100 in the Bright Republic. She might be nothing special outside her state, but the locals all found her to be an adorable player. Her fellow citizens cheered when she won a match and booed when someone stomped her into the ground. Watching her try to overcome her genetic limits was like watching a kitten try to climb up a step just out of reach. Her audience pitied her and encouraged her while drooling at her skin-tight piloting-suited form. Everyone knew a possibility existed where a pilot could spontaneously break through their current genetic aptitude. Those who scored an E could reach the level of a D. Those who toiled for years as an average pilot with a score of C could break through the level of a B. Even Emster knew her odds of breaking through wasn't optimistic, but she tried her best each and every day. She came across the Youngblood's gold label mech when a regular viewer abruptly gifted her account with this mech. The female streamer thought little of the gift since she received at least a couple of donated mech a week on average. Still, she smiled to the camera and gave her thanks even as she read the details of her latest acquisition. Wow, this knight is apparently a limited edition mech designed by one of our Republic's own, Emster announced while she put up a projection of the model's appearance and specs. The model is a variant of the Hoplite, one of my favorite mech. The Hoplite is slow but easy to pilot. She frowned a little when she read that the mech had been redesigned to increase its speed and flexibility. She preferred to pilot slow and heavy mech, which placed less importance on mechanical control and neural responsiveness. After a few minutes of introducing the mech, Emily finally entered the cockpit. She looked around and seemed impressed by the comfortable chair. That certainly wasn't standard. Her virtual avatar pressed the activation button and sat back as the mech came to life. An explosion occurred in her mind. For a moment, she thought her simulator pod had glitched. She quickly calmed down once she realized the pod's diagnostics showed green. No pain accompanied the hard-to-describe sensations happening in her mind. The mental connection process continued until she found herself in control of a seemingly well-oiled machine. Sorry guys. I got distracted by this mech. It's quite a rush. Emily eagerly tested out her mech. The Youngblood moved rather sluggish on account of her inferior aptitude, but the chat exploded into shock as Emily slowly practiced her routine. She forgot all about the audience as she once again repeated her moves. The knight responded well to her commands. It made her feel she was piloting a top-quality mech. A strange fog of calm blanketed her enthusiasm. There's no better way to put this baby to the test than to see it in action. The woman hungered for battle. After queuing up for a 50v50 war-torn instance match, she continued to test her mech. First, she tried the augmented dash. Emily yelped for a moment as her mech feet suddenly sported claws and dug into the ground. Moments later, the mech flew forward with implacable momentum, leaving a sharp trail of red in her wake. This dash is more powerful than I thought. The stock Hoplite isn't capable of reaching this distance. I'm also able to maintain my balance during the movement. This mech is remarkably well designed. She also tried the shield bash a number of times. The bash hadn't changed, but the shield released a pressurized cloud of smoke from the sides when hitting something solid. My sensors automatically switch when I complete the bash. It's a good way to confuse opponents if they are solely using the visible spectrum of light. While the emission of smoke had little practical effect, it looked damn cool and made her feel she was performing a special move. A number of viewers quickly decided to buy the Youngblood mech on that account alone. The match locked in a moment later. Emily's mech disappeared from her personal space and reappeared in a waiting area filled with 50 mech of all shapes and sizes. She recognized none of the nicknames hovering above their heads. She currently played in the Silver League, which opened up matchmaking to the rest of the galaxy, though a slight regional bias was still in effect. Emily ignored the players sporting the crown trying to boss everyone else around. In the Silver League, most pilots were kids who all had a better idea on what to do. Instead, she interacted with her audience before the start of the match cut the instantaneous transmission of her stream. The game mandated a delay in any streaming broadcast in order to prevent an active player from spying on their opponents in real time. The delay varied between game modes. For the huge war-torn instances game mode, the delay ran up to 5 minutes, which was why most streamers prefer to play duels. Minutes-long delays broke up any attempt to hold a conversation with their audience. Fortunately, Emily had enough loyal fans to stick around her stream and watch the commercials, many of which she personally showed up. Sponsorship made up another portion of her income. Once the hatch opened up, the gaggle of mech exited and spread out over an alien planet. The alien foliage and strange animals made it clear that the planet had not been terraformed. Dense clusters of hills and caves hid behind the exotic foliage, offering mech an alternate approach to their team's various objectives. The goal of Emily's team was simple. They had to capture and hold 3 out of 5 different exotic mineral mines. They were all spread equally over the battlefield, though their team could only take possession of the mines if they held the tunnels. Many artillery and aerial mech bemoaned the underground tunnels. They still had a use on this map, but the real stars consisted of mech specialized for close to medium-ranged combat. As a knight, Emily's mech attracted a random assortment of players who wanted to take advantage of her shield. You're a knight, right? Can we tag along with you and hide behind your huge round shield? No problem. I can use some guns to cover my back. Just be sure not to move in front of me. 6 mech chose to let her take the lead. The motley collection of mech traversed the alien jungle en route to the closest mine. They all moved at the pace of their slowest member, which in this case turned out to be Emily's mech. No one could help it. A knight always moved slow due to their plentiful armor. Several flying mech flew over their heads. Her squad members released some pot shots in their direction, but the flyers already disappeared over the hills. Stop shooting. Someone hollered over their voice channel. You're wasting ammo and revealing our position to boot. Sorry. After 10 minutes of careful navigation, they reached the site of their first objective. The tunnel looked natural instead of excavated, which meant that they might be facing uneven terrain and strange turns. Emster, please take the lead. These tunnels are only wide enough for 2 mech walking abreast. That leaves us with just enough space to shoot around your sides. It also left her as their squad's punching bag, but Emily often ended up with this role anyway. She sighed with her lovely face and resolutely piloted her young blood into the natural cave. Everyone switched to alternate vision modes such as night vision or infrared. It painted their vision in various monotones that leached the color out of their moods as well. Everyone kept their mouths shut as they anticipated danger. At least they didn't have to worry about a tunnel collapse. The game occasionally turned essential parts of the terrain invincible in order to even the odds, but only in the lower leagues. Just as they approached the mouth of a wider cavern, their world turned bright as a barrage of lasers and shells hit the young blood's shield. The heavy shield held up against the barrage, though the yellow lotus flower painted onto its surface lost half of its petals. I'm counting 4 heat signatures. There's another one activating close. It's a heavy night. Emily's entire squad cursed their luck. The heavy knight conveniently blocked the mouth of the tunnel like a cork in a wine bottle. Without eliminating this heavily armed mech, they stood no chance in taking the mine. They're 1 mech short compared to us. We can still make it through, Emily said, trying to motivate her squad members in committing to the assault. Are you crazy? Our weapons have no chance of punching through their shield. If we can't break through our enemy's front, then let's go take them out from behind. Normally, Emily might vacillate along with the rest. Somehow, her usual panic was nowhere to be seen. Instead, she piloted her knight like a veteran and responded to the situation with the ease of a professional. Her viewers who watched her stream on delay praised her uncharacteristic decisiveness when she resolutely jumped into the fray. A second volley of beams and projectiles impacted her shield. The damage ruined its top layer but did affect anything else. The young blood jogged its way forward as fast as possible while her squad members belatedly followed behind her. They began to return fire, which largely splashed ineffectually against the enemy knight's oval shield. It kept the enemy knight pinned down if nothing else. Emily squeezed her delicate hands into fists and drove her mech forward, not even noticing she moved her mech with fluency above her aptitude. What are we going to do if we get close? Another female pilot asked with uncertainty tinged in her voice. That heavy lug is blocking our way. None of our mech have the necessary throwaway to dislodge him from his position. Oh, don't worry about that. Let me take care of that, Emily replied. She already planned her next moves. Right now she was figuring out what to do after she brought her squad into the open cavern. Before they could ask how a medium knight could possibly push around a mech that vastly outmessed her, Emily already started to shift her mech. The young blood raised its sword over its head, as if preparing to chop the enemy in front. In response, the heavy knight raised its oval shield higher in order to cover its head. Just as planned, she called, and bent her mech legs. The young blood accumulated a substantial power in its oversized leg muscles. The artificial muscles creaked when subjected to pressure. The mech also oriented its torso so that its shield faced the side, ready to be brought up to the front. Emily mentally counted down until she reached 0. Her mech turned into an enormous blur as it took off from standstill. The red streak of vapor partially obscured everyone's sights as the young blood dove towards the unsuspecting heavy knight. The heavy mech did not expect its opponent to enter his range this quickly. The pilot lacked the mental preparation to do anything else but keep up the shield. The young blood did not slow down and attack its opponent with the sword. Instead, it bashed its round shield against the larger oval shield of its adversary. Like the mech itself, the shield moved faster than it ought to, and the yellow smoke emitted from the shield sowed further confusion. If the heavy knight properly braced for a full collision, then it might have only skidded a little backwards. Instead, the rapid speed in which the young blood moved caused the unprepared mech to stumble several steps away. Though the mech sustained little damage, the collision succeeded in rattling the pilot. Though Emily's mech received some form of damage to its shield arm, the young woman already executed her next steps. Her mech's strengthened legs halted the rebound and allowed the brand new knight to move past its opponent's flanks. The heavy knight belatedly tried to slash Emily's mech, but only bounced off its battered shield. Shoot the heavy. Now. You're still in our line of fire. Do it. Emily's allies reluctantly fired at the heavy knight, wary of accidentally hitting her mech. The young blood ignored the risks of friendly fire and instead weaved around the heavier knight, looking for an opportunity to threaten its vulnerable rear. The opposing ranged mech followed suit with even greater care. The medium mech moved fast enough that their shots risked going wide and hitting their ally. The assault from multiple angles confused the heavy mech. It didn't know which side to face. Its shield and its allies' near misses also added to the chaos. The pilot eventually decided to use the oval shield to block the enemy fire. Big mistake, Emily said as her eyes sparkled with the gleam of a correct prediction. Her mech's powerful legs allowed it to shift its direction at a sharp angle, almost coming up to the heavy knight's flank before its pilot could bring up its sword. Emily's first attack crashed against the flat of the heavy knight's blade. While the heavy successfully fended off the attack, the force behind the blow caused it to stagger just a tiny bit. This gave Emily an opening to slip her mech sword past her opponent's weapon and puncture the mech. Her sword only sunk in shallowly as the heavy knight's armor was not for show. Emily frowned a bit. For a moment, she expected the stab to sink into her opponent's armor and draw blood. Shaking her head, she regained her composure and struck again and again, this time going for speed instead of power. The heavy knight did a decent job in fending off the flurry of attacks. Emily did her best to get past the heavy knight's guard, all the while withstanding the raking strikes from its allies with a round shield. The fight turned into a mirror battle of attrition, but Emily knew her mech would break first. The young blood's shield couldn't last as long as the oval shield. With decisive deliberation, she stopped defending against the lasers and shells that targeted her mech and swirled her mech around. The round shield emitted another burst of yellow smoke as it crashed against the heavy knight's sword arm with augmented force. Despite the brief wind-up, the bash successfully pushed away the sword, allowing Emily to stab underneath the enemy mech armpit. Only a limited amount of armor protected the vulnerable joint. The young blood sword succeeded in punching through, though the sheer amount of components inside halted its advance shortly afterwards. While the arm remained functional, a limb lost a substantial amount of power and speed. The heavy knight found itself unable to keep up with the young blood's follow-up attacks. Emily systematically dismantled the heavy mech like a butcher slaughtering a pig. The heavy knight completely forgot about its comrades and let itself be pushed out of the way. Go on. Get inside this cave and hunt down the others. Emily yelled to her squad mates. Let me take care of this knight. She maintained her assault on the heavy knight, which responded by putting up its near-indestructible shield. Like a turtle retracting into its shell, the heavy knight gave up the chance to win and sought to last as long as possible. Emily obliged her opponent by continuing to hammer against its shield. Bit by bit, the oval shield started to crack. She didn't expect to break it on her own. Instead, she kept her opponent in place while her squad used their superior numbers to demolish the remaining enemies. After losing 2 of their own, her squad members returned to finish off the heavy night. The poor mech tried to hug the cavern walls and hide its profile behind its shield. Everyone laughed as its shield couldn't cover its fat and bulky chassis. Good work, Emster. A mech slid over from the side and planted its feet on the heavy knight's wreck. This tough bastard is a hard nut to crack. I'm surprised your mech is able to push this beast a few steps back. Did you plan all that, or did you just roll with whatever came to your mind? I don't know, she admitted. For some reason, she felt empowered while she piloted this mech. Most of her difficulties in controlling her mech became muted this time ever since she entered the virtual cockpit. Emily felt as if she received a blessing. She performed all of her limited sword moves with more assurance and speed than before. Even her viewers who watched the previous battle on delay admired her increased fluency. Even more viewers started to take a second look at the young blood. There must be something about the mech that turned a bad pilot into a decent killing machine. As for Emily, the remainder of their squad successfully occupied their mine. Due to its proximity to their headquarters, the enemy team never mounted an assault to take it back. They focused instead on maintaining their grip on their 3 nearest mines. Eventually, Emily ordered all the other mech to leave the cave and let her stay behind. The assault on the 3rd mine isn't going well. They need your firepower. What if the enemy diverts a squad to this mine? You won't be able to beat any squad that comes in your way. They won't come, Emily said with conviction. They already lost a bunch of mech. They can't afford to lose another squad of mech. Reluctantly, they parted and went their separate ways. The young blood stood quietly as it stood in the dark. No one else kept Emily company except her own mech. Her pressing heartbeat slowed down. She breathed evenly. Coming back from her combat high took a lot of effort. Emily invested a lot more into the battle than she thought. The reinforcements turned out to come at a very helpful time. The ranged mech had circles around and attacked the enemy mine from an alternate tunnel. They struck in coordination with the main assault force. The defenders received a nasty shock when their reserve endured several painful volleys in unprotected flank. The small disruption grew into a major breach of cohesion as the defenders tried to defend against attacks from multiple directions. Chapter 125, Massive Spending. Emster's higher than average performance when piloting his gold label mech propelled his sales past the 10,000 mark. Vez owed a lot of DP to her free advertising. Her influence in the Republic's gaming circles might not be the best, but her endorsement was worth a lot more than 100 ineffectual commercials to an Adwira society. Vez even sent her a thank you note, though he doubted she could dig it out from her fan mail. During the first week of the Young Blood's release, Vez made the rounds in the Clifford Society. He talked with a few of the knights who hung around the Moon Library. He found out that the society was split up into numerous factions led by different masters. As an apprentice aligned to the Vermeer group, Vez respectfully declined when he received invitations to attend their meetings. The factions open to cooperation with outsiders persisted with their attempts to draw Vez in, but he kept his mouth shut. Instead, he found some kinship with some of the neutral knights who admittedly had little prospects of advancing. One older gentleman called Lavery gave him some perspective. Master Olson walks with a particular crowd of people called Unionists. She represents a set of interests that seeks to integrate the Friday Coalition into a single, cohesive state. As you can imagine, not everyone seeks to have their culture and way of life subsumed in a tide of conformity. For all the effort I spent on staying out of politics, it turns out I've inadvertently joined one of their camps. Vez lamented. He didn't regret the apprenticeship even if he hadn't benefited from his master's personal guidance yet. So are you suggesting that I should be more proactive? No. You're still too young. Nobody is interested in an apprentice mech designer. You still have a long way before you turn into a journeyman mech designer. That's when the industry considers you mature enough to exert some influence. None of this was his business anyway. He instead asked him how he could earn a lot of merits. Besides the mission hall, there's no other source than trading something valuable with your fellow society members. You can also donate knowledge and research that our library lacks, though don't get your hopes up on that. Vez already lost faith in getting an easy mission from the mission hall. Emergency missions were too scarce to come by, and it seemed that the most prominent knights received a warning beforehand should any such mission crop up soon. So, there is no other way than to trade something valuable. Why do you think there's so many stores down in the city? Those knights who opened storefronts have all found a way to earn what they need through leveraging their own assets. He already had a backup plan. If he still couldn't find a mission, he'd open a store and try to peddle some of the exclusive items from the system store or lottery. The DP the system charged for most of its goodies was high, but anything became less of a problem when you had enough wealth. Ever since his young blood became a regional hit, Vez held on to his DP and started scouring the store for anything rare and unique he could trade for lots of merits. He could even buy entire machines like an alloy compressor or a CTM, though he had to pay millions of DP to afford the cheapest systems. The system was a downright snob and refused to sell any products that fell short to its expectations. Even if he bought something precious, Vez had no doubt people would start asking questions if he tried to exchange them for cash or merits. Something as unique as Lucky's gems could spark a galaxy-wide manhunt for him due to their impossible effects. Due to his increasing paranoia and his need to protect the system, Vez bought an upgrade to his comm that could help him keep his secrets. Comm upgrade Privacy Shield Level 1. Price: 10.000 design points. Insert this data chip into any comm to upgrade its ability to block all manner of electronic surveillance, such as sensors, recorders, implants and other devices. This function will only work upon activation, and can only be sustained as long as the comm supplies sufficient energy. The first level of the Privacy Shield emits an obscuring field of interference that blocks out any emissions from a 2-meter radius from the comm. 10,000 DP. I can upgrade 4 skills from Apprentice to Journeyman with that much points. Vez regretted a bit, but he reminded himself that the Privacy Shield was essential going forward. Even his workshop ceased to be a bastion to him. With San Al-Ablin's upcoming upgrades to his security suite, he could pretty much say goodbye to whatever remained of his privacy. It also didn't help that Vez found out that the Kanzu clan hosted the security company's headquarters. It explained why SAS enjoyed a good reputation for honesty and adhering to the rules. The people living under the rule of the Kanzu clan always kept their promises, so Vez did not tear up his contract yet. Vez stretched his arms after logging out of the society's virtual portal. He stood up and briefly checked on Carlos, who seemed to have progressed halfway into mastering the Mark Antony. After patting his employee's back, he sauntered over to his bathroom and sat down on the toilet. He activated his privacy shield, which caused a hazy electromagnetic storm to buzz from his comm. It no doubt scrambled any micro cameras that might have been sneaked into his bathroom stall. Once SAS brought their security suite online, he had no doubt that they'd catch bugs like these. For now, Vez could only rely on the system. Finally, some peace and quiet. Okay system, show me the money. Status. Name, Vez Larkinson. Profession, apprentice mech designer. Specializations, none. Design points, 40.210. Attributes. Strength, 0.8. Dexterity, 0.7. Endurance, 0.8. Intelligence, 1.3. Creativity, 1. Concentration, 1.7. Neural aptitude, F. Skills. Assembly, apprentice, 3D printer proficiency II, assembler proficiency II. Business, apprentice. Computer science, incompetent. Electrical engineering, apprentice. Mathematics, apprentice. Mechanics, journeyman, jury rigging II, speed tuning III. Metallurgy, journeyman, alloy compression I. Metaphysics, incompetent. Physics, apprentice, lightweight armor optimization I. Medium weight armor optimization III. Abilities. Super publish, available. Can be activated once a year. Evaluation, an apprentice at the start of his true journey to greatness. Every time he sold a copy of the Young Blood, he earned 5 DP from the system. With his current sales, he should have earned more than 150.000 DP. Instead, his DP stopped growing when it reached 50.000 DP. You cheapskate system. You didn't mention anything about a limit. The system capped his point earnings for every single virtual design. For a 1-star mech design, that roof was set at 10.000 DP, while a 5-star design reached the limit at 250.000 DP. If he received all of the DP he rightfully earned, then he could have strengthened himself enormously. It cost 100.000 DP to upgrade a journeyman skill to senior level, though he also had to fulfill some other demands such as completing a special quest. Still, leaving aside his previous purchase, Vez already raked in a fortune by accumulating 40.000 DP. He didn't expect to earn so much points again. Only a combination of factors such as the interview, the trending market page and the endorsement from a streamer allowed his product to gain such prominence. I'll have to make the most of my current points. Vez had a tendency to go crazy whenever he earned a windfall of DP. Having learned his lesson, this time he waited for an entire week before he began to spend his precious points. He extensively studied the skill tree in store and constantly weighed his options without committing to any purchase. It took a will of steel to keep his shopping cart empty. First, he resolved to maintain a minimum balance of 10.000 DP. He could purchase a lot of gadgets with this much DP that could get him out of trouble. Having endured 2 pirate attacks already, Vez no longer thought that only others suffered accidents. Vez previously skewed most of his spending towards skills, and while they remained essential, it was too unbalanced. He had other needs as well, and with the recent upgrade to his system upon his advancement, the store sold a lot more useful products. He therefore split the remaining points into 3 separate pools. He reserved 10.000 DP for upgrading his skills, 10.000 DP for upgrading his attributes, and the remaining 10.000 DP for purchasing other goodies. First, he went for the easiest purchases. There wasn't much choice in upgrading his attributes, so he mainly bought intelligence candies. Intelligence attribute candy. 1.300 design points. Intelligence attribute candy. 1.400 design points. Intelligence attribute candy. 1.500 design points. Intelligence attribute candy. 1.600 design points. Intelligence attribute candy. 1.700 design points. Intelligence attribute candy. 1.800 design points. Dexterity attribute candy. 700 design points. He needed to upgrade his intelligence the most. Despite the escalating price for each additional candy, Vez decisively snapped them up until he almost drained his budget. He rounded out his spending by buying a marginally useful dexterity upgrade. It's not that the other attributes are useless. Concentration helps me maintain my intent when designing or fabricating a mech. I'm almost convinced a higher concentration is needed to score better on the X factor. Creativity also helped with forming a strong source of inspiration for the X factor. Despite these advantages, Vez could not allocate too much resources on a strong but ultimately supplementary benefit. Intelligence formed the foundation of his ability to solve problems and absorb new knowledge. He specifically chose to upgrade his intelligence first before he stuffed his brain with lots of new skills. Vez stared apprehensively at the colorful candies that materialized in his palm. Hey system, can I ingest all of the candies at once? It is recommended that you limit your ingestion to one category at once, and only up to a cumulative growth of 1.0 a day. Right. Let's start with the lone dexterity candy to be sure. Ingesting a candy caused his body to feel hot as his muscles experienced a strange sensation. The phenomenon quickly faded. He figured his body had already been primed to upgrades ever since he injected his body with Master Olsen's gene boost. After flexing his arms, Vez noted that his movements became more precise, but only barely. He still scored below average, so the overall benefits were still too insignificant. As for intelligence, he underestimated the power of the candies. Despite his gene boost, he still lost consciousness when he popped the candies into his mouth. The 6 life-changing pills dissolved into his body and guided an enormous amount of energy to his brain. When he woke up hours later, he had to reassure both Carlos and his security detail that he merely fell asleep on the toilet. It quickly turned into a joke, which hopefully deflected any other suspicions. He still suffered from a headache, though. It's like there's 1,000 elephants pounding inside my head. Most of the ache subsided after a good night's sleep. Only then he realized how a score of 1.8 made a difference to the way he saw the universe. The increased intelligence did not improve his wisdom or his decision-making. It left his personality alone, but enhanced his cognitive skills. He could solve complex equations in his head, recall a text he read a day ago, and puzzle out the meaning of a difficult textbook page. Vez also suspected the massive boost to improve his ability to design a mech. It sped up his application of theory and allowed him to solve his problems with a lot less brain churning. Is this how those geniuses felt when they designed their mech? I feel so powerful. He doubted that most of the designers he competed against could match his current level of intelligence. Only few individuals still made him pause, such as Edwin McKinney, Patricia Schneider, and Master Carmen Olsen. Will he ever reach their heights someday? Please do not celebrate so quickly. A human body can only sustain an attribute up to a height of 2.0. You will not be able to increase your attributes beyond this score with attribute candies. He cursed a little. The system ruined another of his devious plans. What about gene boosts? You haven't mentioned anything about them. Will I be able to increase my attributes past 2.0 if I'm not a pure human anymore? The system predictably declined to answer, but Vez was convinced he was on the right track. With nothing more to go on, Vez turned to acquiring new skills. After entering the toilet again, he turned on the privacy shield and entered the skill tree. He already assembled a laundry list of priority skills. It still left him with over 50 highly regarded choices. He first defined his goal. I want to obtain the skills needed to improve my Mark Antony design and reconstruct a working Dortmund printer. After a moment's consideration, he chose to branch out his specialties instead of shoring his foundation. With his improved intelligence, he could easily upgrade his lowest-ranked skills as long as had access to the right textbooks. In contrast, it was a lot harder for him to get a hold of the more obscure pieces of knowledge. The Clifford Society locked those kinds of books behind a wall of merits. Melee Weapon Optimization I. 500 DP. Melee Weapon Optimization II. 1000 DP. Directed Energy Weapon Optimization I. 500 DP. Directed Energy Weapon Optimization II. 1000 DP. The weapon optimization subskills acted similarly to the armor optimization ones. They did not enable Vez to design his own weapons and armor, but granted him a large amount of handy insights on how to improve existing ones. It taught him what to watch out for and how to avoid the usual pitfalls. Mech designers usually acquired these skills through experience due to their lack of unifying theories. Vez found it worthwhile to spend DP to acquire them instantly. Due to his recent increase in intelligence, he hardly felt any pain this time when he acquired and absorbed the skills. Intelligence also acts as a load bearer for all of my knowledge. My mind is a lot roomier now. I'm able to process a large amount of information at a time. Acquiring these set of optimization skills opened his eyes. His new knowledge already pointed out numerous subtle mistakes he made in his designs that degraded the performance of their weapons. He resisted the urge to reopen the Youngblood design and optimize its ability to wield a sword. Instances like these makes me feel like an idiot. I'll have to boost my mathematics and physics to journeyman before I start my next project. He reminded himself, having opted not to spend any DP on those essential skills when he could easily leverage his enhanced intelligence to make up for it in other ways. 3D Printer Proficiency III. 800 DP. Assembler Proficiency III. 800 DP. Vez intended to upgrade his main assembly skill after the redesign, but for now he found it prudent to upgrade his proficiency subskills. Like the optimization skills, they worked by granting Vez the combined experience of a veteran fabricator. The many things he had to keep in mind also indirectly improved his ability to design a mech by making it a little easier to fabricate, which should no doubt make Carlos happy. Alloy Compression II. 2000 DP. Structural Pathway Configuration I. 1000 DP. Structural Pathway Configuration II. 2000 DP. Upgrading his alloy compression subskill seemed wise even as his Mark Antony still lacked the capability to make use of it. Vez still lacked a compressor and CTM. Even if he had them, alloy compression only worked with a limited number of rare and expensive exotics. Only the mech piloted by elites made use of this technique. The regular frontline models of a third-rate state did not make use of compression due to a lack of resources. He had a lot more use for structural pathway configuration, which was an expanded version of cable management for mech. The internals of the Mark Antony still remained a mess. The only way to alleviate the congestion was to tear it all apart and start from scratch. The subskill also played a role in his upcoming reconstruction project. The Dortmund printer was a massive, complex web of subsystems intricately bound by various connections. These cables, feeds and pipes required extensive care, as they were relatively fragile. After digesting all of his gains, he summoned up his status again to admire his accelerated growth. Status. Name, Vez Larkinson. Profession, apprentice mech designer. Specializations, none. Design points, 20.610. Attributes. Strength, 0.8. Dexterity, 0.8. Endurance, 0.8. Intelligence, 1.8. Creativity, 1. Concentration, 1.7. Neural aptitude, F. Skills. Assembly, apprentice, 3D printer proficiency III, assembler proficiency III. Business, apprentice. Computer science, incompetent. Electrical engineering, apprentice, structural pathway configuration II. Mathematics, apprentice. Mechanics, journeyman, jury rigging II, speed tuning III. Metallurgy, journeyman, alloy compression II. Metaphysics, incompetent. Physics, apprentice, directed energy weapon optimization II, lightweight armor optimization I, medium weight armor optimization III, melee weapon optimization II. Abilities. Super Publish, available. Can be activated once a year. Evaluation, an apprentice at the start of his true journey. Chapter 126, level up after spending his DP like a drunken tycoon at a casino. Vez only had 10.000 DP in his budget. While he considering splurging the entire amount on lottery tickets, he quickly reconsidered. My luck is rather inconsistent. I don't want to take any chances at this moment. He opened the system store page and called up his wish list. At this moment, Vez mainly sought to keep the mech designer system a secret. With enough credits, he could buy all manner of fancy gadgets. The only thing he couldn't readily buy with credits was a way to obscure his expanding use of the system. Anonymous Parcel Delivery System Level 1. Price: 10.000 Design Points. Range: 1 star sector. Dimensions: 1 cm x 1 cm x 1 cm. The APDS is a sophisticated transportation device that can teleport any cargo to an unmonitored area within its range. The description left much to be desired, but Vez got the gist, especially with his enhanced intelligence. The small device was somehow capable of instantly teleporting any object placed inside its tiny interior across many light years. The capacity of the box was tiny. It only had enough space to teleport a data chip, one of Lucky's gems or his nail clippings. It also drained a lot of power every time it initiated a teleport. Vez mainly considered purchasing the APDS due to its ability for him to remain anonymous when he traded something sensitive, like Lucky's gems. He still had to come up with a way to remain untraceable when he communicated with his clients, so until then he had no use for this item. Let's look at something else. Small anonymizing stamp. Capacity: 1 cubic cm. Price: 10.000 design points. This specialized stamp can permanently mark any object with a special ink. The stamp has the ability to hide the special characteristics of object that receives a stamp. The SAS is only capable of affecting an object with a maximum volume of 1 cubic cm. Anonymizing ink small. Amount: 1 single-use cartridge. Price: 100 design points. This ink can be used by any compatible stamp or device to anonymize an object, thereby hiding their special characteristics. Enough ink is supplied to apply one small stamp. The stamp and its separately supplied ink could completely obscure any object smaller than a single cubic centimeter. This meant it could obscure the origins of one of Lucky's gems as well as a normal-sized datapad. The parameters only cares about the volume. This technically meant he could stamp a stick as lengthy as a shuttle as long as it was very thin and very narrow. The stamp worked as long as the object offered a large enough surface area. Let's go with these stamps, he decided after a moment's consideration. The items down the list are also useful, but right now it's important to cover my tracks going forward. If I still want to make use of Lucky's gems, I have to obscure their effects. As long as Vez applied a tiny stamp, no one would suspect the activation button of the mech to affect the machine in a mysterious way. The only downside to using the stamp was that he had to spend 100 DP for every stamp. It turned each physical mech sale in net loss in terms of DP. He tapped his lips and weighed the costs. I can still earn back the points when I design another virtual mech. It's more important for me to raise the performance of my premium mech. The higher their specs, the more my fame will spread. I'll limit the use of Lucky's gems to gold and ruby label mech. The mass production mech fabricated by Carlos did not deserve to be graced with a special gem. A cheap synthesized gemstone will do. Vez bought the stamp and a single cartridge of ink. He stuffed them both into the pocket of his anti-grav clothes for now. I should add secure storage to my shopping list. After Vez finished his shopping, he went back to work. First, he returned to the Clifford Society's virtual portal and entered the Star Library. He scanned the most advanced apprentice-level books and grabbed a generous selection. He then proceeded to read them rapidly. Any society members that walked by might think he was merely skimming the pages. In truth, with his improved cognitive abilities, he was able to understand most of the theory fairly quickly. During his reading marathon, his comm discreetly beeped. Dietrich finally sent over the 35 million credits from the sale of the blackmail material they found at the abandoned base. "Took you long enough," he said. He first sent the promised 25 million credits to SAS. This left him with a total savings of 32 million credits. It's not much of a stash, but I've got enough to spend on some additional books. In order to accelerate his learning, Vez resorted to the open market to get his hands on journeyman-level books. The books available for sale in the public might not be as good as the ones in the Moon Library, but at least he didn't have to spend his valuable merits. Vez indulgently stuffed his comm with 2 million credits worth of virtual textbooks. He wasn't satisfied with any of them, as the pedigree of the authors fell far short of those whose works were included in the Moon Library. Well, beggars can't be choosers. He essentially tried to advance his main skills by brute force. His enhanced intelligence allowed him to make sense of even the most opaque descriptions. His improved concentration also helped by keeping his focus on track. It took a lot of effort to maintain his interest in his studies. Slowly but surely, his strategy paid dividends. By combining quality apprentice-level books from the Star Library with the awful journeyman-level books from the Galactic Net, he eventually broke through. He reached journeyman in both physics and mathematics 2 weeks later. Finally, "I'm done," he screamed in the air. He tiredly rubbed his eyes and stood up from his terminal. He walked over to Carlos to see how much progress he made so far. "How many successes?" "Just 3 so far." He shook his head as he kept his focus level on the assembler. Trying to stuff the mess of cables and components into a limited space without breaking anything always eluded Carlos so far. This mech is just too damn finicky with its internals. The 3 intact mech if fabricated so far are complete flukes. Funding his first employee's fabrication spree also took a toll on Vez. He expected Carlos to master the process now that more than a month went by. What he saw instead was Carlos tripping over the last hurdle over and over. Vez stretched out his palm. "Okay, this clearly isn't working. Just stop." "I'm sorry, Vez. I thought I could master it, but this darn design is too insane. You should see the original Caesar Augustus. That one is at least 50% harder to put together. In any case, there is no use for you to work on either designs. They're too advanced and too complex. Then what should I do next?" Obviously Vez didn't want Carlos to sit on his thumbs waiting for him to finish his redesign. "Go ahead and practice on my virtual mech for now. You need to get the hang of fabricating all kinds of mech. Start with my 1-star designs like the simple Nomad and work your way up to my 3-star Youngblood. You'll be sure to master the Youngblood once you're done with your redesign. Carlos promised him. He knew he screwed up. That's good, because some of the design principles I've used in the Youngblood will carry over to the Mark Antony MKII. By the way, the Youngblood also makes use of compressed armor, so you should skip that step as usual until you are ready to learn its principles. Alloy compression was an extremely sensitive and dangerous process that could go wrong in many ways. At best it could ruin a batch of multi-million credits worth of exotics. At worst, the entire compression machine might blow up. Vez still had to find a way to automate the production of compressed armor plating. One of the reasons why he hungered for the Dortmund was that it could link up to a good quality alloy compressor and fabricate compressed plates in a single session. After settling his fabricator's new training, Vez left the workroom and entered the area where Lucky previously hibernated. The glowing blue ball winked out a few days ago and left a sparkling new mechanical cat in place. His pet clearly benefited from the unidentified piece of ore from Master Olsen. It must have been worth quite a lot, but without any headway into figuring out its use, Vez had no regrets in passing it on to Lucky. "How are you, buddy? Have you recovered from your sleep?" Lucky tiredly meowed at him while brushing its burnished bronze exterior with his tongue. Vez bent down and scratched his mechanical pet between the ears. He admired Lucky's shiny new exterior and examined his status. Pet status. Name, Lucky. Owner, Vez Larkinson. Rank, Gold, Exclusive. Level 2. Skills. Gem Excretion II. Energy Claws I. Lucky already gained the ability to claw through armor from a previous gift. His cat did not gain anything special this time when it consumed the ore. Instead, his cat leveled up. Vez understood that as an upgrade to its core functionality. The cat grew a little tougher, faster and maybe smarter. His exclusive gem excretion ability also advanced. Any gems that Lucky excreted from now turned into real treasures. Compared to the pitiful gems that Vez had stuffed in a safe, the newer gems should be twice as strong. Vez already looked forward to what Lucky might produce. He already had his anonymizer stamp in hand. It's getting dangerous these days. Don't go excreting your gems into the woods without me next time. Let me raise my privacy shield first before you do your business. Lucky lightly smacked his hand with his paw, as if expressing his dissatisfaction. Don't be like that, Lucky. I already have a huge shipment of tasty ores in my storage room. That certainly perked up the cat. Lucky rose from his bed and raced out of the living room in a hasty scramble. Vez scratched his head. Did his cat even know how to open the locks? He followed after his overeager pet and opened one of the drawers for him. He only withdrew a modest chunk of minerals for his cat. He didn't want to see his cat grow fat. Take your time, Lucky. I've got plenty of stock ready for you to devour. He cooed, already thinking about the small mountain of gems his pet could excrete. Having taken care of Lucky's dinner, Vez left the living room and exited the workshop. Underneath the ever-present clouds, a highly automated construction force fortified the perimeter. The bots already removed the flimsy electric fence. San Al-Ablin's workers already measured out an expanded square of fortified walls. Large glowing pillars of light marked the locations where they planned to place the turrets. Vez approached the construction foreman. Any problems? None that requires your attention, Mr. Larkinson. The soil here is softer than we anticipated, so we will have to treat it along the way. We're also having difficulties in obtaining our permits from the Freslin City Council. Without their say-so, we aren't allowed to install our heavy turrets. I see. Vez thinned his lips. He forgot about the local government in his expansion plans. What kind of objections have they mentioned? Well, nothing. They don't outright reject our applications, but they're letting them hang in limbo. This seems strange because there aren't any other major projects that is going on that can explain the delays. The foreman didn't spell out his suspicions directly, but Vez got the message. Do I need to pay a visit to the city hall? Remind them that there's a time-sensitive project waiting for their approval in my yard? Vez asked as he tried to figure out a way to exert his influence on the government without ruining his relationship with them. After all, he still enjoyed a privileged status. It may help. It's rather strange. Normally our name is enough to cow the local bureaucrats. Our managers suspect that someone else is directing their obstruction. That was great. Do you know if the mastermind is from the Republic or from the Coalition? You'll have to speak with Miss Robin for that. My guess is that it's a foreigner who stuck their hands into the pot. Okay, thank you for informing me, Vez said and tipped his head to the helpful foreman. I'll dig into this immediately. Thank you, Mr. Alarkinson. The longer this goes on, the more it will cost. Vez grumbled a bit. Who thought that with his status, a local still dared to mess around? He could forgive a politician or a bureaucrat who opposed him for a good reason, but this naked obstructionism benefited no one but the shadow behind the scenes. Chapter 127, Permit. The Bright Republic governed a suburban planet like Cloudy Curtain with a light touch. The planet lacked any form of large-scale industry and their system had no asteroids worth mining. In such a dirtball of a planet, the Republic generally took a hands-off approach. As long as nobody entertained traitors, foreigners or aliens, the government could care less what you did. That was the theory at least. Vez stormed past the construction site and entered his workshop with stomping steps. His visit to Freslin City Hall accomplished nothing. With a little digging, he found out the director of planning handled the city's permit applications. Vez wanted to meet with Director Balkay, but after an hour of fruitless arguing he couldn't even get past the secretary. I don't need this problem, Vez muttered as he sank down on his couch. A sad-looking Lucky sauntered over to his lap and sank down in a cute little slump. Vez absently stroked the cat's smooth bronze-colored back. If you were facing a stuffy director, what would you do? Lucky merely continued to swish his tail in utter bliss. Okay, I get it. You're too lazy to address the problem. Sadly for Vez, he couldn't bury his head in the sand. If he let Director Barker have his way, who knew if he came the next morning with a notice that forbid commercial activity? He had to draw a line in the sand. I can't do anything alone, but I've got friends who can help. He came up with 3 different parties who might lend a hand. First, he could contact Horatio for assistance. The current situation reeked of coalition influence. If he involved Master Olson's faction early, the other party might back off. The only problem with this option was that he might be calling in the big guns to address a trivial issue. Horatio might lend a hand anyway, but then Vez cemented his reputation as a useless designer who couldn't take care of his own messes. Best leave Horatio as a final option. My current situation hasn't gone so far to warrant his intervention. Next, he could turn to the Larkinsons. His uncle Ark commanded a lot of respect in the Mech Corps while his grandfather Benjamin worked in the Ministry of Defense. Both of them wielded a substantial amount of influence in the military affairs of the Bright Republic. These connections also became a shackle to the family. Vez knew that his family members always tried to stay away from overt politicking. They might have strong opinions when it came to the disposition of the Mech Corps, but outside of that they kept their mouth shut. If Vez called in his family, he might inadvertently throw them into a political minefield. I'm sure they can help, but I'm not sure whether my opponents already prepared a nasty surprise for us. That left Walter's Whalers. The local mercenary gang recently returned to Cloudy Curtain in a triumphant mood. Mr. Walter himself led the expedition himself and salvaged every nut and bolt from the abandoned base that Vez and Dietrich stumbled upon. The Whalers beat off several curious mercenary corps who wanted in on the action. The Whalers returned home a little battered but with very few casualties. All of the scrap had already been sold to a few interested parties from Bentham. Mr. Walter currently sat on a mountain of credits worth roughly 500 million credits. As the person responsible for making their enormous haul possible, Vez could easily ask a favor from Dietrich and the Whalers. As the locals, the Whalers were best suited to liaise with the local government. That was if Vez ignored the contentious relationship between the two. The Whalers also had a tendency to act unbridled and without tact. They might even punch the living daylights out of Director Balkay. None of these options sounded good. Vez belatedly realized that if he wanted to grow his business, he had to secure his political flank. If he continued to ignore the bureaucrats and politicians in charge of administering the planet, his company remained vulnerable to their predations. I need a political advisor. Vez never really paid much attention to the local politics. Cloudy Curtain always seemed to be governed by the same set of parties. The coalitions that ruled the local city councils and the planetary government changed every few years. He didn't have much more of an understanding than that, so he rather wanted to dump this mess into someone else's lap. Vez knew his limitations. Since he had to solve this problem quickly, Vez did not bother posting his job offer on the galactic net. Instead, he first studied the affiliations of Freslin City Council. Looks simple enough, Vez remarked as he read through the brief biographies of the mayor and the directors. Mayor Davidovich is a member of the White Doves while Director Balke represents the Greens. The White Doves advocate for keeping Cloudy Curtain as boring and static as possible. They drew most of their support from elderly migrants from Bentham who hated the hustle and bustle of the busy port system. The Greens on the other hand formed a core interest group of the deeply rooted locals. They wanted to preserve the unique and tranquil environment of Cloudy Curtain and detested any form of heavy development. Of all the groups who could stand up to them, Vez favored the pioneers. They advocated for a prosperous and well-developed Cloudy Curtain where everyone's living standards reached the level of the Republic's upper-tier planets. The pioneers also fought a generations-long battle against the stodgy two parties who wanted to keep Cloudy Curtain impoverished. Despite their support for growth, they primarily stood up for the poorest who still lived in crumbling apartments and second-hand shuttles converted to mobile homes. As a backwater, Cloudy Curtain lacked the economic development to ensure everyone enjoyed the services they were entitled to. The only reason why the pioneers hadn't taken control of the government was that the Greens and the White Doves enjoyed entrenched support from the wealthiest segment of the population. It all sounded stupid to him. He only gathered enough information to know that he had to find someone who could help him establish a relationship with the pioneers. Fortunately, as a local, Vez was familiar with the local hangouts. He knew just the place to go. The Heritage Cafe pretended to bring a slice of Rittersburg to downtown Freslin. Placed conveniently next to Freslin University's campus, they drew a regular crowd of up-and-coming youths who dreamed of making it big. When Vez opened the old-fashioned wooden door and walked inside, half of the patrons turned to look at him. Despite his come-on-looking face, his business suit gave off an aura of understated elegance. He specifically configured his Antigrav clothes to come across as a young but successful entrepreneur. He looked around but couldn't spot any obvious member of the pioneers. Shrugging, Vez took a seat next to the window and ordered a cup of locally cultivated coffee. Agriculture comprised of Cloudy Curtain's largest sector. Its stable, temperate climate and unpolluted air allowed for the cultivation of many authentic crops in natural conditions. The huge amount of produce harvested every year kept the upper class of Bentham fed with natural food. As Vez calmly sipped his beverage, he kept his ears open. He distinguished multiple conversations, most of them concerning their schoolwork or the latest mech duels. He eventually honed in on a specific conversation between a girl and her boyfriend. He grabbed his cup and walked over to the pair. "Hello, I couldn't help but overhear your conversation. Are the two of you related to the pioneers?" "I'm a committee member of the youth division," the woman proudly said. "Don't mind my man here. He's a political illiterate." "Hey, just because I don't pay attention to such nonsense doesn't mean I'm stupid. Shush now, Remen." The young woman turned out to be Kelsey Dornbose, a law school student. When Vez introduced himself, they looked dumbstruck. "You're that mech designer who showed up in every broadcast a few months ago." It took some time for them to calm down. Once Vez explained his problems and why he sought the woman out, Kelsey frowned a bit. "If there's evidence that Director Balke is taking his marching orders from the coalition, then he could be charged for treason. In practice, stuff like that is notoriously difficult to prove. You have to be aware that Freslin City Council is not in favor of increased industrialization. They can truthfully say that they are enacting their existing policies. They aren't rejecting my application outright. They are delaying it endlessly. That means that they still have scruples. If they deny you a permit, then they'll be leaving a record that others can use to whack them over the head. You're one of our planet's most prominent new citizens. It doesn't look good for them if they appear to be picking a fight with you." Kelsey possessed a good awareness of what went on in these circles. Vez wanted to make use of such an astute and knowledgeable person. "Are you willing to work for me?" "Excuse me?" Both Kelsey and Remen were stunned that Vez offered the woman a job out of the blue. "I'm honored, Mr. Larkinson, but I'm not sure it's a good idea. I'm still a student. I still have some years left before I graduate. I'm not looking for a lawyer, not yet at least." Vez quickly reassured her. "I'm merely looking for a political advisor or fixer who can help liaise with the local government and the pioneers on my behalf. It will largely be an informal, part-time job that only requires a couple of hours per week to fulfill. What if there's nothing going on, and everyone else is staying quiet? Staying quiet doesn't mean that I'm safe. I'd like you to receive a weekly report from you that details whatever is going on in Freslin and Orinoco that's relevant to my mech business. Is that something you'd like to do? What's the pay? How about 12,000 credits a month? Deal?" For the amount of work Kelsey expected to do for Vez, the salary completely satisfied her. She already followed the local politics like a junkie. Getting paid to continue her hobby sounded like a great deal. "All right. Let's exchange contact details and I'll send you an employment contract later. Right now, I'm kind of in a hurry, so I'd like you to take care of something for me. You want me to handle your stalled permit problem? Right." Vez nodded. He activated his COM and selected some documents in its storage. He then waved his hand at her, initiating a transfer of files to her own COM. "Please read them over so you can formulate an approach. Remember, I don't want you to act like a wrecking ball. Just smooth over the problem without sparking a feud. You do know that I'm a known member of the Pioneers. I doubt the Greens and White Doves who are ruling in the city council will appreciate my presence. They could have left me alone, but they deliberately pushed me away from them. Who else can I turn to?" Vez sighed and crossed his arms. "Mind you, I'm not joining your camp, but I think there are plenty of ways we can cooperate. One of the reasons why I decided to hire you is because I want to establish a channel with the Pioneers." They discussed a bit more of what Vez expected Kelsey to do. Everything had to be legal and above board, though Vez did not mind if she used her own connections to get something done. Once they gained a thorough understanding with each other, Vez left the cafe and returned home to take care of the paperwork. He sent over a contract an hour later, which she quickly signed and sent back. With it done, Vez sat back on his chair and looked at the ceiling. "Hopefully I picked the right person as my second employee." Vez might have been a little hasty hiring a random student off the street, but he did not want this matter to stretch out. If Kelsey turned to be all bark and no bite, then he'd simply fire her and call Dietrich. Chapter 128, 2 Layers. Kelsey called back 2 days later. She enlisted the help of the Pioneers in putting pressure on the city council. Vez interrupted her explanation and only wanted to know if she got his permit. "Well, the short answer is yes," she said. "It should have gone into immediate effect by now." To verify her words, Vez stepped outside. The bots and construction workers from SAS had picked up their work and were beginning the long and difficult process of installing and entrenching the heavy turrets. Work has resumed. "Looks like there are no more barriers in my way." His advisor warned him not to let his guard down. "There will be inspectors keeping an eye on your property in order to make sure you don't exceed the specifications laid out in your application." "That's fine. As long as the city council steps aside, they can watch all they want." Vez appreciated her efficiency. Even if she did not do much on her own, she proved to be a valuable contact who could leverage the Pioneers on his behalf. Certainly, they might pay a visit to him in order to ask for a favor, but that was the way the universe worked. His new employee passed him a warning. "You've been doing some snooping around, and there's an undercurrent of dissatisfaction regarding your decision to base your company on this planet. What kind of excuses are they throwing around? The White Doves are afraid that someone as prominent as you will attract raids from pirates or enemies who have a bone to pick with you. The Greens are dissatisfied with the increase of interstellar traffic and the pollution they bring when they transport your goods." Kelsey made it clear that the local politicians weren't done with him yet. "Will they be ambushing me with anything else in the next 2 months?" "Not as far as I'm aware of. The likelihood still exists. I think the Doves and the Greens are taken aback at your sudden courtship with the Pioneers." "That's good. You can pass on to the Pioneers that I'm open to collaboration. Right now, I'm occupied with a very important project. It'll be largely indisposed for 2 months. After passing on a couple of instructions to his new advisor, he ended the call. He smiled and stretched his arms. Now that there are no more distractions, it's about time I start with redesigning the Mark Antony. He loved Mark Antony. As his first commercial design, he fabricated 2 physical mech and sold them to 2 different customers. Those mech were still in use today, causing Vez to feel a strange form of parental pride. I brought those mech to life with my own 2 hands. They are my children in a sense. His sentiments made him reluctant to change the design. Such an act proved he lacked faith in his own work and that he found it necessary to correct its shortcomings. This mental barrier pushed Vez to keep finding excuses. Still, if he continued to procrastinate, then what was the point of taking this profession? I can't aim for perfection all the time. There's a time when I have to draw the line and say it's enough. Vez did not have the luxury to indulge in endless steady and indolent diversions. He had to run a business. No matter how many virtual mech he designed, the real universe only cared about physical mech. Let's get to work. First, he'll have to draw up a schedule. He opened his terminal and split his redesign project into several chunks. First, he planned to spend an entire day to developing and refining a focused intent. He dedicated 3 entire weeks to revamping the mech entire internal structure. After that, he allocated 2 weeks to revamping and optimizing the mech armor. The week after that consisted of tweaking and optimizing the remaining self-contained components such as the engines, power reactor, cockpit as well as the weapons. Once he finished going through all of the components, he planned to subject his design to a barrage of tests for the next 2 weeks. Looks like a decent schedule. Vez nodded to himself as he drew back. Hopefully, 3 weeks is enough to finish the enormous task of creating an entirely new internal structure. Vez recently gained the Structural Pathway Configuration II subskill for this task. Still, he never specialized in electrical engineering, and only managed to reach apprentice level through the system. He did not wish to delay this project any further in order to spend a month in trying to raise it again. He shook his head and redirected his thoughts to establishing a strong image for the Mark Antony MKII. In hindsight, Vez realized he constructed a rather chaotic image for the Mark Antony. After untangling the jumbled mess he initially composed, he realized he combined 3 separate images into one. The first image consisted of the appearance of an ancient Roman legionnaire. He started with the standard knight form from the Caesar Augustus and adjusted its appearance to look like a Roman soldier. The most significant change was that he took the base model's kite shield and added enough bulk to turn it into a hefty tower shield. The Roman legionnaire contributed strongly to the defense portion of the image. The inspiration invoked a trust in the shield, a sense of martial discipline and a grit that never faltered. The next image related to the names of the variant and its base model. Jason Kozlowski originally named his mech the Caesar Augustus due to its prominence in taking up an inspirational leadership role on the battlefield. Vez kept to the theme by taking the name of the Roman emperor's defeated rival Mark Antony. As an image, the name evoked a strong sense of daring and the willingness to seize opportunities. This fit with the style of a cavalry general, whose formations changed the course battle with a well-timed charge. The last component had to do with the mech intended role. As an advanced mech and a hybrid knight, the mech served as a pivotal linchpin in the battlefield. It combined the defensive stance of a knight with the offensive tendencies of an aggressive frontline leader. He slipped in the last image unintentionally. Vez tentatively concluded he added this last one in due to his exuberance in creating his first production design. The hybrid knight acted as the glue that bonded the 2 previous images together in a coherent whole. From the information he gathered and the guesses he made, Vez came to a tentative conclusion on how to evoke the X factor. He couldn't prove his hypotheses, but he figured it didn't hurt to adjust his mindset. There's 2 layers to it. The primal layer absorbs the essence of my intent. It distills the most complex images into its core components. For example, when he formed the inspiration of a Roman legionnaire, the primal layer stripped all unnecessary elements. It only preserved the overarching meanings embedded in the image, such as defense, discipline and grit. The second portion that made up the X factor consisted of the conscious layer. Vez only inferred the existence of this layer when he studied a lot of replays of past matches. The unicorn, Mark Antony and Youngblood all exhibited signs that they affected the conscious judgment of their pilots. Can an image actually come to life this way? Vez grappled with this question. It sounded impossible. How could figments of his imagination develop a conscious mind? The X factor doesn't make sense in the first place. Without deriving the theory on how the X factor operated, Vez could not draw upon humanity's existing understanding of the universe. He had to watch out for coloring his assumptions with unconscious biases. Researchers who studied alien technology specifically learned to detect and mitigate their prejudices. Only his instincts hinted that he was on the right track. Vez imagined what it meant if his guesses panned out. If there's 2 layers to the X factor, then there might be a third or a fourth, just waiting to be discovered. All of these were fanciful thoughts that Vez had no way of uncovering now. He shoved aside the matter and set his sights on working with the 2 layers he identified so far. There's an issue, Vez slowly realized as he formulated an optimal model for the X factor. The primal layer works best with strong simple concepts. The conscious layer on the other hand requires an extensive backstory in order to shape its personality. The 2 demanded competing approaches. If Vez spent his time on focusing on a few key concepts and left the details vague, then the design would carry strong instincts but weak direction. If he flipped around his priorities, then his mech could consciously assist the pilot but with a weaker boost to overall performance. Both had their good points, and Vez believed a design could be strong in both. He just had to find the right approach. This is mostly a mental exercise, so as long as I have the right mentality, I can strengthen both. That was easier said than done. Vez believed he owed his previous good scores for the Unicorn and Mark Antony due to his passion. If Vez stopped conjuicing every decision, he might be able to hold contradictory thoughts. In short, the key to maximizing his X factor was to hold a delusional mindset. I'm not about to get drunk or inject myself with stimulants in order to reach this state. He quickly decided. Those kind of shortcuts might work for artists, but engineers like Vez had to remain sober in order to work with precise schematics. Vez had to refrain from going off half-cocked. He could try out his outlandish theories when he designed his virtual mech. Since he intended for the Mark Antony MKII to serve as an active combat mech, he had the obligation to deliver a stable product. Let's settle for a basic approach. An advanced mech will generally be piloted by talented and experienced mech pilots. These kinds of customers benefit more from a boost in instincts than having a second opinion. He had to remind himself that only professionals bought and piloted his mech. After all of this crafting, Vez finally got down to the brass tacks. He sat back in his chair and spent the rest of the day with fleshing out the inspirations for the second version of his variant. Mindful of his priorities, he focused mainly on strengthening the detail of their combat performance. The Roman legionnaire became a gritty veteran of uncountable campaigns. Mark Antony demolished the Gauls under the direction of Julius Caesar. Vez schemed the parts where they were not in battle. When it came to the hybrid knight, Vez halted for a moment. Can I even use an inanimate object as an image? It posed another interesting question. Without trying it, Vez had no idea if it was possible. According to his previous hypotheses, using a shield as an inspiration showered the primal layer with defense-oriented instincts optimized for shield handling. Using a mech to inspire another mech sounded strange. Vez had the feeling the notion resembled asking whether the chicken or the egg came first. It posed another conundrum, especially when the existence of the X factor presumed that mech also lived. Eventually, Vez concluded it might not be any harm to proceed with constructing a life around a hybrid knight. I think all those passionate mech designers throughout history must have also imbued their designs in this fashion. There might even be a form of self-fulfilling prophecy at work where the traits the designers wished for are actually expressed in their product. It explained why some designs like the Caesar Augustus radiated faint auras. The mech designers in question remained ignorant to the X factor, so they never picked it up like Vez, who at least reached incompetent at metaphysics. I can probably advance it to apprentice once I test out all of hypotheses, Vez remarked, aware of the possibility of treading new ground. In the entire galaxy, perhaps only the creator of the mech designer system had walked this path. Vez treated the matter of constructing an image around the hybrid knight carefully. He incorporated both elements of defense and offense, but his main focus laid in increasing the synergy between the mech and the pilot. Both were indispensable. If Vez had to pick a single concept to embody his thoughts on the matter, then it was trust. The pilot trusted his machine to perform at its best, and to never falter. The mech trusted his pilot to steer it right and treat it with respect. Now that Vez polished the images into shape, he began the arduous task of holding them in his mind. His enhanced concentration worked overtime trying to keep the images distinct in his mind. He wrangled the three sources of inspiration into place and condensed them into a beam of focused intent. He managed to hold this strenuous state for an hour, but no more. Vez had to rest his mind so that he could piece together his frayed concentration. That took at least 10 to 15 minutes. Looks like I'll be taking regular breaks once I start with the next phases. Chapter 129, Architecture. Patricia set down her datapad that displayed the Herald's interview with Vez. She sat back on her perch overlooking a peaceful garden at a private island on Lemur. The woman glanced at the projection of a familiar mech as it endured a ferocious missile bombardment. Now that you have studied the young blood, what are your thoughts, Patricia? A female voice asked from the side. Leary Rewind, a foreign journeyman mech designer under the employ of Master Null, popped a cultured grape-like fruit in her mouth. Since Patricia acknowledged the famed mech designer as her master, Leary brought her up to speed. Patricia improved remarkably as she supplemented her solid foundation with a couple of intermediate skills. The construction of the young blood is not remarkable, though it is well built. Patricia answered after organizing her thoughts. The overall complexity of the knight type is fairly low, so it is not a large accomplishment for an apprentice mech designer to achieve this result. I can only say that Vez has a strong foundation. Is that all you can perceive from his mech? If it is merely a good construction, then it shouldn't be generating the modest amount of buzz in the news. The weapon is solid but nothing special. The augments have been improved, but only marginally. The armor's contours have changed and the internal structure is a lot more flexible. Any pilot who steps into the young blood's cockpit will appreciate the vastly improved handling. These are factual statements that any decent mech designer can make when they compare spec sheets. Leary admonished her junior while she shook her head in disappointment. You are a talented mech designer, but you are still too sheltered. Don't look at the design with your brain. Instead, look at it with your heart. Patricia looked befuddled. Her elegant eyebrows furrowed as she set aside all the numbers and statistics and focused solely on the projection of the virtual mech in battle. She did not know the mech pilot on display, but thought that he or she performed like a natural on the battlefield. Was she looking at a professional? No. The pilot's skill fell short. Instead, the mech moved fluently and decisively. Patricia did not spot the characteristic pauses and sequencing of a pilot of this caliber. Now that she thought about it, many of the replays she reviewed had shown that every pilot performed close to their optimum without being burdened by various mental distractions. Is there something funny going on with the neural interface? No. Leary responded. I've checked the design myself. The neural interface is a bog-standard model that hasn't changed a bit from the original hoplite design. Think. What can affect the design's performance that does not show up in the schematics or spec sheets? Design philosophy? That's impossible. He's only an apprentice, far from the level where a design philosophy should manifest. The human race is endlessly varied. There are many exceptions to the rule. We lump in everything unexplainable into a concept called design philosophy because only few of us are able to exhibit phenomena beyond our understanding. Master Olson has a good eye for her to spot such a gem in the wild. Normally, novices and apprentices have only vaguely heard about design philosophy. From their basic textbooks, design philosophy embodied a mech designer's understanding of mech design and signified their unique insights that no one else could imitate. In truth, design philosophy embodied much more than simple understanding. Patricia knew a little more about the concept. Only those who developed their design philosophy past a certain point broke through to senior and master mech designers. All others stopped their advancement once they reached the limits of journeyman. Don't be discouraged, Patricia. Design philosophy comes with experience and learning. One must first learn to crawl before they can learn to walk. At what stage is Vez right now? I'd say he's actually running the 100-meter sprint right now. There's no way he can keep this up without damaging his foundations. Then we should warn him. Patricia yelled and brought up her comm. Larry cut the air with a palm, shutting off all signal traffic on the island. Stop. Why? Do you think his master is unaware? A lesson only hits home when it hurts. When little Vez inevitably falls and trips, Master Olson will be there to pick up the pieces. Despite her concern, Patricia had no right to interfere. Every mech designer had to seek their own truths and find their own path to greatness. Back in Cloudy Curtain, Vez prepared to resume his efforts to revamp his outdated production design. This next step is going to be a pain. The second phase of his redesign project consisted of revamping the internal structure or architecture of the Mark Antony. Vez did not intend to replace any of the existing components stuffed inside the mech, though they were also the source of the problem. The Caesar Augustus used some of the best current-gen component available for licensing. The engine, power reactor, weapons and more performed quite well compared to the competition. However, performance often correlated with size, so they all took up more space than average. For a medium mech trying to stay within its weight class, this created an awful situation. What Vez learned from his newly gained structural pathway configuration subskill helped him understand the issue at hand. He got a sense of what the base model tried to accomplish. Mech designers learned fairly early in their studies that they were brought up to design war machines. These mech not only had to perform at their optimum when fully maintained, they also had to endure various debilitating conditions. If a mech got its arm cut off, its systems adjusted by enacting some form of damage control. For example, the mech adjusted its balance and cut off any feeds and systems designed to interact with the missing arm. If a shot snapped an important power feed to the arms, then the mech adjusted by routing power through an alternate path. These backup lines may not be able to bear the full load, but it at least ensured the limb maintained a basic amount of functionality. Both mech pilots and mech designers consider redundancy important. An easy but misleading way to determine a mech overall redundancy was to look at their redundancy factor. Expressed in percentages, the RF summarized how much damage a mech could take before it started to lose performance. Any mech certified by the Mech Trade Association had to meet a minimum standard of redundancy. Heavy mech always reached a minimum of 100% RF. This proved that all of its basic systems could be run on a parallel internal structure with no loss of functionality. This took up a lot of a heavy mech internal space, but since they often acted as punching bags, pilots always wanted more. Medium mech only had to meet a 50% RF. The mech critical systems such as its basic feeds between the power reactor, cockpit, engines had fully functional backups that could take over the transfer of power and data. Less essential systems had to make do without these redundancies. Light mech always had to do more with less, so a 25% RF already strained an average light mech. These kinds of paperweight mech relied entirely on speed and evasion, so it did not have much use for redundancy in the first place. A single heavy hit could easily wipe out the main feed and all of its backup feeds at the same time. Other factors also mattered when it came to mitigating damage, the most important of which was compartmentalization. When a particular section of a mech sustained a hit, ideally the damage only affected that portion. A well-designed internal structure contained the spillovers from both the source of the damage and any cascading faults such as follow-up explosions. Same as redundancy, an MTA-certified mech also had to meet a minimum standard of compartmentalization, expressed in CF. Unlike RF that for some heavy mech reached as high as 300%, CF only had reached a theoretical maximum of 100%. The MTA mandated a CF of 10% for light mech, 15% for medium mech and 50% for heavy mech. Regardless of CF and RF, the MTA mandated minimum only barely met the needs of mech pilots. Those who wished to purchase a more secure mech always sought out mech with significantly higher margins of safety. What Jason Kozlowski decided to do when he ran out of internal space astounded Vez. Instead of addressing the root of the problem by replacing his core components with more compact versions, he started cutting into his CF and RF. Between the two, Jason evidently valued redundancy more. He tried to keep as much redundancy intact as possible by optimizing his design's internal architecture for space. He basically removed a lot of internal dividers and active suppression systems that localized the damage. He also filled up the buffer space with more junk, causing many cables and feeds to squeeze together. What a self-obsessed idiot. Vez quietly cursed. If Mr. Kozlowski's design team only had one fellow mech designer with a spine, then this travesty might never have come into being. He had to make do with what he got. With the same core components already taking up a substantial chunk of space, Vez had to puzzle out an entirely new architecture that could somewhat raise the base model's dismal 17% CF while maintaining its 85% RF. A medium night is considered decent if its redundancy factor is 100%. A hybrid night is also expected to draw the enemy fire, so at a 50% RF is wholly insufficient. Vez allocated 3 full weeks to come up with a cleaner internal structure. He got to work by drafting the basic pathways around the mech internal frame and core components. Cables, feeds, artificial musculature and support structures slowly filled in the contours of his design. Even this simple chore turned strenuous due to his need to maintain 3 images at once in order to nurture the X factor. He shortened his sessions to 45 minutes in order to prevent his mind from slipping into an abyss each time he overdrafted his focus. The changes in the routine succeeded in lowering his stress. Vez tentatively added more details to the schematic when he overlaid the primary channels with additional ones. He only started straining his mind once the gaps started filling in. Vez had to be a little more inventive and a lot more patient to figure out his solutions. Most of the work at this stage involved a lot of trial and error. Every time he came across a bump, he had to try out 999 different solutions before obtaining one that didn't suck. It also happened to be the ideal whetstone for Vez to get used to holding 3 images at once. As 2 weeks slowly went by, Vez became more proficient in flexing his mind. He did not increase his intelligence or concentration attribute in any measurable way. Instead, he learned to utilize his existing strengths closer to their full potential. In the final week, Vez finished over 98% of his desired end state. Sadly, the final 2% seemed incredibly tough to complete. His completely revamped internal architecture looked neat, clean and incorporated a lot more buffer space. Along with employing some other tricks, his design used up about 5% less space while raising its overall endurance. Vez managed to raise its compartmentalization to 29% while maintaining a redundancy of 81%. The vastly increased CF ensured that any damage his mech sustained remained limited to the affected portion. The original Caesar Augustus did not have to worry so much about this issue due to its excellent compressed armor. Since the Mark Antony incorporated the cheap and disposable HRF armor system, Vez had to ensure it kept running if the mech sustained severe damage. After hundreds of thousands of simulations, I'm finally done with this matter. He sighed as he released his concentrated state. By now, had become accustomed to holding 3 thoughts at once, though it always remained somewhat challenging. He already invested much of himself in this project. The Mark Antony Mark II had to exceed everyone's expectations in order to generate sufficient sales. Only through selling physical mech could he earn enough money. No matter how many virtual mech he designed, they never earned him more than 1,000,000 credits. Chapter 130, Mark II. Calcy walked past the newly installed walls and turrets with a nervous gait. No one stayed calm when they had to face those ferocious defenses. Various bots patrolled the grounds, making sure to inspect the college girl when they hovered close. After receiving a final inspection from a uniformed security officer, she finally got to enter her new employer's workshop. Compared to the deadly gleaming turrets, the interior appeared much more down to earth. She quickly reached a living area where a handful of couches, tables and even a drinks dispenser occupied the room. Vez already sat at one of the couches and gestured her to take a seat while he petted a marvelous-looking mechanical cat. "Please take a seat. Mr. Larkinson, I have your report for the month," Calcy said and slid over a secure data chip. She could have sent it through the galactic net, but considering the sensitivity of the information she put it in a hard-coded form first. "Give me a summary. Anything going on that I should know about?" "There are hints that another player from Bentheme has entered the field. A very wealthy corporation is making inroads with the White Doves. Have you determined their identity?" From what my contacts in the pioneers have inferred, it's likely to be the Ricklin Corporation. Vez stopped petting his cat, causing the animal in question to meow in indignation. The Ricklins. Sure enough, they're thinking about taking revenge. He sighed, and scratched Lucky's head in order to placate his cat. A traitor used my Secondiver fabricated mech to wipe out at least half of their upper echelon. Shouldn't they be consolidating their assets and reorganizing their ranks? Turmoil is still racking the Ricklin family, but support is building up around a young genius of the family. The chaos is expected to end as soon as the last holdouts accept a compromise. Great. So we'll have to deal with two sources of outside pressure. Not only do I have to worry about the tiger next door, but I also have to guard against the distant meddlers from the Friday Coalition. Kelsey tried to reassure her employer. Don't underestimate the central government. Cloudy Curtain is one of the many satellite planets that surround Bentheme and keeps their influence in check. Rittersburg will not allow Bentheme to take effective control over one of their critical food sources. The Bright Republic benefited a lot from the Bentheme system. The population on its only inhabited planet swelled to ridiculous proportions, to the point where its own domestic agriculture couldn't feed their hungry mouths. Hopefully you're right, but you never know what might happen in the future. With all the unrest and terrorist attacks, no one cared about improper influence. If Vez wanted to ensure his safety on the political front, then he might have to bring in outside influence on his own after all. Bringing in my family will still tarnish the Larkin son name, Vez concluded. Involving the whalers should be my nuclear option. With nothing else to report, Kelsey left after a short talk with Vez with new instructions. Since his troubles only started, Vez expressed interest in joining the pioneers. I can't remain half-hearted and ignore political realities. If I don't join their circle, I'll remain vulnerable to their whims. Despite what went on, he still had a job to do. Vez resumed his work on the redesign project. He spent a week on developing a highly adjusted armor scheme. To be frank, he could not find many opportunities to improve over the original design. There were only so many ways he could employ the HRF armor plating with his current skills. Even with his improved skills, Vez was not able to raise any parameters without making trade-offs. For example, if he wanted to increase the flexibility of the arms, then he could shave off some armor, thus increasing their vulnerability. If he lost more than he gained, then he simply needed to reorient his goal. More armor? More speed? More flexibility? Not possible. Then what if Vez focused on something he hadn't paid attention to? After a few minutes of consideration, he settled on reducing the armor's complexity. His current armor scheme consisted of many complex shapes. A flat square plate was the simplest piece of armor a fabricator could produce. What about a plate with a curve? The person who fabricated this plate had to reproduce the curve to its exact contours down to the millimeters. Vez tried to simplify these shapes as much as he could without affecting the armor's overall performance. It worked up to a point, as Vez never took complexity into consideration before. Though the design unavoidably lost a bit of performance, he successfully reduced the failure rate of fabricating most of its parts. This might not matter too much to Vez. He knew his design intimately and could fabricate its parts with sufficient confidence. He did it so others were able to do the same without falling flat. Eve already untangled much of the internal structure. With this, Carlos shouldn't have too much trouble. After finishing his draft, he subjected the schematic to a barrage of simulated tests. The reduced complexity opened vulnerabilities in his design that slightly lowered the armor's ability to withstand certain kinds of damage. Vez easily patched most of the holes. Only some needed more attentive care as Vez had to reintroduce some complexity. When Vez finally reached the end of the armor phase, he sighed and relaxed his concentration. Armor is supposed to be one of my secondary specialties. It's disgraceful if I can only bring up the armor to this extent. He was in no shape to design a mech. Vez took a day off in order to clear up his mind. He never enjoyed a full day of relaxation, so he made the most of it. While Carlos diligently mastered the last of his virtual designs, Vez played around with Lucky and browsed the news. Much of the news revolved around the recent chaos and the steps the Mark Corps took to respond. They increased their procurement and called in some of their reserves. Everyone knew this was just a prelude. This is the time when mech are selling like hotcakes. I have to push my product out as fast as possible if I don't want to miss out. The next day, Vez returned to his work with a renewed sense of urgency. He spent the next week making adjustments to the self-contained parts. Due to his lack of expertise, he only brushed through most critical components like the engine or power reactor. Instead, he spent an entire day on customizing the cockpit. Vez wanted to stimulate a better response to the X factor by setting the right mood. He changed the shape of the chair and adjusted the displays. He also carved the entire metal compartment with ancient-looking sculptures that alluded to the inspirations for the design. If nothing else, his customers might appreciate the luxury. With that done, he turned his attention to the mace and shield. His new melee weapon optimization subskill allowed him to recognize that he made a lot of mistakes with the weapon. He deleted the mace and brought back the CA-1's original sword. I can't use the same sword shape that's optimized for compressed alloys when I'm actually using an uncompressed alloy. Vez drastically modified the basic sword shape until he made it shorter but thicker. Without access to a compressor or better performing alloys, he had to resort to various tricks in order to make the most out of the uncompressed HRF alloy. After finishing the sword, he touched up the shield. He introduced a moderate amount of complexity by applying some creative layers, but other than that it remained a simple rectangular slab of metal. He tweaked the other weapon systems as last. He adjusted the contours of the missile launchers so that they meshed a little better with the shoulders. The wrist laser cannons required a lot more work. With his newly acquired directed energy weapon optimization subskill, he recognized various vulnerabilities. The laser cannons faced a major issue. The HRF's heat capacity simply couldn't compare to the original armor system. Vez had to thicken the wrists in order to prevent the wrists from overheating too quickly. It took 2 entire days to graft new heat channels in order to spread out the excessive heat generated from a rapid fire rate. At the end of the phase, Vez dedicated the last hours to optimizing the festive cloud generator. He reduced the size and energy consumption of the joke component in order to minimize its impact to the mech performance. He also distinguished the vapor crest on the head by running the distinctive pressurized mist through some lights. I'm finally done with this phase. All the components are in place. Up next is comprehensive testing. After more than a month of redesigning, the revamped Mark Antony looked substantially more refined. The subsequent simulation subjected his new design in various brutal conditions. Vez extensively employed the system's models in order to find every possible fault. The holistic tests exposed various stress factors that in some cases crippled the mech. Vez had to tread carefully from this step onwards. He encountered many instances where one fix led to another issue. Sometimes he had to revamp an entire section in order to address the root of the problem. 2 whole weeks of simulation, and it's still not enough. He declared after an enormous amount of repetitive testing. By now he only caught minor glitches that only really came into effect in extremely rare conditions. Without a better proficiency in modeling, Vez reached the limits of what he could expose. He had reached the end of the road. Vez not only invested 8 whole weeks into designing the Mark Antony Mark II, he did it while maintaining 3 separate images in his mind. Vez looked forward to the evaluation. He squirreled to his toilet and set up the privacy shield before bringing up the system. Tell me system, what's your verdict? Design evaluation, CA1C2 Mark Antony Mark II. Variant name, CA1C2 Mark Antony Mark II. Base model, Caesar Augustus CA1. Original manufacturer, National Aeromotives. Weight classification, medium heavy. Recommended role, shock trooper. Armor, C+. Carrying capacity, D. Aesthetics, A. Endurance, D. Energy efficiency, C. Flexibility, E+. Firepower, B. Integrity, B. Mobility, C. Spotting, C. X factor, C+. Deviance, 62%. Performance improvement, 23%. Cost efficiency, plus 62%. Overall evaluation, an acceptable variant of the Caesar Augustus. Though very lacking in its armor compared to the base model, it has achieved an admirable amount of cost savings over the original model. The second version of this variant has turned it into a commercially viable design. No rewards are issued when updating an existing design. Yes, I did it. He celebrated. Not much had changed at first glance, but Vez instantly recognized the differences. The deceptively and exciting evaluation hid a lot of surprising bumps. First, he successfully raised the X Factors rating. From C to C+, it indicated that holding 3 images at once and using a mech to inspire his design did not result in catastrophic errors. It's still a pain to repeat this method without improving my concentration. I'm also unsure if I'm heading in the right direction. If I increase the amount of inspirations, it becomes increasingly difficult to meld together. At some point the X factor will simply scatter. No matter the case, Vez uncovered a lot of avenues for further research. Previously, his total lack of understanding prevented him from doing any focused research. Now, he was brimming with questions. Integrity also received a major improvement. After all the work Vez had done to increase the Mark Antony's compartmentalization, he deserved the compliment. His design could finally tough it out in the field. Even if its armor got breached, the Mark II could still fight on, though Vez didn't recommend such a reckless act. The third surprise came from the final 2 ratings. His various optimizations reduced the material needs to fabricating the mech. Most of the cost savings came from developing an improved internal structure. Reducing the complexity of the armor also helped out by reducing the frequency of producing faulty parts. In the end, it came down to performance. The Mark Antony Mark II thoroughly eclipsed the base model except for armor. Vez still found it a pity to miss out on compressed armor. Still, my mech is a solid performer now. It might not compare to a genuine advanced mech, but it's still a decent bargain. Since the costs hadn't grown at all, Vez could go in 2 different directions with regards to pricing. If he raised the asking price, he could earn a lot more credits per sale. If he kept the price the same, then he'd surely be able to generate a lot more sales for his improved mech. Vez shook his head. Marcella is in charge of my sales. It's largely up to her to set the price. Now that he finished the arduous task of designing the Mark II, Vez deserved a well-earned rest. He basically took no notice of the outside world for 8 straight weeks. It was time to stretch his legs and see how everyone fared. Chapter 131, Pre-Production. Vez woke up with a slight headache the next morning. He started suffering from pain at the end of the project. He never spent so much time holding on to an inspiration, not to mention 3 at a time. He still suffered from the after effects of his exertion. It's worth it if I can obtain a C+ rating for my design, he muttered as he popped a pill inside his mouth to clear his head. The medicine actually didn't help much, as if the pain originated from something other than a purely physical reaction. Nonetheless, Vez expected the strain to fade now that he had no need to concentrate for hours on end. After finishing his morning ritual, he entered the workroom to see Carlos up at work. Yesterday, Vez checked in with Carlos and became satisfied with his progress. He mastered all of his 1-star and 2-star virtual designs. Only the young blood gave him a bit of trouble, but a success rate of 90% proved that he hadn't slacked off. How's your progress with the Mark Antony Mark II? It's a lot better than the Mark I, that's for sure. His employee responded with a chipper tone. The internals are still a lot harder to assemble, but at least I don't have to be a plumber to untangle all of the messes. That's good. I'll be relying on you to fabricate my silver label mech. You should be able to thoroughly master the fabrication process by the end of the month. I don't have the confidence to achieve a success rate of 95%, but I should be able to get close to 90% in a month. Carlos honestly informed Vez. There's only a couple of really tough spots that haven't been simplified. I think you'll need at least 3 months of practice to get over these bumps. That's fine. The Mark Antony Mark II is still a difficult design and you're still settling in your job. I'm making a lot of allowances for you, so you better shape up. When Vez occasionally inspected the logs, he found out that Carlos religiously spent his evenings playing around with the designer software. As his boss, Vez naturally had his ambitious employees' work. They were awful. Despite having access to all of the licenses procured by Vez, Carlos treated them like a toddler playing with building blocks. All of his resulting designs looked like something out of a mad scientist's lab. Work hard, Carlos. He left his minion alone and entered his own cubicle. He turned on his terminal and loaded up his finished design. The variant's pronounced shape and its intimidating black and red colors radiated an eagerness for battle. The golden frills and the dynamic vapor crest both gave the mech an aura of leadership. In short, the Mark Antony Mark II aimed squarely at the middle segment of the mech market. Hopefully he already generated enough buzz to attract a couple of orders upon releasing the design. Vez called Marcella now that his design was ready for sale. Her tired face popped up from the projection. I haven't heard from you in a long time. Have you finally completed your work? I finished my design. For a moment, his mech broker thought she heard wrong. Are you referring to your update to the Mark Antony? I haven't been fooling around with any virtual designs. It's true. The Mark Antony Mark II is officially done. You've been dying to hear that. I already put the word out, you see. Once you release the specs, I'm sure I can make them bite. When Vez sent over his design along with a detailed spec sheet, Marcella eagerly skimmed the documents. Good. You've improved upon your mech performance without raising costs. That's just what I needed. He could already imagine her diabolical plot. She'd pass off the Mark II as a more expensive design even if the fabrication costs hadn't budged. Vez didn't mind such plans, as a higher profit margin benefited him the most. With his current assets, he could forget about mass production. So what's our sales strategy? Vez eagerly asked. My production facilities have stayed idle for too many months. I'd like to end the standard year with some accomplishments under my belt. Hold your horses, Vez. While a product like yours is almost good enough to compete with the mainstream models, it's best to avoid widespread publicity for now. Why so? We previously introduced the young blood by holding an interview, and that worked all right. It's exactly due to your previous high-profile release that we should take a gradual approach. You've already built up your name recognition. What you lack is a solid track record. If you want to present yourself as a competent mech designer, then you have to avoid the perception that you're showboating. After a brief explanation, Vez understood his broker's arguments. Essentially, if he showed up in the news without offering something solid, the public might start treating him like a celebrity. He could still benefit from such a status if Vez only harbored limited ambitions. Yet ever since he obtained the system, he set his sights on the pinnacle of mech design. If he wanted to be taken seriously, then he had to let his products do the talking. All right, if you think it's best to keep a lower profile, then I'm fine with that. Do you have a plan? I know you want to get your hands dirty, so let me ask you something. Can you fabricate a single mech without receiving an advance? Right now? Despite bleeding money lately, Vez still maintained a reserve of about 28 million credits. While I have the necessary funds, I'm not comfortable with dipping into my savings. Marcella grinned at him. It will be worth it. Didn't I mention that I built up some hype for your product? Let me gather a small circle of willing buyers and host a private party. You can make your case when we introduce your design. Is it all right for me to be present? I'm still rather young. Don't worry. As long as we demand outrageous prices, the market is willing to make allowances for your product. Even if the Mark II falls short in certain areas, there's nothing wrong with its price-to-performance ratio. She had a point. Even as last-gen mech started losing value, the Caesar Augustus still sold for 60 million credits. As for Vez, he could fabricate a single Mark II for 18 million credits. That was pretty good for a variant that only performed 23% worse than its overpriced base model. We can auction off your first production as a limited edition model. We can build up a waiting list if we label the next couple of mech as exclusive collector's edition models. The collectors will love it. I'm not a fan of catering to this kind of crowd. Vez quickly replied. He detested those who treated mech as toys instead of war machines. Let's just keep it simple. There's a reason why I've only established 3 different labels. I don't want to muddle up my catalog. While he trusted Marcella to make the right choices, she always aimed to maximize profits. This time, Vez reined her in because he did not wish to go overboard. He also bowed out of the party. Are you sure you don't want to be present? Your presence will add a face to your design. Even if you fail to win them over this time, you can still cultivate some connections that might help you out in the long run. I'm not a marketing expert like you. My presence won't add too much to your party. As Vez made it clear he disliked attending these sort of functions, Marcella agreed to host the party on her own as soon as Vez shipped his first mech. After ending the call, he stretched his fingers and rubbed his head. My headache is still lingering. Hopefully it will be gone by the time I start fabricating the first Mark II. Vez reluctantly ordered a batch of materials from the MTA's open market for around 18 million credits. He noticed that he paid a little more this time for the same amount of goods. Prices have risen. It made sense. Everyone smelled a war, so the manufacturers started running their production lines around the clock. The mech industry devoured more resources than before. This cut into the excess supply that the mining corporations routinely dumped in the open market. The big manufacturers benefited from long-term supply contracts, so they had nothing to worry about. Only the little guys like Vez who had to resort to paying the full market price started feeling the pinch. If prices rise by a third, I won't be able to make a profit. The upward trend in prices doused his enthusiasm. Vez suddenly realized his business was dangerously exposed to every fluctuation in the resource market. It's not worth it to engage in options right now. When my business grows, I'll expand my overhead and hire a financial wizard. Right now, Vez wanted to fulfill a couple of important goals before the end of the standard year. The Larkin sons always returned to their ancestral home in Rittersburg to celebrate the new year. Of course, most of the Larkin sons who served in the military were unable to ask for leave in these tumultuous times. Vez expected this year's gathering to be a more subdued affair. It will be good if I can prove my worth. Grandfather and the other elders don't care about virtual mech. The older generation still looked down on Vez. They disapproved of his foray into the highly competitive mech industry. None of them lent him a hand when he founded his mech workshop. Only his father believed in his dream. I don't blame the old goats. While I've benefited a lot from my father's help at the start, I only got to this point through my own hard work. I'm not like those other designers who only managed to stay afloat with outside money. This was a particular point of pride for Vez. As long as he sold a couple more mech, he could show off his substantial cash flow to his relatives and earn their respect. Let's start practicing. Vez logged into his designer account in Iron Spirit and entered its virtual workshop. In the 3 days it took the transports to deliver his latest order of materials to his backyard, he attempted to complete a virtual copy of his new design. The virtual workshop's excellent facility substantially increased his precision. His increased proficiency in both the 3D printer and assembly system also boosted his capabilities. Both factors ensured he created a flawless mech in less than 2 days. Once he received his shipments, he sought to duplicate his success in the real universe. He slowed down his pace and carefully double-checked his actions due to using inferior second-hand machines. Vez grew increasingly frustrated at being shackled by his outdated 3D printer and assembler. If I successfully reconstruct the Dortmund, then I won't have to worry about replacing it for a very long time. Good assembly systems are a lot cheaper to buy, though ones that can match a Dortmund in quality will still cost more than 1 billion credits. Unlike an industrial printer, an assembly system never lost its value over time if properly maintained. They merely required occasional firmware updates in order to keep up with the latest techniques. More expensive assemblers worked faster and more precise. Heavy mech required extremely robust assemblers in order to lift its various parts in place. In any case, Vez encountered plenty of tight spots but he resolved without issue. He worked as conservative as possible and took 5 days to complete the mech. The Mark II's revamped internal architecture allowed Vez to keep up his pace as he purposely eliminated the nuts that confounded him in the previous version. The fabrication process ended when the assembler finished applying coating to the entire frame. Vez looked up at his creation while holding Lucky and smiled. It's almost perfect. I only need to climb inside the cockpit to install a golden label and a gem. Still, Vez had the feeling that his model lacked something essential. Something that stamped the machine as his own personal creation. When he compared his freshly fabricated mech to other models, he quickly realized what it lacked. It was time for him to design a logo for his brand. Vez looked down at Lucky and scratched his head. What do you say about lending your likeness to my logo? The mechanical cat meowed, more in response to his scratches than his question. I'll be sure to stylize the symbol. I don't know if your product series actually exists in the galaxy. The last thing I want is to step on someone's copyright. Frankly, Vez hardly believed another copy of Lucky existed in the galaxy. His gem excretion skill alone defied his understanding of the universe. Chapter 132 Viable Mech. In the end, Vez took a few hours to draft his logo. While his artwork might not satisfy any critics, it looked sufficiently distinct. It looked like a curling bronze cat resting atop a cartoonish rainbow cloud. Vez had to admit the design lacked the traditional kind of maturity that most serious arms manufacturers favored. I hope you don't mind lending your likeness to my brand. Lucky continued to paw at the projection of his finished work. He uploaded the design to the assembler system and allowed it to paint over his newly designed logo to the mech left chest. Vez took a major step in his career now that he implemented a logo. As the coding finally set, Vez stepped on a platform that hovered up to the cockpit. He entered its luxurious interior and sat down on the seat. He studied the reliefs he carved to the sides and at the top. If anyone paid close attention, then they'd realize that they told 3 separate stories. Vez took a deep breath. It smells good here. Nothing beats the smell of a newborn mech. Once he got over his infatuation, Vez installed the final parts of his design. He first attached the golden plate to the underside of the central console. CA1C2 Mark Antony Mark II. Designed solely by Vez Larkinson. Hand-fabricated solely by Vez Larkinson. Made in the Bright Republic. Production number 1. The plate looked nearly identical to the one inside Captain Carruthers' mech. This was his first dover of a design after fabricating only 2 copies. Vez found it a sad state of affairs to update a design after achieving so few sales. The Mark I is officially history now. How times fly. He installed one of Lucky's gem before he exited the cockpit. Before he set it in its place, he first retrieved his system-bought anonymizer stamp. After applying the exclusive ink, he carefully stamped a brilliant piece of honey-like citron. In order to make sure the stamp actually did what the system claimed, he took out his handheld multiscanner. After carefully subjecting the gem to a host of scans, the machine stubbornly insisted that Vez held nothing but a shiny rock. It works. As expected of the system. The mech designer system might be greedy and capricious, but it never lied. Vez focused on the citron, and after a few seconds of focusing, the description showed up in his view. Citron of warmth. Increases the safe heat capacity of a mech by 2% when installed. Vez retrieved the gem a couple of weeks ago. The yellow gem was part of Lucky's post-transformation droppings. His recent upgrade and the premium minerals he enjoyed both caused the quality of his gems to quadruple. After scanning his mech to make sure he hadn't missed any faults, Vez arranged it to be shipped. First, he sent it to the MTA to be certified. Once they confirmed that Vez hadn't screwed up, the mech would be sent to a heavy-duty transport ship to be brought to Bentham. As Vez watched a heavy shuttle take off from his workshop, he let out a breath. 5 days is a little long to fabricate a single mech. If I want to be efficient, I should be able to complete a mech in 3 days. Due to the learning curve, the production process always started off slow and unsteady. Once Vez got used to the design and prepared responses to the most common problems, he could easily fabricate the Mark II as fast as he had done in the game. He hoped to reach that point by the time he publicly announced the design. For now, Vez intended to make inroads into another project. He entered his secure storage and approached the boxes of salvaged Dortmund printer parts. Lucky followed him inside and curiously pawed at the content of the boxes. Vez wasn't worried the cat would do something naughty. An open container of minerals rested on the other side of the room. Once the cat sated his curiosity, he'd sprint over to his favorite box of food and start to nibble on some chunks. I've been very hasty in collecting all of parts. I should sort them out and check for lingering damage. Previously, Vez only scanned the broken Dortmund and the strewn-out parts in a superficial manner. Now that he had access to his entire workshop, he intended to use a full-sized scanner from his assembly system. A small host of lifting bots opened up the boxes and spread out the parts onto the floor of the spacious storage room. After cataloging every piece of alloy or composite, the bots brought the parts to the assembly system. There, the inbuilt scanning system thoroughly mapped the objects as they went by and alerted Vez to any imperfections. Only 1 in 500 parts showed signs of irregularities. Vez wrote off the suspicious parts without hesitation. He put them into a mid-sized container and sent them to a recycling facility to be broken down to their base components. Since he had to remake the components, he might as well use the materials he had on hand. Some of the exotics incorporated in the sophisticated machine could not even be found in the open market. Still, Vez did not entirely trust his scanners. They worked fine when measuring the exterior, but some materials were so dense that the scanners failed to penetrate past a couple of millimeters. Besides borrowing the MTA off third machines, Vez decided to use something else. He carefully retrieved an archaic-looking lantern from a locked compartment. He received the mystical object from some random drawer worded by the system. He inspected it carefully. Lantern of imperfection. Light the lantern and shine it against a mech or component to reveal structural flaws. The revealed flaws are only visible to the holder of the lantern. The lamp contains enough oil to burn for 5 hours. System, will the lantern work if I shine it on something other than a mech? The lantern of imperfection is meant to uncover flaws that hinder the performance of mech. Any component that is not directly related to a mech will not be illuminated by the lantern's light. How does the lantern judge whether a component is directly related to mech? A 3D printer is responsible for fabricating models. Is that direct enough? Only components that are part of an existing design are eligible in the perspective of the lantern of imperfection. Vez did not let the system's stubbornness sway him from using the lantern. He noted that the system phrased the lantern's rule in a fairly broad manner. Engineers like him often learned to bend seemingly immutable rules to their advantage. As long as I incorporate the printer parts into a mech design, the lantern will consider them eligible, right? Ha ha ha. I'm right. He laughed. If it's merely programmed to treat components in this fashion, then it'll just slap something together. The lantern's distinction didn't make any sense in the first place. An artificial distinction between mech and non-mech components could only have been imposed from an external force. Since the lantern was not a living object, Vez easily figured out a way to exploit its lack of cunning. Once the assembler system finished scanning and sorting all of the parts, Vez imported the detailed data into his designer software. Time to design the ugliest mech in the galaxy. He suspected that only viable design played a role when deciding to illuminate a component. This meant that Vez had to put some effort into making sure his Frankenstein monster could actually walk and shoot. The Dortmund weighs as much as 2 heavy mech. It will take a lot of effort keeping such a massive monstrosity on its feet. Replacing the feet with wheels or treads didn't work, as Vez had to stick to the definition of a mech. Since he didn't have to actually fabricate the mech, Vez chose to start from the default Caesar Augustus frame since it used the best materials. First, he stripped the limbs and expanded the torso. He added a crude hollow section to the underside and filled it up with redundant power reactors and engines. He then duplicated the default legs by about a dozen times before adding them to the expanded portion. It took a few hours to rig the artificial muscles that transferred motive power from the engines to the legs. The mech so far looked like an oversized centaur spider hybrid with a wheelbarrow-like hollow at its rear. He started to build an elaborate lattice around the mech and gradually started to attach the lighter Dortmund parts to them. They hung from the lattices like leaves on a tree. Once Vez used up all of the small-scale parts, he started to using up the heavier components. He welded them together and stacked them up inside the hollow he left out. It made the monster mech look like an old-fashioned truck with legs. To top off his mech, he added a single laser cannon to a random surface. He quickly finalized the design and handed it over to the system. Hey race, my latest design. I call it the piece of junk on 12 legs. Design evaluation, piece of junk on 12 legs. Model name, piece of junk on 12 legs. Original manufacturer, Vez Larkinson. Weight classification, ultra heavy. Recommended role, target practice. Armor, F. Carrying capacity, A. Aesthetics, F. Endurance, F. Energy efficiency, F. Flexibility, F. Firepower, F+. Integrity, F. Mobility, F. Spotting, F. X factor, F. Cost efficiency, F. Project involvement, 100%. Original component composition, 3%. Overall evaluation, the piece of junk on 12 legs barely meets the definition of a mech. This walking disaster fails in every possible role except for holding up its own prodigious weight. You have received no design points for failing to design a practical mech. The system must have been having a seizure when it marked his design. Vez had to suppress his grin. The piece of junk could barely move, let alone stand in place without collapsing in on itself. Still, as long as it held up for a minute, he succeeded in making a viable mech. Vez returned to the sorted pile of printer parts and brought out the lantern. After carefully igniting the wick, the lantern released a brilliant golden glow that nearly blinded him for a moment. The brightness dimmed into a gentle glow. Whenever the orange light encountered one of the components laying on the ground, it flared and sought to sink in deep. Vez merely held up the lantern and waited for something to happen. He spotted a couple of signs 10 minutes later. Part of a large alloy sheet started glowing red. They looked like tiny hairline fractures. Their presence proved that he successfully fooled the lantern's programming. This is great. With the help of the lantern, Vez took out any remaining parts that glowed suspiciously. If he neglected the lantern, he might have gone ahead and pieced together a Dortmund that could one day collapse in a heap of junk. He practically saved his own hide with this precautionary move. In the end, Vez had to recycle around 1 in 200 parts. This was much more than he expected. The prevalence of microfractures and other faults forced him to halt his current schedule. He wanted to make some headway in the reconstruction project before he started fulfilling orders for the Mark II, but now it appeared he underestimated the required steps. I can replace most of the parts at home, but these high-grade processors are a different matter. Luckily, I picked up plenty of spares. Out of the many sets of chips, Vez found only a couple of them still remained pristine. While he gathered an entire set of functional chips, their security measures probably blocked them from establishing a connection with each other. Their serial numbers and individual settings didn't match. I'll have to find someone who can hack these chips, he concluded. Due to the questionable legality of his current project, he couldn't just walk into the MTA or something. Besides resorting to the black market, Vez could only think of the Clifford Society to ask for help. I don't have a lot of merits left. He winced. I might need to complete a short mission before I can afford a hacker. Before that, he also needed to clean house. The latest shenanigans from the Greens and the White Doves prompted Vez to request a meeting with the Pioneers. Kelsey recently sent him a message that she successfully arranged a meeting with an important member of the Pioneers. Looks like he'll be heading to downtown Freslin tomorrow. Do you want to come with me, Lucky? The gem cat continued to munch on his crunchy dinner. Chapter 133 Chamomile Tea. Vez took a seat at table in an upscale tea house. The urban noise of downtown Freslin made its way through the open window by his side. Lucky lazily sat down on the windowsill, staring out at the harmless birds and critters darting about between the neatly planted trees. Minutes later, Kelsey climbed the stairs of the Oriental establishment. This time she brought a guest with her. The older gentleman by her side looked like a bureaucrat that never transitioned into the upper ranks. He also appeared to be rather frazzled. Mr. Larkinson, it's good to finally meet you. The old man greeted Vez while offering his hand. The name's Lyndon Royce. I'm the Deputy Director of Stakeholder Relations of the Initiative for Pioneering. Mr. Royce basically schmoozed with every businessman or official who expressed interest in the Pioneers. Though Vez preferred to speak with his boss, beggars couldn't be choosers. You can call me Vez. That's fine, just call me Lyndon. Before we get to business, let's order some tea, shall we? Vez ordered a pot of fragrant chamomile tea. It was his mother's favorite tea. The smell of it brought happy memories of a simpler time to his mind. A fleeting smile appeared on his face before a bump from Lucky brought him back to the present. That's a remarkable looking cat you've got there. Did you obtain it from the Carnegie Group? No, I had him for a while. Lucky here is an exclusive creation from an inventor from the New Rubarth Empire. In truth, Vez had no idea where the gem cat originally emerged. The young man merely name-dropped the notorious first-rate superstate in order to impress the deputy director. While Lyndon possessed enough self-control to keep his expression polite, a discreet bump from Lucky surreptitiously informed Vez of the man's excitement. After a minute of enjoying their tea, they finally decided to talk shop. "I've been hearing a lot about you from Kelsey lately." Lyndon gestured at the young woman sitting next to Vez. "She informed me that you have expressed interest in forging a closer relationship with the Initiative for Pioneering. While we welcome each and every citizen from Cloudy Curtain, I'd like to hear your own motivations for seeking us out." Vez already prepared an answer. "My mech business is about to enter a rapid growth trajectory. The amount of credits and publicity that my business is about to generate can lead to an irrational response. I recently realized the importance of paying attention to politics. Compared to the hostile attitudes of the white doves and the greens, the pioneers are the only people in town that don't treat businessmen like scum. I understand where you're coming from, Vez. While Cloudy Curtain might appear to be a sleepy planet where nothing happens, the truth is that the greens and white doves are waging a daily war against the people. They are constantly advancing their heartless agendas in the Planetary Assembly. They have made their opinions of me very clear. While they have laid low for now, I don't doubt they are cooking something up to make it impossible for me to run my business in my home planet." Lyndon nodded and poured another cup of chamomile tea from the pot. "There are signs that their coalition is about to advance a tax reform bill in the Assembly in order to address the persistent budget deficits. From what we've heard, the bill is proposing to raise taxes on arms manufacturing and heavy industry to up to 50%. "What?" Vez almost spilled his tea. 50% is even higher than Benthiem's rate. The tax hikes won't fill up the holes in the annual budget at all. Instead, it will drive away every entrepreneur with a working brain. Without a healthy presence of business and commerce, Cloudy Curtain will slide further into backwardness. For a political neophyte, you are very astute in your predictions." Vez couldn't help that his increased intelligence dredged up what he learned in business class. Anyone can figure out the situation if they followed the news. Even if our planet's development doesn't matter to me, the tax rates still affect my business directly. It's impossible for me to make a living with such a murderous tax rate hanging over my head. Lyndon expressed his sympathies for Vez and elaborated on his own thoughts. "Our planet has been settled for several hundred years, but what have we done since then? Our population has remained stagnant at only 20 million while vast swathes of land remain unused. I'm familiar with the facts. Our population growth has remained stagnant because our best and brightest always emigrate to better pastures." After a brief discussion about the backwardness of their home planet, Lyndon finally cut to the chase. "It is great to hear your thoughts. We truly think alike." The old man complimented before adopting a stern face. "Unfortunately, due to political concerns, it is not convenient for us to accept you into our fold." The refusal surprised Vez. After all, they had much in common. "Is there a problem?" "There is. We've recently came across evidence that you have been keeping company with a rather unsavory element in our society. Walter's Whalers." "Exactly." This time, Lyndon's expression changed into a frown. "Perhaps you are not aware of the customs. That can be forgiven. Nevertheless, you should know that interacting with such gangs will only bring you momentary benefits. The Whalers will inevitably fall and be displaced by another gang. Your fate as a collaborator might also not be good. It is not your business to judge my relationship with the Whalers. They are the only power on this planet besides the MTA with a substantial mech force. As a mech designer and mech manufacturer, it is a given that we enter a mutually beneficial relationship. Walter's Whalers might be uncouth bastards, but they treated Vez with respect. Mr. Larkinson, I believe you are severely underestimating the risks involved with associating with the Whalers. Your opponents are aware of your relations and are afraid that you will take advantage of it. In fact, the Greens and the White Doves have already made some preparations if the situation devolves into open conflict." "That is quite a warning you gave me," Vez replied as he tried to figure out the deputy director's goal. "It is a pity that my bond with the Whalers is solid. It's impossible for me to break my relations with them, especially since they are the only friends I have who I can trust to lend a hand if my workshop is in danger." The worth of a mech workshop on their home planet trumped all other considerations. A genuine mech designer offered a lot of possible services to the whalers, such as customizing their mech or designing custom ones that fit their personal needs. Eventually, Lyndon backed down from his insistence and instead retrieved a secure data pad from his suit. He turned it on and placed it on the table next to the teapot. "What's this?" Vez asked as he grabbed the pad and scrolled through the contents. From what he saw, the pad contained a lot of documents and survey data of a couple of remote farms situated near the equator of the planet. Lyndon clasped his hands and smirked. "Did you know that the greens and the white doves are the inheritors of the original pacifists who colonized our planet? They used to own the majority shares of the colony back when it was still a private business venture. They chose to settle on this planet because it offers the ideal environment to cultivate their own brand of luxury crops. So they're the ones behind the massive cloud rice farms? No wonder the Planetary Assembly favors agriculture so much. The greens and the doves are only interested in lining their own pockets." One of the most famous products Cloudy Curtain developed was a genetically modified type of highly nutritious rice. The seeds originated from the New Rubarth Empire, and ever since the founders of the Bright Republic settled in the Komodo Star sector, they tried and failed to cultivate this notoriously sensitive crop. Only after another round of modification could the crops be tentatively grown in Cloudy Curtain's temperate and stable climate. The two consortiums that grew and sold the puffy, delicious and nutritious rice branded it as cloud rice. It was the planet's #1 export, eclipsing many other specialty crops. When Vez stumbled upon a giant hole in the survey data, he stopped. "Is there something special in the Combs region? The Raleigh Consortium and the Leuven Consortium are the sole farming concerns with the rights to cultivate cloud rice. The Raleighs favor the greens while the Leuvens are funding the white doves. They used to be one big family before they suddenly split a mere decade after settling the planet." "You're not answering my question," Vez complained. "What does this have to do with the survey data and the Combs region?" "I am trying to provide you with some essential context, my friend, but very well, let's skip the history lesson. All you need to know is that despite their common roots, the Raleighs and Leuvens are also rivals who are locked in a subtle struggle for dominance. So you could say that the consortiums and the groups that they are backing are frenemies." "That is quite an apt description." Lyndon nodded. "Thus, you can imagine our surprise when we found out that the company that operates in the restricted Combs region is actually a joint venture between the two consortiums." That raised an eyebrow from Vez. For the two political and economic rivals to cooperate on a farming venture of all things indicated that the region hid something important. Vez looked at the earliest historical survey maps and noted that the Combs region centered around a dormant volcano. The area around this volcano must be an exceptionally fertile plot of land. "So what are you getting at? Don't you see? The Combs region is of vital importance to the two consortiums. It might very well be the reason why their ancestors colonized this planet in the first place." The news that the original pacifists might have settled on a barren planet like Cloudy Curtain due to a single fertile plot roused his interest. The farming consortiums must be cultivating something much more valuable than cloud rice. "This is interesting and all, but why are you telling me this? I am merely a mech designer. The farming sector has nothing to do with me." "Perhaps you are correct, but consider the situation. Walter's whalers routinely extort the local businesses. They even claim a cut from the incredible profitable export cloud rice. What do you suppose might happen if some of their mech decided to stroll into the Combs region?" Lucky stopped the swish of his tail and stared at Lyndon with a focused intensity. Vez quickly stroked his back in order to forestall any aggression. "Mr. Royce, you've given me a very dangerous suggestion. Is there some reason why you've mentioned it to me instead of acting on your own intelligence?" The deputy director shrugged. "What can I say? The pioneers are not an armed gang of thugs. We don't have the habit of acting like a bunch of hooligans with mech. More importantly, the whalers are a remarkably cohesive group. Say what you will about Mr. Walter, but he has a natural talent for leadership. It is impossible for any of us to engage in a dialogue with their cadre due to their disdain for politicians. You could leave an anonymous tip. They might not act on the information if it comes from a suspicious source." Vez wrapped his fingers against the table and considered the situation. The pioneers refused to let him join their little club due to his undeniable connections to a mercenary gang. Then they passed him a request to leverage those same connections to deliver a punch to the most important supporters of their political rivals. Vez didn't need Lucky to tell him that the deputy director reeked of hypocrisy. I'm certain an incident will benefit the pioneers. Lyndon gave him a smile. What's good for the pioneers will also be shared to allies such as you. When the Greens and the White Doves are thrown in disarray, we can forestall the pending tax reform bill that's currently under consideration. What if nothing happens at the Combs region? Will you let the bill go through? We can delay the procedures, but we can't prevent them from passing the bill. If the Greens and the White Doves retain their political momentum, then our assemblymen have no choice but to compromise with the ruling coalition. I imagine they will bargain their support for the bill if they can obtain an exemption for our key businesses. Naturally, the pioneers would obviously leave out his mech workshop in that list. Let me think about it. A delicate matter like this should not be decided over a cup of tea. Can I keep this data pad? Feel free to keep it or show it around to your friends. Lyndon waved his hand and stood up. I'm certain that it will make for interesting reading to anyone with an interest in farming. The deputy director chuckled as he left the tea house. Chapter 134 Status Quo. Vez turned his gaze towards Kelsey, who kept her mouth shut throughout the entire conversation. I did not expect this meeting to turn out this way. Sorry, Vez. I really thought they'd welcome you with open arms. It's not your fault. The pioneers have a point. It's too unseemly to approach the pioneers when I'm already cozying up to Walter's Whalers. If he had to make a choice, then he'd pick the thugs with mech over politicians who schemed against their own mothers. The conversation with Lyndon Royce thoroughly disillusioned Vez to politics. What do you suggest I do? To her credit, Kelsey did not immediately shill for the pioneers. No matter what you decide, you should assume that any incidents will be traced back to you. It's not a good idea to antagonize any influence. That was nice of her to say, but Vez couldn't afford to sit around and let the tax reform bill be signed into law. If the pioneers treated him with sincerity, then Vez did not mind inducing Dietrich and his friends to poke around the Combs region. Instead, Director Lyndon came to him with a false mask and a vague offer of reciprocity that may not even be fulfilled. What do you think about the deputy director, Lucky? Is he a good person? The gem cat hissed and kept his posture low. After Lucky leveled up, his intelligence received a substantial boost. Vez found out that Lucky became very proficient in reading other people's body language. Even if the cat did not understand what people said, Lucky could still determine whether a person lied. According to Lucky's current posture, Director Lyndon harbored suspicious intentions. Vez tried to figure out what the pioneers really wanted. The Combs region farms might hide something incredible, of that Vez did not doubt. Yet what could they gain if another super crop got exposed? If pioneers only wanted to use him, then Vez could imagine the sequence of events. Not only would an incident expose the consortium's secret project, it could also spark an open conflict between the ruling coalition and the gang. Such a fight might not be as one-sided as everyone thought. As the descendants of the original settlers, the Rollies and Luvens must have spent a fortune entrenching their strategic assets. No matter who won, only the pioneers stood ready to receive the benefits. Vez closed his eyes and tried to calm his mind. The last thing he needed was to make an impulsive decision. First, he established his goal. I want to operate my business without excessive interference from bureaucrats and politicians who have a bone to pick with me. The Greens and the White Doves were obviously hostile to him. The pioneers could best be described as a neutral bystander who is looking to pick up a bargain. They obviously had no intention of giving Vez a hand without getting something in return. Why did he have to enter this murky swamp and be forced to make deals with politicians? Kelsey, who still sat silently by his side, spoke up at that moment. Mr. Larkinson, the problem that you are facing is coming from two fronts. First, your presence is clashing against the domestic interests of the White Doves and to a lesser extent the Greens. Perhaps on a good day the Greens can be bought off, but the Doves are intrinsically opposed to you. Yes, I know that. Then you should be aware that they normally don't move so quick with trying to push a tax reform bill through the assembly. What you should really be focusing on is trying to stop the source of the latest initiatives. Vez buried his face in one of his hands. You mean the power behind the scenes? If it's a power from the coalition, then it's a group I can touch. Perhaps not alone, but don't you have a big shot at Lemur behind your back? Why don't you ring her up and ask her to take care of whoever is trying to ruin your day? His political advisor had a point. He obviously couldn't fight back against the foreign influence. As long as they remained, they could instigate many possible groups to turn against him. He wouldn't put it past them to make a deal with the pioneers. Vez hated the thought of giving up and crying to Horatio for help. When he stayed at Lemur, Vez got the impression that they prized independence. Even if the deck was stacked against him, a mech designer should always be resourceful enough to find a solution on his own. He failed. Despite his recent fame, his actual power amounted next to nothing. If Vez still happened to be a regular mech designer without any backing, his enemies might have already wiped him out. Kelsey. Yes? Please prepare all the evidence you've gathered about the foreign influence that is meddling behind the scenes. It doesn't matter if you've only heard rumors, just include all of them in a single report. Be as accurate as possible and don't try to embellish the information in any way. Can you do that for me? No problem, sir. I'll get right to it once I return to my apartment. The girl quickly left the tea house while Vez finished his last cup of tea. He stroked Lucky's back as he lamented his helplessness in the face of absolute power. Vez needed to find a way to close the power gap. In the end, I'm still too young. I've only started designing mech a half-year ago. That's not enough time for me to accumulate a lot of wealth and influence. The mech designer system fueled his perverse growth. This allowed him to skip many inconveniences such as procuring his starting production licenses. The downside to this was that he lacked the time to build up a solid network of friends and backers who he could trust. He shook his head. It's out of my hands now. Vez left the tea house and brought Lucky back to his workshop. After a day of waiting, Kelsey sent him a collection of files that detailed her investigation. He took the files and logged into the Clifford Society's virtual portal. He didn't bother descending down to the mountain range. Instead, he placed a call to Horatio and asked if he could come to the society for a talk. Master Olson's assistant appeared in front of Vez in a flash. Good day, Vez. From your tone, you seem to be in a spot of trouble. Tell me what is bothering you. It's like this. He started to explain his circumstances while handing over Kelsey's report. Vez made sure to mention that while he did not manage to obtain any solid proof, the instigators likely possessed more power than he could handle by himself. Horatio pursed his lips and gave Vez a measuring look. It will take some time to corroborate your findings. I can tell you right now that we will step in if it turns out someone from the coalition is targeting you. There are certain rules that coalition partners have to abide to. It's bad news for everyone if someone breaks the rules. Maybe the instigators are hoping they can take advantage of the galaxy-wide unrest. That is a foolish decision. Our resources are strained to the point where we can neglect the safety of our fellow mech designers. Don't forget that you have been chosen by Carmen to inherit some of her legacy. After Horatio finished giving him some assurances, he disappeared in a wink. Vez stretched his arms and looked down upon the mountain range like a god. The illusion of looking down upon the material world buoyed his spirits a little. One day, I will float among the clouds and own all that is within my grasp. He exited the society and resumed tinkering with the Dortmund parts. He carefully cleaned and polished some of the more worn-out parts and brought them to their prime condition. Once the recyclers sent back the salvaged materials, Vez could proceed to supplement the missing parts. The processors are still a huge problem. I'm not a cyber specialist. Unless I divert lots of DP into bringing up my cyber skills, I'll have to hire someone else to do the job. 3 days later, Horatio called him on his comm. After putting up his privacy shield, he accepted the call. You were correct to bring this matter to our attention. Horatio started, and sent him back some files that detailed their own findings. The Gay dynasty recklessly extended their reach within our sphere of influence. The haste in their actions made it obvious that it was not a sanctioned operation. Vez schemed over the documents and recognized the most prominent name. I knew it. That bastard Carter never let me out of his sights. He remembered how the most dominant mech designer in the entire competition lost in a humiliating fashion. Carter's assigned pilot completely dominated Lovejoy's swordsman mech with a ridiculous flying heavy mech. Instead of going for the kill, the enemy pilot showed off, leaving his mech open to a desperate sword throw that eventually brought the lumbering machine down. There's no cause for worry, Vez. Carmen has personally rebuked the dynasty and forced them to withdraw their agents in your republic. Our own agents are still keeping watch on you. A master has to maintain their dignity. So long as you remain Carmen's apprentice, we will not allow her enemies to lay a hand on you. Vez took note of Horatio's careful wording. So you won't be taken care of my domestic opposition then. I'm still in a pickle even if you've put the wind out of the sails. A mech designer who remains vulnerable to the whims of others is not worth investing in. Prove your own value by showing us your resilience. What if I don't make it? You are hardly facing a life-threatening crisis. No one has forced you to base your startup on a rural planet with a government that is hostile to arms manufacturing. At worst, they'll just drive you away. Isn't there a nearby port system with a healthy mech industry? Perhaps you should consider moving early. The discussion ended after Horatio finished admonishing Vez. His senior did not hold back in questioning the junior's decisions. Vez had to admit that Horatio had a point. He basically disrupted Cloudy Curtain's status quo by starting up a mech business on a peaceful planet. That didn't mean that Vez was ready to throw in the towel. Bentham is too much of a snake bit. Without any reliable backing, all the gangs, cartels and ruthless competitors will gobble me up. At least I have Dietrich will pick up my calls if I remain on this planet. Though Vez appreciated Horatio's help, he still believed he made the right choices. He always dreamed about growing his business into a major mech manufacturer from the home planet of his father. After going through Horatio's intelligence documents, Vez picked a couple of pages and sent them on to Kelsey. He followed up with a short message telling her to come up with a plan to stop the tax reform bill from passing in the assembly. Hopefully she could come up with something smarter than taking Director Royce's offer of instigating an incident at the mysterious Combs region. Even if the consortiums are cooking something up, it's none of my business. He should really be focusing on his upcoming projects. Vez expected a call from Marcella any time now. In the meantime, he resumed polishing the Dortmund parts. If Vez wanted to obtain more power, then he had to expand his capabilities. Restoring an industrial printer to full readiness vastly increased his production scale. If he supplemented his expansion with a compressor and a CTM, he'd be able to run 2 production lines around the clock. The money will really start rolling in if I can get to that point. That was difficult. Not only did he have to procure a couple of expensive machines, he also had to expand his workforce and train another fabricator. Not to mention that he relied on Marcella to keep the orders coming. The Mark I fabricated last week should already be unveiled today. Vez recalled as he looked at the calendar. I wonder how her private gathering will go. Chapter 135 Showcase Colonel Aries Huntington was an old friend of Marcella Bollinger. They came from the same crowd, and while a war wound forcibly put an end to her piloting career, Aries hung on for 20 more years until his age caught up. Nowadays he fought behind a desk. You've got them wrapped around your finger. Aries casually spoke to Marcella. They both stood on a ramp overlooking an empty training ground. A handful of men waited their turn to pilot the Mark Antony Mark II. A couple of other guests impatiently hopped in the simulator pods in order to experience the virtual version of the novel mech. It couldn't be helped. The first unveiling of the Mark II proceeded in a dramatic fashion as Marcella brought the guests inside a darkened stable and slowly revealed the mech. Its iconic red vapor crest lighted up first. Other lights revealed its masculine contours, which included its heavy shield and its shoulder launchers. Marcella knew her crowd. The Mark II explicitly appealed to the primal part of a human male. Most of her guests were men. The only women present either specialized in piloting knights or represented wealthy individuals who couldn't come in person. Vez has come a long way, Marcella said to her old friend. I always knew the Larkinson family had a talent with mech. Even if Vez lacked the aptitude, a love for mech is buried within his bones. Aries snorted at Marcella's fawning tone. Don't pretend you spotted his talent back then. The Larkinson name is overrated. You merely took him on as a client because he got bamboozled into signing that ridiculous 10-year contract. Heh, You're only grumbling because Larkinson stole your posting. Now he's stationed at the border to the Visions while you are stuck reading datapads in Bentham. He's too young to command an entire base. I don't care if he's been promoted to colonel, he doesn't have the experience to lead the vanguard. The incident still rankled Aries. He possessed all the right qualifications to be stationed at an important conflict zone, but some golden boy a dozen years short his age snatched his promised posting. Technically, Aries received a ranking posting, but for a veteran of the previous Bright Vision War it might as well be death by torture. Marcella shook her head while rubbing her camouflaged artificial limbs. You're always chomping at the bit to smash their noses. I bet HQ passed you on because you're a little too eager to start the war early. I'm a professional. I don't let my personal feelings get in the way of duty. The argument went nowhere, so Marcella shut her mouth. Instead, both of them watched the lumbering Mark II navigate the obstacle course and defeat a handful of flimsy projections of mech. So what do you think about Little Vessie's latest work? The colonel scratched his white-birded chin as he evaluated the performance of the mech. There's something funny about this model. I can't quite tell what's going on. Whatever it is, it made your guests turn into instant fans. The mech broker cleverly prefaced the first 10 minutes of the gathering with teases and snippets of simulated combat footage. They all highlighted the Asafi unannounced mech in its best light. The heavy tower shield, the versatile missile launchers, the deadly short-ranged laser cannons, they all combined to present an image of indomitability in the face of overwhelming forces. Of course, Marcello conveniently left out the Mark II's less than flattering features, such as its mass-production quality armor system and its Flashinthapin endurance. If you want to know what's special about the Mark II, then go watch the duels over there. The projections that showed the virtual Mark IIs in action conveyed every duel and battle scenario in visceral detail. At one side, a pair of Mark IIs stood side by side leading the charge against an enemy fortified position. The hybridites used their heavy shields as disposable cover, trading protection for distance. Their shoulder launchers occasionally fired missiles that exploded in a cloud of smoke and sensor-blinking particles. Another projection displayed a tense and even duel. A blue-striped Mark II tried to run circles around the green-striped Mark II and fired back with its wrist lasers. The defending mech easily blocked them with its shield and retaliated by firing a full salvo of homing missiles. While the other mech defended against the sudden barrage, the green-striped mech closed the distance and bashed its shield against its counterpart. The sudden disruption of balance left the blue-striped mech vulnerable to an incoming chop. The lack of momentum caused the sword to leave only a shallow wound that hardly impacted the stricken mech performance. The anticipation grew among those who waited their turns. While they had all seen better mech, most of them came with exorbitant price tags. This baby is more responsive than the Caesar Augustus. That's natural. The CA1 is 2 decades old. As long as the price is right, I don't mind ordering one for my son. It's a great mech for the younger generation to let out some steam. Careful with that. The armor of this variant is not as good as the original model. At least the cockpit's ejection system is still just as good. Marcella didn't even have to steer the conversation directly. Her usual style of setting props to influence the mood generated an organic discussion about the Mark II's many merits. She turned to the only guest who hadn't become entranced. So, will you consider purchasing a model or two? Not a chance. Aries huffed. The Larkinson boy is too wet behind the ears to design a mech that can withstand the rigors of a genuine war. The only reason I'm here is because I'm assigned to the Domestic Designer Support Program. As a remote, third-rate state, the Bright Republic often had a hard time keeping grasp on its talents. Most of their most capable mech designers studied abroad at institutions like Lemur. Once they graduated, the majority became enamored with living in a sophisticated second-rate state and never returned to the poor and underdeveloped republic. The Mech Corps instituted the support program in order to keep their talents at home. Perhaps you should do your job for once. From what I've gathered, most of the participants of the Fusion Cup have already left the republic. The support program failed to attract the latest generation of promising mech designers. While it was too much to hope that Edwin McKinney would stick around, even second-tier talents like Michael Dumont and Patricia Schneider had left the republic. What about the boy? When can we expect his departure? He's a Larkin son, Marcella declared. Every Larkin son I've met are unwaveringly loyal to the Republic. Vesey is no different from his family. The colonel reluctantly nodded. I'll give you that, but he's still too young to play a role. If the boy started his career a few years earlier, I might be convinced to lend him a hand. Right now he can't compete against the journeyman we're already keeping an eye on. So you'd rather prepare for the war today than invest in the future. Marcella summed up the program's current priority. I can't say I blame you, but you're missing a prime opportunity to build a relationship with a future star. Anyone who caught the attention of a master will surely soar to greater heights. I've seen a lot of kids rise up like rockets traveling up the sky. Most of them fell after running out of juice. Instead of continuing the argument, the two turned back to the crowd. Everyone gained a decent impression of the Mark II, including its flaws. The lack of compressed armor put a limit to the application of the mech. The model's limited operating time put a lot of constraints. Despite the reality check, everyone who personally piloted the physical model praised its excellent handling. Such a quality couldn't be expressed in numbers, so the gathering of guests eventually divided into two. Those who missed out wondered whether they misjudged the Mark II. Marcella cleverly ended the trials at that point and proceeded to hold an auction immediately afterwards. She purposefully timed the auction when their curiosity reached its height. This led to a feverish round of bidding by competing collectors. Most of them eyed the first production run of the Mark II as an investment. They did their homework on Vez. If the young man one day became a senior or master mech designer, the value of the first ever Mark Antony Mark II might balloon to 10 or 20 times its current value. Thus, a feverish round of bidding followed until a logistics magnate bagged the mech for a whopping 42 million credits. Many collectors applauded the profligate fellow even as they thought he spent too much. The hobbyists and professionals among the crowd collected lots of mech in order to increase the odds of a lucky strike. As long as they controlled their spending, they stood to make a handsome profit. After the collectors had their fill of the auction, Marcella began to peddle the model in earnest. She offered an exclusive price of 32 million credits for a gold label mech, which deterred many of the guests. The mech broker ignored the doubters and worked to lock down orders from the small crowd who fell in love with the Mark II. She pursued a deliberate strategy of maximizing the gold label's profit margin. Vez already told her that he lacked the time to fabricate a large number of gold label mech. Marcella limited the maximum demand for the product by quoting a price. The relatively high price also set a psychological floor to the model's expected value. When Marcella eventually unveiled a silver label model, she could still make a handsome profit even if she charged a couple of million credits less. She expected to earn a lot more revenue by selling lots of silver label mech. Aries approached Marcella once she finished taking orders. Her assistants already approached her customers in order to hammer out the details. According to the contract she signed with Vez, she was allowed to offer additional options such as insurance or repair services. They represented a major source of revenue to Marcella because she didn't have to share the earnings with Vez. It was one of the many ways she sneaked an additional benefit past her inexperienced partner. How many suckers have you reeled in? 8, which is quite a good haul. After all, Vez is not even a year into his career. Convincing 8 adults to fork over their money for an untested product isn't easy. I suppose your marketing tricks have nothing to do with it, right? Aries cheekily pointed out. Whatever, I've got a shuttle to catch and another meeting to attend. I wish you both the best of luck. Thanks, Aries. A lot of guests already started leaving now that the party had ended. Marcella stuck around to supervise the immediate handover of the first production mech. Both the model and the client deserved special attention. She kept a vigilant eye to the proceedings. Marcella tallied her earning at the end of the day. She made over 60 million credits from her cut alone. She earned an additional 20 million from the services she pushed. After subtracting her expenses, she still retained a third of the total sum. Compared to her other commissions, she called herself lucky if she managed to hold on to a fifth of her earnings. The good times are about to start, she whispered to herself. More than anyone else, Marcella looked forward to the outbreak of war. As a veteran, experienced the horrors of a protracted conflict. The wars between the Bright Republic and the Vija Kingdom usually amounted to a long and arduous battle of attrition. Mech brokers like Marcella happened to love these lengthy and destructive wars. More battles meant more attrition. More attrition meant a greater demand for mech. Even if the mech corps drafted the majority of Marcella's suppliers she still expected the demand for reanimate mech to soar. Chapter 136 Convoy Service. When Vez finally heard back from Marcella, he turned to Lucky, who rested on the couch. "Am I hearing this right?" Lucky batted his paw at him for disturbing his nap time. The lazy cat hadn't bothered to give his opinion. As long as the minerals kept coming, the animal was content. His bank sent him a notification a few minutes later. Vez truly had to admit his broker kept her promises. His first production mech auctioned for an incredible sum of 42 million credits. This amounted to a gross profit of 15.6 million credits. Such a profit from a single sale was truly perverse. He quickly received confirmation from the system as well by depositing 42 DP into his stagnant pool. It was a drop in the ocean compared to the earnings of his latest virtual mech, but every little bit helped. What amazed Vez even more was that Marcella managed to draw out 8 subsequent orders at the same event. Due to a lack of capital, he demanded his clients to pay a deposit up front in order to afford the resources required to fabricate the mech. With such an onerous requirement, Marcella still managed to open the wallets of 8 different people. Vez glanced at the list of customers. 6 of them were registered as mercenaries while only 2 appeared to be collectors. This meant that his mech would certainly be employed in battle. A solid track record helped much to enhance the value of his Mark II. After he finally came down from his excitement, Vez prepared his largest set of orders to date. First, he had to procure around 144 million credits worth of raw materials. If anything happened to this huge batch of resources, he might as well declare bankruptcy. He'll have to start looking for insurance. He quickly decided. A quick search revealed that Senile Aplin happened to be one of the major insurance vendors on the planet. They not only insured bulk transport shipments, they also offered an armed convoy service for especially valuable shipments. Anyone who contracted the convoy service naturally received a generous insurance quote. Since he already contracted SAS to secure his workshop, he might as well inquire about their insurance policies. Vez called Robin's com. She picked up after 2 minutes of waiting. "Sorry about that, Mr. Larkinson. I had to finalize a business deal. How may I help you?" "I'm about to receive a huge shipment of materials." He started, then explained his upcoming schedule. Miss Robin quickly got the picture. "I see. You have come to the right place to secure your shipments. Let me explain our products." SAS offered various insurance policies. The cheapest policy only insured a fixed number of shipments, which was great for short-term business ventures. It also added up to a significant amount of money if renewed. Those who wanted to insure their interstellar shipments for the long haul contracted their annual policies. Vez favored this kind of service because Vez only had to pay a fixed amount per year for a certain amount of shipments. If the amount or value of a shipment exceeded a certain threshold, the insurance policy automatically adjusted its annual rate. It made for a convenient and predictable expense. "We highly recommend you combine our annual insurance with our convoy service," the woman added. Shipments throughout the Republic has suffered from a marked increase in pirate attacks. Major mech shipments have become their prime targets. He furrowed his brows. That sounded really bad news to Vez, especially since he frequently shipped his goods back and forth. "How does it look like and what will it cost?" "Our security company runs a network of armed convoys throughout the entire Republic. Combined with an annual insurance policy, your business will be able to benefit from our convoy service at a preferential rate of 10 million credits a year. This rate will only apply as long as the total market value of your shipments is lower than 1 billion credits a year." Vez did a quick search on the galactic net. Prices for convoy services diverged quite a bit, but SAS enjoyed a good reputation. They charged twice as much and the costs ramped up faster if the trade volume increased, but their impeccable safety record was a testament on how they took their shipments seriously. Our regular convoy service from Cloudy Curtain to Bentham and back runs a fixed schedule of 8 days per circuit. Among our customers are the famous Raleigh and Leuven consortiums. They entrust their valuable shipments of cloud rice and other luxury crops to our secure convoys. We have never let any of their shipments go astray. My shipments will join their convoy if I sign up. That will likely be the case. Robin nodded. Considering the nature of your business, it will be sufficient to tack on an extra transport to the existing convoy whenever you send or receive a large number of goods. Smaller shipments such as a single mech can be squeezed in the cargo hold of a regular grain transport. After a round of discussion, Vez decided to sign up for their combined insurance and convoy service package. He had to cough up another 10 million credits in exchange for some peace of mind. Robin actually complimented him for signing on before the company raised its prices due to the increasing frequency of pirate attacks. To be honest, Vez did not fear any pirate attacks. Cloudy Curtain was just a small hop away from Bentham and thus somewhat fell under the port system's sphere of influence. Any pirate captain that decided to hijack a transport in this area might as well commit suicide. Instead, he wanted to guard against sabotage. The recent troubles with the local politicians as well as the Gage dynasty warned him that it was best to take precautions. Even though the convoy service deducted twice as much as his annual interest payment, Vez deemed it worth the cost if he could push all responsibility onto Senile Ablin. A ruined shipment won't hurt me very much. SAS will reimburse me for any losses their convoy incurs. His overhead costs had increased again, but Vez considered all of them a necessary price for doing business in this day and age. Once he signed the contract and supplied the necessary paperwork, SAS granted him access to a virtual site that allowed him to register his shipments. Vez immediately made use of the service by ordering 144 million credits worth of raw materials and routed it all through Senile Ablin's fixed convoy schedule. The next wave of convoys departed about 2 days later, giving Vez about 5 days of preparation. Carlos. He called after finishing his arrangements. Yes, boss? What's your current success rate for the Mark II? I'm still getting stuck on a couple of tight spots. You've been making strides, but I won't be able to master the fabrication process until the end of the month. As the designer of the Mark II, Vez knew where Carlos struggled with the process. His employee had tentatively mastered the printing process, which impressed him quite a bit. Vez even considered letting Carlos take charge of the 3D printer, but quickly pushed the notion aside. A gold label mech deserved his full attention in order to strengthen its X factor as much as possible. Tell you what. I've received a substantial amount of orders for the Mark II. 5 days later, I'll start fabricating 8 of them in sequence. You can accompany me when I start to work, but you can only watch and ask questions. Is that all right with you? The chance to see Vez in action should be a golden opportunity for Carlos. His employee eagerly nodded. Thank you. That's just what I need. I'll be sure not to bother you. In the meantime, Vez prepared his workshop for the upcoming fabrication run. He pre-configured his assembly machines with optimizations that sped up their processes and reduced the risk factors. He also corresponded with Calcy about the tax reform bill and any other possible threats. According to the student, the Greens retracted their support for its immediate passage. The White Doves were forced to follow suit. For now, the Planetary Assembly bounced the bill back to a committee that intended to submit a modified version of the bill at the start of the next standard year. Looks like the abrupt departure of the Gage dynasty has thrown the ruling coalition into disarray. Vez noted with glee. He turned back to Calcy. Have you made any headway in your plan to sink this bill? I'm pursuing a couple of potential prospects. I'm currently in talks with a handful of interested parties. Once I've received their assent, I'll unveil my plan to you. It sounded kind of vague, but Vez gave the woman a chance. All right, you can take your time as long as you have something solid. Once he ended the call, he called up his agenda. If Vez wanted to attend the annual New Year celebration with the Larkin Sons, he had to speed up his fabrication run. I can only afford to spend 4 days to complete each mech. He calculated after running the numbers. I also have to take the travel time into account. He could save a lot of time if he repaired the Barracuda. However, Vez already blew a large portion of his savings. His remaining liquid funds still fell short of covering the cost of repairs. He shrugged, went back to his preparations. 5 days later, The convoy from SAS touched down on Cloudy Curtain Spaceport. A swarm of smaller cargo shuttles transferred over 12,000 tons of goods to his workshop. Vez patted himself on his back for expanding the perimeter of his workshop. If not for his foresight, he might have run out of room. Unfortunately, his secure storage room lacked the space to accommodate the entire shipment. Vez only stored the most valuable exotics while he left the bulk materials in their original containers. Once his hauler bots brought the first set of materials to his 3D printer, Vez summoned Carlos to his side. "This is it, Carlos. I'll be demonstrating the fabrication process to you. If you can't figure out the method to tackle those tight spots you mentioned, then you can go back to Bentham. Don't worry, boss, I'll be paying a lot of attention." "Can I record your work?" "I'd rather not," Vez immediately replied. Though SAS constantly monitored him through their security systems, he wished to minimize the risk of exposing the X factor. "Watch with your mind, not with your eyes. Don't try to memorize my routines through rote learning. You're going to have an awful time if you don't understand the underlying thoughts of my actions." Carlos nodded as he appeared to understand the point. "So I should be asking questions instead?" "That's right, but don't disturb me while I'm at work. I'd hate to ruin a batch worth millions of credits if you happen to pull me out of my zone." As Vez intended to go back to focusing on 3 different images at once, he quickly came up with an excuse. "Whenever I fabricate, I easily get sucked into my work. It's fine as long as you don't bump into me. I'll be taking regular breaks between my hour-long fabrication sessions. Feel free to ask your questions during my pauses." "Understood. Before you start, can you tell me if you intend to fabricate the mech one by one or by batch?" Each gold label mech is an individual creation. They deserve to be treated as a single entity instead of an assembly line product. Vez quickly made up in order to cover the fact that he needed to fabricate them one by one in order to maximize their X factor. While it's not as efficient, the method ensures that each mech is a good fit for my customers. "Will I be obliged to do the same if I start doing my job?" "It's not necessary for you to take the same approach," Vez answered after considering the amount of mech Carlos might fabricate one day. "That said, in the long run, I think it will greatly benefit your results if you learn to adopt the same mindset." Once Carlos finished asking his questions, Vez began to focus his mind. He summoned the 3 inspirations and sharpened them into a combined intent. He successfully formed the unique mental imprint that was intrinsic to his Mark II design. Let's begin. Chapter 137. Teaching. Vez already possessed enough skills and experience to fabricate a flawless mech in 6 days. In order to compress the fabrication time to 4 days, he had to drop his excessive caution. He stopped double-checking and triple-checking most of his routine work and only slowed down when he reached a difficult phase. His previous experience along with his ample preparation smoothed out his efforts to speed up his work. He already formulated standard set of responses to any problems he'd likely be facing. "Watch carefully now," Vez instructed his attentive employee. The fabrication of mech components is usually the most challenging portion of the fabrication process. The Mark Antony Mark II and the Caesar Augustus it's based upon are anomalies because their assembly phases are hellishly difficult. That does not reduce the difficulty of printing the parts. Carlos raised his hand. "I can't help but notice that you haven't stockpiled a lot of spare materials. Are you that confident you won't slip up?" "I am. As my own design, I'm perfectly aware of my limits. It's not too challenging for me to fabricate my design without any faults. I hope you can reach this point in the future." Actually, Vez intended to build a stockpile of common-used resources once he finished the current production run. While he still had millions of credits to spare, he preferred to leave his savings alone unless an emergency came up. "All right, I'll be starting now. I have devote my complete attention to my work, so don't bump into me or anything." Working with an audience took some time for Vez to get used to. He behaved a bit more self-consciously, which led to a couple of slip-ups. Fortunately, he managed to recover quickly and limit the damage. Every hour, Vez took a break to relax his mind. This was where Carlos finally came into being by asking a lot of questions. His employee brimmed with questions that overflowed as soon as Vez took a break. "Why do you slow down at that part? What is the purpose of Can you tell me why you? Answering the questions was oddly beneficial to Vez. Before, he always worked alone, so he always internalized his approach. Now that Carlos kept digging into his methods, Vez had to package them into an existing theoretical framework and explain them using logic instead of intuition. It provided Vez with the opportunity to revise his own choices. It also allowed him to address his shortcomings when he came up short. He couldn't simply say that he chose to apply a solution because of his gut feeling. He also declined to mention that he drew a lot of his knowledge from the skills that the system directly implanted into his brain. Thus, when Vez answered the questions in a seriously, he gained a lot of insights into his own habits. He gained a new appreciation for teaching now that he benefited from it as much as his pupil. The fabrication of components went without a hitch, though he took half a day extra to complete the process. He didn't expect to devote so much time explaining his methods. Another variable that extended his breaks was that Lucky started to nag for attention. His constant shop talk and focused work left Vez with little time to play with his gym cat. The little bugger started to feel neglected, so he often dropped by when Vez put down his work. "That's a really smart AI." Carlos complimented him when he noticed that Lucky never disrupted Vez when he was operating the machines. "I wish I had one." "Where did you buy this model?" "I didn't buy him. He's a present from my dad. I think he got it from the new Rhubarb Empire, but I'm not sure. He's fairly unique, I think, so don't expect to get a pet as good as this one." The cat cheekily yowled at Carlos before he went back to hugging Vez. It was as if the cat showed off its intelligence before it went back to claiming his owner's lap. Lucky also regularly patrolled the grounds. Even if Sass already did a great job in securing the premises of his workshop, the cat still sniffed around as if he owned the place. In the meantime, work continued. Once he finished fabricating all of the parts, Vez started assembling them into a single machine. The start of it went easy. Even Carlos could put together the internal frame and the core components without a single slip-up. The problem began when Vez reached the stage where he had to build up the internals. Even if he completely revised the architecture, the complexity of using 3 different weapon systems as well as large-sized components left little space for anything else. It required a delicate touch in order to squeeze some parts in the right places. Nonetheless, Vez managed to thread the needle again and again. It helped that he already removed the most problematic needles, leaving only those with wide enough openings. Even Carlos appeared impressed. "The way you work the controls are so smooth. You're not only precise, but you're fast as well. I can watch you repeat that phase 100 times and I still won't get bored." That's the benefit to designing your own mech. You can build it up in a way that suits your skills. The goal of designing your mech should be to maximize the performance while minimizing its complexity. Oftentimes, you have to make a decision between the two. The more capable mech designers are still able to cope with the complexity that's necessary to elevate their designs. So an inexperienced mech designer like me could still design a variant like yours, right? Yes, but you'll need a really good fabricator to turn your design into a reality. Vez shook his head. It's best not to go beyond your means. A design that is too complex for you to fabricate will likely include a lot of design flaws that aren't obvious at first glance. Vez worked a little more briskly this time but failed to keep up with the schedule. He completed the assembly another half day late, which meant that it took about 5 days to fabricate a second gold label mech. This really won't do. I need to work faster. Hence, Vez forced his employee to curb his curiosity and only ask a single question per break. This helped a lot by the time he started fabricating the second mech. He worked more briskly now that Carlos spent most of his time observing. Most of the pertinent questions had been answered already anyway. Time flowed like water down the stream. Vez fell into a routine where he discarded almost all of his distractions and focused solely on completing his mech. Even his interactions with Carlos changed into something of a routine. He gained so much practice in splitting his mind that he could actually hold a conversation with a third of his mind. The realization didn't sink into Vez at the time. While the first model still incorporated a couple of minor flaws, the second one looked much better. By the time he fabricated the third mech, Vez managed to suppress all of the recurring flaws. Anomalies continued to happen, but Vez was able to address them as they occurred. His mastery of the Mark II improved by leaps and bounds. Something has to be said for repetition. Vez noted one day after he completed the 5th model. It doesn't matter how smart you are or how many books you've read. Getting your hands dirty is the best way to round up your ability. Some mech designers believe that they should specialize in drafting up designs. They never bother to fabricate a mech in person. Perhaps they were forced to do so during their studies, but as soon as they got loose they never touched a fabrication machine for the rest of their lives. Mostly affluent designers subscribed to that philosophy. They considered the fabrication process to be beneath their status. They cheerfully left the job to their minions while they already started cooking up their next designs. In contrast, poor blokes like Carlos had to work beneath their station in order to make a living. While he certainly benefited from mastering the fabrication process, it only offered a single perspective. If Carlos ever wanted to advance his career, he had to supplement his learning on his own. Many tried and failed to excel because they lacked the resources and opportunities to compete against those who enjoyed a head start. That was something Carlos also knew deep down in his heart. As Vez tackled the remaining orders, he started getting headaches again. The pain slowly escalated, causing him to hurry up and rush his production. Fortunately, Carlos satisfied his curiosity by the time Vez built up his 7th mech. He stopped asking questions and merely watched on as Vez worked his magic. The last 3 mech rolled off the assembler without a hitch. Vez fulfilled all 8 orders with only 1 day behind schedule. He easily managed to hit his goal of taking 4 days to fulfill an order. If not for the headaches, he might have only taken 3 days to complete a mech. Ugh. A human isn't supposed to split his mind all day. He muttered as he sunk down on his couch, unaware that he almost bumped into a dozing Lucky. Oops, sorry about that, buddy. The cat hissed at him and slinked away to find a safer spot to settle down. Vez scratched his head and thought it was almost time for Lucky to deposit another gem in his litter box. Remember, don't do your bathroom business without me. He always made sure to erect a privacy shield when Lucky excreted another gem. Perhaps the security monitors from SAS thought he had a weird fetish for accompanying his gym cat's bathroom breaks, but Vez didn't care. He eagerly intended to elevate his mech with Lucky's special gems. That reminded Vez of an unpleasant fact. It cost at least 100 DP to mark a gem with his anonymizing stamp. If he only had to stamp once, then he could easily bear the cost. If he had to stamp 8 mech at a time, then his stagnant DP suddenly received a stagnant reduction. He could choose not to use his gems, but that did not sit well with Vez. It was a waste to ignore Lucky's utility. The cat might also start to grow grumpy if he thought that Vez treated his gems like garbage. 8 mechs stood in a row. All of them gleamed in the lights with their shiny coating and intimidating bulk. Every Mark II also sported the distinctive logo of a stylized cat lounging upon a rainbow cloud enclosed by a V. Seeing all of them together side by side hammered home to Vez that he had finally become a true mech manufacturer. Gosh. You're incredible, you know that? Carlos complimented as he became entranced by the sight. It's too bad these mech are destined to split up. I can't imagine how awesome it would be if all 8 of these mech are deployed as a single squad. This was the first time Vez put 8 identical mech together. The X factor that emanated from each of them melded together in a single entity that almost came alive. The amplified waves affected Carlos even if he couldn't put his feelings into words. It's a shame indeed. Vez replied. He wished he could keep the mech in place and study the effects in greater detail. In the end, we don't own these mech. As much as we'd like to treat our creations as our own, we have to keep in mind that others have already paid for it. Mech can only be treated right if they fulfill their purpose. With that in mind, Vez calmly initiated the handoff procedure for all 8 mech. He first sent them to the MTA for certification. Since he personally fabricated each of the models with sufficient care, they should be able to pass the inspections. He therefore scheduled enough slots for 8 packaged mech in the next convoy to Bentham. 5 days later, the mech should arrive at Bentham. Marcella can take over from there. He immediately booked a first-class ticket on a reputable passenger liner to the capital system of the Republic. Though Vez wanted to wait and receive his payment for delivering the mech, he had to leave immediately if he wanted to attend the annual Larkin Sun gathering in Rittersburg. Before he departed for his trip, Vez made some arrangements for his absence. He first instructed Carlos to continue to practice his fabrication skills. Vez expected his employee to start earning his keep by the time the new year dawned. Don't worry, Vez. You've given me a lot of answers. You've got a solid direction on how to improve. Even Carlos felt bad for spending his first months under Vez as a freeloader. He eagerly wished to prove his worth and start earning his paycheck. As for Calcy, she still worked on a plan. Vez merely informed her to keep him updated as he left for Rittersburg. He wanted to know the instant the ruling coalition wanted to take advantage of his absence by pulling a stunt. You don't have to worry about that, boss. The Planetary Assembly and the City Council are both in recess. Even politicians have to go home to accompany their families. Huh. You could have fooled me. Am I wrong to assume that most of them are bastards? Well, Calcy trailed off. A lot of influential people are hosting parties at this time of year. It's the perfect opportunity to mingle with the rich and powerful. Figures. Just keep an eye on the big three and track who they are talking to. I'm curious to know who among the locals are supporting their shenanigans. Will do. After tidying up his workshop, he sent a brief message to Marcella that he was taking a break. While Vez liked to meet with her face to face, his flight schedule was already tight. Hopefully she'll be placated by the plans I have in store. Chapter 138 Freedom Fighter Vincent Ricklin did not suffer fools gladly. Sadly, encountered many fools in the cause he had shackled to. If the rebel had anything kind to say about the Bentham liberation movement, it was that at least a third of them believed in the cause. The remainder consisted of a mix between disgruntled pirates looking for a thrill and foreign provocateurs wishing to destabilize the Republic. He did not have a beef with either of them. Vincent pretty much turned into a pirate himself when he vaporized half the elders of his family. Also, the foreign agents from the Vija Kingdom and elsewhere generously bankrolled their entire operation. This meant that Vincent should be able to get along with everyone in the movement. The reality proved otherwise. The separatists wanted to fight the Mech Corps directly, which was suicide. No matter how well funded, a group of rebels could never match up against the might of a proper army. The pirates wanted to keep hitting soft targets. Their bloodthirsty instincts pushed them to ever greater acts of pillage, the opposite of how a rebel group ought to behave. As for the foreign agents, they barely managed to rein in the worst of the group by threatening to cut off the money. For all their smarts and secrets, they barely knew how to. From this motley crew of bandits and rebels, Vincent only trusted his old butler. Johnson stood by his side, armed and armored like he meant it. The former wastrel found Johnson's deathly presence to be an effective deterrent against the more lawless types in the crew. When they told me the BLM actually stood a chance of freeing Bentham from the Republic, I never believed the spy for a second. His elder butler concurred. The port system is a strategic asset. If the Bentham system actually manages cast off the Republic's yoke, the kingdom will simply step in afterwards, thereby adding a third port system to their considerable territory. Such a drastic change fundamentally affected the power balance in the region. The Visions didn't even have to conquer the rest of the Republic. They could simply starve the remote systems into submission by cutting off access to cheap and convenient trade. Not that Vincent cared about any sides. He always reminded to himself that he worked for himself. The BLM provided him with an escape route from his slowly worsening status with the Ricklins. Now that they served their purpose, Vincent increasingly inched towards the exit. Not that General Vasile or Agent Darien ever let him out of their sights. The leader of the resistance movement along with the head liaison from the Visions both invited Vincent for a meeting. The young man navigated the crudely tunneled corridors of the movement's asteroid base and entered a conference room, or whatever passed as one. Compared to the stellar interior of the Ricklins, the current room left much to be desired. Empty crates served as their seats while an empty stack of mechanized magazines acted as their table. Can't you whip up something better? Vincent questioned with an exasperated tone. We've been staying here for months. You don't even need a printer. Just let one of the boys whip something up with a welder and some scrap. The great military general closed his eyes in ecstasy as he injected his veins with a smuggled stimulant. Our means are not much. This ain't your old daddy's operation where you can shower everyone with money. We are barely keeping up our maintenance. Enough. Let's not waste Mr. Rickland's time. Agent Arian interrupted as he looked up from his work at disassembling a faulty spy drone. Vincent, we've called you here because we have a major operation in store. You're cooking something other than a mindless killing spree? Every act has a purpose. The constant terror bombings has succeeded in frightening the Republic. It has made them retract their defenses just the way we like it. In fact, their feeble response directly enables us to proceed with the operation we have in store. Just as the agent was about to enumerate their goals, an alarm engulfed the entire base. The loud sirens and red flashing lights interrupted everyone rebel in the giant asteroid base. The general gestured with his palm, cutting off the alarm. Vasil summoned up a projection of the asteroid base and its perimeter. A large amount of large red dots surrounded the base. This didn't alarm him as much as a section of the asteroid itself beginning to take on a crimson color. We've been infiltrated. The general roared and slammed his fist against the top of his makeshift table. They've already launched a regiment of mech at Sector Gamma and established a beachhead. They're splitting our mech from our ships. Their asteroid base mainly guarded against sabotage. With the kind of crew they were running, the possibility that a drunk pilot might one day go crazy and shoot everything in sight was a distinct possibility. Therefore, the base placed the mech stables at the opposite side of the ship bay, which meant that none of the mech could escape so long as the hellhounds blocked the passages in between. More intelligence started to stream in once the invaders stopped hiding. It's the third infernal hellhounds. Everyone's faces soured even further. The third was one of the most stubborn and scrappiest regiments of the 2nd Benthene Division. They embody the principle of eschewing complicated tricks and schemes in the favor of charging over and punching mech in the face. For them to end up in the middle of their base was a disaster. The ship bay is holding on for now. Our exterior defensive grid has finally been brought online. No one will be able to approach our base for now. We can hold for an hour, maybe 2. Fixed defenses such as turrets and autonomous defense bots could never hold out for long against a large force of mech. It quickly turned out that the infernal hellhounds brought half a regiment's worth of mercenaries along for the ride. The rowdy mech for hire didn't possess the level of organization of a disciplined unit, but their numbers sorely pressured the defenders. Vincent. General Vasil called and pointed at a particular intersection. A squad of mech is inching towards the power plant. They don't have the numbers to overcome our guards, but I don't want to leave any chances for them to employ a trick. Get back to the stables and gather your subordinates. I want you to intercept these mercs. On it. Vincent acknowledged and ran back to the stables where he and his crew of elites stowed their mech. He tried to call up his subordinates through his comm, only to encounter nothing but static and junk. Those stupid hellhounds. Since when did they gather enough brain cells to operate a jammer? It's obvious the third is not acting alone. Either some clever mercenaries or another regiment has provided them with support. While Vincent loved springing traps on others, he hated being on the receiving end of one. The quarters started shaking as scores of mech rampaged inside the only halls large enough to accommodate mech traffic. Whatever's the case, we won't be going anywhere without our mech. They quickly reached the mech stables. Vincent sighed in relief when he saw that most of his men had already arrived. Johnson quickly shed his armor in order to don a piloting suit while Vincent started to organize his elites. I'm sure that everyone knows what's going on. The incompetent numbskulls manning the sensor arrays have dropped the ball. Right now, half a regiment of mech along with a horde of mercenaries are rampaging inside our halls, cutting us off from our ships. Let's fight. Kick those bastards off our rock. Silence. The young man called. Leadership always came naturally to him, and despite his youth, he already earned his crew's respect. The general has given his orders. A band of mercs are crawling towards the power plant. I won't tell you what will happen if our base loses power. Everyone understood the gravity of the situation. Vincent and Johnson quickly boarded their mech and powered them up. While Johnson piloted a fairly average rifleman provided by the movement, Vincent still clung onto his flamboyant Mark Antony. Months of campaigning had tarnished its armor. Nothing remained of its glorious light scheme. Despite its battered state, most of the damage was cosmetic. Move out. An eclectic mix of 7 mech followed Vincent's hybrid knight as they traveled to the power plant. They neared one of the hot zones but avoided the thick of it as they slinked off to the deepest part of the asteroid. The sounds of battle and death slowly faded as they traversed a desolate tunnel. Vincent silently cursed as he considered the chances of making it out alive. A noted terrorist and murderer like him expected no clemency from the mech core. The falling debris and the gradual collapse of the base echoed the state of the resistance movement. A combination of attrition and lack of cohesion slowly broke apart the BLM. Vincent wouldn't be surprised to find out that a couple of traitors emerged from their ranks. How else could their sensors miss the approach of an entire regiment? A light mech in front of Vincent suddenly jerked. Detecting heat signatures in front of us. How many? 6 or 7, I'm not too sure. They're mostly mediums. We outnumber them. That's good. They must have detected our approach as well, so there's no need to sneak around. Stick to a tight formation and unleash hell. With Vincent's sturdy knight at the fore, they stormed inside a large and open cargo hold. Due to the lack of supplies, the hold never filled up to capacity. Only a handful of isolated containers lay forgotten in the cavern. The lack of cover allowed both sides to peek at their opponents. "Hello there, Vincent." The pilot of a distinctive mech called out. "I've been expecting your arrival for a while now." A mech that sported almost the same contours as Vincent waited at the other side. The young rebel leader grew alarmed. "Who are you?" "You can call me Captain Carruthers." "The bounty hunter? No wonder you've managed to track me down." The infernal hellhounds couldn't find their own tails with their own noses. The two owned the only physical copies of the Mark Antony Mark I. The similarities between the two mech caused their teammates to halt in confusion. In the meantime, the two mech pilots continued to chat. "Does your mech hitch up when you overuse your wrist lasers?" Carruthers asked. "Yeah, it does. According to the technicians, the overheating easily disrupts the channels that feed into the engine. It's too easy to forget your limits when you keep blasting your lasers. I see you've stuck to the original mace." The codpiece's sporting mech hefted its heavy mace and took a heavy swing with it. "I've tried out a couple of swords but I'm no good with them. I prefer the weight of a mace." They brought their mech to readiness once they finished talking about their mech. The Phoenix Cry readied its sword while Vincent's tarnished mech held up its heavy tower shield. "Boss, I've got them in my sight. Just say the word and I'll pump them full of lasers." "Stop. This is between me and him," Vincent declared as his mech gestured them away. "Back off and don't get in my way. This rotten mark is only here for me." Both sides understood that a full-blown battle could quickly spin out of control. While the rebels had numbers on their side, the mercs sported pristine mech. A fight to the death could quickly turn ugly for both sides. "Are you ready, kid?" Carruthers asked while his mech flourished its sword. "Don't call me a kid, old man." Vincent blazed forth with his mech with its launchers disgorging its payload of rockets. While the sudden strike caught the bounty hunter off guard, Carruthers quickly reacted by bracing the Phoenix Cry's shield. Many of the unguided rockets went wide, but at least half of them impacted the shield in a constant stutter of explosions. The rockets packed a lot of punch and easily chewed through half the layers of Carruthers' shield. The pounding mace attack that followed further stressed the remaining layers. Instead of disengaging, the Phoenix Cry pushed forwards and stabbed forward with its sword. Vincent awkwardly blocked the strike with his shield, but his mech suddenly staggered backwards as the Phoenix Cry kicked a slab of metal. As the distance opened up, the two sides started to pepper each other with laser beams. "Why have you sought me out?" Vincent asked between breaths. "Your mech is too ugly, that's why." The captain responded as his mech closed in again for a frontal clash. "I'm sick and tired of my mech being mistaken for yours." The two mech braced their shields as they collided against each other. The impact rang throughout the entire hall. Chapter 139. Chaotic. As the duel raged on, both sides started to suffer. Vincent's aptitude was quite good. He controlled his mech with enough fluency and precision to outmaneuver his opponent. Carruthers, on the other hand, possessed years of experience. His advantage in years polished his moves until they flowed seamlessly despite their deliberate speed. The contrast between young and old affected their battle in many ways. While Carruthers kept pulling off tricks, Vincent always managed to avoid the damage by taking advantage of his superior reflexes. The two hybrid knights eschewed all their other weapons in favor of their melee weapons. The beams fired from their wrist lasers splashed ineffectually against a shield while Vincent already expended his missile complement. The younger combatant carefully noted how his opponent still hadn't launched any missiles. Vincent was wary of anything the captain's mech might disgorge, so he kept his mech on its toes and never fully committed to a single attack. This caused the battle to drag on in an even matchup where both mechs suffered similar amounts of damage. Vincent gave up on striking his opponent's mech directly and instead worked to bash its damaged shield apart. "You've built up a lot of pent-up anger, I see," Carruthers remarked as his mech accepted the hit but retaliated with a chop that Vincent barely managed to block. "Going pirate isn't doing your stress any favors." The Phoenix Cry suddenly changed its pattern by unleashing a bewildering assault. Sword after sword struck the battered rebel's mech, with at least half going through the young man's clumsy guard. The mercenary leader gave Vincent absolutely no reprieve from his furious strikes. Instead of panicking, Vincent patiently endured the constant attacks. He knew the model intimately and was aware the Mark Antony couldn't sustain such an aggressive pace. "Ha ha, how long can you hold on, old man?" "Long enough to make you cry." The seasoned bounty hunter fought like an old but prideful lion while the young rebel held off the attacks like a patient turtle. Though Vincent fared relatively well, he still missed a couple of blocks, allowing his opponent's sword to chip away at his vulnerable joints. Once the Phoenix Cry ran out of steam, Vincent finally gained the opportunity to dish back the hurt. His mech resumed hammering its mace against the bounty hunter's increasingly wretched shield. All of the damage it absorbed so far had not done its integrity any favors. Its durability was at the end of its rope and both sides knew it. Despite a seemingly inevitable defeat, Carruthers still made use of the shield while it lasted, trading blows for blows. Unlike his younger adversary, the bounty hunter ignored his opponent's shield and sought to damage the mech directly. Vincent only exposed his openings briefly, so most of the attacks glanced off his durable shield. Whenever the Phoenix Cry succeeded in landing a blow, it often lacked the force to punch through the model's substantial armor. A huge crash echoed throughout the cavern as Vincent finally bashed an ugly hole through his opponent's shield. The Phoenix Cry staggered back and fired off the wrist lasers to cover its retreat. The beams splashed harmlessly against Vincent's shield. The younger pilot ignored the lasers knowing that a hybrid like his own could take it. He did his best to pursue the wily bounty hunter only to find out his opponent clearly his tactical retreats. "You coward. Get back here," Vincent yelled as his mech fired off its own laser beams in response. The situation changed abruptly when additional forces arrived at the cargo hold. Vincent broke off his pursuit once he spotted that the mech varied wildly in appearance. Vincent finally realized why Carruthers dragged out the duel. "You honorless dog. You were buying time. Did you think treacherous scum like you deserve to be treated with honor?" "Ha ha ha ha." The mercenary captain laughed as about 20 mercenary mech fanned out to surround Vincent and his crew. "Your little sister Cat Ellen sends her regards." His dreaded sister must have put a massive bounty on his head. Certainly it must have been quite a sum, or else the mercs would have competed against each other for his head. Just when things couldn't go worse for Vincent, Carruthers finally unleashed his missiles. Vincent's mech quickly braced its shield, but the streaks of death flew right over its head and impacted the exit leading to the power plant. Everyone momentarily lost their footing as the missiles detonated their non-standard high-explosive payloads against the cavern. The large amount of successive explosions weakened the rocks and dislodged a significant amount of chunks that piled up in front of the exit. Carruthers just cut off their escape route. "Fight!" Vincent uttered and pushed his mech into a thundering charge. The sudden act propelled the rest of his men to resist to the end. There was no point in surrendering, as the Bright Republic never forgave the rebels for its many bombings. With their lives on the line, the rebels fought with no reserve. Their sudden ferocity pushed back the complacent mercenaries who thought the bounty was already in their grasp. The mercs all held back for fear of damaging their expensive mech. They mostly focused on containing the aggression and preventing the rebels from breaking through their lines. Compounding their disparity was that the mercs fielded cheap, disposable frontline mech. Most of these mech lacked the flexibility of a regular humanoid mech due to the absence of fully articulated arms and specialized shapes. One such mech looked like a walking gun platform. The crude-looking mech sported twin ballistic cannon barrels instead of fully articulated arms, and it also lacked a head entirely. The sensors and many other essential systems had been integrated in its large barrel-shaped torso. Such a design might not be versatile, but when fielded in large enough numbers they made for an intimidating sight. The large number of frontline mech kept peppering the outnumbered rebels with their prodigious firepower. Meanwhile, Carruthers and the handful of other melee mech tried to slow down their desperate opponents. Two crazy mech focused their wrath on Captain Carruthers. Even as the mercs continued to shoot apart the rebel mech, they both hammered the Phoenix Cry with axes and lasers. The bounty hunter barely fended them off using his threadbare shield. He still managed to take a peek at the overall situation and discovered something disconcerting. Where is Vincent? The young rebel's mech had left the fight and approached one of the containers. It bashed apart the hatch with its mace before stowing the weapon to free up its hand. It retrieved a large, reinforced barrel that barely fit in the mechanized hand. "You think you got me? Think again." Vincent roared as his mech threw the barrel in the middle of the fight. The mech quickly repeated its actions, causing half-a-dozen and barrels to spill a strange, fluorescent fluid over some of the mech. "What's this? Heavens! That's high-density shuttle fuel. Who the hell stores flammables in a random container like that? Pirates and rebels aren't big on safety, you know. Stop fighting. Don't ignite the fuel." The mech belatedly stopped fighting, but it was too late. Vincent's mech raised its armament and fired off its laser cannon. The thick beam instantly hit a patch of fuel, causing it to ignite in a massive blaze that overloaded every own sensors. By the time their systems compensated, they realized that half of the mech erupted into flames. The inferno didn't distinguish sides as the fuel splashed both mercs and rebels alike. Most of the mech pilots followed their training and quickly ejected once they realized they couldn't put out the fire. Those who remained performed all kinds of shenanigans, such rolling their mech over the ground. While the mercs fussed over their friends, Vincent quickly took the chance to flee. His battered Mark Antony charged forth with its shield and slammed into one of the lighter frontline mech. The impact crunched the side of flimsy mech into an awful heap. The rebel leader quickly took advantage of the opening and slipped past the mercs. "Boss. Traitor. General Vasil won't let you get away with this." Vincent felt no regret in leaving his subordinates behind. He only cared about saving his own hide. Besides, the general likely wouldn't fault him as Carruthers conveniently collapsed the route to the power plant. The only way to get past that obstacle quickly was to use a digger module which none of the mercs possessed. "Get back here, Vincent." Carruthers yelled as he and a couple of mercs followed on his heels. They quickly neared the conflict zone where the third infernal hellhounds stubbornly blocked the routes to the ship bay. The chaos of battle quickly engulfed Vincent's fleeing mech, causing the pursuing mech to lose track of their prey. Vincent. Despite their best efforts, the mercs failed to sniff out their bounty. The rebels and pirates who desperately tried to punch through the hellhounds increasingly brought more mech to the fore. Carruthers and the rest of the mercs were forced to drop their search and help the hellhounds withstand the latest wave. Captain Carruthers gnashed his teeth as his mech moved into position. "I'll get you for this, Vincent. You haven't seen the last of me." As a significant portion of the Bentham liberation movement fought for their lives, Vez leisurely ate his lunch aboard a fairly expensive passenger liner. Though impressive in the standards of the Bright Republic, the vision of Astoria did not measure up to the floating resorts of the Friday Coalition. Unlike the Torch of the Vanguard, the Vision used an older generation FTL drive that forced the ship to jump further from the edge of a star system. Every time the passenger liner made a stop, she had to spend a large amount of time to reach the inner system and dock at a station. Vez patiently endured the stops as this was already the most direct route from Bentham to Rittersburg. The two core star systems were located at the opposite ends of the Republic's borders. It made for a lengthy and somewhat boring flight. Even Lucky stopped exploring the ship. The lazy gem cat simply sought out Vez and slept on his lap whenever possible. "We're almost there, Lucky. Our ship is almost out of FTL." After finishing his lunch, Vez brought his cat to the upper deck and entered the observatory. Many other passengers had already arrived to take a seat or grab a snack from one of the vendors. A shipwide alert informed the passengers of the Vision's imminent transition back to normal space. Vez quickly took one of the dwindling seats and looked upwards at the swirling gray confusion beyond the ship's transparent windows. A few minutes later, a black expanse of stars replaced the hypnotic view as the vision of Astoria finally reached the Rittersberg system. Beyond the emptiness of space, a large amount of ships and defensive installations loomed over a massive star fort. The ancient structure, along with 3 identical forts, had been built by the descendants of the original pacifists who settled this remote system. They salvaged many unique systems from their old Rubarthan capital ships and incorporated them seamlessly into the central structures of the forts. Among those, the gravitic anchor played an essential role in keeping the star fort relevant. They distorted the surrounding gravitic topography and drew in every incoming ship that traveled to the Rittersberg system. Any hostile force that wished to invade the Republic's capital had to overcome a star fort before they opened up the rest of the system. The Republic hadn't slacked off and constantly reinforced the forts until they reached a point where they were virtually impregnable to any conventional force. Perhaps the Visions might be able to overwhelm one of the forts if they were willing to sacrifice a couple of divisions of Mech. Such a price was too much to bear. If any Vision monarch tried to force an offensive, they'd be deposed by their own subjects before such madness could go through. I'm finally back. Vez sighed as he drew his eyes past the giant star fort and tried to spot one of the twinkling lights that represented the capital planet. I wonder if anyone still remembers me. He graduated from the Rittersberg University of Technology with grades that were only slightly above average. Most likely, no one expected Vez to amount to anything. His father had to go into debt in order to cobble up a shabby mech workshop, and that still left him with little means to acquire a production license. Things were different now. With the help of the system, Vez rapidly established his chops as a young but promising mech designer. In fact, Marcella recently transferred 60.8 million credits to his bank account after handing over his finished products. I wonder what my grandfather will say when he sees how much profit I've made. Chapter 140 Larkin Sun Compound. The star system that hosted Rittersberg used to be endowed with lots of exotic resources. It used to be an oasis compared to the barren desert of its surrounding systems. The pacifists, exiles who wearily escaped from the fighting in the center of the Komodo star sector, eagerly laid down their foundations in this relatively rich star system. All of the deposits had been depleted after 100 years of intensive mining. The initial boom in resources had fueled the construction of the initial colonies and expanded the reach of the descendants until they carved out their own place in the galaxy. The Vision of Astoria, along with every other ship, had to dock at a giant space station orbiting a very remote dwarf planet. Vez and Lucky joined the other passengers in exiting the passenger liner and had gone through multiple security screenings and identity checks before the door-face security officers pushed them onwards. Security is even tighter than before. Of course it is. A pot-bellied man replied as he frequently looked at the time. If you think this is bad, wait until the war starts in earnest. Most civilians won't be able to enter the system. A lot of visitors bemoaned the current state of unrest. The tourists and civilians who wanted to celebrate the new year at Rittersberg had to wait for hours before they received permission to move on to a Navi-operated transit shuttle. Fortunately for him, Vez got lumped in with the veterans and active servicemen who enjoyed preferable treatment. He had already become a notable citizen when he reached the finals of the Fusion Cup, so no one gave him any hassle. Even his potentially dangerous gem cat had been cleared to accompany him, though with caveats. Lucky resentfully yowled at Vez. His paws had been locked together with resilient cuffs, preventing him from deploying his claws effectively. Just deal with it, Lucky. Vez tried to soothe his pet. You'll be free to roam around once we reach the Larkin Sun compound. They boarded a secure shuttle that slowly brought them to the inner system. As a precaution, the only ships, shuttles and transports that operated within the system were directly crewed by the Navy. The Rittersberg system was the only place in the Republic that remained untouched by the rebels. After 2 days of plotting, the shuttle finally reached one of the civilian space stations orbiting the first planet from the Sun. It used to be a fairly hot planet, but extensive terraforming had tempered the climate until it closely resembled that of ancient Earth. The space station itself looked spectacular as well. Designed for form as well as function, the triangular construct offered a spectacular view of the green jewel below. A harmonious ensemble of trees and flower graced its elegant interior and enchanted many first-time visitors. Only the abundant patrols and the heavy-handed security measures marred the tranquil sight. The visible security presence was actually a lot more blatant than he expected. "Did something happen?" he asked a crowd of random visitors. "Didn't you hear? The third infernal hellhounds found and attacked the headquarters of the BLM." Vez immediately stopped and turned towards the woman who answered. "The Bentham Liberation Movement? Truly? How did it go?" "Don't know for sure yet, but we've given the rebels a bloody nose all right. The Republic is keeping a tight lid on the news." Even after Vez browsed the galactic net on his comm, he found nothing useful. The Mech Corps released a short statement that they considered the attack a success, but warned that the BLM still possessed a lot of assets and that they might retaliate in the coming days. The news was ominous and it explained the tension hanging in the air. Hopefully they took out Vincent. I should have never customized a mech for him even if he paid an extravagant sum. He still suffered from the fallout of Vincent's madness. Strictly speaking, an arms manufacturer like Vez should not be held responsible for the crimes committed by his customers. If this were so, then almost every major mech and weapons manufacturer. He still felt bad about it nonetheless. For a long time, he only sold 2 mech. A decent bounty hunter bought his first model, while the other went to a mass-murdering terrorist. Vez still carried that cross to this day. Fortunately, he already redeemed himself to the authorities. With Master Olson from the mighty coalition vouching for his name, no government agency dared to bring him into custody. After a short wait, a different shuttle brought him and his cat down to Rittersburg's famed spaceport. Its construction resembled a crane about to take flight. The shuttle landed onto one of its many feathers before disgorging its passengers. Once everyone stepped out, the shuttle lifted off and headed to a different destination in order to pick up those who wished to depart. In the meantime, the feather everyone stood on suddenly detached from the base of the main construction. Whoa! What's going on? Are we falling? Many of the passengers already expected the platform to detach and float to the surface. A few of the friendlier ones reassured the first-timers that this was nothing special. As the feather platform floated downwards, it flew past several marvelous sights. The transparent crane in the center gave everyone a good view of its many shopping boulevards and exquisite restaurants. Those who stood on the other side got a good view of the surprisingly low-rise metropolis called Kellner. Only a couple of high-rise structures dominated its carefully designed urban planning. The most notable of which consisted of the massive eternal lighthouse that was supposedly lit by an undying flame. Even at this distance, Vez could see the white marbled structure as clear as day. Once the feather touched down on the ground, everyone picked up their luggage from a nearby hall and hailed an air car. Vez did the same and boarded a fairly swift but expensive car in order to reach his destination faster. The air car zipped away and flew away from Kellner. The densely populated city made way for elegant parks and stately-looking manors. Those who earned the right to live in those mansions were all big shots of the Republic. Some of them even formed an entire dynasty of civil servants who all worked in the same branch of government. After a half-hour flight, the air car finally reached one of Kellner's satellite cities. Varleton was home to a military base along with several other related facilities. A lot of families with ties to the military settled down in this quiet city. The Larkin Sun compound was situated in a tranquil privileged community that housed many mid and high-level military personnel. Many Larkin Sons who for one reason or another wished to carve out a life on their own resided in the compound. In fact, most of the residents consisted of elders along with some orphans and widows. Death could happen at any time. Any Larkin son who signed up for the Mech Corps might one day return to their families in a coffin. The last bright Vija war had reaped the lives of several uncles and aunts. Vez was fortunate that his father survived the war with his hide intact. "We're finally home," he said while stretching his arms. Lucky curiously stepped forth and sniffed the alien grass. Once they exited the spaceport, security finally removed his restraints. The cat eagerly flexed his limbs throughout the entire shuttle ride. "Come on, little buddy. Let's go inside and meet the family." The Larkin Sun compound might look like a peaceful manor complex on the surface, but it hid a deadly array of defenses. A couple of guards personally inspected Vez and his luggage before they cleared his identity. After stepping inside the courtyard, a dozen kids immediately scampered over. Vez. You're back. Yay. A little girl named Janie celebrated. Hug please. He obliged the girl as well as every other munchkin. Once he put down the last kid, Janie quickly glomped his leg and looked up at him with a pleading expression. Can I have a mech now? I want a mech too. Whoa there kids, mech aren't toys for you to play around, especially at your age. Vez tried to placate the mech angry brats. Wait until you're 10 years old. Everyone moaned in disappointment. Vez didn't want to make them cry, so he thought quickly until his gaze landed upon Lucky. He walked past some of the kids and picked up Lucky by his chest. Look at my new pet. Isn't he cool? His name is Lucky, and he's a very playful cat. The kids completely forgot about asking for their own mech once they beheld the gem cat. Lucky's gorgeous appearance immediately entranced the boys and girls. When the cat released a questioning meow, Lainey started to squeal. He's so cute. So shiny. I want a dog like that too. Some of the kids had their own mechanical pets. For example, a couple of resplendent glass-like birds rested on a tree, while nearby a teenager played fetch with a titanium dog. Despite the competition, Lucky effortlessly stole their hearts due to his cute and gorgeous appearance and intelligent behavior. Vez eagerly handed off his cat to Lainey to let the kids get to know his pet. He smiled as the kids carried Lucky to a nearby playground. Vez used to be one of them. In happier times, he played with his fellow cousins and dreamed about piloting a mech. How times change. He sighed, and turned to find someone to talk to. There must be someone here who knows what went on in the raid against the rebels. As he walked deeper inside the courtyard, he spotted many relatives. Some were related to him by blood while others had married into the family. The latter earned the same status as the former as long as they carried the Larkinson name. The Larkinsons didn't make a big deal out of everyone's pedigree like they did at some of the more hierarchical families. A couple of aunties sat on a creaking wooden bench. Even as they gossiped, they carefully watched over the children. To the side, a dozen elders leisurely sipped their teas as they exchanged the same old war stories. Most of them looked harmless, but appearances were deceiving. Closer to the central hall, a sizable gathering of teenagers and young adults surrounded a projection of an action-packed mech duel. They cheered and supported their favorite duelists when they appeared on stage. He finally spotted an authoritative-looking man in uniform watching from the porch. Vez briskly strode forth and reached the man as he gazed at the entire courtyard. Hi Macer. It's good to see you Vez. The man greeted his nephew with a hug. You've created quite a stir. Imagine your grandfather's face when he picked up his datapad one day and read the Rimward Star Herald. An interview with the renowned Herald definitely caught us off guard. You're kind of a big deal now. Vez couldn't suppress his grin. He finally started turning the Larkinsons around. It's been a challenging journey so far, but I couldn't have done it without my father. The mood turned melancholic once he mentioned his still missing father. Macer Larkinson turned to Vez and stared at him with a measuring gaze. The patriarch told me they found traces of your father. Reinkel is keeping very dangerous company these days. We aren't sure of anything, but there are several indications that suggest he's still alive and well. Is Grandpa around? The minister recalled him to take part in an emergency session. I bet it's about the recent attack on the BLM. Nasty buggers, all of them. I'm glad we finally stomped on their faces for once. The patriarch of the family was his grandfather Benjamin. Besides taking charge of the entire family, he also worked as an advisor at the Ministry of Defense. His current position brought a lot of prestige to the Larkinsons, though the workload also took a toll on him sometimes. Don't worry Vez. The patriarch will be back in time for the celebration. By then you can ask him about your father's whereabouts. Vez really hoped he could hear some good news for once. He really missed his father. Chapter 141 First night. His first day back at the Larkinson compound reminded him why family mattered. About 70 different relatives gathered around in a dining hall that could more than 200 people. Many wives, children and elders settled into their seats. Vez was one of few young men of working age present in the gathering. Only a couple of other nephews matches his age. They were mostly mech cadets if they were potentates and regular cadets if they were not. the Larkinsons possessed a fairly strong aptitude for piloting mech. A military family like theirs with several hundred years of history of piloting mech built up a very robust foundation in their genes. What distinguished families like theirs from the rest was that the chances of obtaining an acceptable aptitude was very high. Through the use of targeted fertilization techniques and various other methods to induce the right genes, around 70% of all the kids could expect to become a potentate when they reached 10 years old. It made the ones like Vez who failed their aptitude tests feel like they've let down their parents. Some could never get over the shame. Luckily, the Larkinsons were generous and they went out of their way to keep the Norms feel welcome. As a mech designer, he sat at a table with all the other Norms. Their table might be a little less extravagant, but no one said a word of complaint. The mech pilots who bravely risked their lives deserved their due. And unlike many other people, the Larkinsons who tested positive always served in the mech corps instead of settling for the reserves. Once everyone took their seats, one of the elders stood up. Vez easily recognized his granduncle Avron Larkinson, the brother of the patriarch. The man had a wheezy voice due to some severe scarring that he never bothered to remove for some reason or another. "Ladies and gentlemen, I'm glad to see you've all arrived. We are still expecting a couple of family members, but by and large we will only be celebrating the new year with half of our usual numbers." The mood turned somber at Avron's foreboding words. The bright Republic has been generous with us in good times. Now that ill times are upon us, it is time to reciprocate their care by dedicating our lives to the state that nurtured us from birth. Even the rowdiest kids agreed with his words. Every Larkinson had been brought up to appreciate the Republic. Those who disagreed for one reason or another chose to leave the Larkinsons and take up another family name. This usually occurred when the children of fallen heroes blamed the family and the Republic for driving their parents away from them too soon. This was why the Larkinsons never numbered more than 200 people even after many years of prosperity. Now, we have several announcements to make. First, with the onset of war, I can imagine that some of you might wish to relocate. If you don't mind parting with your friends and neighbors, you can take up residence in our compound. Some of the Larkinsons sighed in relief at the offer. No one expected the prelude to war to be so dangerous. A terrorist attack could happen at any place and any time outside of Rittersburg. Avron continued on with his second announcement. Next, we'd like to bring the young ones to a tour of the capital. Some of you have never stepped foot in Rittersburg before. You'll be missing out on a lot of fun if you've never seen the Eternal Lighthouse, the Republican Assembly or the founding flag. Some of the 4 to 7-year-old kids cheered with delight. Lainey, who still kept hold of a hapless Lucky, cheered with her distant cousins even though she grew up in Rittersburg. Finally, I'd like to bring a promising young man to everyone's attention. None of us has ever thought he could make it, but Vez has established a nascent mech workshop that is completely independent. Oh. It sounded like his granduncle was talking about Vez. He adopted a nervous smile as everyone's eyes started to scrutinize his dashing form. His recent genetic touch-ups along with his expensive anti-grav wardrobe drastically improved his image. Last year he turned up to the celebration as an average student with no accomplishments. This time he looked like a consummate professional or a successful entrepreneur who already made it big. Vez started to enjoy the appreciative stares he received from his uncles and aunts. He has already achieved many notable accomplishments such as entering the finals in one of the Young Tigers exhibition sub-tournaments. Not only that, he profoundly impressed the entire star sector when he traveled all the way to Coalition Space and won an even bigger competition. Everyone, please give Vez a round of applause. Many Larkinsons stood up and clapped. Vez saw that most of his relatives wished him well, but some appeared to be harboring ulterior motives. Only a couple of Larkinsons looked grumpy, but Vez never got along with them anyway. Uncle Avron quickly ended his little speech for the night. Everyone started to dig in including Vez. He filled his plate with steak along with some yummy vegetable couscous. The Larkinsons employed a professional chef among other staff. An uncle who sat close to Vez started to strike up a conversation. "So Vez, how is life as a mech designer treating you?" "It's a lot more difficult than I expected. My father and I started up a business with our own efforts. I'm saddled with a lot of debt at the moment." "Ah, the perils of running a business. In this day and age, it's rare to see a man like you succeed where many mech designers have failed. I'm a lucky man. My father did most of the work before he disappeared. I only picked up where he left off. His answer was short on details. Vez didn't care, as he felt he already said enough in his recent interview with the Herald. His uncle pressed on. Surely you're receiving help from somewhere. I can't imagine your little mech business is able to stay erect without some form of backing. What kind of help did you enlist, and how much did it cost? My answer hasn't changed. Vez reiterated while he took a bite out of his juicy steak. My father funded our initial investments by taking a boring loan from a small-time planetary bank. He also spent a lot of effort getting in touch with a grant institution from the new Rubarth Empire. The production licenses I received from them are old and nearly outdated. Frankly, he started to grow annoyed at his uncle's persistent questioning. Was he working for an intelligence agency or something? Regardless of the truth, Vez considered his uncle to be a pest and stopped responding to his asinine inquiries. I was just asking. He moaned. Who was he anyway? Vez never learned his name even as he spotted his face from time to time. You should loosen up some more and share some of your bounty. Us norms should stick together and give each other a hand. You've got 2 mouths to feed back at home. 3 if you count your wife. The man harumphed. She can take care of herself. The conversation slowly shifted away from Vez. The people around the table discussed their own ventures and how the recent unrest disrupted their lives. I can't imagine what is going on in the heads of those who joined the BLM. There's no way that Bentham can stand alone. Even if our republic is beaten back, the Visions aren't going to miss the opportunity to snap them up. Everyone who lives in Bentham needs to stop polluting their minds with credits and develop some common sense. Half of the Larkin sons at this table had never moved away from Rittersburg. They all grew up on this opulent planet. Like many locals, they developed a superiority complex to the point where they consider the rest of the Bright Republic to be a backwards territory. For example, they still considered Bentham to be a second-class system filled with greedy merchants. A mature-looking and added an important fact. If I recall, Vez here lives right next to the Bentham system. If anyone knows what the rebels are up to, it's someone like him. Most of the norms turned to Vez. Forced on the spot again, he hesitated for a bit before trying to explain the many grievances Benthamers held. Sadly, none of them fully understood how much the citizens of the port system disliked the policies imposed by Rittersburg. It's par for the course for Bentham to share their massive wealth. His annoying uncle interjected. We've invested a lot of manpower and resources to build up the Bentham system into one of the Star Sector's premier launching points into alien space. We've facilitated most of their contracts with the Common Fleet Alliance. Many Larkin sons nodded in agreement. Vez did not even try to convince them otherwise. Without visiting Bentham in the flesh, these idiots would continue to cling on to their prejudices. Once the waiters served dessert, Vez quickly finished his ice cream and left the table as soon as possible. He couldn't stand their presence any longer. Before he departed, he briefly approached the kids' table. How are you doing, Lucky? The cat turned to Vez with a glare and actually hissed at him. The nerve of the cat. I gave Mr. Lucky here a bath earlier. He smells really good now. Lainey chirped with a grin. The other little girl started to giggle as well. Can I keep him? I think it's best if I take him back for a time, he said while scooping a ressented gym cat from their table. Don't worry, we're not going anywhere. You'll have plenty of opportunities to play with him for the rest of the week. The kid took it well enough, which was good since Lucky clearly needed some time alone. Vez brought his pet away and walked outside. As Rittersburg's sun started to fade over the horizon, Vez took a seat at a nearby games table. A half-finished game of Neo chess laid abandoned and forgotten. He worried about his father. Was he still alive? Where did he go? What kind of crowd did he hang out with? Vez hoped his father didn't have to suffer too much on his behalf when he passed the mech designer system on to Vez. Good evening, Vez. Avron greeted him and took a seat at the other end of the chess table. Do you want to play? No thanks. I've never spent much time with the classics. It's a shame you missed out. We often teach the game to our young potentates in order to develop their sense of strategy. As a norm, Vez missed out on a lot of things. He used to be jealous of his fellow cousins, but now that he stood on his own, he let go of his resentments. It all seemed petty now that he looked back. "Why are you here, Avren?" The old man took a deep breath. "The elders recently came together to discuss your rise, as it were. Your rapid career advancement took us all by surprise. It made us reconsider our treatment of you. While you are still young, you already capable of wielding a substantial amount of influence." Avren had a point. His niece Melinda might be a capable mech pilot, but she only earned a modest salary. Vez on the other hand earned millions of profits with each single sale. While he still had to worry about the rising cost of raw materials and invest in newer assets, it was undeniably true that mech designers simply earned more. He even suspected that his income soon dwarfed the family's top earners. "So what are you suggesting, granduncle?" "Ah, young ones. So impatient." The old man sighed. "All right, let me get to the point. We'd like to invite you to our steering committee. As a budding mover and shaker, you deserve a place among us." Every Larkin son who mattered joined the steering committee. The influential committee decided many things, such as the rules and the budget. They were also in charge of rendering judgment when a Larkin son had gone astray. Furthermore, they also approved marriages when they haven't arranged them already. The offer genuinely surprised Vez. He always expected to join the steering committee eventually, just not this soon. Perhaps something else was behind this premature offer. Vez considered his options. Chapter 142 Steering Committee. Vez spent the next 2 days in a leisurely fashion. He played with the kids and awed them with his mechanical skill by cobbling together a few toys. It truly warmed his heart to make his cousins giggle and laugh. Besides amusing himself, he also caught up with the news when he talked to the more informed elders. Now that he joined the Larkin son family's steering committee, he received access to their modest database and intelligence network. He already schemed through the most recent files, but they only painted a scattered picture of current events. Even the Larkin sons suspected that there were other influences at work. The amount of pirates and rebels rampaging through the entire star sector appeared to be too numerous and well-funded to be a homegrown phenomenon. Despite these indications, the Bright Republic focused most of its efforts on the upcoming conflict with its irreconcilable neighbor. No matter what outsiders were up to, the Republic had to beat back the Vija Kingdom first before worrying about the bigger picture. The kingdom happened to be a little bit larger and wealthier than the Republic. They owed most of their superiority due to possessing 2 port systems, which greatly extended their reach and shrunk their supply lines. Unfortunately for the Visions, their port systems were poorly located and had little strategic value other than a convenient relay to ships looking to transit elsewhere. The Visions have always been jealous at how much trade is diverted to the Bentheme system. Vez concluded. The upcoming war would likely revolve around trying to conquer the Bentheme system. Cloudy Curtain shouldn't attract too much attention, but it will definitely be in the line of fire at some point. In fact, throughout the wars, when the Visions succeeded in punching through the border, they often occupied the surrounding territories. An underdeveloped system like Cloudy Curtain only merited a tiny occupation force. They usually swept away the gangs and ensured none of the locals tried anything funny while their main forces proceeded to siege the Bentheme system. Sadly, it appeared the Visions made ample preparations this time. The kingdom is actually grappling with fewer unrest than us, Elder Avrin explained. Their control over their society is much stricter than ours. More importantly, the so-called nobles and the royals actually came to a rare agreement to put down most of their disputes and focus their animosity onto us. Vez frowned at the news. The dysfunctional rivalry between the nobles and the royal family is the only reason why the Visions have never fought at their best in the past few wars. Oh, don't worry about that, Vez. They can draft up a fancy paper all they want. Whether the Visions will actually stick to it is another question. Still, it's rather uncharacteristic for the Visions to shake hands and get along with each other. The nobles always wanted to depose the royal family and rule their state as a council. The monarchs always wanted to strip the nobles of their private armies. Their interests simply don't align. We have reason to believe the secret agreement is imposed by the same outside force that's been stirring the star sector. Their influence is substantial, but I don't think they fully realize how quickly the Vision nobles are willing to stab each other in the back. Both of them shared a knowing look. The Visions were capable of fielding a terrible army, but they always screwed up in terms of leadership. In comparison, the Bright Republic usually exerted competent leadership even if its soldiers weren't as hardened. Whatever the case, we expect the different factions to abide by the agreement for a year at the very least. Your home system is at risk if their offensive breaks through our lines. Are you sure you don't want to relocate your assets? He seriously weighed the choice, but eventually shook his head. I think my father made his home on Cloudy Curtain for a reason. I don't want to let go of what he left behind. Fair enough. You're a Larkin son like the rest of us. I'm glad you're brave, but I'm not certain whether you are expressing it in the right moment. The conversation went nowhere, so Vez changed the topic. When will the steering committee convene? The Patriarch will return tomorrow. We'll hold a special session in order to induct you in our ranks. We'll also discuss next year's budget among other administrative decisions. Not a lot of Larkin sons have come this year. Will it be okay to hold a meeting with more than half of the committee in active duty? Oh, it's mostly a matter of routine. Avrin waved away the question. Anything that requires a discussion has already been addressed. Besides some technicalities, we've already settled on the major points. It sounded like the latest session before the New Year celebration was just a last-minute check. Now that Vez joined their circle, he got to know that the Larkin sons owned a modest business empire on Rittersburg that earned the family about 50 million credits a year. That might not sound like much compared to his own activities, but they were stable businesses. Vez knew more than anyone else how volatile and innovative the mech market could be. In contrast, a Larkin son trust fund invested in a number of hotels, apartments and other real estate that always maintained a stable stream of profits. We're starting to bolster our pension fund in preparation for the worst. It's always better to get on top of them instead of catching up to it afterwards. Both of them grimaced a bit. The pension fund kept the widows and orphans clothed and fed. If the steering committee proactively put more money in its pot, then that meant they expected that not every Larkin son might survive the war. Vez spent a moment to worry about the lives of those he cared about. Most of the Larkin sons were acquaintances to him, but certain relatives such as Uncle Ark or his cousin Melinda earned a special place in his heart. After another day of fun and relaxation, the entire planet took on a festive cheer. A large amount of construction bots transformed the city of Arlington into a festive paradise full of blinking blue lights and streamers in order to complement the Republic's national color. The smarter Larkin sons noted that the Republic spent a little more effort in this year's party. The government wanted to reassure its citizens by projecting strength and instilling pride. The Patriarch finally returned in the morning. His reinforced air car actually arrived at the compound with a modest escort of mech and infantry fighting vehicles. The mech quickly flew away once Benjamin stepped out, but the infantry remained and started to collaborate with the compound's existing security force. All right everyone, I'm back. He announced and sent out a command through his comm that alerted every committee member. We convene in an hour. Don't be late. As a newcomer, Vez had to go through a process before he formally became a member of the committee. First, the Larkin sons confirmed his identity and sampled his hair, blood and other biological material in order to facilitate future checks. Then, he had to sign a pile of documents. They mostly formalized his rights and obligations to the Larkin sons. He also had to sign some NDAs that forced him to keep quiet about the family's more sensitive matters. All of the paperwork was fairly standard, so Vez didn't object. Once they finished the formalities, the committee entered a lengthy square stairway that went deep underground. Vez initially expected to descend a couple of floors, but everyone kept walking down the steps in a monotonous fashion. Only after an estimated 200 meters of walking did they reach an underground hall. The hall resembled a temple in its stateliness and atmosphere. Many banners hung from the arches that extended from the walls and ceilings. Most of them depicted the Bright Republic's iconic torch and the Larkin sons' iceberg crest. When Vez walked past the golden double doors, he suddenly realized he entered an elevated section of the hall. Everyone adopted solemn faces as they started to take their seats on the cold, stone benches. Vez. Grandfather? He turned to Benjamin. What's in the middle? Our history. The old man replied, and gently guided him forward. He recognized the valiant The first ancestor of the Larkin sons personally piloted the iconic Heavy Knight and earned the recognition of the Young Republic. The mech was a piece of living history. Its scarred and broken appearance hinted at a story filled with bitter struggle. Vez choked on his breath once he scrutinized his ancestor's steed in the perspective of a mech designer. Somehow, the ancient mech radiated an aura that tingled his X-Factor senses. The mech not only appeared to be a custom job, its rich experiences somehow enhanced its X-Factor beyond anything else he had ever designed before. Could the Valiant actually possess an X-Factor of B or higher? His brain started to churn as he tried to recall his ancestor's story. Who designed the Valiant, and what was his relationship to his ancestor? His grandfather suddenly bumped his back. Vez. I'm sure the Valiant is interesting, but we have business to discuss. I'm sorry. I forgot myself for a moment. It's a magnificent mech. I'm lucky to see it up close. While his grandfather approached the podium at the front, Vez took a seat at the bench closest to the mech. Despite the importance of this gathering, Vez forgot all about the steering committee and focused his entire attention on the incredible mech in front of him. He tried to turn on his comm, only to find out it fizzled out. Damn. The family is sure being dramatic. He muttered under his breath. The austere underground hall was surrounded by many layers of insulating material that hindered virtually every kind of handheld broadcast equipment. Various other security measures prevented any electronic device from activating and recording the proceedings. Once everyone took their seats, the patriarch banged his fist against a special plate that cut through the chatter. I hereby announce the start of our annual Indofear session. His grandfather started to follow through the usual rituals. Every Larkin son including Vez offered some tribute to the Larkin son ancestor. They then memorialized the Larkin sons who died in the line of duty. Vez noted that the ritual explicitly excluded those who didn't die on the battlefield. Strange. Next, the patriarch addressed their last year's agenda and summarized the results. It turned out the family recently invested a lot of effort into advancing the careers of their younger mech pilots. The committee wanted them to be in the best position to fight the visions and come back alive. As Vez listened to the various means in which they befriended and even bribed certain officers, he realized how much of an old boys club the Mech Corps turned out to be. Every commanding officer in charge of a division, regiment or battalion wielded a wide range of autonomy. Getting onto their good sides ensured they never mistreated the Larkin sons serving in their ranks. After half an hour of dry reports, his grandfather finally raised a subject directly related to Vez. Many of you are already familiar with our very own mech designer, Benjamin said while everyone turned their gazes to Vez. This time he bore the scrutiny like a pro. Some of us have considered a couple of proposals in light of his future potential. Vez, tell me your thoughts on the following. His grandfather started off with a bang. We'd like to purchase some stock in your business activities. If you're not opposed to the measure, we are willing to divert a portion of our trust fund to build up a stake in your venture once you incorporate your business. The proposal completely caught Vez by surprise. How much? I think it's fair for the both of us if you give us a 25% stake for 500 million credits. His heart almost skipped a beat when he heard the sum. Almost every other committee member looked shocked. No one imagined that his grandfather or whoever audited his business valued his small and risky startup at around 2 billion credits. The Larkin sons relied on its massive trust fund built up over centuries to provide for everyone's pensions. 500 million credits represented a substantial chunk of its liquid assets. While many of the Larkin sons thought the price was too high, Vez instead thought the opposite. Considering his accelerated career advancement, his future business might become a lot more valuable than a couple of billion credits. As long as he had the system, his future was bright. I accept. Vez quickly decided. Despite the gross undervaluation, he didn't wish to act like a greedy toad like that obnoxious uncle he met a few days ago. He valued his family and wished for them to prosper alongside him. I haven't set up a corporation yet. It's about time I did. You'll be glad to sell the family a 25% share. You won't regret it. Chapter 143 Whereabouts not everyone agreed to throw 500 million credits away on an extremely risky business venture. One of the elders stood up and spread his hands. I object. Vez recognized the skinny form of third elder Raymond Billingsley Larkinson. His physique resembled Vez in that he had never trained his body to endure the rigors of piloting Mech. The elder should be someone who supervised the family's overall finances. Let him speak. Grandfather Benjamin forcefully spoke, causing everyone to shut their mouths. Thank you, Patriarch. According to our analysis, while Vez has cleared the first hurdle and is able to manufacture Mech, his business is not in an ideal position to sustain his current level of profitability. He is far too young and his assets are already depreciating very hard. Since the third elder dared to talk about his business directly, Vez felt obliged to respond. Elder Raymond, you are overstating the risks and exaggerating the costs. I have worked hard this past 6 months to kickstart my Mech business to the point where I am able to sustain a single production line. Last month, I fabricated 8 whole Mech and earned a gross profit of 60 million credits. 60 million credits. The Larkinson Trust Fund had to wait an entire year before it could accumulate such a sum. Vez on the other hand only required a single month. Every committee member had to suppress their excitement. You've already peaked. Elder Raymond retorted with a slam of his palm. Any market analyst is able to predict that you won't be able to sustain your current level of profits. Resource costs are rising and your production licenses are about to become irrelevant in a couple of years. Might I remind everyone that a relatively affordable production license can easily cost around 2 billion credits. 2 billion credits. Many committee members gulped when they heard the sum. The business-savvy people among them confirmed Raymond's assertion. The Mech industry is characterized by high risks and high returns. What I mean by that is that you can easily earn a fortune today but get utterly ruined tomorrow. Don't be blinded by his current monthly income. It's merely a snapshot of his peak. With just the meager amount of capital he has on hand, he's unable to ramp up his production and earn enough profit to finance the acquisition of an up-to-date production license. The mood started to turn against the decision to invest in a stake. While Vez actually benefited financially in the long run if he kept hold of every share, he disliked being painted as a foolhardy boy. He had his own pride. Elder Raymond, you have not taken my growth into account. I am apprentice to a renowned master Mech designer from the coalition. My current level of operations is but a springboard to designing a completely original Mech. I am confident that my level of skill will grow to the point where I can design a viable original Mech. I don't need to license an expensive complete design in that case. At most, I'll have to license up to 1 billion credits worth of component licenses. His words sounded ambitious. No one ever thought Vez planned to design a completely original Mech. Even the most boorish Mech pilots among the crowd knew how difficult such a project must be. Mech designers who designed variants were a dime in a dozen. Those who graduated beyond that point and designed a Mech without any existing reference points deserved admiration from everyone. If the Larkinsons brought up their own real Mech designer, the family might be able to achieve a new level of prominence. Grandfather Benjamin had enough of the back and forth. All right, pipe down everyone. This is a solemn committee meeting. We are here to decide the future of the Larkinson family. Do not disgrace yourself in front of our ancestors valiant. The thought of showing their shameful sides to the valiant abhorred the devoted Larkinsons. The temperature cooled down through Benjamin's intervention, allowing both Vez and Raymond to cool their minds. We are approaching a decisive moment of history. The patriarch continued in a level tone. Our fates are tied to the bright republic, which isn't looking too healthy these days. Anything might happen in the future. In order to provide against contingencies, we need to hedge our bets. Everyone sat still when Benjamin started to paint a grim picture of the future. Vez tried to keep his head sober. He belatedly realized that Benjamin soothed the committee members into accepting the decision to acquire a stake in Vez Mech business. Raymond didn't even get a chance to retort. Please raise your hand if you approve the previously raised proposal. Well over 2/3 ultimately raised their hands. Vez noticed that Benjamin bought over almost all of the potentates. The norms on the other hand glared resentfully at Vez. Why did someone like Vez deserve a 500 million credit investment while their own enterprises barely scraped by? Elder Raymond shook his head. While he still disagreed, he knew where the wind was blowing, so he ceased his protests and quietly backed down. The rest of the meeting turned largely inconsequential to Vez. Instead, he resumed his study of the ancient heavy knight and its extremely potent aura. After all, it wasn't every day he chanced upon a mech that set his X-Factor senses on fire. He eagerly wished the meeting would drag on so that he could make the most of this rare exposure to the historic mech. Once his grandfather ended the session, everyone started to leave the hall. Vez dragged his feet because he still hadn't cracked the secret to the Valiant's abnormally strong X-Factor. He almost wanted to ask his grandfather to pass him some food and water and lock him inside. Surprisingly, Benjamin asked Vez to stay behind, but not because of the Valiant. Instead, his grandfather finally wished to talk about his missing father. A couple of other elders stayed behind, including Granduncle Avron and Uncle Macer. Vez guessed that his grandfather must have gathered the family's inner circle. The constant waiting grated on Vez. "Can you finally tell me where my father has been spotted? You best sit back for this, little cousin," Macer warned as he placed his hand on Vez's shoulder. "It's very complicated. From what little we managed to gather, it isn't looking pretty." Grandfather Benjamin tentatively nodded. "Let's begin where we first found signs of Wrinkle. Have you heard of the Nixon Gap? Isn't that a massive asteroid field filled with loads of environmental hazards? It's also located at the fringes of the Komodo star system. With a decent enough FTL drive, you can springboard from the gap to the neighboring Majestic Teal and Vicious Mountain star sectors. In other words, lots of pirates along with every other kind of scum could be found in the gap. The massive number of asteroids trapped in the warped gravitic environment provided pirates with the perfect hiding spots. To cut the story short, one of our sources has snapped an image of him at a busy market in the infamous Three Spokes pirate station. The hole prohibited electronics from working, so Benjamin simply handed Vez a shiny printout. When Vez accepted the page, he stared at a somewhat grainy image of his father in the company of a band of menacing people. "Are those pirates?" Vez hesitated to ask. "Not quite. Our source has managed to learn that they call themselves the Cobra Cadavers. They appear to be a dark mercenary corps. We haven't found any other traces of the cadavers in our archives, but they appear to be too seasoned to be a newly established group." The findings astounded Vez. Cobra Cadavers? They sounded extremely ominous. Macer, who sat next to Vez, shrugged his shoulders. "I almost couldn't believe it either when I first heard about it. We did some more digging until we finally managed to uncover more details. It appears that every member of the Cobra Cadavers are being hunted down by a shadowy organization called the Five Scrolls Compact." His family introduced yet another unfamiliar name to Vez. "I can't say I've heard about them. They sound like serious business. I've had some dealings with the Five Scrolls Compact," Benjamin said with a very grim face. "The Compact is a galaxy-wide cult of alien worshippers and doomsday lunatics. Even the Republic isn't clear of their goals, but from what we can tell, they've infiltrated every corner of human space." When Vez asked a couple of questions about the Compact, none of the Larkin sons could actually explain what the Five Scrolls Compact actually did. Benjamin only heard rumors about data theft, brainwashing and nuking planets. The Compact definitely didn't play according to the rules. Benjamin explained his suspicions. "We believe your father somehow incurred the wrath of this bunch of crazies. In order to avoid implicating you, he cut off all ties and fled to the Nixon Gap. Even a massive cult like the Five Scrolls Compact can't hope to find a needle in this massive, spread-out haystack. If this secretive cult is after my father, why haven't they kidnapped me?" Vez worriedly asked. "They can easily nab me from my home in Cloudy Curtain if they wish. It's because the Mech Trade Association will hunt them down if they show up in civilized space," his grandfather answered. "The cultists all possess abnormal genes. Even if they cover up their faces, they can't hope to pass a security check. The power of the MTA deterred every single state and organization from breaking its rules. Its military might was only second to the Common Fleet Alliance that collectively took charge of defending humanity's borders." Vez believed wholeheartedly in the MTA's ability to punish Five Scrolls Compact if they ever showed up. Despite this security, Vez still worried about the reason why his father earned the Compact's ire. Did they know about the mech designer system? Even worse, had they created it in the first place? Vez tentatively ruled out the possibility. If the Five Scrolls Compact paid some attention to his meteoric career, they must have realized that he used the system. For something valuable like that, they'd throw all caution to the wind and overwhelm the entire Bright Republic in order to take back their treasure. Furthermore, he didn't think his father would do something stupid by handing over the system without expecting it to be left in a closet. Reinkel surely predicted that Vez made use of it in order to fulfill his dream of becoming a mech designer. If the system wasn't safe to use, his father would have never handed it over to Vez. The original owners of the system must be some other organization then. As long as Vez did not do anything too outlandish and attract too much attention, the hapless owners wouldn't be able to distinguish him from other geniuses. Vez resolved to invest more resources into increasing his security and anonymity. He already mentally patted himself on his back for acquiring the anonymizer stamp from the system's store. After the other Larkin sons expressed their views, his grandfather smiled at Vez. "No matter what your father is planning, I'm confident he'll be able to roll with the punches. Reinkel has always been a scrappy one. The Nixon Gap is a region of untold danger, but not to him. He'll be able to cling on to his life if nothing else." The meeting ended in a somewhat depressing note. At the very least, the inner circle didn't blame his father for pissing off a galactic cult of dangerous weirdos. They unconditionally supported Vez and his father and didn't hesitate to offer some assistance. Avrin approached Vez after everyone started to walk up the stairway. "Vez? A moment please. What's the matter? In light of the threats arrayed against you, we'd like to take some precautions. When you return home, we'll arrange a pair of mech piloted by anyone who is available to accompany you on your journey. They'll be in charge of you and your workshop's safety from now on." An actual mech escort sounded very welcome to Vez, but he hesitated a bit once he realized his granduncle wished to man the mech with full-blooded Larkin sons. Shouldn't every able-bodied Larkin son be serving in the mech corps at this time? Avrin smiled ruefully. Every family has their misfits. There are certain elements in our younger generation who can't quite fit in a military outfit. Don't worry too much. The Larkin sons I have in mind are capable mech pilots. Chapter 144 Growth. Vez reluctantly left the underground hall at Avrin's insistence. While he really wished to study the venerable Valiant extensively, the hall was a sacred place. The Valiant also had its best days behind it. In order to preserve the heavy night, the space needed to subject it to a host of preservation routines such as reducing its gravity and pumping in some special gas. Though he hadn't studied the Valiant long enough to uncover all of its secrets, he hadn't left without a harvest. As they ascended the extremely lengthy stairway, Avrin asked him a question. "Do you know why your grandfather pushed through the proposal to invest in your company? Is the family in trouble? We are tied to the fate of the Bright Republic. What will happen if it falls one day? They'd be miserable beyond belief. As a quintessential military family who served the Republic for many generations, they could never find shelter in a neighboring state. No one would trust the Larkin sons if they discarded their oaths." Vez understood his intentions now. "You're using me as an escape route." In essence, the Larkin sons wanted to take advantage of his enviable relations with the venerable master mech designer. As her apprentice in name, Vez could vouch for his family and facilitate their relocation to the Vermeer Group. If Master Olsen possessed a heart, she wouldn't object to saving his family. Most likely, such considerations were beneath her notice. "It's merely a contingency," Avrin added. "There are multiple considerations involved with the decision to invest in your company. Depending on your performance, you'll become a vital pillar to us in the future. Think of our initial investment as an expression of goodwill." "Goodwill, huh?" Vez internally smirked. If the Larkin sons wished to show some actual sincerity, then they should have only settled for a 1% stake. "I'm open to collaboration, but I'd like to remain in charge. You're still the majority owner, so we won't quibble with the way you run your business. While there are some who think you're not up to the task, as long as you are able to deliver positive results, they won't be able to pull any tricks." According to the Republic's laws, a minority shareholder was entitled to several rights. Even Vez couldn't block them from being a nuisance if they wished to. Fortunately, he still possessed an ample majority. As long as he didn't give them up, he'd never have to submit to someone else's orders. When Vez returned to his guest room, Lucky jumped from his perch and brushed his body against his owner's legs. "Haha, I told you I'd be back." As Vez sat on his bed, he considered everything he learned today. First, his fears that his father met an unfortunate end was abated. Even if his father had to cut all of his ties and live like a rat, he still retained his life. "My father is tougher than anyone. He won't be faced by the pirates lurking in the Nixon Gap." The Five Scrolls Compact, on the other hand, sounds like real trouble. Any organization that extended its reach across the galaxy had to be a pinnacle organization. If the mighty Mech Trade Association and the Common Fleet Alliance couldn't eliminate the Compact, then Vez absolutely couldn't underestimate them. He still wondered why the Compact hadn't threatened him yet. His logic told him that the conflict between the Compact and his father had no relations to the system. Something as miraculous as the system warranted an immediate and overwhelming response once they figured out that Vez made use of it. If the Compact wasn't after the system, why were they targeting his father in the first place? "I don't have enough information," he concluded. He could speculate all he wanted, but he couldn't act on them without proof. "The intelligence we've gathered is also a little sketchy. I can't put too much trust in second or third-hand sources." In order to corroborate what he heard, he opened his comm and visited the Clifford Society's online portal. This time, he didn't bother entering its virtual world. Instead, he opened an online archive and tried to find what the society knew about the Compact. Nothing. Vez couldn't find anything at his level of jurisdiction. His search results happily noted that it found mention of the Five Scrolls Compact in 3 different documents, but he would only be able to read them if he reached the Master level. Master level. A Master Mech designer is not a cabbage that you could find on the road. The insane level of jurisdiction required to read about the Compact spoke for itself. This must be an extremely formidable organization that not even the Friday Coalition wished to provoke. The lack of information made any further speculation useless. For now, Vez had to focus on growing his strength. Just because the Compact hadn't done anything to Vez didn't mean they might change their mind later on. If some shadowy cult started to threaten his life, he wanted to be ready to fight back. Instead, he used the rest of the day to ponder the puzzle that was the Valiant. How could it surpass his own deliberate efforts to induce the X Factor? The mech was several hundred years old. Had its original designer already become aware of this metaphysical element? His search through the galactic net and in the steering committee's internal network yielded little results. The early days of the Bright Republic had been very tough. Many pirates and outside factions frequently preyed on the nascent Republic, who still hadn't completely shed its pacifist leanings. They were only able to turn the tide when they started to employ battle-hardened mercenaries. The first-generation Larkin son acquitted himself extremely well as a mercenary, so much so that the Republic rewarded him with land, status and citizenship. The various archives described his ancestors' feats in excruciating detail. Vez already learned about his performance in battle when his father tutored him when he was still a kid. After half an hour of searching, Vez gave up. These stupid archives. None of the historic documents mentioned anything about where the Larkin son ancestor got his mech. His fruitless search couldn't find a single mention of the mech designer who painstakingly tailored a custom mech for his ancestor. Someone like that must be a supreme existence, but Vez couldn't proceed without further clues. Vez only had his observations to go on in his quest to unravel the secrets of the Valiant. For now, he only had a single bold guess. When he looked at the Valiant, he got a sense of its history. His memories of what he read about the Larkin son ancestors' performance in battle came to the fore. It was as if the mech became the ancestors' living testament. It all comes down to life. What if every mech started as a blank slate? What if these mech were influenced by their experiences? His perspective suddenly shifted. If mech possessed life, then they were also capable of growth. Every life started as a newborn. At this stage they were weak and infirm. If nurtured properly, every life was capable of blooming into an incomparable existence. A life is never static. They start off weak, but who can say they can't grow up to be giants? When Vez compared his gold label mech to the Valiant, he got a sense that he was comparing a couple of toddlers to an elderly but grizzled veteran. Their strength simply couldn't compare. It begged the question whether the Valiant started off this strong. He very much doubted it. Its designer might have passed on some metaphysical traits, but most of the Valiant's aura had most likely been acquired later. Did this mean that his own mech might be capable of growth? Most likely not. He never took growth into account when he passed on his intent to his design. They were designed to be strong at the very start. Vez never imagined that his mech could strengthen its intrinsic X factor after he fabricated them. He was under the impression that the mech were fixed at birth. In the end, he blinded himself with his own assumptions. More specifically, he still looked at mech as if they were machines. Before seeing the Valiant, he subconsciously assumed that he could manufacture a complete life. So long as he manufactured the right inspirations, he could sharpen them into a purposeful intent that complemented his designs. It completely ignored that life was capable of growing from their humble beginnings. Every newborn needed two things before it turned into a formidable existence. First, they had to possess a good foundation. An ant remained an ant. Even the most ferocious ant could easily be stomped by a harmless human child. Vez guessed that his current progress in the X Factor fell under this category. His recent designs proved that he was capable of achieving a fairly rating according to the system. Nevertheless, he faintly thought that he came across a bottleneck. A moderate rating of C+ was the best he could achieve so far. So how could he achieve a higher rating? He used to think he only had one avenue available, and that was to keep on strengthening the foundation. While this might ultimately be the correct path, Vez did not have a single clue on how to proceed. He was completely in the dark. Now, he uncovered another path. While it might not lead to his initial destination, it nonetheless enlightened him to another aspect of the X Factor. Now that he was aware of the previously hidden growth component, he could start to replicate the phenomenon in his own designs. He repeatedly thanked his ancestor and the Valiant's mech designer. His trip to Rittersburg had been worth it for this lesson alone. It's time for dinner. Vez held onto Lucky and brought him along. Let's go and celebrate. The entire Larkin Sun compound turned into a festive location. The holiday cheer infected all of the kids, who eagerly ran around with their little sparkling flags. The cooks served up an extravagant feast for New Year's Eve. The estate even hired some musicians to put on a performance. Later at night, the new year finally dawned. The entire sky lit up as fireworks loudly proclaimed the start of another year. Elaborate projections came into existence. They first displayed the Republican torch before projecting a series of iconic images of the Republic's proudest moments. Lucky meowed in confusion at the noise. He didn't know what to make of all the fireworks. Perhaps he thought the entire planet came under attack. Over time, his mechanical cat calmed down once he saw that no one panicked. A grinning Lainey ran up to Vez and held out her arms. "Can I hold Lucky again?" "Sure," he said, and handed off his cat. The little girl giggled before scampering away with her prize. Vez smiled at her antics. His recent brainstorming caused his thoughts to wander. How would little Lainey's life look like after a decade or two? Would she grow into a demure and stately lady, or would her upbringing shape her into a powerful Amazon mech pilot? There is so much variation in life. No one could predict the future. As Lainey belonged to the Larkin Sons, she would surely lag for nothing. However she turned out, Vez hoped she didn't grow up with any regrets. Throughout the night, the Republican torch with its bright blue fire never dimmed. Every planet in the Republic's borders projected the same unyielding symbol. It carried the hope and ambition of the entire bright Republic. No one wanted the Visions to invade and despoil their precious planets. The torch inspired everyone. They looked at the torch with sparkling eyes and imagined different dreams. The kids imagined taking up the torch one day. The adults resolved to fight for their loved ones. The elderly prayed their previous sacrifices had been enough. As for Vez, his ambition was boundless. Chapter 145 escorts the Larkin Sun compound's tranquility enamored Vez. Many times, he wondered if he could put down his work and spend the rest of his life in idle bliss. He already knew of a handful of relatives who ended up as a good-for-nothings that never amounted to anything in their lives. Vez shook his head. The galaxy is too dangerous to let my fate be entrusted in the hands of others. Even the Larkin Sun started scrambling for a safety net. In such dangerous times, Vez would be a fool to assume that business would be as usual. The next day, Vez prepared to depart. He already packed his luggage and ate some breakfast with the early risers. After saying his farewells, he exited the dining hall and brought his luggage and Lucky to the front. His new escorts awaited him there. They were both a little older than him and carried themselves with an air of overwhelming confidence. "Hey, are you the geek my grandpa assigned to be your guard?" a woman asked. She looked at him with a disdainful expression, no doubt filing him away as a twig she could snap into at any time. "This duty is a gigantic waste of time. Why do I have to babysit this stupid pig? I'd rather go back to the arena." They already got off to a wonderful start. His niece obviously aspired to be a mech duelist. Generally, the Larkinsons disdained fighting for sport. They treated the art of piloting as a sacred duty only to be employed for righteous purposes. To abandon some of your morals to fight for fame and fortune was to turn your back on your heritage. No wonder the family packed her off to Vez. A rural planet like Cloudy Curtain offered very little amenities in the area of mech sports. Let alone a team, it didn't even have a mech arena at all. Vez ignored her glare and introduced himself. "My name is Vez Larkinson, and I'm a mech designer. You'll be accompanying me to Cloudy Curtain and hopefully keep me out of trouble. I hope we can work together for the betterment of the family." The woman twirled her purple bangs and sneered at him. "You sound like Grandpa Ovrin. Are you on meds or something? That's no way to talk to Big Sister Rila here." He could already feel a headache coming. Vez decided to tackle Rila later and turn to his second escort. The man stood quietly and watched their interaction with bemusement. Unlike Rila, who dressed like a punk out for a party, his male cousin dressed like an officer of the Mech Corps. From his straight-backed posture to his crew-cut hair, the man looked straight out of a military recruitment poster. Though he was taller than Rila, his muscles were wiry and compact. He also wore an electronic visor shaded in blue. "Melker Larkinson. Mech pilot." The man answered when Vez kept staring at him. "I'm just here to fulfill my duty." The visored Larkinson offered little else. Vez gave up on trying to be friendly and boarded the air car reserved for all three. The vehicle zipped towards Kellner's outskirts and reached the gigantic spaceport shaped like a crane after a quiet flight. Many travelers had already arrived at the busy spaceport. The tourists and visitors finished celebrating the new year and had to go back to work. Vez, Rila and Melker had to keep their floating luggage close in order to avoid bumping into the crowd. After pushing their way forward, they reached their platform in the nick of time. The feather-shaped platform lifted off from the ground, carrying its passengers up to the air, whereupon a space-capable shuttle landed onto its surface. The shuttle ascended into the sky and reached a familiar space station. The trio got to enjoy its elegant interior for a couple of hours until a passenger liner called the Green Wind arrived at the station. After the incoming passengers left the spacecraft, the trio boarded the ship along with the other outgoing passengers. The Green Wind was the sister ship of the Vision of Asteria, which Vez previously rode to Rittersburg. He quickly settled into his room as the vessel slowly accelerated towards the system's nearest Lagrange point. After waiting her turn, the Green Wind finally transitioned into FTL. Her long journey to Bentham had just begun. The family already arranged a 3-bedroom suite. While his cousins settled into their rooms and brooded on their exile from Rittersburg, Vez wanted to spend his time more productively. Fun time is over. It's time to get back to work. Vez wanted to accelerate his company's growth. The family already promised $500 million credits as soon as he registered his business as a corporation. Since all of his assets were back at Cloudy Curtain, he first had to return home before he could start the process. In the meantime, the corporate lawyers employed by the Larkinsons already began to draft the paperwork. Vez knew little about the complexities involved with writing up the formal articles of incorporation. He gladly handed off the responsibility, though he also reminded himself to read over their work once the lawyers hammered out the details. He already relayed his demands to the lawyers. For now, Vez wanted to keep it simple. He didn't wish to deal with a convoluted stock structure where one type of stock has 10 times the voting rights of another stock. He also didn't want to implement a bloated board of directors. For now, he settled with the absolute minimum. Since his company only had 2 shareholders, Vez could simply appoint himself as the chairman and his grandfather Benjamin as the only other director of the board. It sounded a little sketchy, but his company didn't require any oversight. Despite the incredible sums involved with each transaction, Vez operated a very simple business. He only had one full-time employee so far. For now, Vez didn't trust anyone else to help run his company. Since he couldn't do much about his matter, Vez turned to another matter he left by the wayside. It's about time I do something with the scavenged Dortmund parts. Carlos should be able to fabricate a silver label Mark II by now. Once his fabricator began to fulfill Marcella's orders, Vez could devote his complete attention on the reconstruction project. He already made good progress on drafting up a plan to restore the missing and broken parts. He left the issue of hacking the salvaged processors for later. The matter required delicate handling and it wasn't exactly legal to mess around with the programming of an expensive industrial printer. Vez pulled up a blueprint of the industrial printer and started to study it in detail. Time flew by. Everyone settled in a routine. His two cousins slowly loosened up as the distance to Rittersberg increased. Perhaps it finally dawned on the pair that there was no turning back. One day, Rila spontaneously approached Vez. "Can I hold him?" She gestured to Lucky. The cat lounged on his desk next to his work terminal. Even as Vez nodded his head, Lucky already jumped in her arms and started acting cute. Even a bitter woman like Rila got charmed by the gem cat's wiles. Vez and Melker both scratched their heads when Rila acted identical to their little cousin Lainey. Did girls spontaneously lose half of their intelligence when faced with the cat? Huh. I never imagined fake pets like these could be so fun. She smiled. It's a lot better than the stupid parrot my former team leader always braided. Her remark provided Vez with an opening. So you already competed in the mech games? Yup. Me and 5 of my BFFs formed a team ever since we graduated from the Mech Academy. We called ourselves the Wailing Witches. It's an awful name, now that I think about it. We must have been getting our rocks off with the good stuff when we registered the stupid name. How did you do in the arena? Oh, we did okay. His niece responded as she sat down on a sofa and rested Lucky on her lap. We frequently fought in the amateur circuit and slowly made a name for ourselves. The frequent battles took a toll on our allowances, but we improved by leaps and bounds. Going professional was just around the corner as far as our team was concerned. Obviously that didn't happen. Vez noted. What went wrong? Rila's fury returned. Our bitch of a team leader stabbed us in the back, that's what happened. Verma McCullen used to be the linchpin of our circle of friends. She's actually something of a prodigy at the academy and one of the few who got sent to Rittersberg on a scholarship. She could have made it big in the mech corps, you know? But she befriended us instead and helped us climb up the ranks. Vez had a good idea what went on now. I take it that Verma couldn't cover the costs of maintaining a competition mech on her own. Right. The scholarship girl couldn't even pay the rent to her apartment in Kelser. The rest of us had to beg our families in order to increase her allowance in order to cover her expenses. Didn't you earn enough from the amateur circuit? Don't you know anything about mech sports? Rila rolled her eyes. The only way to break even or make a slight profit is if you pilot a cheap second-hand rust bucket. Unlike those losers who wallow in the bottom of the rankings, my friends and I wanted to compete in front of a crowd of billions. The only way to attract a sponsor and go professional is if you win. And the best way you can increase your win rate is if you pilot a good mech. Vez concluded. I never knew the amateur circuit worked like that. How good were your mech? Oh, they're pretty decent for current gen mech. In fact, I'm bringing my competition mech along. It's a tough little light skirmisher. It doesn't pack a lot of punch, but in my hands I can sever the joints of any mech once I get close. His niece actually licking her lips as if she still hungered for the taste of blood. I'm one of the finishers, you see. Without me, our team would have a hard time finishing off the wounded mech. You've gotten pretty good at my job. There were times when you almost totaled your mech. Melker suddenly spoke up from the other side of the suite. The visored man smirked. Shut up, cuz. Rila screeched, which scared the cat resting on her lap. Oh, don't go baby. Shush now. Melker supplement the story. Dear Rila and her little posse dream big. In actual fact, the witch only performed above average. That's not to say she's bad. The competition in the amateur circuit at Rittersberg is very intense. Rila obviously disagreed, But she didn't bother quibbling. We were on the up and up. Everyone thought we'd be able to win over a sponsor in 3 years or less. We only needed to show we were still growing as a team. Everything went fine. I thought that nothing could stop our rise until Verma signed up with the Silver Chancellors. Even Vez had heard of the Silver Chancellors. As one of Rittersburg's premier mech teams, the Chancellors often showed off their prowess in the various leagues throughout the entire Republic. Bentham often turned into a gigantic circus whenever the Chancellors played a match in one of their arenas. "Did your team fall apart once your prodigy pilot left?" he asked with a puzzled expression. "Even though you're amateurs, you shouldn't be too far behind, right?" Melker suddenly laughed. Rila never got the chance to prove she could make it without Verma. You see, she only found out about Verma's transfer after finishing their final match of the season. Our fiery little cousin got so worked up about it that she decided that she threw a fist into Verma's face. The arena even broadcasted it live. The former mech athlete adopted a sour face. "If I knew they'd tumble me out, I should have added in some kicks. That twa-faced bitch could have never made it big without us." Obviously, Rila hadn't gotten over her forced retirement from the mech games. Vez couldn't do much to placate her anger. He could only hope that time could heal her wounds. After all, if he wanted to employ her as a guard, she better set her priorities straight. There was more to life than the mech games. Perhaps a real-life conflict might be able to kick her out of her slump. Vez didn't lack for enemies, after all. Chapter 146. Name. While Vez got to know Rila better, Melker remained an enigma. Even though he suspected that Rila knew his story, his niece stubbornly shut her mouth when Vez sent out a probe. Melker's story is his own to tell. "I don't want to get on his bad side," Rila explained as she shuddered in an exaggerated fashion. "Watch out for the quiet ones." Throughout the entire trip, Vez only gathered a couple of clues that shed a bit of light on Melker. First, he hadn't shed the habit of comporting himself as a military officer at the start. He slowly stopped moving around in a rigid fashion when he drew too many eyes. A guard should not attract too much attention, after all. Second, Melker never withdrew his visor. Vez almost swore his older cousin even showered and slept with the visor on. Its large but sleek appearance signified its incredible origins. Vez hadn't even seen such a high-end gadget in the Bright Republic. He wondered what Melker saw when he constantly donned the visor. Was he constantly looking for threats? Or was he secretly browsing the galactic net like a comm junkie? In any case, Melker never appeared to be too distracted, so Vez didn't call him out. Besides his eccentricities, Melker always followed his instructions. In contrast, every time he spoke to Rila, she always acted confrontational. Vez had to tread lightly around her in order to avoid setting her off. She still harbored revenge fantasies against Verma, and wasn't afraid to be vocal about it whenever the Silver Chancellors played a match. "I don't mean to pry, but maybe you should stop watching the mech games," Vez suggested one day. The Green Wind already passed the halfway mark into her journey to Bentham. "It's not like you can salvage your career." Predictably, Rila growled at him and left the suite. Vez imagined she intended to vent her frustration in one of the Green Wind's simulator pods. He knew he hadn't been gentle, but she truly needed a dose of reality. The sporting leagues loved their controversies, but Rila had taken it too far. The sooner she got over this bump in her life, the sooner she could get her head back into the real game. Vez imagined she could be of great use to him once he earned her loyalty. "On my own, I'm nothing," Vez admitted to himself. Besides Lucky, he was completely at the mercy to anyone who pointed a gun at him. Even if his feline companion could shred through a squad of infantry, Lucky had no way to threaten a mech. Only mech could guard against mech. One of the reasons why Vez assented to selling a 25% stake was because he wanted to co-opt some trustworthy mech pilots. Of all the possible people he could entrust his safety, he could never go wrong with family. For all the frequent internal squabbling, Alarkin's sons never resorted to the kind of backstabbing Verma had pulled off on Rila and her friends. Even though he questioned Rila and Melker's reliability, it didn't change the fact that they shared the same surname. Vez could not imagine in a million years that someone could subvert his own family against him. Against the shadowy influences arrayed against them, trustworthy guards were worth their weight in exotics. When the Green Wind finally arrived at Bentham, Vez departed from the ship along with his 2 companions. The space station's loaders also brought out their personal mech and temporarily stowed them away. This time, Vez wanted to conduct some business, so he took a shuttle and descended to the surface. He reached the upscale business district where his mech broker holed up in her lair. After leaving his escort in the office building's foyer, Vez took the elevator to the top floor where Marcella awaited his arrival. "Good to see you again, Vez." The hefty woman greeted him with a smile. She offered him a glass of liquor. "Want a drink?" "No thanks, I'm here for business," he replied while seating himself across her desk. "We've got a couple of matters to talk about." She passed him a handful of electronic documents that displayed various bits of performance data. None of his customers employed the Mark Antony Mark IIs in an actual battle as of yet, but the results from the various live-fire training exercises spoke for themselves. "That's some pretty decent performance," Vez contently noted. The mercs who bought his products possessed enough skill to make the most out of its capabilities. "What's their feedback?" "Their technicians are having a hard time maintaining the internals, but they're making do. Overall, I haven't received any significant complaints. Your buyers are pretty satisfied so far. The lack of malfunctions bode well for the Mark II's future. You'll be busy with the project, so I won't be able to fabricate any mech for the time being. I plan to hand over the production of Silver Label mech to a fabricator I've trained. While he's not as good as me, his work should be able to pass certification, if only barely." Marcella looked a little skeptical. "I've always heard the Caesar Augustus and its variants are plagued by constant setbacks during the fabrication process. Are you sure you're ready? My fabricator spent months to master my design. I'm pretty confident he's up to the task. Just to be sure, don't start swamping me with orders." "That won't be a problem. We'll delay the public reveal of the Mark II for the time being. I can use these metrics along with the testimonies from your first batch of customers to drum up some sales." Vez hammered out a tentative schedule with Marcella. He also allowed her to correspond with Carlos directly in order to handle these minor matters. So long as Marcella regularly provided his business with orders, he'd be able to earn a constant stream of revenue. "I take it you're not here to talk about the Mark II, right?" He nodded. "There's also the matter of my ship. How is the Barracuda holding up?" "She's safely stowed away along with the rest of my inventory. Your pretty Corvette is quite a sight, you know. Every time I bring in a customer to deliver their mech, they always ask me if she's for sale." They both knew that Vez would be a fool to sell such a remarkable spaceship. Haha, they can dream. "In any case, I'd like to repair and staff my ship." "Are you going somewhere?" "Not for the moment, but you never know," he carefully replied. "There may be times where my services are required elsewhere. The ability to move anywhere I want is bound to be useful once I increase my fame." In fact, had been eyeing the missions offered by the Clifford Society for a while now. He never let go of his dream to design an original mech. In order to reach this milestone quickly, Vez planned to amass a lot of merits in order to exchange for a set of quality production machines. As for the Larkin Son family's seed money, Vez already put the 500 million credits aside. When the time came to work on an original design, he intended to spend the money on acquiring the necessary component licenses. All of this haste was an effort to make himself more valuable once a war broke out. The Mech Corps treated their called-up mech designers differently according to their achievements. Those who dwelled at the bottom like Carlos could expect to be regarded as disposable cannon fodder. They often assisted the short-handed and overworked mech technicians at major supply points. Mech designers who possessed practical experience in designing and selling mech were often assigned as mid-level supervisors. Only designers who designed an original mech had the opportunity to employ their design talents. The Mech Corps always assigned such valuable minds to one of their many design teams. Marcella already made the necessary arrangements to repair the Barracuda. He quickly transferred 22 million credits to cover the greedy shipyard's costs and hire some spacers to crew his ship. "You'll need a captain, pilot, engineer and at least 1 or 2 ratings to properly crew your ship. You can't get by with less unless you intend to run your billion credits ship to the ground. Well, go by your arrangements since you know better than me." Just make sure you're not hiring a bunch of pirates in disguise. Trustworthy spacers are hard to find. You'll have to throw in a lot more money in order to contract a crew who won't cut and run as soon as you encounter trouble. After a quick discussion, Vez transferred 100,000 credits in order to facilitate the hiring process. "Oh, there's one more thing I'd like to talk about," he said. He sent over a handful of documents his family's lawyers had drafted. "As soon as I get back, I plan to register a corporation." The Larkin sons agreed to purchase a 25% stake, you see, and have already waited long enough to incorporate my business. That's great news. It's a lot less risky to do business once you move over to a limited liability structure. Are you still selling stock by any chance? Not at the moment. Vez awkwardly laughed. Giving up a fourth of his stock to his family was one thing. He didn't intend to be so generous to outsiders no matter how much a help his mech broker had been. He firmly intended to maintain a cordial relationship with her. "So what's your question?" "I've already come up with a logo for my corporation," he replied, and summoned up his familiar emblem of a stylized lucky sleeping atop a prismatic cloud over a giant V letter. "I'm still grappling with an appropriate name. I've been trying many random names but they don't really roll off the tongue." His mech broker nodded seriously. "Determining your company's name is one of the most important choices you can make. A bad name won't be much of a drag, but a good name can absolutely be a boon to your marketing." Under Marcella's guidance, he quickly ruled out several categories of names. For example, he declined to use an acronym unlike the famous BSBH Corporation that operated various popular virtual games like Iron Spirit. He also declined to use a safe but boring name like the Larkin Sun Corporation or the Cloudy Curtain Mech Corporation. "Perhaps we're taking the wrong approach," Marcella noted in an exasperated fashion. They'd been at it for half an hour and Vez still hadn't settled on a suitable name. "The name of your company is both an identity and a brand. Think of your products and your future goals. Think of your specialties and selling points. What makes your products different from others?" Vez leaned back and considered her advice. First of all, he distinguished himself from his competitors with the help of the system. Such a miraculous invention should never come to light, so he quickly decided not to use it as an inspiration for his company's name. That left his specialties. So far, Vez intended to specialize in both the X factor and a balance between speed and armor. The issue with the former was that it couldn't be measured or put in a spec sheet. The issue with the latter was that he lacked sufficient depth compared with those who fully committed to either speed or armor. Perhaps he might be overthinking the issue. Vez wanted to build a company that embodied his dreams. What was his ultimate dream? To reach the pinnacle of mech design. To explore the ultimate limits of a mech. To see whether mech can come to life. Life. His eyes instantly brightened. Could it be so simple? Vez wanted to convey the message that his mech had life. Even if hardly anyone knew about the X Factor, the bold aspiration should help convince his customers that his mech were worth the price. "He thought up a name," he said. After repeating the name in his head, he finally decided to air it out in the open. The Living Mech Corporation, or LMC for short. The Living Mech Corporation. Marcella widened her eyes. Despite its fairly plain use of words, the mere idea of producing a mech that could be described as living was a bold one. It already described the indistinct sensation that every customer of his mech had mentioned to her. His mech felt more alive than any other ones. It's a decent, if somewhat simple name. Are you sure you want to roll with it? It also brings up an unpleasant association with the fantasy of designing a mech composed of living tissue. Vez firmly held on to his stance. "I'm certain. The name describes my philosophy of treating mech like persons instead of machines. I don't want my customers to associate my products with commodities to be discarded at will. Every mech is a life to be treasured." Chapter 147. Dieter Vez wanted to leave his mark in the age of mech. The Living Mech Corporation encapsulated both his selling points and his aspirations. The name might sound a little bland, but its open-ended meaning left a lot of room for interpretation. More importantly, the name also matched his nascent design philosophy. No matter how many mech designers had already touched upon the secret of the X Factor, Vez definitely wished to forge his own path. After finishing his discussion with Marcella, he left her office and returned to the foyer. Lucky played with a potted plant. Rila and Milker stood at the side, admiring the promotional footage projected at the sides. They all showed several designs in action. Vez even saw archival footage of the Mark I in action. "Is that your mech?" Rila curiously asked. He nodded with pride. "It's my very first sale, in fact. I designed the variant and fabricated it completely on my own. No one else lent a hand to me during the entire process. Recently, I even updated its design. The Mark I is a comprehensive improvement over its predecessor." His cousins looked suitably impressed. It turned out they hadn't heard about Vez and his accomplishments before. Rila dedicated her entire life to the mech games while Milker presumably served in some kind of military unit. Only now, they realized what kind of a big shot Vez had become. The ability to design and build your own mech impressed the two mech pilots. To them, the entire process sounded like sorcery. Vez felt as if he was a wizard showing off a fireball in front of a crowd of knights. Though the latter could easily snap the former's body in two, the impressive display held them back. The wizard's magic had exceeded their limited comprehension. For the first time since they joined his company, the two regarded him with respect. Rila always wore her emotions on her sleeve, so her mood shifted the most. As for Milker, he must have already been acquainted with Vez from reading a report. The visor blocking half his face also hindered anyone from determining his attitude. With the help of his enhanced perception and intelligence, Vez nonetheless picked up some hopeful signs. "Let's return to the spaceport now. We have a flight to catch." "AWW, do we have to?" Rila suddenly begged. "This place is a lot livelier than I thought. I want to visit all the mech boutiques and see the local mech athletes in action." Though Vez originally planned to depart in a few hours, Rila convinced him to take them for a day out. Perhaps it hadn't been fair for the family to force them to accompany Vez. For privileged city folk like them, a rural planet like Cloudy Curtain must be a boring place to them. Rila especially won't be able to handle the transition. "Let's head downtown then. The classiest mech boutiques and chain stores can all be found there." Vez hailed an air car and the three of them boarded the vehicle. After inputting the address, the vehicle ascended into the air and joined the orderly traffic. Vez sat in the front holding Lucky while Rila and Milker sat in the back discussing the merits of Bentham's local teams. Rila favored the Velvet Fists, which was Dorm's flagship team. They often clashed head-on against the Silver Chancellors and acquitted themselves well. The Velvet Fists distinguished themselves by their flamboyant female leader. As for Milker, he respected an up-and-coming team called the Grease Monkeys. Based in the heavily industrialized city of Haston, the community-funded team enjoyed a lot of local support. Somehow, they signed on a couple of talented locals and have been making their mark over the years. "I don't care much about the local teams," Vez replied when Rila asked him who he supported. "Bentham is my home. I spent a lot more time on Rittersburg actually. My real home is Cloudy Curtain. It's just too bad the planet isn't rich enough to fund a team. They simply didn't have the means. The farming consortiums owned the majority of the planet's wealth. Considering their roots, the last thing they wanted to do was to foster more mech." Just as Rila started to explain the merits of her favorite teams, Milker held up a hand. "Aren't we supposed to head downtown? Why is our air car moving away from it?" His sudden interruption startled Vez. He never paid attention to their environment. When he pressed his face against the window, he found to his dismay that their air car had inexplicably turned around. Instead of shops and flashing lights, he only encountered drab-looking workshops, factories and warehouses. "This isn't good. Our car is flying above the industrial district. We're never supposed to come close to this area in the first place." Rila instantly pulled out a laser pistol that she previously hid in her coat. "What the hell? Why is someone after you, Vez? Are we being kidnapped or something?" "It might be possible. I never thought anyone would be crazy enough to start something on Bentham," Vez replied while holding his chin. "Who could it be? Bentham Liberation Movement? The Five Scrolls Compact? The Gage Dynasty? The Ricklin family?" Vez provoked too many enemies lately. He couldn't determine who was aiming for him at the moment. He needed more information, but first he had to solve their current crisis. While everyone still tried to press down their panic, Melker reached forward and pressed a conspicuous red button. I don't know much about air cars, but they should all be equipped with a hard override. The car hadn't changed its course at all. The saboteurs disabled the button. What do we do? The only female occupant panicked. She held up her comm and tried to contact an emergency service. My comm is blocked. I can't get a signal. My comm device is blocked as well. Hold on. I can fix this, I think. Since his last adventures, Vez had gotten into the habit of carrying a miniature toolbox. You never knew when something might need fixing. He retrieved a multi-tool and quickly separated the console in front of his seat. They encountered a confusing maze of wires and electronics. Do you know how to hack this air car? Rila dubiously asked. I can make sense of some of the components, but I don't specialize in flying vehicles. Vez shook his head. Though he could mess with the autopilot or the altimeter, he could also cause the car to crash. Lucky, can you take a peek and see if there's anything suspicious inside? The cat meowed at his request and promptly stuck his head inside. His cousins looked a little skeptical of his pet. Isn't that a mechanical pet? I thought they are supposed to be equipped with low-grade AIS. Lucky isn't one of those bottom-bin, mass-produced mechanical pets. He's a lot smarter than any other artificial pet, and he also has a few surprises in store. The gem cat already saved his life more than once. Vez hadn't even mapped his feline companion's full capabilities. After half a minute of sniffing, Lucky suddenly hissed and pawed at an inconspicuous palm-sized backup battery. What is this? The cat continued to hiss at it as if it killed his ancestors. Vez decided to trust his companion and used a tiny multiscanner to inspect the suspicious object. It didn't take much time before his scanner blared in alarm. It's an improvised explosive. His announcement landed like a bomb. Rila practically started to foam at the mouth. As for Melker, his entire posture radiated fury. He pressed a button on his visor, causing its fluorescent surface to turn from blue to red. He looked around and his expression soured. He retrieved a hidden knife and started to stab the air car's upholstery. What are you up to? There are spy sensors embedded into our seats. That instantly shut her up. Rila quietly watched him squash the bugs one by one. Meanwhile, Vez continued to scan the improvised explosive in order to determine how much of a threat it posed. Haven't you done enough scanning? Rila asked, her face marred with stress. Why aren't you pulling it out yet? It's triggered to blow if I mess with it. Besides tampering, the bomb was also set to blow if it received an outside signal. In fact, Vez already activated his privacy shield. The invisible spherical field encompassed the bomb, preventing any outsiders from detonating it once they realized their targets became aware of the threat. It also blocked their kidnappers from sending out their commands to the air car itself. Vez didn't want to see their vehicle suddenly nosediving to the ground. Fortunately, the bomb didn't appear to be set to explode once it missed an occasional pre-programmed signal. Bentheme's hyper-vigilant security forces would quickly track a suspicious signal to its source. Vez concluded that his assailants this time must not be too sophisticated. It's likely the work of the Bentheme Liberation Movement. The separatists? The ones who are always bombing factories and refineries? I'm pretty sure it's them. One of their cadre has a contentious relationship with me. This must be some form of revenge. Well, you better fix this quickly before we end up in his grasp. Rila had a point. Whoever sabotaged their air car could have blown them up as soon as they boarded it. Instead, the vehicle quietly redirected their destination to the outskirts of Durham. Wherever they might end up, it won't be good for any of them. Vez quickly had to ground the car, but before he could do so he first had to solve the bomb. I'm already blocking any signals from communicating with the bomb, he explained while heating up a microplasma cutter. The tiny gadget could barely cut a thin sheet of metal, and only worked for 30 seconds at its maximum intensity. He simply had to make two. I've largely figured out its mechanisms. I think I can disarm the bomb by disconnecting this controller and this backup trigger here. His explanation flew over their heads. How sure are you that you won't blow us up? I have no idea, really. It depends on how devious the bomb maker is. From what I can gather, he's not a professional. The bomb's construction actually gives me the feeling he's a washed-out mech designer. Such a figure must have studied mech design in the hopes of designing his own mech, just like Vez. When he finally graduated, he must have found out that a novice mech designer was worth nothing and that the mech industry had no room for him. Such a bitter and frustrated mech designer must be easy pickings for the BLM. While everyone held their breath, Vez quickly cut through the plating and separated the two essential components. His hand moved with precision as he deftly removed his targets within the 30-second time limit. His micro cutter sputtered out once it expended its charge. No one moved for a few seconds. Once they realized the bomb hadn't gotten off, everyone sighed. "Let's throw it out." Vez nodded in agreement. He used several tools to cut its external cables and separate it from its mounting. After pulling it out, he looked at the aircar's window. "Lucky, can you open up a hole?" The cat sprung his energy claws and ruthlessly attacked the window. The claws neatly parted an oval-shaped hole in the car. The vehicle's continued high-speed flight caused the interior to be engulfed in wind and noise. Vez finally threw out the package, which quickly dropped onto the roof of a warehouse. With the state of Benthiem's alertness, I bet the drop has already triggered an alert. Melker reasoned. As soon as they take a closer look, they'll know it's a bomb. Help might be on the way, but the security services still needed some time to catch up with the car. By the time they finally tracked it down, the Larkinsons might already be dead, or worse. Enough talk. Vez, please put us on the ground. Vez had already started doing so once he threw away the bomb. Lucky hadn't detected any other threats, so Vez went to work with forcing the car to descend. After a minute of rummaging, he found the emergency override. While the rebels might have tampered with its programming, any standard air car had to include a functional mechanical override. Such a device should continue to function even if the car had been subjected to jamming, hacking or an electrical overload. Even the saboteur couldn't do anything about the simple mechanism. The omnipresent sensors around Benthiem constantly scanned each car to see if it still worked. Without further ado, Vez pulled a lever. The air car blared an alarm and blinkered its flights before diving down to the streets. "Get ready for trouble," Melker shouted over the howling wind. Both mech pilots readied their pistols and nodded at each other. "As soon as we touch down, we'll try to flee to the nearest shelter and try to hold up until the security forces arrive." No one knew if anyone awaited them on the ground, but the Larkinsons never backed down from a fight. Chapter 148 Cold Wind. The three young Larkinsons disgorged from their forcibly landed aircar in a run. They approached the entrance of what appeared to be a junkyard. A single security officer along with a host of rickety security bots held them up at the entrance. "Stop. No entry allowed. Let us in. It's an emergency," Vez retorted as he banged his fist against the gates. "The BLM is after us right now." The portly security guard appeared puzzled. He looked around and failed to notice anything amiss. "I don't see any rebels. Are you sure you've got your heads on straight?" Just as Vez wanted to respond, everyone flattened themselves when a huge explosion threw them off their feet. His anti-grav clothing instantly righted his body in place, but his cousins had to roll on the ground before they came to a stop. Everyone gawked at the gigantic plume of smoke a few blocks away. "We're under attack." The guard panicked and quickly slammed his fist against a button. The entire junkyard started to go into lockdown as metal shutters rolled down windows and all of the fences became electrified. "At least let us in before you hole up in your little corner." "It's no use," Melker said and pulled Rila back before she could bang her fist against the metal shutters. "Look around you. Everyone's running scared." All of the air trucks and shuttles zipped away, even those who were still in the progress of loading their goods. Some of them even dropped their cargo as their hatches hadn't closed in time. Along with the retreat of every vehicle, every factory and warehouse started to put up their barricades. In an unsafe environment like the industrial district, which was plagued with criminals and other unsavory characters, such an exaggerated level of security was a basic requirement. Even as the air grew a little hotter due to the nearby flames, no one looked out for others. As the Larkinsons tried to find some shelter at the warehouses and workshops next door, they were only met with stony silence. "It's no use," Vez eventually said. "This is one of Durham's worst neighborhoods. A lot of gangs like to threaten and steal from these facilities. You won't be able to find a good Samaritan in this part of town." Melker frowned behind his glaring red visor. I don't see any police. How could Bentham let its public security deteriorate to this degree? Even if the Durham police force slept on the job, they should have sent some help over. Vez brought up his comm but only got an invalid signal. Our comms are still blocked. The rebels must have sabotaged the nearby broadcast towers. Things weren't looking good, Vez thought. A nefarious force had blown up something big and blocked their wireless communication attempts. Had the rebels given up on the quiet option and therefore opted to go loud? An intense sensation suddenly engulfed him. For some reason, Vez felt as if an apex predator stared hungrily at him. Sweat trickled down his brow as he tried to parse this unfamiliar probe. His so-called sixth sense only triggered when he came into contact with the X Factor. Did this mean that one of his own mech was close? The flavor is wrong. For lack of a better word, he described each different sensation from the X Factor as a flavor. As someone who personally designed and fabricated the Marcus and Mark IIs, they possessed a unique blend of daring and aggression. The flavor currently pinging his senses lacked the boldness he had personally imbued. Instead, it tasted like a cold winter wind snuffing out a lonely candle. Vez. Get down. Melker suddenly yelled and tried to tackle Vez to the ground. A sudden shield sprang into being that forcibly bounced him back. Distracted by his attempt to parse his sixth sense, his entire vision suddenly bloomed as a solid projectile suddenly crashed against his shield. Master Olsen's gift prevented the incredible amount of kinetic energy from affecting his fragile body. That's a railgun. Rila yelled and haphazardly fired her laser pistol in the direction of the attack. We're all going to die. Melker forcibly bent down her weapon arm so that her deadly laser beams burnt harmlessly against the pavement. Calm down. Vez didn't die. We can still make it through. The attack had pulled Vez out of his stupor. He finally realized that his sixth sense hadn't picked up a mech, but rather an assassin. His heart beat loudly inside his chest as he belatedly learned he just escaped death. He quickly looked at his comm and had a scare. His shield generator just lost 9% of its charge. Screw it. He swore, and pointed at the barricaded warehouse they were currently standing in front of. Lucky, cut down an opening for us. Lucky didn't act cute this time and directly clawed the crude man-sized opening in the metal shutters. The three along with the cat barged their way inside the storage area which blared an alarm at their intrusion. Security bots armed with both lethal and non-lethal weapons started to hover over their heads. Damn it. These assholes want to shoo us out. Rila exclaimed and raised her pistol at the robots. Just as she pulled the trigger, they all lost power and crashed to the ground. The three had to jump away in order to avoid getting pummeled in the heads. Melker? These are ancient models. Even if their firmware is up to date, they're nothing compared to the models used in Rittersburg. The man grinned with satisfaction and tapped his finger against his glowing red visor. I'm not wearing this for show, you know. It turned out that Melker had taken a course in hacking. Though he wasn't a genuine programming expert, he had more than enough skills to apply a standard script to old vulnerabilities. As long as the system wasn't too new or advanced, he'd be able to bypass its lock. Why didn't you hack open the doors in the first place, then? It didn't work. He shook his head. Every property in the block is secured with both mechanical and electronic means. This wasn't unusual as the people who operated these facilities couldn't afford to update their cybersecurity. Just because Vez could afford to employ Sanil Aplin to fortify his systems didn't mean that anyone else could do the same. The cutthroat competition along with all of the other dangers on Bentham often forced the local businesses to cut corners. Is anyone around? No one made a peep. Whoever supervised the warehouse must be holing up somewhere safe. Just as they started to move forward, a loud bang sounded as the sniper shot another round. The projectile punched straight through the warehouse wall and only lost a bit of energy before crashing before the shield had sprung up again in front of Vez. He just lost another chunk of his shield generator's charge. He only had about 80% left. His cousins didn't even ask about his shield generator. Both Melker and Rila urged Vez to run towards the middle of the warehouse. Hurry up and run. The railgun won't be able to penetrate all of these goods. They all ran towards the stacks of what appeared to be various bulk materials. Vez recognized that most of them were often used in producing mech, such as titanium and a number of composites. Just as they reached the middle, they started to hear a large number of footsteps from the entrance Lucky had created. "Our target's inside," one of the new entrants announced. "Fan out and shoot the bastard as soon as you see him. Don't forget to call out his position." "On it, boss." "Death to the Republic." "Shed blood for Bentham." The Larkinsons groaned. They recognized the BLM's slogan. "How many?" Rila asked. 25. "They're not wearing armor. No heavy weapons." Melker slowly analyzed as his visor appeared to see straight through the stored materials. "We're outarmed and outnumbered. We should surrender." "No," Vez replied, immediately shutting off this line of inquiry. "The BLM never returns its hostages. Anyone taken by them will suffer an agonizing fate. We'll have to fight our way out." "You heard Melker. We're vastly outnumbered. Those guys must be ruffians. Their sniper is something else, but he's too constrained while we're indoors." Vez explained with burning hope in his eyes. "You two are mech pilots, are you not? You've spent more than a decade learning how to kill. Even without a mech, you should be able to handle some untrained thugs. We're not dealing with some. There's 25 rebels closing in and we have no way to beat them all." "Are you sure about that?" One reason why Vez insisted on entering a packed warehouse like this was because it contained a lot of vertical space. He turned to Lucky, who vigilantly stood at his side, and petted his back. "Go get him, Lucky. Don't show them any mercy." His deadly pet replied with a dangerous yowl and jumped up to a shelf above his head. Lucky quickly disappeared from his sight as he instantly entered hunting mode. A few seconds later, the thugs started to scream. About half of their screams cut off midway as if their throats had been cut. The other half. Vez gritted his teeth and pushed his two cousins forward. "We should attack now that they're distracted." I don't know if Lucky can hold on for long. He always noted that Lucky was never able to sustain his claws for long. Though they possessed an incredible amount of cutting power, Lucky's cat-sized body could only store so much energy. It also took a fairly long time for his mechanical pet to recharge. "He's right. The rebels are in disarray. We have to stake our lives for this." Melker decided and ran towards the direction of the screams. We're really doing this, aren't we?" Rila stuttered for a moment before slapping her head. "What the hell am I doing? I'm better than this. I'm a Larkinson." Rila followed after Melker with Vez closely in tow. He started feeling really guilty for not possessing a weapon. He always intended to purchase one whenever he ended up in situations like this, but always forgot about it after the danger had passed. Vez resolved to address this shortcoming if he managed to survive. He tried his best to keep up with his athletic niece. "Let me stand in front. My shield can still take a couple of hits." She didn't argue his decision even if a professional guard would balk at his words. She cleverly positioned her body behind his so that she only exposed her eyes and her pistol. They passed a couple of brutally savage bodies of men and women. They all wore dirt-crusted rags but wielded fairly pristine weapons. "These guys have been hiding in tunnels in order to evade the local security sweeps," Vez remarked as he bent down and picked up a basic but brand new ballistic rifle. His face quickly soured. Gene locked. Whoever supplied them with these weapons must have a lot of money in their pockets. Vez might be able to bypass the gene lock if he kludged up a workaround, but the situation didn't allow it. He discarded the rifle and picked up a plain combat knife. "This will do." They caught up to Melker, who currently exchanged fire against a pair of bugs. 3 bodies lay scorched on the ground. His shooting skills surpassed Dietrich's by a considerable margin as Melker neatly squeezed a laser beam through a finger-sized slit between 2 large containers. The rebel screamed as the high-powered beam turned his stomach into a blackened mess. "My pistol is overheating," Melker said and turned to Rila with a hand. "Give me yours." "No way. This is mine." "This isn't the time, Rila. You know my marksmanship scores are better than yours, and I can interface my weapons with my visor." The lack of living opponents lessened their urgency. They all believed the situation had been handled. "Just hand over the pistol already," Vez commanded his cousin. "We need to clean up these men as quickly as possible before." He abruptly stopped when his sixth sense started tingling again. He felt another chilling wind blow past his undefinable senses. "Get down." Chapter 149 pinned down. The projectile punched through the warehouse's walls from the side and came at them like the wrath of a falling meteor. Forewarned by his sixth sense, Vez barely ducked in time, allowing the flaming projectile to impact against the ground, throwing up a momentous amount of cement. The large amount of debris pelted the Larkin sons, causing no small amount of minor injuries. Vez managed to stay unscathed due to his shield generator, which lost another % of charge. "We've got to pull back." Melker gritted his teeth, giving up on trying to borrow Rila's pistol. "As long as that sniper is lurking around, it's not safe to leave the center." Rila nodded her head as she gripped her own weapon with an iron grip. "We're mech pilots without a mech in sight. We're sitting ducks out here." Losing the initiative never went well, but they all agreed and ran back towards the deepest section of the warehouse. All of them tried to find a way out of their predicament but could think of nothing except to wait for help. With the amount of noise the BLM had stirred, the police or planetary guard should be arriving at any moment now. "It's a monster. It's a some kind of drone is killing us all. I never signed up to this. Let's get out of here." The discordant group of rebels broke apart due to the terror in their midst. Lucky reaped a toll on their sanity as he constantly clawed out their throats. At a certain point, the survivors forgot about their mission and fled like rats. Rila looked at Viz as if he had done the killing himself. "Did you upgrade your cat or something?" "My father gave him to me as a gift," Viz replied, bringing up his standard excuse whenever someone asked about Lucky's peculiarities. "He's a product of the new Rubarth Empire. Everything that came from a first-rate superstate might as well be magic." The yokels out in the galactic rim had no cognition of the level of technology employed by most powerful human states. Viz found it to be a convenient prop whenever he had to misdirect the origin of his system's rewards. "Are you sure you're comfortable with keeping a mechanical pet by your side? They're getting out of vogue because they're prone to hacking." "I trust Lucky," Viz replied emphatically. In fact, he trusted in the system. "He's a unique pet horse hiding quite a few surprises. I don't believe anyone from this star sector can compromise his programming." Moments later, the star of the show appeared in their midst. The tired-looking cat had dropped down from above and meowed with less enthusiasm than before. This time, Viz felt an ache in his heart when he saw that Lucky hadn't come out of the fight unscathed. His left side had been scorched by a passing laser beam that blackened his shimmering bronze surface. "Lucky!" Viz called out and picked up his companion. "Are you okay?" He tried to interpret his cat's attempts to answer his question. Lucky appeared to have a lot of energy to spare due to the opposition's lack of armor. A simple swipe of his energy claws at their lowest power setting easily took care of the untrained rabble. Instead, the heat damage partially crippled Lucky's capabilities. A significant part of his flexible shell had fused together into slag. The laser also transferred a lot of heat into Lucky's internals. Over time, his gym cat could recover from the damage by eating special minerals and letting his advanced self-repair do all of the work. Unfortunately, time was in short supply today. "So we can't rely on your pet anymore." "Seems so. We're on our own." The news disheartened the Larkin sons. Their best weapon had been taken out of what must have been a stray shot from a panicking rebel. After some crunching, Melker finally spoke up. "We're going to have to come up with another plan. The only thing I can't figure out is whether our opponents are committed to investing more assets." "What do you mean by that, cousin?" The only woman in their midst asked with a reluctant voice. From all the smoke and fire, the BLM must have blown up an entire refinery or something. Which anyone can do as long as they are smart enough. Only a small cell of terrorists working together with some insiders are required. Think, Rila. How much does this operation cost in their perspective? Not much. Besides funding the weapons and explosives, the BLM mainly sacrificed their worthless footmen. The real pros who supplied the weapons along with the expertise to set up a facility to blow were long gone by now. Melker turned his ominous red visor to Vez. "Are you certain it's just the BLM hoss after us?" "I'm not doubting your judgment, because everything we've experienced so far matches up with your guess. Only the railgun specialist doesn't fit. His weapon is too sophisticated and his aim is spot on. You already died twice, you know." It hadn't really set in, But Vez knew he brushed past certain death. He mentally thanked his master for her very timely gift. I know what you're talking about. To be honest, Eve provoked other enemies besides the BLM. All of them are incredibly wealthy. That's great. Rila sarcastically remarked. It might have been nice to tell us how many people you pissed off before we get shot at. Before the argument escalated, Melker held out his hand. Stop. More men are approaching. There are fewer steps, but they're heavier than the last wave. Is it the police? I don't know yet. I'm not familiar with Storm's fast response force. Everyone readied their weapons for another fight. If the newcomers came with ill intent, they'd fight tooth and nail to save their lives. Vez petted Lucky's head. Can you take a peek? Just tell us if it's friendly or not. The cat meowed softly before padding away with a much less slinkier gait. While Lucky scouted out the approaching group, Vez looked around the warehouse and tried to spot anything that might help in turning the tables. Sadly, the shelves only held low-value bulk materials that wouldn't be of much help. Vez found nothing remotely volatile or flammable, and he couldn't even find an industrial loader mech that normally carried heavy loads. With nothing at hand, Vez hesitated in bringing up his comm. He could still resort to the system if nothing else. With almost 10,000 DP in reserve, he could buy a gadget from the stingy store and hold on for a couple more minutes. Lucky quickly returned and yowled with panic. Melker also finished parsing his visor's readings. We're dealing with armored mercenaries or the like. We won't be able to overcome their armor with our pistols. Laser pistols worked extremely well against soft targets, but had difficulty penetrating past a solid layer of armor. As long as the armor was thick enough, it diffused the heat among its surrounding portions. This is ridiculous. Rila cursed and held her weapon ready. Where is our help? We've been under fire for over 10 minutes now. While Melker tried to form a plan, Vez turned his body and discreetly activated his comm. While the BLM disabled communications, they couldn't do anything to his apps. He tapped the system's icon and entered its store. Millions of items flashed by in a blink as the store came into being. Vez tried to figure out the best way to spend his DP. He didn't ask for much, just a way to survive. The life-threatening situation disrupted his thoughts, making it harder for him to think. He couldn't employ his logic when all of his primal instincts activated his fight-or-flight response. Come on, system. Please help me out. Give me a suggestion of what I should buy. The mech designer system is not meant to replace the user's own judgment. Please treasure your autonomy and make your own decisions in life. Vez felt the urge to scream. This stubborn system still stuck to its stupid principles when his life was at danger. He couldn't rely on anyone but himself, it seemed. He quickly considered where he should spend his points. A weapon is no good. They'll kill me before I can kill them. Armor will only delay the inevitable. He quickly concluded that he should obtain some means to avoid the enemy entirely. He first thought of teleporting, but he quickly looked at the prices the various teleportation items offered. Unless he accumulated more than 1,000,000 DP, he shouldn't be thinking about teleporting himself and his cousins. What about a way to hide? A permanent or durable way to hide still cost way too much, but the store offered several ONU's alternatives. For example, he could spend 5.000 DP for a temporary augment of his privacy shield. Com upgrade privacy shield level 1 one-time augment full stealth. Price: 5.000 DP. Duration: 10 minutes. Temporarily upgrades a level 1 privacy shield to emit an overpowering field that disrupts any means of observation. It is capable of obfuscating every possible means of observation that is known to the mech designer system. The simple description didn't do the augment justice. It blocked both electronic and biological means of detection. As long as no one bumped into their bodies, they could sneak off under the noses of their hunters. Heavy footsteps started to become audible. The mercenaries entered the warehouse and started to fan out into two separate groups. Vez gritted his teeth and purchased the augment. Everyone, come close to me. Best to hold on to my body, front and back. I've got a gadget here that can hide us from their view. His cousins didn't doubt his words, witnessing his shield generator. They knew he visited Lemur and returned with a lot of high-tech gifts. Melker stood in front while Rila pressed against his back. Lucky, on the other hand, jumped on his owner's shoulders. "How long will it last?" Melker asked in a whisper. "It's supposed to be no more than 10 minutes. Both of his cousins were taken aback. Full stealth for an entire hour? Such a powerful piece of technology shouldn't even be available in this backwater star sector. Vez didn't try to convince them any further and activated both his privacy shield and his newly purchased augment. He felt sick at the thought of bidding farewell to 5.000 DP. He could have upgraded a lot of skills with those precious points. At least he saved them up beforehand. If he had already splurged his entire savings beforehand, he won't be able to avoid the approaching killers. Melker and Rila both tried to say something, but the privacy shield dampened every sound. They could still see each other, but those outside the bubble would see nothing but empty space. Seeing that they couldn't talk, Melker tugged Vez into moving away from their current hideout. They had started moving just in time, as 10 seconds later a grenade landed where they had just been standing. The strange metal cylinder exploded in a white-hot glow of plasma that instantly scorched the fleeing Larkinsons with a flash of excruciating heat. It was a good thing the privacy shield dampened all of their sounds, because everyone except Vez released a cry. Rila had it worst as she stood behind Vez. Her skin started to well up in red as they desperately fled the scene before the mercs decided to throw some more grenades. In their frantic flight, they almost managed to collide with a squad of professional law-walking mercenaries. They quickly pushed to the side and let the menacing squad trudge forward with their deadly rifles aimed at various angles. Even as they stood mere meters away, the Larkinsons hadn't been spotted by the mercs. Vez released a breath. The system hadn't swindled him. The one-time augment worked like a charm. With little more than 8 minutes left to go, they quickly resumed their awkward run. No one knew how long they had to hold out, but anywhere was better than here. Please donate through Audiobook Novels PayPal to help me keep uploading for you guys. Chapter 150, Man Against Machine. Using the Supita privacy shield, they exited the warehouse through the hole Lucky had cut at the beginning. They left the heavily armed mercs behind as they spread out and tried to track their targets down. From their cussing and swearing, they hadn't expected Vez and his cousins to disappear in thin air. During their clumsy flight to somewhere safe, Vez felt a chilling wind brush past his sixth sense. Every time, the feeling went away, but it still frightened him to no end. Could the sniper use his own senses to assess their bodies? The wind suddenly spiked. The street suddenly boomed as a railgun projectile rocketed towards their previous location. The entire pavement cratered as the solid slug delivered an incredible amount of kinetic energy. Anyone hit by it directly would have no chance of survival. The Larkinsons quickly dashed away. Vez remembered the description of the stealth augment. Its open-ended description didn't explicitly say that the temporary upgrade could block someone's metaphysical senses. Vez always suspected the reason why the system steered him into studying the X-Factor was because it didn't have much of a clue how it worked as well. It might be one of the reasons why the skill tree excluded any mention of the X-Factor. Even if others figured out some clues, no one had laid down a systemic path to understanding this nebulous field of study. In fact, the skill tree actually lacked a couple of other skills that should have been there. Vez had noted that some of the more advanced specialties pioneered by many famous masters hadn't been included. For now, he urged the group to continue running past some blocks. Melker appeared to guide them all towards a security checkpoint of some sorts. The small and S-story structure usually staffed by a handful of police officers. Now, they only saw death and ruin. The place had been torn up with bullet and scorch marks. The bodies of the fallen police officers were left behind like discarded trash. Vez looked down on his comm. They only had 4 minutes left before the stealth augment ran its course. After looking around, he spotted something interesting. Right across the street, a massive storage area took up an entire block. It must have been the place where larger shuttles and transports deposited heavy containers before ground-based transports picked them up and delivered them to their final destinations. He ignored the large stacks of containers and instead turned his gaze towards the half-dozen industrial loader mechs standing off to the side. Their operators probably parked them to the side once the alarms went off before running away to safety. "Look over there," he said, but quickly remembered that the stealth field dampened his voice. Instead, He tapped their shoulders and pointed at the mech. They both understood his intentions. Rila looked skeptical but Melker nodded in understanding. They crossed the street and stopped before the storage yard's sturdy gates. With another prompt, Vez got lucky to slice a narrow opening. Once they entered the yard, Vez suddenly felt the cold wind return. The sniper must have noticed the sudden cut as soon as his privacy shield moved away. With its stealth charge about to run out, they all ran towards the industrial mech. Compared to combat-oriented mech, the industrial mech emphasized cost savings and strength. They were mostly designed to be an affordable way to carry heavy loads of goods without relying on expensive heavy-duty lifter platforms. An industrial mech might cost more upfront, but a lifter platform guzzled energy like an alcoholic stuck in a wine cellar. The limbs also offered very fine manipulation when needed. The ones employed by the storage yard weighed heavier than medium mech and featured very robust limbs. They might not be able to outrace an air car, but their heavy arms and legs allowed them to lift hefty loads without straining their frame. The stealth field fizzled out just as they reached the lifter cables that could bring them up to the cockpits. It's out. We're exposed now. Melker, can you hack into these mech? I should be able to, but I might need your help. Sometimes, the owners of these low-quality mech. Rila wrapped her knuckle against the scratched and dirty surface of one of the machines. Are we really going to hijack an industrial mech? They don't even have neural interfaces, let alone armor that is able to withstand an infantry-grade railgun. If you can point out an actual combat mech, then be my guest. That quickly shut her up. Melker quickly put his foot down on a step, which promptly zipped up the cable until he reached the cockpit. The step then climbed down, allowing Vez to follow after his older cousin. For now, it appeared the sniper hadn't caught up to them yet. Vez quickly squeezed inside the narrow cockpit and analyzed his surroundings. The omission of a neural interface meant that the cockpit offered a lot more manual controls. He didn't bother figuring out what they did and instead tried to find out how to force the mech online. After some fiddling, Melker spoke out. I've cracked the digital codes, but the mech isn't turning on. The owners of the mech must have installed some kind of hardware lock. Vez took over at that point. He swept the consoles until he found a plain mechanical lock underneath the main screen. Using an old-fashioned lock and key was a fairly easy way to secure an industrial mech. It prevented them from being taken for a joyride at the very least. Even a mech technician could install something as simple as this setup. He forced open the lock in 30 seconds. Such a simple mechanism didn't faze him in the slightest. As the mech started booting up, the two Larkin sons descended using the same stepper cable. Rila, take this mech and stand guard for us. On it. The woman zipped up the cable and entered the booting mech. You better get inside your own mech before they catch up. The hatch in front of the torso quickly closed up. It gave her a measure of safety against a railgun attack, though Vez doubted its worthless armor could withstand such a strike. They're already on their way. Melker grimly replied as Vez and him climbed inside the cockpit of another mech. We won't have time to unlock a third mech, so get yourself comfortable, Vez. Even if he could, Vez had no doubt he'd probably trip his mech. Even industrial mech needed a fair amount of training before anyone could pilot them proficiently. An untrained norm like him had no business trying to turn one into a hazard. After they both disabled the various locks, they settled in as best they could in the cramped space. Vez had to squeeze to the side in order to provide Melker enough room to operate the industrial mech. The screen showed various settings that Melker efficiently tweaked to his liking. Once he finished his modifying its settings, a lumbering mech finally started to move. Rila had already turned her mech towards the incoming enemies. The same mercenaries who tried to corner them in the warehouse had tracked them down to the storage yard. A large number of hard-faced thugs armed with rifles and pistols followed after the heavily armed mercs. Look at that mech. It's moving. They're inside. Shoot the rust buckets. While the mercs linked off to the sides, the thugs simply dove to the nearest cover and started to shoot their guns at the industrial mech. Most of their weapons simply plinked or seared the surface of their mech. Vez gripped arm handle of the cockpit seat. The amount of weapons arrayed against them could chew up an entire crowd of people. Yet nothing happened other than scratching their mech. Even if their borrowed machines didn't incorporate any exotics in their armor, they still came out largely unscathed. The Larkinsons finally fought back. The mob of separatists started to grow apprehensive as the two hijacked mech moved close. Reela's mech adopted a strange gait that pushed her mech past its maximum speed. Only a truly skilled pilot could manipulate their mech limbs in this fashion. Though it also strained the machine, it wasn't like they owned it in the first place. As Reela closed in, Melker hung back with his own mech and grabbed a nearby crate of goods. His mech threw the crate at the shooting mob. Somehow, the crate landed in the very middle of the crowd, splattering 4 people instantly. Reela's mech almost tripped due to shock, but she recovered quickly and reached the closest concentration of men. Her mech grabbed a nearby pipe from a whole stack of them and started wielding it like a blunted spear. Even as Melker continued to throw all kinds of junk at the frightened mob, Reela bashed her closest assailants into broken wrecks. Her mech wielded a pipe like a lumbering oaf. Even if she couldn't wield the weapon as fast as she liked, she still reaped a horrible toll due to the incredible power behind each swing. A railgun suddenly fired at her. Vez had no warning this time, as the sniper hadn't aimed at the mech he held up. The railgun burrowed straight through Reela's mech, boring a small but nasty hole through its torso. The projectile narrowly missed the cockpit due to her amazing reflexes. The single hit slowed down her mech by 20%. "We've got to take care of that sneaky shooter," she yelled as her mech practically went berserk. Her machine moved like a drunken fatty as she employed her piloting skill to the utmost in an attempt to make it harder for the sniper to hit her cockpit. Her dented pipe battered a lot of rebels to death. Their morale and enthusiasm started to waver. The sniper shot her mech again, this time pummeling its leg. The mech lost most of its meager nimbleness as the mech had been forced to its knees. Its damaged leg couldn't handle much weight. "We're getting chipped to death. How long do we have to wait? Help should be coming at any moment," Vez remarked as he looked at the time. Even if the rest of Bentham is in flames, they should still send out a squad of mech by now. Melker's cockpit started to beep out an alarm. A squad of mercenaries sneaked up to their rear and launched about a dozen plasma grenades at his mech vulnerable rear. The industrial mech could never dodge in time to avoid getting burned. His mech started to turn its torso while whipping out its arm holding a crate of minerals. Half of the grenades hit the arm or crate, causing it to be engulfed in several balls of fury that crippled the entire limb. The remaining grenades either missed the mech or pelted its torso. Melker's mech hitched up as its power lines received a lot of disruptions. The mercenaries started to poke out of their cover and fired at the holes created by the grenades. Their powerful weapons were capable of dealing significant damage to the industrial mech internals. Melker turned his mech away from the incoming fire as best he could, but the mercs had cleverly encircled him in order to negate such a move. The industrial mech fared poorly against the infantry, dismantling them piece by piece. A fire broke out in the lower torso of Reela's mech, while Melker's hijacked mech showed diminishing power as the incoming fire pummeled its internals into junk. Just as they started to lose hope, a trio of mechs suddenly landed in their midst. Both the mercs and the surviving mob lost their footing as their landing threw off minor shockwaves. All of the aerial mech that landed sported the black and blue checkered pattern of the Bentham Planetary Guard. The mech were kitted out with a shield and a specialized fluid projector that looked like a flamethrower. "Put down your weapons now," a guard mech boomed out. "This fight ends here." Everyone on foot tried to run. As if expecting this response, the guard mech fanned out in 3 directions and activated their fluid projectors. A disgusting-looking slime shot out of their nozzles and engulfed the fleeing men. 2 of the guard mech continued to engulf every fleeing combatant. Even if they had a head start, they could never outpace a building-sized combat mech. The final mech didn't chase after the rats but instead walked towards Reela's half-burning mech. Her projector ejected a fire suppressant that stopped the flames. It then turned to Melker's mech. "I'm sorry about the late response. I hope you're not too banged up, Melinda." The Larkinsons finally put down their guard. Their own cousin arrived to save the day. With their mech standing guard, the sniper probably won't have the opportunity to shoot again. Better late than never. "Thank you for saving us,"